Chapter 1, Child Marriage Goddess, Is It Okay to Fall in Love at First Sight? Binhai City. Wanhong Building. At this moment, a handsome young man wearing a shirt and suit pants just walked into the elevator. At this moment, a ding-dong sound suddenly came from the mobile phone. Yi Hao turned on his cell phone and glanced down. There was a look of helplessness on his face. It was a message from my mother urging me to get married. "Mom, you little rascal, I'm telling you, no matter what, you have to pick up my future daughter-in-law from me today. Mom, let me tell you, if you can't pick someone up, you don't have to come back. Mom, this marriage was agreed to by your Uncle Xia himself back then, and it was your Uncle Xia who took the initiative to bring it up this time. Mom, don't let me down, kid. Mom, arms akimbo emoticon. Mom, where did you go, you little brat?" Reply? Seeing that his mother, Wang Meixia, was about to launch a voice bombardment on him, Yi Hao quickly sent a series of voice messages. Yi Hao obedient, "Don't worry, Mom. Yi Hao, I will definitely complete the task and bring back your dear daughter-in-law. Mom, you better do it, kid. Mom, otherwise, come back and see how I'll deal with you. Mom, hurry up, it's the first time you meet a girl, don't make her wait for you." As she spoke, my mother sent Yi Hao a restaurant location. Looking at the series of messages sent by my mother and the location of the restaurant, Yi Hao looked helpless. Because the blind date he was going to meet today was actually his childhood sweetheart. Yes, you heard it right, it is the kind of child marriage you were thinking of. Moreover, in the first 20 years, Yi Hao had never heard any news about his childhood marriage. Early this morning, when Yi Hao was washing up, his mother suddenly told him the news. Yi Hao was almost choked to death. Moreover, Yi Hao instinctively rejected this childhood sweetheart whom he had never met. First of all, putting aside his identity as a young man of the 21st century, the education he received does not allow him to accept this way of marriage. In addition, Yi Hao was also a little worried because he had never met the other party and didn't know his personality. What should I do if the other person is an ugly monster or a she-devil? Yi Hao doesn't want to ruin his happiness for the rest of his life so easily. So, Yi Hao made up his mind. Go and take a look first, if something is not right, leave immediately. Even if he risks being beaten to death by his mother, Yi Hao will never joke about his happiness for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Yi Hao came to the underground garage. He drove his Volkswagen sedan, turned on the navigation, and headed straight for the restaurant address his mother had sent him. Binhai City, a high-end restaurant. Window seat. At this moment, a woman with a delicate face was sitting here. She was wearing a white shirt and a hip skirt, which perfectly brought out her proud curves. In particular, the other person's two long, white and delicate legs were covered with thin stockings. Adds a bit of sexiness. A pair of black high heels perfectly shows off her long legs. It is simply a beautiful landscape in the entire restaurant. Many people looked at him with surprise. However, beneath this exquisite face and proud figure, Xia Qingxue exudes a powerful aura. That is a temperament that only business tycoons can have. It is indeed surprising to see this happen to such a woman, especially a beautiful woman. However, at this moment, Xia Qingxue frowned slightly and gently stirred the coffee in front of her, seeming a little absent-minded. She is waiting for her childhood sweetheart. However, this was the first time she had met this childhood sweetheart. Moreover, she has been waiting here for more than 10 minutes. As the president of a business company, she has always been the one who has to wait for others, not the one who has to wait for others. I was quite angry in my heart. "Hello, are you Miss Xia Qingxue?" At this moment, the restaurant door was pushed open. Then, a young man with handsome features, tall stature, full of energy and sunshine walked over. He sat directly opposite Xia Qingxue and said with a smile. Looking at Yi Hao in front of her, Xia Qingxue felt as if her eyes suddenly brightened. Because the first impression Yi Hao gave her was that he was handsome. Moreover, it is the kind of masculine and powerful handsomeness, not those greasy-haired and powdered male artists on TV. A strong hormone exudes from his whole body. Coupled with his height of over 1.8 meters and strong facial features, it gives people a clean and sunny feeling. It seems like it would be nice to marry a man like this. When Xia Qingxue was amazed at Yi Hao's handsomeness, Yi Hao was also secretly surprised when he saw Xia Qingxue in professional attire. Because the other person's appearance was completely beyond his expectations. She is definitely a goddess-level figure. However, Yi Hao started to have a headache again. After all, Xia Qingxue looks like more than just a pretty vase. Such a woman is not simple. It's not something he can easily handle. It seems that my mother's wish is likely to be unfulfilled. Of course, the various psychological activities of the two people only lasted for a short moment. Finally, it was Xia Qingxue who spoke up. I'm Xia Qingxue, you should be the son of Uncle Yi that my father mentioned. Yes, I'm Yi Hao. Yi Hao smiled and nodded, acknowledging his identity. However, the atmosphere that followed was a bit awkward. After all, they were childhood sweethearts and had never met each other before. They didn't even know each other existed. At this moment, when we first met, naturally I didn't know what to talk about. Of course, the most important thing is that the other person's appearance and temperament were somewhat beyond their expectations. At this moment, the two people who had originally been indifferent suddenly felt embarrassed. Well, Miss Xia, regarding our childhood marriage, I think you should think about it carefully. If you don't want to, I can persuade my mother. No, I do. However, to Yi Hao's surprise, Xia Qingxue interrupted him before he could finish his words. And what he said was quite shocking. Is this going to marry me? Oh shit. Is it so sudden? Yi Hao was confused. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the system task and expressing love to the beautiful CEO. Reward, master level Chinese medicine skills. A cold mechanical prompt sound rang in my mind. This. Yi Hao was filled with surprise. He never expected that he had awakened the system. Without any hesitation, Yi Hao took a step forward, grasped Xia Qingxue's delicate hand, and said, to be honest, Qingxue, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Marry me and be my wife. Xia Qingxue. Good job. This attitude changed too quickly. He just wanted to end the child engagement with me, but the next second he boldly proposed to me. Is it okay to fall in love at first sight? Take your stinky hands away. At this moment, in the corner of the restaurant, a young man in a suit and tie suddenly ran away. He roared directly at Yi Hao. Chapter 2, Master Zhang? Be careful not to have any offspring or grandchildren. Well. Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue, who were originally immersed in the success of their proposal, were stunned by the sudden roar. Especially Yi Hao, looking at the young man in a suit who was yelling at him. He frowned and said rudely, whose crotch is not pulled up properly, revealing a piece of shit like you. Although he is handsome. But that doesn't mean he has a good temper. What's more, the other party was merciless when he scolded him just now. Naturally, Yi Hao wouldn't give the other party any face. Every time he opens his mouth, he utters a very classic sentence. Including Xia Qingxue, they were all stunned for a few seconds after hearing Yi Hao's words, and then seemed to remember something. Suddenly, her face turned red with embarrassment. He gave Yi Hao a blank look. I didn't expect that he could say such classic lines. Puff. At the same time, in the restaurant, many other people were also amused by Yi Hao's words. The young man in the suit had a sullen face. However, he didn't dare to really do it. After all, we live in a society ruled by law. There is surveillance everywhere. What's more, there are so many eyewitnesses. If he really dares to do anything wrong, he will probably be taken away by the police immediately. Therefore, Zhang Xiuhu, the young man in a suit, could only endure it. However, he said in a mocking tone, Boy, you think you can eat swan meat like a toad? Do you know that I am Qingxue's future husband? Take your stinky hands away right now. Really? Yi Hao was not angry when he heard this. He continued to hold Xia Qingxue's delicate palm tightly, and even leaned towards Xia Qingxue. Just hold the other person in your arms. Said, are you seriously ill? When you go out, tell everyone you meet that they are your wife? And future husband? Why, have you got the certificate? If you have the guts, take out your marriage certificate. If not, stop yelling here. It's a nice restaurant, everyone is eating here, and you're barking like a stray dog. At this moment, Xia Qingxue was held in Yi Hao's arms. She was a little surprised for a moment and wanted to struggle instinctively, but her body soon softened. Leaning obediently in Yi Hao's arms. She looks like a little bird, dependent on its mother. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Xiuhu with disgust and said coldly, Zhang Xiuhu, I hope you can respect yourself a little. There is no possibility between you and me. Besides, my dad has already rejected Uncle Zhang. There is no relationship between us at all. Please don't disturb my life anymore. Otherwise, I'll call the police directly. I heard Xia Qingxue's distant and cold words. there is also the intimacy between Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue. At this moment, Zheng Xiuhu felt like his lungs were about to explode. The look he gave Yi Hao was as if he wanted to eat him. He said viciously, "Boy, I'll give you another chance. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm from Zheng's Technology Pharmaceuticals. My dad is the chairman. Are you sure you have considered the consequences of going against me? Zheng's Technology Pharmaceuticals?" Hearing this, the expressions of many people around changed slightly. Because Zhengshi Technology Pharmaceutical Company is a well-known enterprise in Binhai City. The influence is quite large. At this moment, Zheng Xiuhu also showed a hint of pride on his face. As the young master of Zheng's Technology Pharmaceutical Company, his identity is considered quite honorable. In the entire Binhai City, there are not many people who do not give him face. He believed that as long as he revealed his name, Yi Hao would be frightened to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. After all, it was obvious at first glance that Yi Hao was not from their circle. Zheng Xiuhu, have enough confidence in yourself. He. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao smiled. To be honest, if it were in the past, when Yi Hao heard the reputation of the other party, the young master of Zheng Technology Pharmaceutical Company, he might have been a little afraid. After all, he is just an ordinary person. How can he fight against such a giant like the other party? For such a large enterprise, it would be extremely easy to deal with an ordinary person. Now, I already have a system, so what if you are the young master of Zheng's Technology Pharmaceuticals? Yi Hao said that he was not weak at all. However, just when Yi Hao was about to open his mouth to fight back, Xia Qingxue beside him suddenly said, "Zheng Xiuhu, I'm serious here, I'm saying this for the last time. Please stop interfering in my affairs. Also, from today on, Yi Hao is my boyfriend, and we will get married soon. Please don't bother us anymore. Especially my boyfriend. Otherwise, even if it's Zheng's Technology Pharmaceutical Company, I will make you pay enough." As she spoke, Xia Qingxue's entire aura changed unconsciously. A bossy aura naturally emerged. It has a strong deterrent effect. Qingxue, I just... As expected, Zheng Xiuhu was scared this time. If Xia Qingxue really got angry, he wouldn't dare to confront her. In particular, the company under the other party is even larger than their Zheng family's business. If you really make the other party angry, he will suffer the consequences. Please use my full name. Besides, I'm dating my boyfriend, please leave. Xia Qingxue said in a cold tone. Well, no matter how thick-skinned Zheng Xiuhu was, he couldn't stay there any longer in this situation. With a gloomy face, he prepared to leave. Zheng Xiuhu. Master Zheng, I have a piece of advice for you. If you don't want your Zheng family to be extinct in the future, it's best not to go to that kind of red light district in the future. Otherwise, at best you will lose your descendants, and at worst, your life will be in danger. At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly said something lightly. Hearing this, Zheng Xiaohu's expression changed slightly. Because he has been feeling a little unwell these past few days. Especially the tools used in the crime, some allergic reactions occurred. However, Zheng Xiuhu soon thought that the other party was talking nonsense and cursing him. He immediately looked at Yi Hao fiercely, and said unconfidently, "I have always kept myself clean, how could I possibly go back to the red light district? This is pure nonsense. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation." After saying that, he left. Yi Hao just smiled indifferently. With master-level medical skills, he doesn't even need to take the person's pulse. He can tell the person's problem just by looking at the person's face and facial features. Zheng Xiuhu will soon be in great trouble. Haha, but what does this have to do with me? What I said just now is just to verify my guess. Next, because of Zheng Xiuhu's disruption, Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue left the restaurant directly. Came outside. The two of them got into Xia Qingxue's red sports car. Chapter 3, Dad and Mom Yi's Thoughts. Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue got into the sports car. Xia Qingxue spoke first, "Since we have decided to get married. Then I'll go meet my uncle and aunt first today." As she spoke, a pair of big Caroline eyes looked at Yi Hao. Well. Hearing this, Yi Hao originally wanted to refuse. But, the thought that they are both now holding hands and preparing to get married. It's not too much to go home and meet the parents, right? It's completely routine operation. What's more, Yi Hao thought that his mother was still waiting at home. Immediately, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." It just so happens that my mother wants to see you too. Next, Yi Hao sat in Xia Qingshui's red sports car and left here together. As for the Volkswagen sedan driven by Yi Haoren, it could only be handed over to the designated driver. After all, Yi Hao is not so unromantic. He left the beautiful woman and her luxury car behind and chose to drive his own Volkswagen sedan. What's more, the two of them are not very familiar with each other, so why not take this opportunity to get to know each other better and cultivate feelings? Happy Community. Room 2106. Yi Hao's home. Old Yi, do you think Xiaohao can have a successful blind date? No, it must succeed. This Xiaohao is almost 23 this year. There's no one here yet, how can this be possible? A young woman in her 40s sat on the sofa, looking worried. Wife, I think it's better to call off this marriage as soon as possible. Yi Hao's father, Yi Russian, was browsing his phone at the moment and said, this child marriage was just a casual suggestion back then. I didn't take it seriously at all. Who would have thought that Xia Dahai would really take it seriously? To be honest, I know I saved this kid's life once before, but he doesn't need to repay me in this way, right? Our children's marriage should be decided by themselves. We as parents don't need to worry about it. Besides, our Xiaohao is only 22 years old today. It's not as exaggerated as you say. There's no need to rush. Hey, you've become more capable, haven't you? You dare to challenge me. When Wang Meixia heard this, her temper instantly flared up. He threw a pillow at Yi Russian. Yi Russian felt nothing about this. Faced the pillow attack head on. At the same time, he picked up the pillow again and handed it to Wang Meixia. He advised, wife, love is a matter of fate. It would be good if Xiaohao and Xia Dahai's daughter are in love with each other. If not, then as parents, we will be worried to death, but it will be in vain. Isn't that right? At this moment, Wang Meixia simply shook her head and said, Old Ji, I don't care. You must find a way to make their marriage come true this time. Xia Dahai even sent me a photo of his daughter. She's such a beauty. If our Xiaohao marries the other party, it will definitely be a blessing for Xiaohao. Besides, the reason why our Xiaohao is still single is because of you, his father who is a professor. He never allowed Xiaohao to have a relationship because he said it would affect his studies. Now it's all right. If our Xiaohao can't find a wife in the future, I will never forgive you. By the end, Wang Meixia had begun to become unreasonable. TSK, it seemed like you were the one who said you didn't want Xiaohao to find a girlfriend. Now, you've turned your back on me again. Yi Russian muttered softly. What are you whispering about? Are you saying bad things about me? Old Yi, have you been feeling a little bloated lately? Just as Wang Meixia stood up and prepared to have a good discussion with her husband. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Facing the life-saving doorbell sound, Yi Russian jumped up. Walked over quickly. Said, I'll go see who's here. Snap. After the door opened, Yi Russian just stood there in a daze. First, there was a face that couldn't be more familiar. It's his own son, Yi Hao. Next, there came a woman with a delicate face. The key point was that she had a very good temperament. Yi Russian smiled instantly and said, You are Xia Dahai's daughter, right? You are really good. I haven't seen you for so many years. You have grown so beautiful. Come on, come in. Let Xiaohao get you some slippers. Xiaohao, hurry up, have some sense. Be nicer to Miss Jingshui and be more enthusiastic. Yi Hao was speechless. Good job. My father is clearly planning to rebel. However, Yi Hao was extremely happy about this. After all, he had already decided to marry Xia Qingshui. After all, they are all my family. Is there anything wrong with getting a pair of slippers for your wife? Of course there is nothing wrong with it. Therefore, Yi Hao enthusiastically changed a pair of slippers for the other party. Then, he took the other person's hand and walked straight in. Xiaohao, this is my future daughter-in-law? Come here, let me see, it's so beautiful. Come, sit here. Auntie will make you some tea, some fruit, and some snacks. As soon as Wang Meixia saw Xia Qingshui, she was immediately very satisfied. They were very enthusiastic and took each other's hands to chat about family matters. For a moment, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Although it was just the first time we met, there was no awkwardness or dull situation. During this period, Wang Meixia and Yi Russian asked Xia Qingshui all kinds of questions. very actively inquiring about the news. I wondered in my heart whether she was a good match for my son. Even Yi Russian, who was not very interested in this child marriage at the beginning, now looked expectant. After all, Xia Qingxue is outstanding in temperament, appearance, and family background. If Xiaohao and his family could marry a woman like this, it would naturally be a blessing for their family. Therefore, the two of them are very enthusiastic. Almost all his life skills were put into it. He treats Xia Qingxue even better than his own daughter. On the contrary, Yi Hao, the biological son, suddenly lost any sense of presence in this family. Just like air. This was unexpected. This made Yi Hao very helpless. Finally, the four of them sat together and had lunch. At Wang Meisha's initiative, Yi Hao took Xia Qingxue out shopping. After all, Xia Qingxue had only recently returned to Binhai City. In the past, I have always lived abroad. At this time, it would be a good idea to let Yi Hao take the other party to familiarize himself with the domestic environment. Yi Hao naturally knew what his parents were planning. Isn't it just that I want to make some time for myself and Xia Qingxue to be alone together? But don't mention it, Yi Hao also had the same idea. After all, the time they spent together was too little. If we could spend more time together alone, I believe our relationship would warm up again. Therefore, Yi Hao agreed very actively. With Xia Qingxue, the two began their date. Chapter 4 Binhai's richest man, Wang Chuanshan. Binhai is a coastal city. The economy is also very developed. There are naturally many places to go shopping, eat and drink. In addition, Yi Hao grew up in Binhai City and is very familiar with the place. Accompanying Xia Qingxue, the two ate and drank, stopped and walked along the way. Go shopping. After spending some time together, the relationship quickly heated up. The two of them developed a liking for each other. Especially Yi Hao, at the beginning, he was somewhat resistant to this child marriage. His expression now can only be described in 2 words. It smells really good. Qingxue, try this cup of bobo milk tea. I heard that you girls all like to drink it. Yi Hao bought a cup of milk tea and handed it to the other party. Yes, thank you. Xia Qingxue took the milk tea and said in a sweet voice. What are you thanking me for? We'll be a family soon. No need to be so polite. Yi Hao waved his hand, looking indifferent. When Xia Qingxue heard this, her face turned slightly red. After all, it was impossible for Xia Qingxue to say that there were no waves in her heart when she thought about marrying Yi Hao soon. Although, she has a tough style in business and is considered an absolute strong woman. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, any woman will feel somewhat uneasy and anxious at the thought of getting married soon. However, as Xia Qingxue spent the day getting along with Yi Hao and Yi Hao's parents, she found that they all seemed to be a very nice family. This made Xia Qingxue gradually relax. At the same time, he became more accepting of Yi Hao. You can have a drink too. The next moment, Xia Qingxue held the milk tea and sipped it for a while. He handed the milk tea directly to Yi Hao. Looking at the faint lip marks still left on the milk tea straw, a term suddenly popped up in Yi Hao's mind. Could this be imported tea? Why, do you dislike me? Xia Qingxue looked at Yi Hao standing there in a daze, frowned, and pretended to be fierce. Haha, how could that be possible? As he said that, Yi Hao took Xia Qingxue's milk tea and started sipping it. In fact, the sucking noise was quite loud. This made Xia Qingxue feel a little embarrassed. Turn your head away. I thought, if you want to drink milk tea, then drink milk tea. What's making such a big fuss? That look was as if he wanted to eat Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue's little face turned red. At this moment, Yi Hao felt that the atmosphere was about right. He walked straight forward and got in front of Xia Qingxue. He whispered, Qingxue? Well. When Xia Qingxue heard someone calling her, she turned around subconsciously. As a result, the mouth was imprinted directly on Yi Hao's face. This scene drove Xia Qingxue crazy. He immediately shouted, You. As a result, after talking for a long time, Xia Qingxue couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The whole person felt ashamed and angry. Qingxue, you took the initiative to kiss me? I didn't expect you to be serious. No, I have to give it back. As he said this, Yi Hao planned to go forward and take revenge. Xia Qingxue took several steps back. Like a frightened little white rabbit. Not good. Someone fainted. Call 120. Someone come quickly. Just when Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue were getting to know each other. Suddenly, there was a noise in the distance. Listening to the shouts of people around, it seemed like someone suddenly fainted. Ding dong, Binhai City's richest man, Wang Chuanshan, has fainted and is in danger of his life. Please ask the host to help and use medical skills to save his life. Reward, 100% of the shares of Jirantang Hospital. When Yi Hao heard the system prompt sound suddenly ringing in his mind, he was stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. It turns out that the person who just fainted is the richest man in Binhai City. However, these are not the most important things. The important thing is that the system actually rewarded itself with a hospital. There is nothing to hesitate about. Of course, we have to save people. Apart from anything else, even if there were no system rewards, or the other party's status as the richest man. Even if it was just an ordinary passerby, Yi Hao would naturally help him if he had the ability. Therefore, thinking of this, Yi Hao said to Xia Qingxue, "It seems that someone has fainted in front, let's go and take a look together." Xia Qingxue nodded. She is not a cold-blooded person. If you see someone fainted, if there is anything you can do to help, you should naturally do your best. In this way, the two of them quickly arrived at the place where they had just called for help. At this time, people on the street had already formed several circles around them. When Yi Hao came to the crowd, he saw at a glance that in the middle of the crowd, an old man in tang suit was lying on the ground with a pale face. The body was trembling slightly. What's going on? What happened to the old man? Is there anyone studying medicine? The crowd looked at the old man who suddenly fainted on the ground and talked about it. However, except for some people who came forward to help, the rest of the people just stood there and watched the fun. After all, there are all kinds of people these days. What if he is trying to scam you? You say you are here to help, but who can prove it? So, most people just stood there and watched the fun. And the key point is that among so many people, there is not one person studying medicine. I can only help the other party call an emergency number. Call the hospital quickly. Hurry them up. The old man suddenly fainted. By the way, I have a special medicine here. No, the old man can't take it now. What to do? Keep calling and tell the people at the hospital to hurry up. At this moment, next to the old man, a woman in her early 20s was looking at the fainted old man with an anxious look on her face. Next to her, there were also two men dressed like bodyguards. Unfortunately, they only know a little first aid knowledge. What's more, the identity of this old man in front of him is not simple. They didn't dare to move, for fear of getting into trouble. So, I could only stand there anxiously and keep making phone calls. Water, who has water, lend it to me. Suddenly, the young woman, Wang Xiaoxiao, seemed to have thought of something. I want to use water to give the special medicine to my old man. This is to relieve the symptoms. If you don't want to send this old man off right now, stop what you are doing. At this moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a young man with a strong build and handsome features suddenly walked out. Although Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Hao who just appeared. It seems that I didn't expect that there is such a handsome guy in Binhai. However, when she heard what Yi Hao said, her face darkened slightly. He frowned and asked, "Are you a doctor? If not, please don't make trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 5 Rewards Received, Jirantang Hospital. As Wang Xiaoxiao's words fell, the two bodyguards on the side also looked over with unfriendly expressions. As bodyguards, they have the responsibility to protect Wang Chuanshan. Now, the other party has suddenly fallen ill and they have no way to deal with it. However, if someone comes out to cause trouble at this time, then they will be useful. At the same time, Xia Qingxue also pulled the corner of Yi Hao's clothes. It seemed to be persuading him not to act recklessly. In Xia Qingxue's understanding, Yi Hao seemed to be just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could he save people? I'm not a doctor. At this moment, Yi Hao naturally noticed Xia Qingxue's little action and gave her a reassuring look. Then, he looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and said, "But, I know medical skills." As he spoke, Yi Hao glanced at the old man who was lying on the ground, still twitching all over, and said, "I'll give you a suggestion. It's best if you let me feel his pulse and massage his acupuncture points right now. Otherwise, in another 5 minutes, even if a god came, there would be nothing we could do." Well, to be honest, if Wang Xiaoxiao had heard this under normal circumstances, she would have absolutely no hesitation and would have directly driven the other person away. However, now she can also see that her grandfather's condition is rapidly deteriorating. Moreover, his face became paler and paler. Even his breathing was a little weak. As for the ambulance? Even if it goes faster, it will take at least 7 or 8 minutes, right? Besides, it's almost the evening rush hour. Wang Xiaoxiao no longer dared to think about what to do if she encountered a traffic jam or other emergencies. And, the most important point is that Yi Hao in front of him has a calm and composed temperament. It seems that as long as people take a look at it, they will feel at ease. Perhaps, it is possible that the other party really knows some medical skills. Besides, the ambulance hasn't arrived yet, so it wouldn't be a big deal even if they let him try. Okay, I believe you. If you can really save my grandfather, our Wang family will definitely be very grateful to you. Of course, if you really don't have any skills, as long as you don't make Grandpa's condition worse, we won't hold you responsible. Wang Xiaoxiao said this very skillfully. There was no intention of putting pressure on Yi Hao at all. Even if Yi Hao is a liar, as long as he doesn't threaten her grandfather's life, everything will be fine. He. Seeing this, Yi Hao chuckled. It seems that Wang Xiaoxiao still doesn't quite believe in herself. However, there is no other way. The most important thing right now is to save people. At that moment, Yi Hao didn't waste any time. After getting the other party's consent, he walked forward, stretched out his hand, placed it on the old man's arm for a while, and felt his pulse. Then, he massaged several acupoints on the other person's body back and forth. Gradually, the old man's body stopped shaking. His face gradually turned rosy. At this time, even the most ignorant passers-by would understand. This young man right now is really capable. After this series of operations, the old man's physical condition has obviously recovered a lot. Even Wang Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, had a look of surprise on her face. However, she did not speak, for fear of disturbing Yi Hao from treating her grandfather. As for Xia Qingxue, when she saw the scene, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. It seems that no one expected that Yi Hao actually knew medicine. Ahem. Finally, with Yi Hao's gentle pat, the old man who had been unconscious for a long time suddenly coughed. Let out a breath of foul air. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Xiao, what happened to Grandpa? Wang Xuanshan looked around and saw the many people gathered. And when he saw Yi Hao's unfamiliar face, he looked confused. Grandpa, thanks to this gentleman. Wang Xiaoxiao was naturally very surprised to see her grandfather wake up. At the same time, he told the other party exactly what had just happened. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Wang Xuanshan suddenly realized. At the same time, he looked at Yi Hao again with eyes full of gratitude. He quickly said, "My dear little brother, this time, it's all thanks to you. If it's convenient, could you please tell me your name? I, Wang, will definitely thank you very much in the future." Ha, it's nothing, it's what I should do. It just so happens that I know some medical skills, and I happen to meet you. It's just a piece of cake. Yi Hao looked indifferent. In fact, Yi Hao had already been laughing in his heart. Because, just now, when Wang Chuanshan woke up, the system reward also arrived. Yi Hao now owns a hospital called Jirantang. At this moment, Wang Chuanshan looked at Yi Hao with even more joy. Very good. Save people without expecting anything in return. Kind-hearted. There are not many young people like this in society today. Well, old man, now that you're awake, I'll take my leave. However, you must take better care of your health in the future, especially dressing warmly. You must have been busy all the time when you were young. These are all problems that you develop when you are young. You must pay attention to your maintenance. You're lucky this time. If it happens next time, there might be other problems. Yi Hao kindly gave the other party a few words of advice. Definitely. Wang Chuanshan smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll leave if nothing else. After saying that, Yi Hao pulled Xia Qingxue with him without any reluctance, and the two turned around and left. Well. He left so abruptly that not only Wang Chuanshan and Wang Xiaoxiao, but even the onlookers were caught off guard. After all, anyone who is not a fool can see at this time that Wang Chuanshan is definitely not an ordinary person. In this situation, after saving the other person's life, you should not take the initiative to get closer to them. By the way, would you like to ask for some benefits? Why did this young man just leave? Could it be that the other party is really a man of high moral character? Grandpa, this young man looks so special. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao stared at Yi Hao's leaving back and said in surprise, Xiaoxiao, this person is definitely not simple. This medical skill is definitely from the hands of a master. Try every possible way to narrow the distance between our Wang family and the other party. For people like this, you must find a way to improve your relationship with them. At this moment, Wang Chuanshan's eyes showed a solemn look. Oh. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded, not quite understanding. Villa area. A luxurious villa. However, Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked after witnessing Xia Qingxue and Yi Hao showing their affection today. So, after returning to his villa, he immediately found a few little stars to relieve his sexual desire. At the same time, he began to plan his next revenge plan against Yi Hao in his mind. In his opinion, Yi Hao was just an ordinary person. How could he dare to go against a rich young man like himself? I'm simply tired of living. I have 100 ways to make the other party kneel down and beg for mercy. Zhang Xiaohu felt happy when he thought of the scene of Yi Hao kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. As a result, Zhang Xiaohu, who was exercising at this time, suddenly felt dizzy. Then, he fell directly onto the sofa. At the same time, his lower body began to bleed. The bleeding 1T stop. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the villa. Chapter 6, Dating also requires skills. Yi Hao is currently unaware of the fact that Zhang Xiaohu was pursuing happiness but suddenly ended up in tragedy. At this moment, he pulled Xia Qingxue away from the crowd. At this moment, the two continued to stroll along the street, enjoying a wonderful date time. However, at this moment, Xia Qingxue's gaze towards Yi Hao had changed. There was a strong curiosity in his eyes. She began to find that she was finding it increasingly difficult to see through Yi Hao. At the beginning, Xia Qingxue just thought that the other party was a somewhat handsome young man. Moreover, this child marriage was something her father always talked about. She couldn't refuse. However, now she began to find that she could not quite see through Yi Hao in front of her. The other party is not only handsome, but also has medical skills. This surprised her a lot. The look he gave Yi Hao was full of curiosity. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Yi Hao noticed the other person's gaze and said, No. When Xia Qingxue heard this, she looked away awkwardly. I know I just lost my composure. However, she still couldn't control herself and secretly glanced at Yi Hao a few times. Who wouldn't like a handsome young man with a hint of mystery? What's more, this young man is her future husband. Xia Qingxue was naturally very happy. Sure enough, it is better to maintain a little mystery in front of women. This is how many women fall into depravity, little by little, without even realizing it. Xia Qingxue is the best example. Although the two of them had only known each other for a short while, Yi Hao had already occupied a large place in her heart. The next moment, Xia Qingxue seemed to remember something and asked, Yi Hao, how did you treat that person just now? When the other person got sick just now, he looked very serious. You cured him with just a few strokes. Your medical skills must be very impressive. Yi Hao shook his head and said, Actually, it's easy and difficult at the same time. The old man's health was not very good to begin with, and he had many hidden injuries. Today, because of the weather, the old man's hidden injuries suddenly recurred, which is why it is so serious. Besides, the old man's granddaughter almost took his life just now. The special medicine they are often given has a suppressive effect on the old man's condition, but that is under normal circumstances. Now, the old man's hidden injuries have exploded and are intertwined with each other. Taking special medicine rashly will not only fail to suppress the old man's condition, but will make the situation worse. As the saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison. When we prescribe medicine, we must also pay attention to prescribing the right medicine for the right condition. Otherwise, it is easy to cause problems. Yi Hao acquired master-level medical skills. We have a deep understanding of some difficult and complicated diseases. Therefore, this explanation can be said to be very logical. Oh. Xia Qingxue nodded, not quite understanding. As for why Yi Hao knows medical skills? Xia Qingxue is not the type of person who would get to the bottom of things. Besides, everyone has their own little secrets. The same goes for her. Besides, she hadn't asked the other party if he knew medical skills before. After all, the time they had spent together was too short, and she didn't quite understand the young man in front of her. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I'll take you to a fun place. The next moment, Yi Hao directly pulled Xia Qingxue. The two of them got in Xia Qingshue's red sports car and went directly to Wanhua amusement park. Yi Hao used to work here part-time when he was in college. At that time, you would often see couples or parents bringing their children to play. However, due to his busy studies at the time, Yi Hao did not have much opportunity to experience it. And, most importantly, when Yi Hao was in the amusement park, he often saw couples running to the Ferris wheel to make wishes and the like. In the past, I didn't have the opportunity, and I was single. Now, I have finally graduated, and what's more, I have a beautiful girlfriend like Xia Qingxue. If you don't come now, when will you come? Soon, Yi Hao brought Xia Qingxue to the amusement park, bought a ticket, and got on the Ferris wheel directly. As the Ferris wheel slowly rises, the scenery below gradually became smaller. At this time, they gradually reached their climax. In the past, those tall buildings that we had to look up to see are now within our sight. It has a different kind of beauty. Qingxue, make a wish. It is said that when the Ferris wheel reaches the top, those who make a wish can go all the way to the end. Yi Hao looked at the other person and spoke in a gentle tone. Xia Qingxue nodded. I looked at Yi Hao's handsome features and the dreamy scenery around him. The whole person couldn't help but relax. At the same time, he put his hands together, closed his eyes, and made a wish. At this moment, Yi Hao naturally would not make any weird wishes. After all, if this thing was really that effective, the divorce rate in Xia country wouldn't be so high. Let those divorced men come to this Ferris wheel and make a wish each. Isn't that nothing will happen? Yi Hao brought Xia Qingxue here for other reasons. After all, falling in love also requires skills. Under the same conditions, between two men who both truly love you, one will often prepare little surprises for you and show concern for you in various ways. Another one who keeps talking all day is Rinama. I guess most people would choose the first one. At this moment, seeing Xia Qingxue closing her eyes and clasping her hands together, there was a hint of seriousness on her delicate face. Yi Hao slowly stretched out his arms and directly embraced the other person's waist. When Xia Qingxue noticed Yi Hao's actions, her body trembled instantly. However, calm was soon restored. However, the blush on the other person's cheeks still betrayed him. Xia Qingxue's heart was far from as calm as she appeared to be. Just like that, Xia Qingxue was held in Yi Hao's arms, quietly admiring the scenery outside. Coincidentally, a beam of sunlight shone in, and the scene was quite beautiful for a moment. Ding dong! At this moment, Xia Qingxue's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Xia Qingxue opened her phone and found that it was a message from her assistant. Well, Yi Hao, I may have to go back to the company to take care of some things. Xia Qingxue took a look at the message and said with some embarrassment. After all, the atmosphere had just been created so well, but she was leaving. It is indeed not appropriate. It's okay, go ahead and do your work. When you're done, remember to send me a message and I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Yi Hao behaved very magnanimously. Next, Yi Hao watched Xia Qingxue drive away in the red supercar. Then, I also took a taxi. However, he had no plans to go home. Instead, I planned to go to Jiren Hall to take a look. This is the reward just given out by the system, and he plans to go and take a look now. Chapter 7, College Classmate, Su Lily. Jiren Hall. This is a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Moreover, it seems to be quite famous in Binhai. Especially in traditional Chinese medicine, he can definitely be said to be a leading figure. Even many dignitaries would come here to see a doctor. This hospital has a certain status in the local area. Yi Hao took a taxi and soon arrived at the gate of Jirentang Hospital. Looking at the situation in front of us, it covers a large area and is located in a relatively central location in the city. Moreover, the decoration style was completely antique and had a sense of age. Yi Hao's first impression of this hospital was very good. He likes this decoration style very much. Hello, are you here to register or to look for someone? When Yi Hao walked into the hall, a nurse immediately came forward and asked. After all, there are only two kinds of people who come here. Either they come to see a doctor or they come to look for someone. I'm looking for someone. Yi Hao looked at the other person and said calmly, go find your dean. Well. Hearing this, the female nurse was obviously stunned and said, Sir, do you have an appointment? If you don't have an appointment, just tell your dean that there is a young man named Yi Hao who can be found. Yi Hao interrupted the other party directly. 5 minutes ago, this hospital already belonged completely to him. He is coming here now and just needs to receive it. I believe that as long as the dean of this house hears my name, he will immediately meet me. Okay, wait a moment. I'll go inform the dean right away. Although the female nurse was confused, seeing Yi Hao so calm, she didn't think he was joking. I agreed immediately. I plan to go find their dean. After seeing the female nurse leave, Yi Hao sat down on a bench in the hall. There are quite a lot of people coming to this hospital for medical treatment. Yi Hao took a quick look and saw that there were at least dozens of people queuing in the hall alone. Moreover, there are people from all walks of life. Some people are dressed in famous brands and look bright and beautiful. There are also people who dress simply. However, the doctors and nurses at Jirantang Hospital are not the kind of people who treat patients differently based on their condition. They serve every patient with a smile. The look of doing one's duty. Crash. Just as Yi Hao was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps was heard. Then, I saw a large group of people walking over. Headed straight for where Yi Hao was. You are Mr. Yi Hao, right? I'm the director of this hospital, Meng Jiangran. The leader, a 60-year-old man with gray hair on his temples, spoke respectfully to Yi Haoren. At the same time, there was an unstoppable look of surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that Yi Hao was so young. Although, he had received news before that a mysterious rich man wanted to acquire their hospital. He even had a photo of Yi Hao. I originally thought that Yi Hao looked young enough in the photo. Unexpectedly, I look younger than in the photo. This is the new boss of our hospital that I told you about. However, soon after coming to his senses, Meng Jiangran spoke to the hospital executives behind him. Hello, boss. A number of hospital executives came to greet him. For a moment, the scene was quite grand and attracted the attention of many people. I came here today, just to take a look. Let's disperse. Yi Hao glanced at the group of hospital executives following Meng Jiangran. Said casually. After just a brief observation, he has discovered that the atmosphere of this Jirantang hospital is very good. Naturally, they were very satisfied with these hospital executives and had no intention of replacing them. Just let them go. Yes, Chairman. Meng Jiangran nodded quickly. At the same time, other hospital executives nodded and left. However, the look he gave Yi Hao was still full of curiosity. Obviously, they were surprised that their new boss was so young. As for Yi Hao, he came to the reception room under the personal reception of Chief Dr. Meng Jiangran. He enthusiastically introduced the entire hospital's operating conditions to Yi Hao. Boss, our Jirantang's current annual profit is about 150 million. At present, the total surplus amount of our hospital is about 50 million. As he spoke, Meng Jiangran turned around, took out a gold card from the office and handed it to Yi Hao. Annual profit of 150 million. Hearing this number, Yi Hao was secretly amazed. Especially when he saw the gold card handed over by Meng Jiangran, he felt excited. So soon, I have 50 million in my card? Although he was excited in his heart, Yi Hao pretended to be calm on the surface. He pretended to ask questions and at the same time, pretended not to care. He put the gold card with a huge sum of 50 million yuan into his pocket. Next, I listened to Meng Jiangran talk about some other things about the hospital. Afterwards, Yi Hao signaled the dean to go to work first. I was sitting alone in the office, looking at the gold card with a value of 50 million, with an excited look on my face. After all, this is his first pot of gold so far. Soon, Yi Hao suppressed his emotions, stood up, and walked out of the office. I plan to get familiar with this hospital. After all, from now on, this hospital belongs to him, Yi Hao. However, just as Yi Hao was strolling in the hospital, he suddenly met an acquaintance outside a clinic. On the bench outside the clinic, there was a man sitting there wearing a sun hat and sunglasses. A woman wearing heavy makeup and dressed very seductively. Especially the pair of high heels on the other person's feet, which reached an exaggerated 18 centimeters. Most people would feel frightened just by looking at it. Not to mention wearing it for walking. And this person is Yi Hao's college classmate, Su Lily. Yi Hao. I didn't expect it to be you. At this moment, Su Lily took off her sunglasses and looked at Yi Hao with a look of surprise on her face. Who are you? Su Lily? Yi Hao stood there, stunned for a moment, before he recognized that the woman in front of him, who was dressed extremely seductively, was actually his college classmate Su Lily. To be honest, if the other party hadn't called out his name, he really wouldn't have been able to connect the other party with his university. As far as I can remember, although Su Lily also loved to wear makeup and dress boldly back then, she wasn't to this extent. Moreover, he had pursued me for a period of time back then. Now it seems that I am glad that I didn't agree. Otherwise, if you marry someone like this, you must have very high taste. Yi Hao, long time no see, you are still the same as before. Ha, there really hasn't been any change at all. Su Lily looked Yi Hao up and down, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. The same as you. Yi Hao looked at the other person's enchanting dress and replied with gritted teeth. Ha, Yi Hao, come to think of it, I should thank you. It's a good thing you didn't agree to my pursuit, otherwise I wouldn't have found my current husband who was worth over 100 million. Come to think of it, this is all thanks to you. He. Suddenly, Su Lily seemed to remember something and said in a sarcastic tone. Chapter 8, you want to take advantage of my body? Hearing the other party's sarcastic words, Yi Hao frowned. It seems that Su Lily is still feeling resentful about the fact that she rejected the other party back then. Well, it's okay, it's just a small favor. I rejected you back then because I thought you weren't suitable. Now it seems that we are really not the same kind of people. Yi Hao glanced at Su Lily and said, I like cleaner ones. Swish. Hearing this, Su Lily's face instantly turned ugly. Is Yi Hao indirectly calling her unclean? In fact, Su Lily guessed wrong. Yi Hao didn't scold her in a roundabout way, but scolded her openly. It's like calling her out by name and saying that she is unclean. After all, it was the other party who started to be sarcastic, so Yi Hao didn't need to save face for her. As for what I say, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Ha, the prerequisite is that the other party must at least be a woman. This Su Lily is a complete snob. What kind of woman is she? There is no need for Yi Hao to be polite when dealing with such a person. He was secretly scolded by Yi Hao. Su Lily was in a very unhappy mood. Ha, Yi Hao, I haven't seen you for such a long time. It seems that you are still the same as before. I'm afraid this outfit was bought when I was in college. Alas, I'm actually quite annoyed because my husband always likes to buy me clothes and bags. Look, this bag I'm wearing, I heard it's from a famous brand, and it costs more than 200,000 yuan. To be honest, I didn't want it at the time. I thought it was expensive and ugly. But my husband insisted on buying it for me. Look at me, is this bag of mine ugly? As she spoke, Su Lily took out the luxury bag she was carrying, hanging around in front of Yi Hao. There's something wrong with this woman. At this moment, Yi Hao had only this one thought in his mind. You know, he has just installed a gold card with a balance of 50 million. The other party took out a bag that cost only about 200,000 yuan and actually showed it off in front of her. It's like a little kid who finally gets a piece of candy and comes to the candy factory owner and keeps showing off how delicious his candy is. Little did he know how stupid his behavior was. So, Yi Hao simply chose to ignore it. However, when Su Lily saw this scene, she thought that Yi Hao was frightened by her own brand name bag. A bag worth 200,000. Most people, let alone memorizing it, have probably never even seen it. Sure enough, it's good to have money. It's a pity that I foolishly pursued the other person back then. Looking back now, I was really stupid back then. Thinking of this, Su Lily's vanity was greatly satisfied. At the same time, he looked up and down at Yi Hao's clothes. Although Yi Hao's clothes were not brand names, they still cost several hundred yuan, which was within the acceptable range for normal people. When worn on the body, it makes it look more upright. However, in the eyes of Su Lily, a materialistic woman, clothes that cost less than 1,000 yuan cannot be called clothes. Suddenly, a look of contempt appeared. Said, Yi Hao, we were ignorant in college, now that we have graduated, you should wake up, this society still belongs to the rich. Only if you have money can you live better and enjoy top-level treatment. Yi Hao did not refute Su Lily's words, and even nodded and said, you are right. Su Lily was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Hao to agree with her opinion. However, after thinking about it, Su Lily understood. It's true. People will change. Hasn't the former school idol become worldly now? However, this is also a good thing, as it just happens to be what Su Lily wants. Thinking of this, Su Lily showed a look of satisfaction on her face and said, Yi Hao, the fact that you can think like this proves that you are still very talented. There's a saying that goes, if you don't have something when you're born, you probably won't get it in this lifetime. People, sometimes you have to accept your fate. After saying that, Su Lily took out 2 stacks of cash directly from her handbag. There was about 20,000 yuan in his hand and he waved it towards Yi Hao. However, there is an opportunity now, and it is in front of you again. I wonder if you can seize it. Yi Hao. Good job. Is this a plan to support myself? Wanuma. Yi Hao really didn't expect that after so much time had passed, this woman was still lusting after his body? You haven't given up yet? It's simply a sword strike. What do you think? Think about it carefully. You have to seize some opportunities. If you miss it, you really miss it. Su Lily waved the banknotes in her hand, looking very proud. Although, this was the living expenses her husband gave her for 1 month. Su Lily felt a little painful when she used it directly on Yi Hao. However, when Su Lily thought about seeing Yi Hao, the campus hunk from college, begging for mercy in front of her soon, she felt secretly happy. Crack! At this moment, the door of the consultation room opened, and then a doctor stuck his head out and said, "Next patient, please come in." However, when the doctor saw Yi Hao, he was stunned and immediately bent down and said, "Hello, boss." "Well, it's okay, just continue working." Yi Hao nodded, looking calm. On the side, Su Lily's expression suddenly became interesting. Looking at Yi Hao, his eyes were full of shock. "Are you the owner of this hospital? How is this possible?" Although Su Lily is vain, it doesn't mean she is a fool. The Jirantang hospital in front of us has an annual profit of at least over 100 million. As a result, now you tell me that the owner of this hospital is Yi Hao? For a moment, Su Lily was deeply shocked and found it difficult to accept this fact. This patient, Mr. Yi, is indeed the boss of our hospital. Also, if you want to see a doctor, please come in now. There are people waiting in line behind you. The young doctor said. Well. Su Lily stood there, her face changing from gloomy to bright. She hesitated for a long time, and finally prepared to leave. After all, she just lost such a big face in front of Yi Hao, she was really embarrassed to stay any longer. Su Lily, if I'm not mistaken, you want to take care of your body, right? Recently, have relatives been coming unpunctually? A friendly reminder, when you work in the future, try to be more normal and don't do anything too perverted. My body can't handle it. In fact, Yi Hao had already noticed the problems with Su Lily. Now, let me speak it directly. Su Lily was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect Yi Hao to be able to see the problem with her body at a glance. But what did he mean by what he said just now? Moreover, he said it in public? Su Lily was both embarrassed and angry, and she ran out in a hurry in her high heels. Next, Yi Hao stayed in the hospital for a while to see if the time was almost up. Then he went back to his home. During this period, I sent several messages to Xia Qingxue. Honey, are you done? Emoji cute. Chapter 9 Zhang Xiaowu, I think I can still save him. Ding dong. Yuzhu Group. President's Office. Since leaving at noon, Xia Qingxue has been in her office, handling things. At this moment, a notification sound suddenly popped up from the phone. Xia Qingxue opened her cell phone and took a look. When she saw Yi Haoren and called her dear, her face turned slightly red. But I still sent a message back. Not yet. Today, the group had a little emergency. I may not be able to accompany you tonight. When I have time tomorrow, I'll ask you out again, okay? To compensate you, I can fulfill a small request of yours. Tell me what you want. Emoji Domineering Queen. Soon, Xia Qingxue just finished sending the message. Yi Hao responded. Emoji Sly Smile. I have a bold idea. Can you please wear a pair of stockings when we meet tomorrow? I like white. Emoji Nosebleed. When Xia Qingxue saw the message, her pretty face turned slightly red. You know, that's why she wears stockings on weekdays. It is mainly to match my professional attire. But if I wear white stockings, wouldn't it look out of place with my professional attire? At this moment, Xia Qingxue had already started thinking about how to match clothes. Subconsciously, he agreed to Yi Hao's request. There's nothing we can do about it, it's their fault for making such rapid progress. In just one day, they had completely entered the passionate love stage. Next, Yi Hao sent a few more messages and had a friendly interaction with Xia Qingxue. Just turn off the phone and let the other person continue working. After all, Xia Qingxue is still busy at this time, and it must be very tiring. Soon, Yi Hao took a taxi back to his home alone. The community is still the same community. Home is still that home. However, when Yi Hao just stepped into the house today, he found something wrong. As soon as they came in, Yi Russian and Wang Meixia came over directly. Behind Yi Hao, look left and right. Then, he asked directly, "Where are the people? Why didn't our daughter-in-law come back with you? What is going on? Did you make the other person unhappy? I'm telling you, Qing Xue is your Uncle Xiao's daughter. You must treat her well, you little brat. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll treat you to fried pork with bamboo shoots." Before meeting Xia Qingxue, Yi Russian was not really interested in this marriage. However, after meeting Xia Qingxue in person today, Yi Russian's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. It is such luck for the Yi family to marry such a beautiful woman to their son. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhu Wen is emitting green smoke. That's why Yi Russian treated him like this. At this moment, Wang Meixia suddenly sighed and said, "Son, otherwise, Mom thinks that this marriage should be forgotten." "Why? You weren't like this before." Yi Hao shouted almost at the same time as Yi Russian. Hearing this, Wang Meixia pointed at Yi Hao and said, "We all saw Qing Xue's situation today. Whether it's background, character, or looks, they are all quite outstanding. Look at our son again. Apart from being a little handsome, he is totally useless. If I let a beauty like Qing Xue marry our son, I would feel guilty." Yi Hao. At this moment, Yi Russian actually looked at Yi Hao very seriously and said, "You only inherited this one good quality from me. Apart from being handsome, you have absolutely no other good qualities." Yi Hao. Good job. Are you scolding me or praising yourself? Binhai City, First People's Hospital. At this moment, in a high-end care ward, Zheng Xiaohu was lying on the bed, his face pale. His body was filled with various instruments and equipment. Several doctors are constantly busy. After a while, about half an hour later, several doctors came out of the ward. Outside the door, a middle-aged couple was waiting anxiously. They are Zhang Xiaohu's parents, Zheng Yeshan and Li Shufen. "Doctor, how is my son? There won't be any residual problems in the body. Will it affect his future marriage? Will I still be able to hold my grandchildren?" As soon as Li Shufen opened her mouth, she asked a lot of questions. After all, she also knows her son. "I know this guy, he always likes to mess around outside. I just didn't expect it to be so serious this time. Straight to the point of contracting a strange disease. Even, it may not be possible to recover in the future. How could she, as a mother, accept this?" "Ma'am, please don't get excited. The patient's condition is currently stable and his life is not in any danger. But as for continuing the family line, it is very likely that it will not work. The patient suffers from a very complicated disease, which is mostly caused by an overly chaotic private life with too many different causes. Our suggestion is conservative treatment. As for whether the patient can recover, it depends on the patient's specific recovery and God's will," the doctor said slowly. "What? I spent millions of dollars to treat my son's illness here. You tell me, my son's recovery depends on God's will?" On the side, Zheng Yeshan instantly got furious. He walked up to the doctor, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted, "Do you know who I am? If you can't cure my son, I will make your hospital go bankrupt, believe it or not." "Sir, don't get excited. We understand your feelings, but..." The doctor was trying his best to refuse at this moment. To be honest, the reason why he said that just now was entirely out of consideration for the other party's feelings. After all, there is no cure for a disease like Zheng Xiaohu's. I could only give the other party a subtle reminder, but I didn't expect Zheng Yeshan, who had a bad temper, to get furious. In the ward, Zheng Xiaohu listened to the chaos outside and felt it was just noisy. For a playboy like him, what's the difference between not being able to have sex and being dead? Now he is just a walking corpse. No, there is someone who can save me. The next moment, a figure suddenly flashed through Zheng Xiaohu's mind. Thinking of what Yi Hao said to him in the restaurant that day, he immediately got up from the bed excitedly, went outside, and shouted, "Dad, Mom. I know someone who can save me." The next day, after getting up early, Yi Hao did not go to work. Instead, he went directly to Jirantang Hospital. Are you kidding? You can be your own boss, why would you want to be an employee? As for the matter of this hospital, Yi Hao has not yet figured out how to tell his parents. Wait until he has thought it through and then tell his parents. Otherwise, if I told them out of thin air that I own a hospital with an annual profit of 150 million, I'm afraid they would be scared to death on the spot. Boss, there's a man named Zhang Xiuhu outside who wants to see you. At this time, a young nurse suddenly came over and said. Chapter 10, Sister-in-law's words are really pleasant to hear. Zhang Xiuhu? Yi Hao was quite surprised to hear the other party's name. I didn't expect that the other party would come to me. However, after thinking about it, Yi Hao understood. This Zhang Xiaohu's problem is most likely due to his physical condition. After all, Yi Hao had seen when they met last time that this guy was playing around a lot and something would happen sooner or later. Let him in. Yi Hao said. Yes, boss. The young nurse nodded. Soon, Zhang Xiuhu came in, sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed in. When he saw Yi Hao sitting in the office, he immediately said excitedly, Brother Yi. Help me. I was wrong about what happened last time. As long as you can heal me, I will do anything for you. Including Xia Qingxue, I won't compete with you for it. See if it works. If Zhang Xiuhu still had some doubts about Yi Hao before coming here. Now, seeing that Yi Hao could sit in a hospital like Jirantang, Zhang Xiuhu was completely convinced. You know, Jirantang Hospital is very famous in the whole Binhai city. He. Hearing Zhang Xiuhu's words, Yi Hao laughed directly. Master Zhang, when we first met, I remember you were not like this. He even threatened me. Besides, Xia Qingxue is my girlfriend now. No, we will get married in a few days. It has nothing to do with you. As for you? As he spoke, Yi Hao picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, Your illness, what does it have to do with me? Name your price. As long as you can cure my son, I will give you whatever money you want. At this moment, Zhang Yashan, who had been pushing the wheelchair behind Zhang Xiuhu, glanced at Yi Hao. He said in a proud tone. Yi Hao chose to ignore Zhang Yashan's arrogant words. He drank the tea slowly and even spat out some tea leaves, looking very contented. Boy! I'm talking to you. Did you hear that? Seeing Yi Hao ignoring him, Zhang Yashan became furious. Pooh! Yi Hao spat out a mouthful of tea leaves. Looking at the other person, he said calmly, You seem very awesome. Believe it or not, I'll have the security guard kick you out right now. Are you kidding? Don't you see where you are? In my own hospital, how could the other party be so presumptuous? You. Just as Zhang Yashan was about to continue speaking, Li Shufan beside him immediately interrupted him and said, Husband, please be more careful. Well, young man, although there may have been some misunderstandings between you and my son before. But I promise that as long as you can cure my son, everything between you two will be written off. And we are willing to pay you a thank you fee. In the meantime, how about we owe you a favor? What Li Shufan said was quite nice. It's something that only one person can do. After all, she is a woman. It is impossible for her to watch her son die without any descendants. She must be extremely anxious in her heart. At the same time, it is also filled with a sense of crisis. For a family like theirs, anything is possible for the sake of the family property. Without offspring, it's hard to say what will happen next. Rich people value inheritance the most. Of course, the last point is that Li Shufan also thinks Yi Hao is very handsome. Handsome guys have a natural killing power on women. Even a woman like Li Shufan is no exception. Ding dong, host, please avenge the vast majority of women and completely cleanse Zhang Xiuhu. Reward, a bottle of enhanced gene potion. Just when Yi Hao was about to reject the other party, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Enhanced gene potion? After hearing the rewards given by the system, Yi Hao said he was very tempted. So, he took the opportunity to say, Look, sister-in-law is still more pleasing to the ear. If some people had done this earlier, nothing would have happened. Yi Hao glanced at Zhang Yashan and said, Mr. Zhang and I don't have much hatred. So, as long as you pay 10 million yuan, and if some people are willing to apologize, I can help you. What, you want me to apologize? Zhang Yashan looked unhappy. You know, he is the chairman of the Zheng Technology Pharmaceutical Group. Now, he has to apologize to a young boy like Yi Hao? If this gets out, how will he survive in Binhai City in the future? Dad! Do you want me to have no descendants? Zhang Xiuhu suddenly shouted at this moment. At the same time, Li Shufan looked at the other person with a resentful look. Well, Zhang Yashan had no choice but to grit his teeth, bow to Yi Hao, and say, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Get up, get up. We are all family, why are you being so polite?" Yi Hao said very hypocritically. Next, Yi Hao prescribed some medicine for Zhang Xiuhu in a proper manner. Of course, these drugs are only effective in the short term and can make Zhang Xiuhu the same as a normal person, or even stronger than before. However, after the deadline, Zhang Xiuhu was completely ruined. It can be said that this was Zhang Xiuhu's last madness. After taking Yi Hao's prescription, Li Shufan happily paid a fee of 10 million. Looking at the 10 million that had just arrived in his account, Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it's easy to make money from fools. Sister-in-law, Xiao Wu's illness is quite serious. Although it can be cured, you must make sure he restrains himself these few days and doesn't do anything reckless again. Otherwise, he might suffer a backlash. If that happens, even a great immortal won't be able to save him in the future. Yi Hao's words were completely a prelude to what was to come. Because he was sure that Zhang Xiuhu would not be able to bear it, and when something happened, he would be able to find an excuse to shirk responsibility. "Okay, thank you so much, Brother Yi." Li Shufan kept expressing her gratitude. The two had a very pleasant conversation. Zhang Yahu, who was standing aside, had a gloomy face the entire time. Soon, the family of three took the medicine and left Jiren Hall. In Binhai City, in a villa that covers a large area but has a simple and low-key decoration. The richest man in Binhai City, Wang Chuanshan, is currently practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Grandpa, the identity of that young man has been investigated clearly. Right now, the other party is in Jirentang Hospital. He is the boss behind this hospital. Wang Xiaoxiao walked over and said, "Call." Wang Chuanshan exhaled, then said, "This young man is indeed not simple. At such a young age, he has an industry like Jirentang. He is truly extraordinary. Xiaoxiao, you will go for Grandpa next time. Thank the other person properly. Having more contact with young people like this will only bring benefits to our Wang family, not harm." "Got it, Grandpa." Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. Chapter 11. The Wang family shows goodwill. After seeing off Zhang Xiuhu and his family, Yi Hao was in a very good mood. "I have saved thousands of girls from danger." At the same time, Yi Hao was looking forward to seeing Zhang Xiuhu's expression when he finally found out that he had become a complete cripple. Moreover, after this incident, Zhang Xiuhu no longer poses a threat to Yi Hao. He is a useless person. From now on, I can only watch. Can't move. Just thinking about it, Yi Hao felt refreshed. Is it a bit bad for me to do this? Yi Hao suddenly sat on the chair and said, "But it's really cool." The next moment, Yi Hao smiled triumphantly. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Yi Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. However, after taking a quick look, I realized it was an unfamiliar phone number. Yi Hao hung up directly. He muttered, "Scams are becoming more and more rampant nowadays." Ding dong. However, just after the phone call was hung up, a text message came. Yi Hao opened it and saw that the call was from Wang Xiaoxiao, whom he met last time. Now, the other party is at the hospital entrance. Seeing this, Yi Hao no longer hesitated and immediately called the other party back. At the same time, someone took the other party to the reception room. "Ha, Miss Wang, I'm so sorry. Just now, I saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so I didn't answer it." Yi Hao poured the other person a glass of water and said with a smile, "It's okay. Speaking of which, I should be the one to say sorry to you, Mr. Yi. I'm really sorry to come and bother you without your permission." Wang Xiaoxiao said. "Ha, it's okay." Yi Hao waved his hand and immediately asked, "Why, Miss Wang came here today, is there something going on? Is there something wrong with the old man's body again?" To be honest, Yi Hao really couldn't figure out what other connections he could have with the other party other than what happened last time. "Mr. Yi, you are joking. After Mr. Ye's reminder last time, my grandfather is now paying great attention to the maintenance of his health. For the time being, there is no problem. Of course, if one day I hope Mr. Yi can lend a hand, I hope Mr. Yi will not refuse." Wang Xiaoxiao said. "No, it should be." Next, the two chatted for a while. Just when Yi Hao couldn't help but want to ask the other party what he came here for today, Wang Xiaoxiao took out a black card from her body and placed it in front of Yi Hao. Said, "Mr. Yi, there is 50 million in this card. It's our Wang family. We want to thank Mr. Yi for helping our master last time. In addition, this card is unique to our Wang family. As long as you hold this card, you can come to any store under our Wang family, even banks, and spend money for free, up to 1 million yuan. Unlimited number of times. Hearing this, Yi Hao's eyes showed surprise. I didn't expect the other party to be so generous. Not only did he give himself 50 million, also gave a black card. The most outrageous thing is that this thing can be used to spend anything within 1 million yuan in the Wang family's companies, and there is no limit on the number of times. To be frank, with this black card, Yi Hao will basically not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Moreover, he is quite wealthy. Of course, the final right of interpretation of this black card still lies with the Wang family. If one day things really go wrong between the two sides, it is possible that the other party will turn against them. However, it seems that this is a great benefit. So, Yi Hao took the black card without any hesitation and said, "Xiao Xiao, you are so polite. From now on, we are all family. If you have any problem, just ask me. I will definitely help if I can." He. Seeing Yi Hao's attitude, Wang Xiaoxiao also smiled. She finally achieved her goal today. After that, the two sides chatted for a while before Wang Xiaoxiao stood up and said goodbye. At the same time, Yi Hao personally went out to see the other party off. After all, the other party gave me 50 million, so I should be more enthusiastic for the sake of the money. Moreover, judging from the current way the Wang family does things, it is still pretty good. Worthy of Yi Hao's association. What's more, with the support of the Wang family, the richest family in Binhai City, it would be easier for Yi Hao to do things in the future. After watching Wang Xiaoxiao leave, Yi Hao returned to his office. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, mission completed. The enhanced gene potion has been stored in the system warehouse. You can withdraw it at any time. In my mind, the system's voice sounded again. Yi Hao was stunned, then he thought that it must be that idiot Zheng Xiuhu who had started taking medicine after returning home. Therefore, the system distributed the reward. Get your reward. The next moment, Yi Hao muttered silently in his heart. Soon, a small blue bottle appeared in his hand. Yi Hao opened the bottle, smelled it first, and after making sure there was no strange smell, he swallowed it in one gulp. TSK, this tastes a bit like a mint-flavored drink, so icy and cool. Besides, I don't feel anything in my body. After Yi Hao drank the gene-enhancing potion, he looked puzzled. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, a tingling sensation suddenly spread throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, Yi Hao felt as if he had just taken a sauna, and his whole body felt indescribably comfortable. Feeling full of power. With both hands, it can even lift a car. Moreover, my mind became clearer. Vision and hearing have also improved a lot. The whole person has completely jumped from a sub-healthy state to the peak of human condition. A refreshing feeling. No, I have to go out for a walk. Feeling the surging power in his body that had nowhere to be released, Yi Hao planned to go out. However, when he just walked out, he bumped into a figure who was wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a sun hat, wrapping himself tightly. "Hello, I'm looking for the dean." The other party lowered his voice and said, "I'm the owner of this hospital. What can I do for you?" Yi Hao glanced at the other person and said, "Well." Hearing this, the other party was obviously surprised. After looking Yi Hao up and down, he actually planned to turn around and leave. Obviously, the other party did not believe what Yi Hao said that he was the owner of this hospital. After all, he looked too young. He is an intern, so it is possible. Hospital owner? This is really too much nonsense. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, you're here to treat your infertility. Yi Hao looked at the other person's departing back and suddenly shouted, "Fuck!" The figure panicked. The next moment, he hurriedly returned the same way, took Yi Hao and went straight into the office. Chapter 12. Sure enough, people are divided into different levels. The figure pulled Yi Hao into the office. With a look of panic on his face, he said, "How did you know that?" At this moment, Zhou Bo was very surprised. You know, this was his first time at Jirantang Hospital. The other party just glanced at him. How could he possibly see the problem with him? Could it be that this guy was guessing? But this luck is a bit too good. I just said it. I'm the boss of this hospital. At least, I know some medical skills. Yi Hao looked at the other person at this moment, but said calmly, "For a patient like you, I can basically tell at a glance." Besides, young man, you should have been married for a while. After hearing this, most of Joe Bo's doubts were immediately dispelled. With a look of surprise on his face, he said, "A miracle, doctor." "Then doctor, can you take a look at my problem and see if it can be cured?" Yi Hao glanced at the other person. First, he slowly sat down on the chair. He took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Of course. Don't you see what I do? As long as you enter the door of our Jirantang hospital, I can cure you as long as the disease is not particularly exaggerated. Besides, this isn't a big deal. It should be because I was too romantic in the past." Ahem. At this moment, Joe Bo immediately coughed. Directly interrupted Yi Hao's words. Although Joe Bo now believes in Yi Hao's medical skills to about 70%. However, the other party's words really did not care about my privacy at all. If this continues, all the things Joe Bo did in the past will be exposed. He immediately interrupted Yi Hao's spell casting. At the same time, he took off the mask and sunglasses he was wearing. A young face of about 27 or 28 years old was revealed. "I don't know, what's your name?" "My name is Joe Bo. If you can cure my problem, I will reward you handsomely," Joe Bo said seriously. "Ha, relax. Just a small question. My last name is Yi, you can call me Dr. Yi." Although the other person was wearing a mask and sunglasses, Yi Hao had already figured out his actual age. At this moment, looking at the other person's face, I was not surprised at all. Next, Yi Hao motioned Joe Bo to come over and took his pulse for a while. At the same time, he asked about some specific symptoms. During this period, Joe Bo looked embarrassed when he talked about his specific illness. After all, no man would be willing to admit that he is not good enough. Even if the other person is a doctor, it will still be somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Yi Hao didn't ask any more questions. Just a brief understanding of the condition. Then, he prescribed medicine for Joe Bo. Ask the other party to follow this prescription and directly get a course of Chinese medicine for treatment. Moreover, a machine was used to boil Chinese medicinal juice for him on the spot, and the juice was packed into small transparent bags. After you go back, just take the medicine on time. You will recover in a week at most. Yi Hao looked at the other person and said lightly, "Dr. Yi, is there anything I need to pay attention to during my period?" Joe Bo asked somewhat worriedly. "It's just some common taboos, such as smoking less, drinking less, and preferably avoiding spicy food." Well. Hearing this, Joe Bo hesitated for a moment and continued, "I mean, in terms of married life. To be honest, my wife and I have been married for several years, but due to health reasons, our sexual life has not been harmonious." Joe Bo was indeed infertile, and it had only been for a short time. Therefore, he has been frequently going in and out of various hospitals during this period, hoping to recover as soon as possible. At this moment, he saw hope in Yi Hao. "Don't worry, I'll have a good exchange with my sister-in-law tonight. You will have unexpected surprises." Yi Hao gave the other person a smile that every man could understand. Yi Hao, who possesses master-level medical skills, can basically see Joe Bo's problems clearly with just a few simple moves. At the same time, when prescribing medicine, a lot of tonic substances were prescribed. "Thank you, doctor." Hearing this, Joe Bo nodded with relief. At the same time, I felt a little excited inside. I don't know if I can succeed this time. Pa. The next moment, Joe Bo stood up and placed a bank card in front of Yi Hao. He said, "Dr. Yi, thank you very much. Here is 5 million as the consultation fee for this visit. As long as you can really heal me, the thank you fee will definitely be generous." Seeing the other party take out 5 million in one breath, Yi Hao's eyelids twitched slightly. Is seeing a doctor so profitable these days? This morning, Zheng Xiaohu gave me 10 million yuan. Soon after, Wang Xiaoxiao from the Wang family came over and without saying anything, offered a reward of 50 million. Now, Joe Bo took out 5 million without blinking an eye. By this calculation, Yi Haoguang earned 65 million just this morning. Good job. If this had happened before, Yi Hao wouldn't even dare to think about it. After all, although Yi Hao's family conditions were decent before, they were just decent. I have never seen a scene like this, where tens of millions of dollars are involved. However, Yi Hao today is no longer the same as before. He calmly put away the bank card and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I will definitely cure your illness." Yi Hao knew very well that one of the reasons Joe Bo took out this bank card was to thank him. On the other hand, it can also be considered as showing off your muscles. After all, is it easy to mess with someone who can casually come up with 5 million? Okay, I'll come back to bother Dr. Yi in a few days. Zhou Bo nodded. At the same time, he was very eager to verify whether the Chinese medicine prescribed by Yi Hao was effective. Left immediately. Yi Hao sat in his seat, looking at the new 5 million that came into his account. I have to sigh. As expected, people are divided into different levels. In the past, I couldn't even think about making so much money. Now, in just one day, his net worth has exceeded 100 million. And it's all cash. TSK. Money, the damn root of all evil, but we can't live without it. Ding dong. Just as Yi Hao was sighing, a notification sound suddenly popped up on his phone. Yi Hao opened his phone and saw that it was a message from Xia Qingxue. Are you there, honey? Can you go shopping with me today? Yi Hao didn't expect that Xia Qingxue would actually take the initiative to ask him out. It just so happens that Yi Hao is fine now. So, I agreed directly. Of course, where are you now? I'll drive over to pick you up. Chapter 13, Nothing But Handsomeness. 20 minutes later, Yi Hao drove his Volkswagen sedan to the location sent by Xia Qingxue. This is a villa area. The cars coming and going are all high-end luxury cars. For example, Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Audi Coupe, Ferrari, Bentley and other luxury vehicles. Looking at the Volkswagen sedan under his butt, Yi Hao thought, should he buy himself a new car? After all, I didn't have the strength before. He can only drive a Volkswagen sedan, but now he owns a hospital like Jirantang, which makes an annual profit of about 150 million yuan. Moreover, there is a cash flow of 100 million yuan in the bank card. It's not too much to exchange it for a sports car worth several million, right? While driving, Yi Hao was thinking about what brand of sports car he should buy later. Soon, when Yi Hao arrived at the gate of the villa area, Xia Qingxue was already standing there waiting. Today, Xia Qingxue did not wear her usual professional attire. It's a simple everyday outfit. The most important thing is that the other person was wearing a pair of white stockings on his legs. This was proposed by Yi Hao last night. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingxue actually did it. Completely according to Yi Hao's wishes. A pink shirt, a simple pleated skirt, and a white silk stocking. And a pair of exquisite high heels. With such a combination, even with Yi Hao's more than 20 years of experience in the island country, he almost couldn't hold it. Beauty, would you like a taxi? Right now. In the villa area, a Porsche Panamera suddenly drove out. The car window rolled down, and a middle-aged man in his 30s smiled and said to Xia Qingxue, he is also from this villa area. Moreover, I have met Xia Qingxue several times on weekdays. Even want to deliberately get close to each other. Now, seeing Xia Qingxue here alone today, he immediately ran over and wanted to show his courtesy. Excuse me, I have a boyfriend. Besides, we're getting married soon. Xia Qingxue glanced at the other person and said coldly. Don't be fooled by the fact that she looks like a little bird in front of Yi Hao. But in fact, only those who are familiar with Xia Qingxue know that she is a complete ice beauty. Her attitude towards other men can be described as extremely cold. Ah, beautiful lady, I don't mean anything else. I see we live in the same villa complex, so I wanted to get to know you. Hello, my name is Wang Fei, and I'm the vice president of a listed company. If you're interested, we can add each other on WeChat. Maybe we can have a chance to work together in the future. The middle-aged man still said with no hope. There's no way. A beauty like Xia Qingxue is too attractive. Honey, get in the car. The next moment, Yi Hao drove his Volkswagen sedan and came to Xia Qingxue. Originally, her pretty face was frosty, and she was about to continue glaring at the middle-aged man, but when she saw Yi Hao driving over, a sweet smile instantly broke out on Xia Qingxue's face. Wearing high heels, she came to Yi Hao's car, opened the door, and sat directly in the passenger seat. He smiled and said, honey, you're late. Almost 5 minutes late. Yi Hao said helplessly, there was a little traffic jam on the road, so I was late. I don't care, I need comfort. Xia Qingxue pouted her little mouth and said with a cute look on her face. So, I bought you a bag? Yi Hao said tentatively. Don't want. After hearing this, Xia Qingxue pouted her lips. He glanced at Yi Hao and said, unless you kiss me, I won't forgive you. Well. Hearing this, Yi Hao smiled. He didn't expect that Xia Qingxue would make such a request. However, the next moment, he walked straight forward and bit the other person's red lips hard. Hey, you, drive quickly. Although Xiao Qingxue said this just now, but when Yi Hao kissed her red lips, Xiao Qingxue was instantly frightened, running around like a deer. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Ha ha. Seeing this, Yi Hao smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, he glanced at the poor Wang Fei standing aside, then lightly stepped on the accelerator and left. Wang Fei. Good job. Is this the same person just now? Why is Xiao Qingxue so indifferent to me? But in front of Yi Hao, she is so well behaved, clingy, and even a little cute? Moreover, what Wang Fei couldn't understand the most was that he, as the vice president of a listed company, drove a high-end Porsche or Panamera, a luxury car that cost nearly 3 million yuan. And what else does Yi Hao have besides being a little more handsome than himself? You can tell at first glance that he is a poor loser. No matter how handsome he looks, he is just a handsome poor loser. He's only driving a junky Volkswagen worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. How do you compare yourself? There is no comparison at all. But why is Xiao Qingxue so docile and well-behaved in front of him? I can't figure it out. Wang Fei sat in the car and smoked 2 cigarettes, but he still couldn't figure out where he lost. No. I'm going to find them. The next moment, Wang Fei stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. In his opinion, an ordinary young man like Yi Hao is not worthy of a beauty like Xiao Qingxue. Only a successful man like himself, the vice president of a listed company, can be worthy of her. 10 minutes later, Xiao Qingxue brought Yi Hao to the Ferrari 4S store. Qingxue, why are we here? Do you want to buy a new car? Yi Hao said. You'll find out when you go in. Xiao Qingxue smiled mysteriously. Yi Hao was confused. However, he still followed the other person and walked in together. Soon, when Xiao Qingxue and Yi Hao walked into the 4S store, the manager of the 4S store immediately came over. Miss Xia, you are here. The manager's attitude was very respectful. Xiao Qingxue nodded, then said to Yi Hao, honey, please sit here for a while. I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Hao nodded, and at the same time, under the guidance of the manager, sat down casually in the hall. Hee, sir, what would you like to drink, coffee or a drink? We have all kinds of drinks here, and there are also snacks. The manager was very enthusiastic. There was even a hint of envy and jealousy in his eyes. Sure enough, being handsome is good. Rich woman, hungry. This is what many men have dreamed of for a long time. In fact, when Yi Hao came to this 4S store, he had already guessed some of it. In particular, when Yi Hao saw Xiao Qingxue leaving with several salesmen and lying that she was going to the toilet, he already understood. In all likelihood, Xiao Qingxue is planning to buy herself a sports car. Sure enough, just as Yi Hao was thinking this in his heart, the next moment, Xiao Qingxue and several salesmen came out together. At the same time, behind them, there was a sports car covered with black cloth. This is my gift to you, darling. As compensation for last night, are you satisfied? Xiao Qingxue stood aside and said with a cute look on her face. Chapter 14 Young man, you can't afford the things here. Thank you, Qingxue. Although it was expected. However, when seeing this scene, Yi Hao was still somewhat moved. After all, they had only known each other for 2 days, and Xiao Qingxue was willing to spend millions to buy a sports car for her. It is enough to prove the other party's intentions. Nowadays, true love is precious, especially when girls are willing to spend their own money to buy gifts for their boyfriends. Moreover, it is rare to see. Honey, come here and take a look at your new car. Xiao Qingxue took Yi Hao to the lobby where the sports cars were parked and put the keys in his hand. Crash. The next moment, Yi Hao opened the curtain. Sure enough, I saw a black sports car with handsome shape, sharp lines and deterrent power parked quietly in the hall. Sir, this sports car is a Ferrari 488, and it is also the most popular model in our store. The top configuration has been delivered, and the price is nearly 6 million. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Ferrari family. At the end of the speech, the 4S store manager's tone actually revealed a hint of envy. There's nothing you can do about it. Who wouldn't be envious after seeing this? A sports car worth 6 million, just give it away. The key is that it was given by a beauty like Xiao Qingxue. Who wouldn't be jealous in this situation? Especially the several young male salesmen in the hall, their eyes looking at Yi Hao were full of admiration and envy. We are all men, look at others and then look at yourself. This gap is too big. Jing Xue, thank you. But don't do this again in the future. I'm a man, how can I always let you spend money on me? Yi Hao said while holding Xia Qingshue's hand. Hee, you're my boyfriend, it's only natural for me to spend money on you. Besides, it won't be long before we get married, and sooner or later we'll be a family. Mine, all is yours. Xia Qingxue leaned on Yi Hao's shoulder and said with a smile on her face. Ding dong. Trigger the system task and send Xia Qingxue a return gift worth twice as much. Reward, a set of Yunding Tiangong villas. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Yi Hao's head. Hearing this, Yi Hao's eyes showed surprise. Unexpectedly, I actually triggered a system task? Moreover, the system requires me to return the gift? In fact, Yi Hao also planned to do so without the system telling him. After all, he is also a man. Since Xia Qingxue has given him such an expensive gift, he certainly cannot remain silent. Thinking of this, Yi Hao said, Qingxue, let's leave the car at the mall first and go shopping at the mall next door. Just in time, buy us some clothes. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xia Qingxue nodded. Holding Yi Hao's hand, the two left the 4S store together. As for the Ferrari sports car, of course it was temporarily stored here until they finished buying things from the mall. There is a shopping mall next to the 4S store. Therefore, after a few steps, the two arrived at the shopping mall. At the same time, when Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue just walked into the mall, Wang Fei, who had been following, also drove over. After seeing the two people walk into the mall, Wang Fei immediately followed them in. At the same time, he thought to himself that all the items sold in this shopping mall are luxury goods. With that kid's ability, he definitely can't afford it. Then, it will be your chance to show off. Thinking of this, Wang Fei was overjoyed. Walked in immediately. Shopping mall. Yi Hao brought Xia Qingxue with him, and after they entered the mall, they wandered around aimlessly. During this period, I bought some clothes for Xia Qingxue. Although they are all big brands, the total cost was 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. However, compared with the sports car that Xia Qingxue gave to Yi Hao, it can be said that it is far inferior. Moreover, Xia Qingxue kept following him, muttering that it was too expensive. She didn't want Yi Hao to spend money on her. Because, in Xia Qingxue's impression, Yi Hao is just an ordinary office worker, what kind of savings could he have? Moreover, he had just graduated and his monthly salary of 10,000 yuan was pretty good. I'm afraid that Yi Hao has spent all of his half-year's salary at this moment. How could I dare to let the other party continue to buy things for me? After walking around for a while, Yi Hao discovered that Xia Qingxue really didn't let him buy anything. There was no other choice, so Yi Hao stopped beating around the bush and took Xia Qingxue to a jewelry store. This shop sells only high-end jewelry. Because when Yi Hao brought Xia Qingxue here, Xia Qingxue was relieved. Because she knew that everything here was very expensive. Even the cheapest piece of jewelry costs hundreds of thousands. It wasn't Yi Hao's consumption at all. Hello, sir and madam. Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you? The waiter in the high-end jewelry store has a pretty good attitude. I'm just taking a look. Yi Hao said casually. At the same time, he looked at the jewels casually. However, the more he looked, the deeper Yi Hao's frown became. Seeing this, Xia Qingxue, who was standing by, thought that Yi Hao was frightened by the price of the jewelry. Comforting her, dear, it's okay. If you really like these things, I can give them to you. We are all family anyway, so you're welcome. As she spoke, Xia Qingxue snuggled into Yi Hao's arms, looking extremely adorable. Yi Hao knew that the other party had misunderstood him. Because, I don't think these things are expensive at all, but I think they are too cheap. You know, the task the system just gave me was to buy a gift worth twice the price of a sports car and give it back to Xia Qingxue. And now, at a glance, most of the jewelry on the counter are worth hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. It might be okay under normal circumstances, but now it is not at all to Yi Hao's eyes. Suddenly, Yi Hao saw a necklace that was taken out alone in the middle of the counter. The price on it is 15 million. Completely in line with Yi Hao's expectations. Suddenly, Yi Hao's face lit up with joy, and he was about to take off the necklace. Ah, what a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you two here. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Wang Fei walked in wearing an expensive suit. The look he gave Yi Hao showed no disdain at all. Said, "This Xingman jewelry store is one of the top stores in Binhai City. Every piece of jewelry in there is very expensive. Young man, if you don't have the ability, you shouldn't be here. It's a complete waste of my time and everyone else's time. Because you can't afford it." Chapter 15. Wang Fei, I can do 3 pounds of shit. Yi Hao had some impression of Wang Fei, who suddenly appeared. Because, when I was driving to pick up Xia Qingxue just now, I saw this guy. However, the other party jumped out again at this time. Moreover, such an arrogant look made Yi Hao feel a little ridiculous. You are obviously in your 30s, why are you still so brainless? Sir, please be respectful. Faced with Wang Fei's provocation, Xia Qingxue on the side became angry instantly without waiting for Yi Hao to speak. Standing in front of Yi Hao, he said coldly, "Although the things here are more expensive, we can afford them. Besides, my boyfriend just graduated and can't afford it, which is normal. Just because you can't afford it now doesn't mean you won't be able to afford it in the future. Besides, even if my boyfriend can't afford it, I can buy it for him. Finally, who the hell are you to say that about my boyfriend?" At the beginning, Xia Qingxue was just a little disgusted with Wang Fei. I just don't want to bother with the other person. But now the other party actually dares to insult Yi Hao? Xia Qingxue couldn't bear it anymore. She couldn't even bear to talk about her own boyfriend, so how could she let others insult him? At that moment, he stood up directly. "Hee, dear, don't be angry. There's no need to get angry with a wild dog like this. Think about it, you're walking down the street and a dog suddenly barks at you, you wouldn't just bite it back, would you?" Yi Hao smiled and comforted Xia Qingxue. At the same time, he said, "Besides, the things here are not very expensive in my opinion. I can definitely afford it." "Ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death?" As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, Wang Fei, who was standing aside, couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Said, "Boy, you are at most a gigolo. Even if the beautiful woman next to you can afford it, you definitely can't afford it with your own ability. Well, if you can buy some top-notch jewelry in this store today, I will do 3 pounds of shit in front of all of you." After saying that, Wang Fei looked at Yi Hao with a smug look on his face. In his opinion, Yi Hao is definitely a poor loser. After all, have you ever seen a rich person driving a Volkswagen like this? Especially, it's a cheap Volkswagen that costs 1 or 200,000. Wang Fei showed an expression that said, "I have you figured out." To be honest, I admire your courage. Yi Hao was silent for a few seconds at this moment. He looked at the other person with sympathy. He really didn't expect that Wang Fei, this idiot, would actually make such a request. All I can say is, the taste is really strong. On the side, the salesperson in the jewelry store did not stop the quarrel between the two people in front of them. Because, in her opinion, the more fiercely they quarreled, the more commission she would get in the end. So she just stood aside and watched quietly. "Hello, please wrap this necklace for me." The next moment, Yi Hao pointed to the counter in the center of the jewelry store. Well. Seeing this, the saleswoman showed a hint of hesitation on her face and said, "Sir, the price of our necklace is over 15 million. Are you sure you want to buy it?" As she spoke, the saleswoman's voice trembled slightly. "A full 15 million. If this order is won, she can earn tens of thousands just from commission. Moreover, you will get a promotion and a raise in salary." Wang Fei, who was standing aside, was also stunned after hearing Yi Hao's words, and then he burst into laughter. "Ha, pretty boy, do you want to make me laugh to death? You actually want to buy this necklace? Did you know that this necklace was designed by many international masters? Very famous. However, due to the price, no one has bought it after it has been exhibited in Binhai City for more than half a year. You think you can take it? Ha, that's just wishful thinking," Wang Fei said sarcastically without mercy. You know, at the beginning, he was a little worried that Yi Hao could really buy a piece of jewelry. After all, there are some cheaper items in this store that can be bought for only a few 100,000 yuan. So, when he said that just now, as long as he could buy a more expensive piece of jewelry. At the very least, it has to be jewelry worth millions to be worthy of the word precious. Yi Hao definitely couldn't afford such jewelry. However, what he never expected was that Yi Hao actually reached out and was about to take the most valuable necklace in the store. You know, even Wang Fei could only dream about such jewelry. He simply can't afford it. "Honey." At the side, Xia Qingxue also pulled at the corner of Yi Hao's clothes, seeming to be worried that he was too impulsive. "It's fine. Yi Hao patted Xia Qingxue on the shoulder, signaling her not to worry. Faced with Wang Fei's provocation, he did not respond, but took out a bank card and handed it to the salesperson. The salesperson took the bank card, left for a while, and then came back. She handed the bank card to Yi Hao respectfully, and said in an extremely respectful tone, "Congratulations, sir, you won this necklace called Deep Sea Blue." After saying that, he turned around and went directly to the counter in the middle of the store, packed the necklace, and put it directly into an exquisite wooden box. "Bring it to Yi Hao." "Well, how is this possible?" Wang Fei, who was standing aside, was stunned when he saw this scene. Shouted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must have made a mistake. How can he, who drives a Volkswagen, afford such jewelry?" After seeing Yi Hao's bank card balance just now, the female salesperson's attitude towards Yi Hao was extremely respectful. In particular, after completing this business, she will gain considerable profits. At this moment, hearing Wang Fei's words, his face turned cold and he said, "Sir, please be careful with your words. Don't disrupt the order of our store, otherwise, I will ask someone to ask you to leave. Also, this necklace was indeed bought in full by this gentleman. Let me tell you, this gentleman is a truly rich man. The balance on your bank card will scare you to death. I really don't understand who gave you the courage to shout in front of this gentleman." Yi Hao stood aside, ignoring Wang Fei, who had begun to doubt his life. He just handed the necklace in his hand to Xia Qingxue and said with a smile, "This is my return gift to you." This. At this moment, even Xia Qingxue was shocked. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao actually won this necklace worth 15 million. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the double value return gift mission. Reward, a set of Yunding Tiangong villas. The property certificate and keys are temporarily stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. Chapter 16. Get the reward, Yunding Tiangong Villa. I heard the system prompt sound in my mind. Yi Hao was secretly happy. The reward is already here? You know, Hentang Palace Villa is the most luxurious villa area in the entire Binhai city. No doubt about it. The price of each villa inside is over 100 million. It can be said that although Yi Hao just spent 15 million to buy a necklace, however, in the blink of an eye, he obtained a villa worth hundreds of millions. It's a guaranteed profit. "Ha, brother who wants to do 3 pounds of shit, where are you going?" Suddenly, Yi Hao glanced at Wang Fei, who was standing aside, tiptoeing and trying to slip away quietly. Shouted. "Well." Hearing Yi Hao's words, Wang Fei's face was instantly filled with embarrassment. "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have boasted so much. Now, you've been slapped in the face. And, the most important thing is that I just said that if the other party can afford expensive jewelry, I will do 3 pounds of shit on the spot. Now, this is really embarrassing. So what if you can afford jewelry? Don't you really want me to do 3 pounds of shit?" Although Wang Fei was severely slapped in the face. However, at this moment, he acted like a rogue and was going to default on his debt. In his opinion, so what if the other party is rich? I just refuse to admit it. What can he do to me? Haha, you want to default on your debt? Yi Hao looked at the other person and smiled. Then, he said to Xia Qingxue, "Qingxue, stay here and wait for me. I'm going to do something." After saying that, Yi Hao walked away without waiting for Xia Qingxue to speak. Then, he came in front of Wang Fei. "What are you doing?" Seeing Yi Hao walking towards him, Wang Fei's heart skipped a beat and he became alert. "I'm telling you, this is a society ruled by law, don't mess around." Well. Before Wang Fei could finish his words, he felt a huge force on his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, he was completely controlled by Yi Hao. Go straight to the bathroom. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Yi Hao chatted and laughed with the other party as if they were old friends, and just like that, he walked into the bathroom. Soon, about 5 minutes later, Yi Hao returned to the jewelry store. As for Wang Fei? I guess he's still eating. My dear, you can't really. Xia Qingxue looked at Yi Hao, seeming to be hesitant to speak. What are you thinking about? I just gave him a little punishment. Don't worry. Yi Hao knocked the other person on the head. Oh. Xia Qingxue responded obediently. At the same time, I was completely relieved. He was really worried that Yi Hao would ask Wang Fei to do 3 pounds of shit. Although, Wang Fei is indeed a bit annoying. However, if someone really did 3 pounds of shit, the scene would be so beautiful that Xia Qingxue couldn't imagine it. However, although Yi Hao did not really make Wang Fei do 3 pounds of shit, he still left a deep memory on the other party. At this moment, I am still in the bathroom, reflecting on myself. Next, Yi Hao took Xia Qingxue with him and started strolling around other places in the mall. A luxurious villa area. Zhang Xiaohu was sitting on the sofa at this moment, admiring his performance in the club this morning, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Said, "Dad, this Yi Hao is quite capable. It actually cured me. I really didn't expect that this kid's medical skills are really amazing." Zhang Xiaohu at this moment was completely different from the miserable look he had shown when he went to find Yi Hao a day ago. The whole person looks rosy-cheeked. Looking very energetic. I don't even use a wheelchair anymore. I no longer go to the hospital and start going to the club to have fun. And the fighting capacity is very strong. This made Zhang Xiaohu very satisfied. Snort. Now that your illness has been cured, it's time to teach this brat a lesson. On the side, Zhang Yashan snorted coldly. There was a cold look in his eyes. You know, last time in order to treat Zhang Xiaohu, he not only gave the other party 10 million as medical fees. Even he, the chairman of Zheng Technology Pharmaceutical Group, had to apologize to the other party in person. How could Zhang Yashan, who was usually surrounded by people wherever he went, tolerate this? I'd been holding my breath in my heart. Now, seeing that his son's illness has been cured, he no longer has any worries in his heart. Planning to take revenge on Yi Hao. Dad, don't worry. Leave this to me. We must teach this kid a lesson so that he will behave himself when he sees us, father and son. Zhang Xiaohu said confidently. He is now very different from the day ago. At that time, he only wanted to keep his third leg. Now, after recovering, Zhang Xiaohu has started to have other ideas. After all, he has always liked Xia Qingxue. Yi Hao's existence completely threatened his pursuit of Xia Qingxue. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Yi Hao must be taught a lesson. Just when the father and son were discussing how to deal with Yi Hao, suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu's mother came down from the second floor. Xiaohu, how has your recovery been these days? If the medicine works, I'll take you to see Dr. Yi tomorrow. Speaking of which, this Dr. Yi is not only a good doctor, but also a handsome guy. Xiaohu, if you have nothing to do in the future, spend more time with the other party. Okay, that's it, Mom still has to go out and buy some clothes. After all, I'm taking you out to see the doctor tomorrow. As she said that, Zhang Xiaohu's mother, wearing high heels and carrying a bag, swaggered out of the door. Zhang Yashan sat on the sofa, watching this scene. For some reason, he felt furious. It feels like there is a green grassland on my head. Especially when I think about it, when Yi Hao was in the hospital, he kept calling her sister-in-law all the time. Zhang Yashan was in a very bad mood. Dad, don't worry, I'll find someone to deal with that kid right now. Zhang Xiaohu also hurriedly spoke at this moment. He is afraid too. I'm afraid that my mother will find a little father for me. By then, the situation will be really embarrassing. The other side. Taking Xia Qingxue with them, the two strolled around the mall, and in the afternoon went to a private restaurant to enjoy dinner. Yi Hao then drove the Ferrari 488 that Xia Qingxue had given him and sent her back to the villa area. Then, Yi Hao drove and planned to go to Hentang Palace, a luxurious villa area on the seaside. After all, the system rewarded him with a villa today. Moreover, speaking of which, Yi Hao also wanted to see what this luxury villa area, which is known as the best on the coast, looks like. Chapter 17. It feels so good to be rich. Hentang Palace Villa. Located in the northern district of Binhai City. Most of the wealthy people in Binhai City live here. Especially the Hentang Palace, those who can live here are all big shots in Binhai City. At this moment, Yi Hao drove his Ferrari 488 to the Hentang Palace Villa area, revealed his identity, and drove in easily. You can even see a lot of patrolling security guards along the way. Yi Hao was amazed at the strict security here. Soon, Yi Hao drove his Ferrari to Villa number 1 of Hentang Palace. Park the car in the underground garage, take the elevator and arrive at the villa. Even Yi Hao was shocked. The luxury of this villa was beyond his imagination. You know, this villa is fully decorated. The ones we use are all some big international brands. The decoration alone is a huge expense. Moreover, the villa had been well maintained before. Spotless. Yi Hao now came to the top floor of the villa and admired the scenery outside. Overall, I am in a very good mood. Is this what it feels like to be rich? It looks pretty good. Yi Hao decided to stay here tonight. Not going back. Enjoy the feeling of being rich. If Yi Hao hadn't felt that telling his parents the news now would scare them to death, he would have planned to bring his parents over to live here together. After all, this villa is really too big. Living alone, it feels a bit empty. Binhai City. Inside a bar. A man with a blue dragon tattoo on his arm is talking on the phone. Don't worry, Master Zhang. Leave this matter to us, we will definitely take care of it for you. Tell this kid to take a detour when he sees you next time. Understood. I will never sell out my employer's information. Don't worry, we still have professional ethics. Okay, I'll pay half of the money first, and you can pay the other half after the work is done. That's all. Snap. After hanging up the phone, the tattooed man picked up the microphone and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet. It's time to live. Tonight, follow me to stake out the place. After you finish this job, I'll treat you to a big sword." After saying that, a group of hooligans in the box all shouted excitedly. Next, a group of people left the bar. He came outside, drove away in a second-hand van. Drive towards Jiren Hall. These people were all brought by Zhang Xiuwu to cause trouble for Yi Hao. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Yi Hao didn't go to the hospital at all this afternoon. At this moment, I am staying in the villa of Hentaying Palace. People like them are destined to fail. Happy community. Room 2106. As time goes by, Wang Meixia was sitting on the sofa, feeling a little restless. He said, "Old Ji, it's already past 10 o'clock. Why hasn't our son come back yet? He's not like this normally." Yi Rushan sat aside, watching a TV series, and said casually, "Young people understand. It was the same when we were dating, wasn't it? I'll slap you to death." Wang Meixia cursed and said, "How can this be the same? We've known each other for almost 10 years, and yet you, a coward, don't even dare to hold my hand. In the end, it was me who took the initiative to find you. Otherwise, where would our Xiuhao be?" At this point, Wang Meixia seemed a little worried. Our son has only met Qingxue once or twice, and the progress is so fast. Isn't it a bit bad? What if I scare Qingxue? How about I call our son and ask him to come back tonight? Yi Rushan hurriedly said, Don't do that. Our son is already so old, he must know what to do. Maybe they are a couple enjoying their date right now. Your phone call has almost ruined the atmosphere. Besides, you don't want to leave a bad impression in front of your future daughter-in-law. After hearing Yi Rushan's words, Wang Meixia showed hesitation on her face. Indeed, if she, as a mother, ruined her son's big plan, she would become a sinner for all eternity. Thinking of this, Wang Meixia put down her phone again. How about you sleep on the sofa outside tonight? Wang Meixia lay on the ground, watched TV for a while, and suddenly said, "Well, why?" Yi Rushan looked confused. "Because I'm in a bad mood." Yi Rushan. Good job. What's the reason for this? Just because you are in a bad mood, you want me to sleep on the sofa? Is there still law? Is there still justice in the world? No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yi Hao got up early. Speaking of which, Yi Hao doesn't have to go to work now, so he should be enjoying a good time. Lie down in bed, you lazy bum. However, ever since taking the gene-enhancing potion yesterday, Yi Hao didn't know why, but he seemed to be filled with strength all over his body. I woke up immediately around 7 in the morning. Even lying in bed, I couldn't fall asleep. After thinking about it, Yi Hao got up and washed up simply, planning to go outside for morning exercise. After all, Yi Hao is now considered one of the successful people. At this time, the most important thing for him is to take good care of his body. Otherwise, even if you have a fortune in the future, you won't be able to spend it, and you won't have the life to enjoy it, so everything will be in vain. Therefore, Yi Hao decided that starting today, he would strengthen his own exercise. Improve your physical fitness. Thinking of this, Yi Hao changed his clothes. Just get out the door and start running. Fortunately, this Yunding Tiangong Villa area is quite large. And there are all kinds of equipment. What parks, swimming pools, tennis courts, basketball courts. Basically, anything you can think of, it's here. Therefore, Yi Hao went directly to the park in the villa area and went for a morning run. Soon, half an hour passed. A slight heat was rising from Yi Hao's body. However, Yi Hao didn't feel tired at all, and even became more excited. It seemed as if the cells in the body were activated. Looking at the time, it was still early, so Yi Hao just planned to run a few more laps. Suddenly, a shout was heard coming from the path in front of the park. What's going on? Yi Hao was surprised to hear someone calling for help. You know, this is the Hentang Palace Villa. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any danger. How come out of nowhere, someone is asking for help? Chapter 18. The Lin sisters hesitated for a while. In the end, Yi Hao decided to go over and take a look. After all, this is a villa in Hentang Palace after all, and people who can live here are basically wealthy. Generally speaking, there will be no such incidents of blackmail in the news. What's more, with Yi Hao's current ability, he is not afraid of the other party cheating. If the other party is really committing fraud, Yi Hao doesn't mind teaching him a good lesson. Let them know what happens when a scammer meets a doctor. Moreover, judging from the cry for help just now, the other party might be in real danger. So, Yi Hao finally walked over. Soon, after Yi Hao walked about a few dozen meters. Just beside a bench in the park, I saw two women with outstanding looks. Both of them have typical long legs. Delicate face. Because they were going for a morning run, both of them wore tight sportswear that perfectly highlighted their figures. It feels very big. Of course. Yi Hao just took a look. After all, he has integrity. And that's not the point. The key point is that one of the women actually fainted on the ground. It seems that for some unknown reason, he fell into a coma. Another girl hugged her companion's body, looking anxious. At this moment, after seeing Yi Hao coming out, he hurriedly said, "Handsome guy, please come over here. Did you bring your cell phone? If it's convenient, let me make a phone call." Yi Hao walked over slowly and shook his head. "Sorry, I'm here for a morning run as well, and I left my phone at home." Hearing this, the beautiful woman with outstanding looks, delicate features, and at least an appearance score of over 80, immediately showed disappointment. At the same time, he said anxiously, "My sister and I didn't bring our cell phones either. It's just that, for some reason, my sister suddenly fainted. Handsome guy, if it's convenient, please find a security guard. Ask them to help and send my sister to the hospital." Lin Shuya was very anxious at the moment. You know, her sister's health has never been very good. Today, it was at her instigation that her sister went out for a morning run with her. As a result, what she never expected was that her sister suddenly fainted after running only a few laps. It just so happens that this time period is relatively early. There was no one in the park. Lin Shuya is very anxious at this moment. "Let me see it." Yi Hao spoke at this moment. He only took one look and could basically conclude that this beauty did have some health problems. The body's qi and blood are severely deficient. "Are you a doctor?" Lin Shuya was a little surprised. "Yes." Yi Hao replied. Then, he placed his hands on the wrist of Lin Shuya's sister, Lin Shuxin, and began to take her pulse. Eh? Seeing Yi Hao's actions, Yi Shuya let out a surprised sound. She didn't expect that Yi Hao was not only a doctor, but also a Chinese medicine practitioner. You know, in this era, Western medicine basically dominates the world. Traditional Chinese medicine is rarely seen anymore. Especially a young man like Yi Hao, who actually knows medical skills. Yi Shuya was naturally extremely surprised. Soon, after Yi Hao finished taking the pulse, he asked, "Has this lady's health always been poor? On weekdays, you can't touch the fragrance of flowers?" When Yi Shuya heard Yi Hao's question, surprise appeared in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao actually knows medical skills. Just by taking her sister's pulse a few times, she was able to discover what was wrong with her sister's health. However, the most important thing at the moment is the safety of his sister. Therefore, Lin Shuya quickly said, "Yes, my sister has been in poor health since she was a child. Especially if you are allergic to the scent of flowers. I have always paid close attention to this aspect. This morning, I was in a good mood and dragged my sister out for a morning run. As a result, my sister fainted before we ran a few steps." "Handsome, is my sister okay? Is it serious? Will there be any danger to life?" Lin Shuya asked a lot of questions in one breath. You know, from childhood to adulthood, she has always had a very good relationship with her sister. At this moment, seeing my sister in a coma, especially because of me. Naturally, I was extremely worried. It's not a big problem. Hearing this, Yi Hao waved his hand and said, "It's just an allergy. If I'm not mistaken, there should be some peach blossoms planted in the park, and your sister is allergic to the fragrance. That's why I fainted." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuya immediately sniffed the air a few times and indeed smelled a faint scent of peach blossoms. Said, "Really, there are peach blossoms in the park. It's all my fault. If I had known there were peach blossoms in the park, I should never have asked my sister to go jogging with me." At the end of her speech, Lin Shuya's face showed self-blame and guilt again. Yi Hao ignored the other party and started to move his hands gently on Yi Shuxin's head. Everyone knows the human brain is a very important part of the body. At the same time, the acupoints here also correspond to various areas of the human body. At this moment, Yi Hao stretched out 2 fingers and kept moving the opponent's Baihui, Fingfu, Shenting, Shangxing, and other acupoints. Soon, Lin Shuxin's face, which was originally as pale as paper, gradually showed a hint of redness. At the same time, the body began to tremble slightly. There began to be a reaction. About a minute later, Lin Shuxin, who was in a coma, finally opened her eyes. "Sister, you finally woke up." Seeing her sister wake up, Lin Shuya instantly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he said with a look of surprise, "Shuya, this is..." I saw myself leaning on a stone chair, and my head was dizzy. And the strange young man in front of him was indeed very handsome, but why was his hand placed on his head? What is going on? "Sister, it's like this." Next, Lin Shuya told the other party exactly what happened when Yi Hao rescued someone. "So that's how it is." After a while, Lin Shuxin finally understood the whole story. At the same time, the look he gave Yi Hao was full of gratitude. Said, "Mr. Yi, this time it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be in a coma right now." Just now, after a brief conversation, he already knew Yi Hao's name. "You are welcome. We all live here, so we're neighbors. It's just a piece of cake." Yi Hao waved his hand. For him, such a small thing is simply child's play. However, he took a look at Yi Shuxin's sick appearance and said, "Ms. Lin, your condition is still very dangerous. If you don't get medical treatment in time, your life may be in danger." Chapter 19: The Tragic Social Person. Lin Shuya was the first to express shock when she heard Yi Hao's words. Said, "Brother Yi, is what you said true? What happened to my sister? Can you save her?" By the end, Lin Shuya's voice had a hint of tears in it. "Even tears have begun to well up in my eyes. You know, she has had a very good relationship with her sister since childhood. Lin Shuxin has loved her very much since she was a child. I have always taken good care of my younger sister. Lin Shuya also likes her sister very much." Now, when he heard that his sister might be in danger of her life, he was frightened and at a loss, with an anxious look on his face. Lin Shuxin also frowned slightly at this moment. However, he still said, "Mr. Yi, I am actually aware of what you are talking about. The doctor said I have 3 years at most. But there's nothing we can do about it. I have an extremely rare disease. Perhaps it cannot be called a disease. It was caused by external factors when my mother gave birth to me. As a result, my body was different from that of a normal person when I was born. During this period, we also sought out numerous famous doctors, but in the end, none of them could cure us. I can only barely suppress the disease." Having said this, Lin Shuxin paused, looked at Yi Hao and said, "However, I am still very grateful to Mr. Yi today. Thanks to your presence, otherwise I don't know if I could hold on until I get to the hospital." Lin Shuxin was very grateful for Yi Hao's help. "Yes, Brother Yi, this time it's all thanks to you. I was almost scared to death just now. If you hadn't suddenly appeared, I really wouldn't know what to do." As she spoke, Lin Shuya glanced at her sister and continued, Brother Yi, do you have any way to treat my sister's illness? When I heard that my sister only had 3 years left, Lin Shuya felt sad. She didn't know the news before. Now that I know this, I am naturally filled with endless worry and sadness." At the same time, he also held a glimmer of hope for Yi Hao. At this moment, Yi Hao stood there, lowering his head and thinking for a while. Said, "Actually, your disease is not incurable. It's just a little more troublesome. Well, if you are free tomorrow, you can come to Jirantang Hospital to see me. When the time comes, I will give you a comprehensive examination and conduct a more in-depth study of your condition. Give me some time to cure it. I'm still somewhat confident that I can do it." What Yi Hao possesses now is master-level medical skills. In other words, his understanding of Chinese medicine can basically be said to be at the top level. Lin Xuxin's illness is difficult to treat. But it's not that there is really no solution. As long as Yi Hao is willing to put in the effort, he can be cured. And, most importantly, if Yi Hao guessed correctly, the identities of the two Lin sisters in front of him should not be too simple. If I cure something, not to mention whether it can expand your network, the consultation fee alone will be an extremely high expense. Why wouldn't he do it? Really? Brother Yi, you can cure my sister's illness. Lin Shuya looked excited. Even Lin Xuxin, who was standing beside him, had a gleam in her eyes at this moment. After all, she is only in her 20s now. It is the prime of life. If possible, who would want to die at this time? So, when Yi Hao said this, they were both very surprised and delighted. In particular, the two hands that Yi Hao showed just now made the two sisters have a certain degree of confidence in Yi Hao. At the same time, Lin Xuxin was secretly surprised. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao is actually a doctor at Jirantang. You know, Jirantang, as the largest traditional Chinese medicine hospital in Binhai City, is well known. At the beginning, Lin Xuxin went to Jiren Hall to seek medical treatment. However, in the end, it was left unresolved. I never expected that Yi Hao would bring it up again. No matter what the final result is. Yi Hao's words finally gave her some hope. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The next moment, Lin Xuxin sincerely said thank you to Yi Hao again. Then the three of them chatted for a while. Then, with the help of Yi Hao, he sent the two sisters back to the villa. Then, Yi Hao returned to his villa and made a simple breakfast. He drove his Ferrari 488 sports car and left the Hentang Palace villa directly. Go to Jirantang Hospital. At the same time, when Yi Hao drove his sports car towards Jirantang Hospital, in an alley near Jiren Hall, tattooed brother Xiao Qinglong, with a dozen of his brothers, is continuing to stay here. The second-hand van was filled with mist. A dozen hooligans had been smoking all night. As a result, Yi Hao never showed up. Many people had red bloodshot eyes. Boss, do you want to continue squatting? The brothers haven't slept for most of the night. Otherwise, forget it for now. We'll come back tomorrow. A young man touched his messy hair and said with dark circles under his eyes. You know, last night, after they received Zheng Xiuhu's call, they went straight to Jirantang Hospital. Originally, they were thinking whether they could wait until Yi Hao got off work and then launch a surprise attack on him. The result was totally unexpected. I never waited for him at all. Yi Hao was not in the hospital last night. They waited a whole night in vain. Now, it's already bright daylight. There was still no sign of Yi Hao. A dozen gangsters stayed up all night, and now, they all looked a little listless. Fuck it, I don't believe it. How can this kid never show up? Brothers, let's hold on a little longer. If this guy doesn't show up, we will retreat. Xiao Qinglong's eyes were also bloodshot at this moment. I didn't sleep all night and I'm not in good shape. At the same time, his anger towards Yi Hao reached its peak. It's all that damn Yi Hao's fault. If the other party hadn't shown up last night, why would he and his brothers have to stay here all night? It's a second-hand van, without even an air conditioner. There are a lot of mosquitoes. Xiao Qinglong and his brothers suffered a lot. Then, more than an hour passed. It's almost time to go to work. There were gradually more and more pedestrians on the street. When Xiao Qinglongjian was ready to give up, suddenly, there was a roar of an engine. A black Ferrari sports car was parked steadily in front of the entrance of Jirantang Hospital. Then, a handsome young man walked down. Chapter 20, A Slap. Brother! Isn't that the guy in the photo? Soon, Xiao Qinglong's subordinates discovered Yi Hao, who had just appeared. Damn it, this guy finally showed up. Brothers, grab your weapons. Follow me. This time, we must teach this kid a lesson. At this moment, the little blue dragon roared angrily. The anger in his heart was all released the moment he saw Yi Hao. It's all because of this kid. If it weren't for the other person, would I have been squatting in this alley and feeding mosquitoes all night last night? How comfortable can a dozen guys be when they squeeze into a van? Especially after a whole night. Xiao Qinglong was already extremely angry. Crash. The next moment, following the order from the leader, A dozen thugs picked up steel pipes, sticks, and other weapons and walked out of the alley in a large number. Well, let us talk about Yi Hao, who just drove his Ferrari to the hospital to work. Suddenly, I saw a group of guys who looked like internet addicts walking out of the alley next to me. Each one has tattoos of dragons and tigers. Moreover, the goal is clear. Straight towards myself. The moment he saw these people, Yi Hao already had a plan in his mind. It must have been sent by that idiot Zheng Xiaohu. After all, the only person Yi Hao has offended and has the ability to control these gangsters is Zheng Xiaohu. Others either don't have this ability or have no hatred or grudges. So, Yi Hao guessed it easily. However, although the other side has more people. However, Yi Hao was not at all inferior. After all, just yesterday, he had taken a gene-enhancing potion, and his physical fitness had been greatly improved. Yi Hao really wanted to try out his current combat effectiveness. Can I beat 10 by myself? Besides, even if Yi Hao really couldn't win, right across from him was his own Jirantang hospital. As long as I rush into the hospital, the security guards will come out to stop me immediately. If it really doesn't work, other male doctors in the hospital will come out to stop it. As long as we can hold them off for a few minutes and wait for the police to arrive, none of these guys will be able to escape. Boy, your name is Yi Luo. Just as Yi Hao was thinking, the leader Xiao Qinglong had already surrounded him with a group of younger brothers. Especially Xiao Qinglong, who was holding a hollow steel stick in his hand and carrying it around his neck. Look at Yi Hao. Full of arrogance. I'm Yi Hao. What do you want from me? Although there were more than a dozen people on the opposite side, Yi Hao was not at all afraid. He said with a calm expression. Since you are Yi Hao, that's fine. To tell you the truth, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. The other party asked me to come here to teach you a lesson. I told you to keep your eyes open from now on and stop messing around all day long. Do you understand? Xiao Qinglong sneered. There was a threat in his words. Can you tell me who asked you to come? Yi Hao said. Although he had already guessed the identity of the person who ordered these people. However, it would be best if you could confirm it from the other party. Grass. You insult us. Although we are thugs, we also have professional ethics. Can we just tell you the employer's information? That's right. How could we possibly tell you that it was Master Zhang who hired us? You are dreaming. Xiao Qinglong said disdainfully. However, when a younger brother beside him spoke, the expression on Xiao Qinglong's face froze instantly. Damn it. Pig teammate. Just finished, they have a work ethic. As a result, the stupid teammates sold them out the next second. It's still Mr. Zhang. Isn't this hint obvious enough? However, now is not the time to deal with this matter. Xiao Qinglong glared at the younger brother who was more likely to cause trouble than to help. Said, go, smash this kid's sports car. Damn it, I didn't realize that you are quite rich. This sports car is new, right? If you smash it, you will be very sad. He. Xiao Qinglong's face was full of mockery. And the little brother who had said the wrong thing just now, at this moment, at Xiao Qinglong's signal, immediately walked over with his steel pipe. In his opinion, this boy Yi Hao is nothing but a gigolo. There is no fighting power at all. With so many social people here, the other party will definitely not dare to fight back. So, this little brother came to Yi Hao unscrupulously. He smashed his newly bought Ferrari sports car with a steel pipe. Unfortunately, the expected collision sound did not occur. But I saw that Yi Hao suddenly made a move at some point. He grabbed the younger brother's wrist. Hiss. It hurts. Fuck it, let me go. Crack. Brother. Dad. Please spare my life. At the beginning, the little brother was cursing. When Yi Hao increased his strength, there was a sound of bones breaking. My brother's wrist was broken directly. At the same time, the other party also started wailing, tears coming out of his eyes due to the pain. Kneel down and beg for mercy. On the side, Xiao Qinglong saw this scene and narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at Yi Hao, he showed a hint of surprise. I didn't realize that you have practiced before. Today, let Brother Long have some fun with you. The next moment, Xiao Qinglong took off his coat. His fat body was exposed, especially the various exaggerated tattoos on it. It made him look quite intimidating. Today, Brother Long will teach you a lesson. Let me show you what it means to love what you do. These words were said by Brother Long to his younger brothers behind him. You know, the main reason why he can be the boss of these people is because he is ruthless enough. Can fight. So, at this moment, Xiao Qinglong couldn't help but want to show off his fighting ability in front of his younger brothers. Big brother is awesome. Destroy the opponent. Brother Long is awesome. Brother Long is awesome. Behind him, the other dozen or so younger brothers watched as their boss was about to take action himself. Suddenly, everyone waved flags and shouted, cheering. Stupid. Yi Hao glanced at the other party, expressing his complete speechlessness. He said, "These idiots, have they watched too many young and dangerous movies? It's the 21st century now, and people still tattoo things like this on their bodies? You know, a truly ruthless person doesn't need these things. The bigger the tattoo is, the worse the person is. Kid, get down here." Ah, duh. As he spoke, the little green dragon jumped up and down, assuming a professional attitude. He jumped left and right a few times on the spot. Then, he punched Yi Hao. Bang! The next moment, a big slap hit Brother Long hard in the face. Chapter 21. There are more than a dozen of them, and they beat me up. Bang! A loud slap was heard. Immediately afterwards, a big slap was seen, hitting Xiao Qinglong's face hard. Puff! Xiao Qinglong spat out a mouthful of blood. A lot of teeth are falling out. At this moment, my head was buzzing. The force of Yi Hao's slap was too great. Xiao Qinglong lost all his fighting power after this slap. The body suddenly became limp. The next moment, he sat down on the ground. Well. When the other dozen or so younger brothers saw their big brother, they were slapped in the face. Then, he sat down on the ground. I was confused for a moment. Isn't the eldest brother very good at fighting? What is going on? Just a slap in the face and you kneel down? Moreover, the slap Yi Hao just gave looked painful. Their eldest brother's cheeks were all swollen. The fat trembled several times. This scene. So cruel. For a moment, a dozen gangsters were all shocked by the scene before them. What a noob. What a waste of time. Yi Hao glanced at Xiao Qinglong, his face full of disappointment. Originally, looking at the opponent's actions and expressions just now, although I knew that this guy was not that strong, I didn't expect him to be so weak. Just now, Yi Hao only used half of his strength. As a result, the other party is no longer able to do this? One slap in the face and the whole person is ruined? Sit down on the ground. This made Yi Hao feel a little bored and he didn't enjoy it at all. Grass. Xiaoji, you dare to hit me? It's not so hot, little Qinglong, it's so hot. Xiao Qinglong was slapped in the face and his cheek was swollen. The speech is a little unclear. However, after sitting on the ground for a long time, he finally recovered. He pointed at Yi Hao with a look of resentment on his face and shouted, "Brothers, come together. Beat him for me." Yes, big brother. The other dozen or so younger brothers heard what their eldest brother had said. Suddenly there was no more ink. One by one, they rushed towards Yi Hao with steel pipes and wooden sticks. Although the power Yi Hao just displayed was indeed considerable. But, he is alone. There are many gangsters, and they have powerful weapons such as steel pipes and baseball bats in their hands. If they rush forward together, the boy on the opposite side will definitely not be their match. With this thought in mind, a dozen of the younger brothers picked up their weapons and rushed towards Yi Hao. Even Xiao Qinglong had a smile on his face. In his opinion, no matter how good Yi Hao is at fighting, he is no match for this group of younger brothers. As the old saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. As he said that, Xiao Qinglong was about to stand up from the ground. I will join the battle later, teach the other party a lesson and vent my anger. Bang! Crack! Ah! Brother, help! Bang! However, immediately afterwards, there was a crackling sound at the scene. Xiao Qinglong was stunned for a moment. Even the dozen or so younger brothers under his command were no match for Yi Hao. The opponent used both hands at the same time, slapping them more than a dozen times, and all of them fell to the ground. Everyone covered their faces and wailed. It looks quite miserable. Fuck you. Xiao Qinglong's heart was trembling wildly. Looking at the scene in front of me in disbelief. He couldn't even imagine that there was such a powerful person in the world. One beats a dozen. The key point is that the other party doesn't know any martial arts at all. The other party's approach can be described as very simple and straightforward, just slapping the opponent in the face. At this moment, Xiao Qinglong felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have stood up just now. Now that our eyes meet. Xiao Qinglong swallowed and said, this time, hit the right side, so it's symmetrical. Okay. Yi Hao agreed and raised his hand to slap him in the face. Ah! The little blue dragon let out a scream and fell to the ground in an instant. Lying together with his younger brothers, the picture is very harmonious. At the same time, Yi Hao glanced at the other party. Sure enough, this is much more symmetrical. At the same time, Yi Hao also discovered that he seemed to have underestimated the enhanced gene potion rewarded by the system. My physical fitness seems to have become quite strong at the moment. Yi Hao had a feeling that even if there were 20 more thugs like this, he would be able to defeat them. The next moment, Yi Hao took a glance and saw a group of gangsters lying on the ground. I dialed the phone casually. Hey, officer, I want to call the police. Someone attacked me. Yes, there were more than a dozen of them beating me up. Moment. 5 minutes later. 2 police cars drove over. A police officer looked at Xiao Qinglong and his companions, who were bruised and battered, and asked in confusion, are you sure that more than a dozen of them beat you up? After all, Xiao Qinglong and the others looked really miserable. It doesn't look like a win. Look at Yi Hao again, he is standing here safely, unharmed. This was somewhat unbelievable to the police officer. That's right. They were the ones who started the trouble first. More than a dozen people attacked together. You have no idea. The scene was really scary. But luckily, I practiced with my grandfather for a while before, so I was able to defeat them all. Yi Hao opened his mouth and spoke. Well. All right. The police officer couldn't believe it. Yi Hao, who looked so skinny and weak, could actually beat more than a dozen people alone. However, soon the surrounding surveillance footage was retrieved. The police officer believed Yi Hao's statement. Wow, I didn't realize he was such a tough guy. Next, Xiao Qinglong and others were taken away by the police and provided with food and lodging. As for Yi Hao, he was simply questioned by the police and that was the end of it. After all, there are surveillance cameras on both sides of the street. Moreover, Xiao Qinglong and others were also cooperative. In this case, the police officer did not delay Yi Hao much time. They just treated it as an ordinary case and handled it. The other side. When Yi Hao was here, early in the morning, he taught Xiao Qinglong and a dozen other thugs a lesson with his bare hands. Xia Qingxue had also arrived at her own group at this time. Working on things. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the phone rang. Hey, Sman, what's wrong? What, you're coming back? Flight at 4 p.m.? Okay, no problem, I'll pick you up then. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qingxue was quite surprised. Unexpectedly, my best friend, Li Simon, would come back today. The other person is your best friend. It just so happens that I can introduce him to Yi Hao this time. Anyway, I am going to marry Yi Hao in the future. Sooner or later we will all be one. It's normal to get to know each other. Chapter 22 Best Friend, Lisman. Binhai City Airport. After receiving a call from her best friend, Xia Qingxue arrived at the airport on time at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to wait for the pickup. Soon, when Xia Qingxue just arrived at the airport, she saw a familiar figure walking out with a suitcase. It was her best friend, Lisman. Schwer, do you miss your mother? Roll. Is that how you talk to your elders? As soon as the two met, they started fighting. The two of them are the kind of best friends who have grown up together. The relationship is very good. Therefore, Xia Qingxue was also very relaxed in front of the other party. When the two met, they just gave each other a small hug. Then, he started to talk nonsense. To be honest, Schwer, I haven't been back to Binhai for a long time. This time, I'm going to have a good meal. I don't care about you these days, you have to accompany me. Li Simon is 25 years old this year, the same age as Xia Qingxue. They all graduated abroad. Her appearance is also quite outstanding. She has a pair of long legs and long wavy hair. Although her appearance is not as good as Xia Qingxue's. However, she has a very aggressive and passionate personality. This is completely different from Xia Qingxue's image of an icy female president. Therefore, the complementary personalities of the two also made them become good friends. Sure. As long as you come back, I will have dinner with you these days. Whatever you want to eat, just order it. It's my treat. Xia Qingxue was also very generous towards her good friends. Mr. Xia is so generous. Lisman made an expression as if to say, "You are awesome." Next, the two of them got into Xia Qingxue's red sports car and left the airport at high speed. First, he took Lisman to a restaurant. Then, the two of them started chatting while eating. After not seeing each other for a long time, the two still had a lot of topics to talk about. Therefore, the atmosphere during the meal was quite harmonious. By the way, Sman, there is something I need to tell you. I'm getting married. Xia Qingxue suddenly said. Ahem. What did you say? Qingxue, you are kidding. Li Simon was drinking a drink and almost choked to death when he heard Xia Qingxue's words. He said with a look of shock. I've never heard you say you have a boyfriend before? How long has it been, and you're planning to get married? Didn't we sisters agree to be the queen of the sea among women? Why did you end your sea journey before it even began? Lisman was indeed extremely surprised. You know, as far as Xia Qingxue could remember, she had never been in a relationship with a boy. There isn't even a single boy she has a good relationship with. Li Simon once thought that Xia Qingxue might never get married in this life. To die alone. As a result, he never expected that Xia Qingxue was already planning to get married before he, a veteran in hanging out with men, had even settled the issue of marriage. By the way, Qingxue, what does your marriage partner look like? Is he handsome? What kind of job does he do? Is he the domineering CEO that us boys and girls always want to marry? However, Lisman soon started to gossip again. After all, at Xia Qingxue's age, it wouldn't be a big deal even if she got married. Totally normal. Well, he is indeed very handsome. Xia Qingxue thought for a moment and said. Yi Hao is indeed very handsome. It can even be said to be rare. As for work? The other person just graduated from college this year. For now, I guess he hasn't found one yet. Oh, then his family should be very rich, right? Lisman continued to ask. It's okay, just a normal working family. Well enough. Xia Qingxue said. What? A working family? Li Simon was shocked when he heard this and said, Qingxue, are you okay? You are a top student who graduated from a foreign university, and you are also the president of a company. Don't tell me that a woman like you wants to marry an ordinary person? That's unlikely. Xia Qingxue took a sip of the drink slowly and said, what's impossible about this? I like him and he likes me. That's enough. Love is sometimes not that complicated. Li Simon couldn't accept what he said, and said, no, Qingxue, I'm telling you seriously. Sometimes, because we are in different circles, our living habits and worldviews are different. Even if you get married, there will be all kinds of conflicts in the future. Listen to my sister's advice. With your status, ordinary people are not worthy of you. Xia Qingxue frowned and said, Simon, I think you are wrong. What happened to the normal people? 3 generations ago, our parents were also ordinary people. What's all the fuss about? Besides, Yi Hao and I were engaged since we were young, and we can't go back on our word. What? Child marriage. Li Simon was shocked. She never expected that her best friend was not only getting married, but also getting engaged as a child. For Lisman, who grew up outside and received Western education, it was really hard for him to accept. Said, Qingxue, it's the 21st century, you don't still believe in this kind of thing, do you? We are women of the new era and have the right to pursue our own happiness. This kind of backward stuff should have been thrown away long ago. Xia Qingxue frowned her beautiful eyebrows and said, Simon, I have made up my mind about this matter. Whether there is this child marriage or not, I still like him. Besides, Yi Hao is a very nice person. I like being with him. Don't talk about this anymore. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't say anything more, but shouldn't you introduce me to your future husband? Let me see what kind of man is able to charm our Qingxue to this extent. Li Simon knew Xia Qingxue's character very well and knew that he could not change what the other party had decided. So, she was not going to waste her breath. The plan is to first ask the other party out, and then find a way to make the other party give up. I know there is a gap between them. Sure, no problem. At this moment, Xia Qingxue agreed immediately. She had thought it through before coming here. Tonight, she would introduce Yi Hao to Lee Simon. Thinking of this, Xia Qingxue quickly started editing the message on her mobile phone. The other side. Yi Hao, who was bored in the hospital, soon saw the message sent by Xia Qingxue. The reply was immediate. See you in the evening. Chapter 23, Uninvited, Face Slapping. Well, did he agree? In the restaurant, Lisman said urgently. Well, Yi Hao agreed. See you tonight. Xia Qingxue put away her phone with a smile on her face. Whenever Yi Hao was mentioned, her mood would unconsciously improve. He. Lee Simon, who was watching this scene, felt that Xia Qingxue was too deeply poisoned. Tonight, she had to help her best friend out of this sea of suffering no matter what. Qingxue, why don't we go to Tang Palace Hotel tonight? Lisman suggested. Okay. Although Xia Qingxue was a little surprised, she didn't know why Lee Simon wanted to go to Tang Palace Hotel, such a high-end place. However, I haven't seen my best friend for a long time. Even if we go to Tang Palace Hotel, there's nothing wrong with that. And so the two of them made an agreement. As for Lisman, he had his own plans. Tonight, she must teach Yi Hao a good lesson. Let him know what it means to be in a different circle and don't force yourself to fit in. Soon. It was evening time. Yi Hao, who was already bored in the office, looked at his watch and closed the office door when he found that it was the agreed time. Came directly to the yard, under the respectful gaze of the security guard. He drove the black Ferrari 488 sports car and left Jirantang Hospital directly. Go straight to Tang Palace Hotel. 10 minutes later. Yi Hao arrived at his destination. Tang Palace Hotel is the most high-end hotel in Binhai City. No doubt about it. It is truly a gathering place for celebrities. When Yi Hao arrived here, a parking attendant came over immediately, took the keys respectfully, and parked the car for Yi Hao. Then, returned the keys. Of course, those who can come here to eat must be celebrities in Binhai City. It is no exaggeration to say that luxury cars are everywhere. There is basically no car here that costs less than 1 million. Arriving here, Yi Hao suddenly felt that his Ferrari 488 was not so dazzling anymore. There are even tens of millions of supercars in the parking lot. This made Yi Hao look at it a few more times. I was thinking, should I buy myself a supercar worth tens of millions? After all, he still has nearly 100 million in cash in his bank. It's not too much to buy a supercar worth tens of millions, right? Of course, Yi Hao just had this idea temporarily. We'll talk about it later when we have time. Soon, Yi Hao walked into the Tang Palace Hotel. After reporting Xia Qingxue's name, immediately, a female receptionist wearing a cheongsam and high heels and with a delicate face brought Yi Hao to the lobby. Xia Qingxue was already sitting in her seat at this moment. However, in addition to Xia Qingxue, there was another girl opposite, who must be Xia Qingxue's best friend, Lee Simon. Before coming, Xia Qingxue had already told him about her best friend. Therefore, Yi Hao was not surprised at all. First, he sat down next to Xia Qingxue, then nodded to Lee Simon and said, "Hello." "Hello." Lisman also replied. At the same time, there was an unstoppable look of surprise in his eyes. Although before coming, Xia Qingxue had already told him that Yi Hao was very handsome. At that time, she didn't take it seriously. But now, when I look at it, I am quite amazed. Yi Hao's handsomeness was beyond her imagination. He is the kind of person who has an elegant temperament, yet has a hint of masculine toughness. He is the type of person that any woman would look at a few more times when seeing him. However, Lisman soon remembered the purpose of his visit today. Calm down again. So what if he's handsome? If you are handsome but have no ability, you can only be a gigolo. Now it seems that the reason why Xia Qingxue was so persistent was most likely because she was blinded by beauty. Thinking of this, Lee Simon suddenly became more determined. You must help your best friend and get out of this misery. Help her introduce a better one. Sorry, I'm a little late. Just as the three of them were sitting down, suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses, a very pale face and slicked-back hair came over. Sitting next to Lisman with an enthusiastic look on his face. Seeing this young man who suddenly appeared, Xia Qingxue frowned. She cast a puzzled look at her best friend, Lisman. Lee Simon was prepared for this and said with a smile, Qingxue, this is Chen Jun, Master Chen. His father is Chen Jinshan, a famous entrepreneur in Binhai City. Today, I specially invited Mr. Chen to come and have dinner with us. You don't mind, do you? How could Xia Qingxue not understand her best friend? As soon as I heard the other party say this, I knew that Lisman was up to no good. However, due to the relationship with my best friend, Xia Qingxue did not get angry in person, but she did not respond to the other party either. But his face gradually turned cold. Hello, President Xia. I have always heard of President Xia's name before. When I saw her today, I found that President Xia's temperament and appearance are indeed more beautiful than the legend. At this moment, Chen Jun seemed not to notice this. He started by flattering me. Xia Qingxue simply turned a deaf ear to it. Ignore the other person. However, Li Simon said at this moment, Qingxue, Mr. Chen's family's company is quite famous in our Binhai city. In fact, I heard that Master Chen is likely to be ranked among the top 10 promising young people in our Binhai city this year. He is a real young talent. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Although Chen Jun said this, the pride on his face was evident. As for Yi Hao, he watched the two of them performing a duet. In my heart, I understand it right now. It seems that this Lisman is very hostile to me. However, after thinking about it, Yi Hao understood. It was probably because Li Simon mistakenly thought that he was just an ordinary person and was not worthy of Xia Qingxue, so he interfered. Yi Hao found it funny. This Lisman is really blind. As for Chen Jun, Yi Hao was too lazy to even look at him. He is not as handsome as me. My grades also depend entirely on my family. How can such a person be compared with me? Also the top 10 promising young people in Binhai City? That's it, it's just a possibility. He hasn't really been included yet, but he's already so arrogant. What kind of person can he be? Yi Hao, I heard from Qingxue that you have just graduated, right? Today's college students, who have just graduated, are under great pressure to find jobs. How about this, let Master Chen introduce you to a job? Lisman said. Of course. To be honest, our company has in-depth cooperation with Jirantang Hospital. As long as I ask, I can find you a job in Jirantang in a minute. On the side, Chen Jun also spoke quickly at this moment. Don't forget to show off. Chapter 24. The phone rang and someone was on the other side. Hearing Chen Jun's words, Yi Hao showed a look of surprise. Jiren Hall? Isn't this the hospital under your name? Could it really be such a coincidence? Therefore, Yi Hao asked directly, the Jirantang Hospital you mentioned, is it the Chinese Medicine Hospital at number 80 Mincheng Road, Binhai District? Well. Chen Jun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I didn't realize you also knew this hospital? Yes, you are right, it is this hospital. You know, in the entire Binhai city, there is only Jirantang, a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. The scale is quite large. Many dignitaries go there for medical treatment. Those who can work there are not ordinary people. How about it, Brother Yi, would you like to consider it? Given my relationship with the boss of Jirantang Hospital, maybe I can arrange for you to work as a security guard or something. Chen Jun's words were somewhat insulting. It doesn't mean that the security job is a bad one. The main thing is that Chen Jun kept emphasizing how awesome he is. As a result, Yi Hao is now asked to work as a security guard. Isn't this totally an insult? On the side, Xia Qingxue saw the scene and couldn't help but said, Chen. Unfortunately, he had just said one word when Yi Hao interrupted him. Really? If Mr. Chen can really arrange a job for me at Jirantang Hospital, thank you so much. Well. After hearing this, not only Chen Jun, but even Li Simon was confused. I never expected that Yi Hao would be such a person. Just now, Chen Jun's words were completely intended to humiliate him. As a result, Yi Hao was not angry at all. Instead, I took it seriously. He actually wanted Chen Jun to arrange a job for him in Jirantang. At this moment, Chen Jun was the embarrassed one. After all, how could he know the owner of Jirantang? What I said just now was pure bragging. Their Chen family is just a small business in Binhai City. It just so happens that they have a little cooperative relationship with Jirantang Hospital in a certain field. However, this was also achieved through the hard work of Chen Jun's father. What does it have to do with Chen Jun? How? Mr. Chen, are you having any trouble? At this moment, Yi Hao looked at Chen Jun's embarrassed expression and said slowly, what Mr. Chen said just now is just bragging, you don't even know the owner of Jirantang Hospital. There's no way to arrange a job for me? Of course Yi Hao knew that Chen Jun did not know the owner of Jirantang. Because, I am it. Tell me, what can this guy brag about? You have to say that you know the owner of Jirantang. This is just him extending his face to me. If Yi Hao doesn't hit him, he would be doing himself a disservice. Let us talk about Chen Jun. At this moment, he was really trapped. After all, he didn't know the owner of Jirantang at all, he was just bragging. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao actually took it seriously. If it were under normal circumstances, it would be fine for Chen Jun to deny it. But right now, his goddess, Xia Qingxue, and Li Simon are both here. If he refused, wouldn't it directly prove that I was just bragging? Thinking of this, Chen Jun could no longer sit still. He immediately said, "What a joke. Of course I know the owner of Jirantang. Besides, we have a very good cooperative relationship. We had dinner and drinks together yesterday. It's just a small matter. Wait, I'll call you right away." As he spoke, Chen Jun picked up his phone and started operating it. Yi Hao sat next to him, just looking at the other person quietly, smiling but not saying anything. About 5 minutes later, Chen Jun finally got the phone number from his father. The next moment, he dialed the number carefully. There were even a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. After all, Jirantang Hospital is more than just a hospital. The connections behind it are naturally quite terrifying. As the owner of this hospital, he must be a big shot. Chen Jun naturally had to serve carefully. However, I think he just wants to find a security job for Yi Hao, which should be easy, right? Ding ling ling. Just as Chen Jun was thinking this, on the dining table, Yi Hao's phone suddenly rang. Chen Jun took a look, frowned, and scolded, "Didn't you see I was calling a big shot? Hang up your phone now. Don't affect my performance." Okay. Yi Hao was not angry. He just hung up the phone. At the same time, after Yi Hao hung up his phone, Chen Jun's phone was also suddenly hung up. Well. Seeing this scene, Chen Jun was completely confused. Coincide. This must be a coincidence. However, Chen Jun soon found a series of reasons to comfort himself. The next moment, he continued to dial the phone. At the same time, Yi Hao's cell phone rang again. Wanama. No way. Seeing this scene, Xia Qingxue and Li Simon both had an idea in their minds. Could it be that Yi Hao is the boss of Jirantang Hospital? How is this possible? Hello. Finally, the next moment, Yi Hao picked up the phone and slowly answered the call. Said it. At the same time, the word hello also rang from Chen Jun's phone. Fuck. Everyone saw the scene. I was stunned on the spot. Including Xia Qingxue, everyone looked surprised. I never expected that Yi Hao would be the boss of a large traditional Chinese medicine hospital like Jirantang. You know, Jirantang is the #1 traditional Chinese medicine hospital in Binhai City. How could Yi Hao, an ordinary college student who just graduated, be the owner of this hospital? As for Li Simon and Chen Jun, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Because, before coming, the two of them had always treated Yi Hao as a loser. As a result, no one expected that the other party would be the boss of Jirantang. Just now, they wanted to slap each other in the face. As a result, Yi Hao taught him a good lesson. At this moment, both of them were filled with shock and embarrassment. Chen Jun, right? Why don't I remember that I had dinner with you and drank with you yesterday? Did you remember the wrong person? At this moment, Yi Hao hung up the phone and just looked at the other party with a faint smile on his lips and said, "Let you show off. Let you show off. Now that's it, we've hit a wall. I can't deal with you yet. Well. This. Well, I." Chen Jun's face also turned red, and for a moment, he was extremely embarrassed. I don't know what to say to ease the embarrassment. After all, he never expected that the owner of Jirantang Hospital would be sitting right in front of him. This is fucking embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Tap tap. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. Suddenly, a group of people came down from the second floor of the hotel. Chapter 25. Brother Yi, what a coincidence, you are here too. When I saw this group of people coming down from the second floor, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in Chen Jun's eyes. It was as if he had seen a savior. The next moment, he immediately stood up from his seat and said, "Hey guys, I saw an acquaintance, let me go over and say hello. Don't mind it." As he spoke, Chen Jun trotted over. He came up to a group of young men and said something to the one on the left, nodding and bowing. Although it was a little unclear, I could still hear what they said to each other. However, from Chen Jun's posture, we can see that he is completely humble and keeps trying to please the other party. "Okay, Xiao Chen. Go down, we have something else to do, we'll talk later." The young man surrounded by Chen Jun waved his hand at this moment. An impatient look. Having said that, he was about to leave with the others. Okay, Master Li, take care. I'll get together again when I have time." Chen Jun spoke the last sentence in a louder voice. It was obvious that it was for Yi Hao and others sitting in the distance to see. It's just a way of flattering yourself. When Mr. Li and his other companions saw Chen Jun's appearance, they all showed disdain on their faces. They just looked down on each other. The next moment, everyone gathered together and prepared to leave. At this moment, the young man in the lead suddenly glanced around. Then I saw Yi Hao and others sitting in the hall. He was stunned at first, then immediately walked over. This is... Chen Jun, who was far away, was stunned when he saw this scene. Then, he showed an excited expression. He thought that the other party was planning to come and meet his friends and give him face. Thinking of this, Chen Jun immediately trotted over. Said, "Mr. Li, why are you doing this? You've already left, why are you coming over to say hello to my friends? Thank you for your hard work." As he spoke, his true nature as a bootlicker was revealed. "I am so humble." At the same time, he introduced Yi Hao, Xia Qingxue, and Li Simon. "This is Mr. Li, the prince of the Li Group." Yes, it's the Li Group, which is very famous in Binhai's catering industry. They have been listed for several years and the group is very large. Worth 1 billion. There was a hint of pride in his words. It was as if this Mr. Li was his father. The Li Group is the legacy left to him by his father. A face full of pride. However, that Mr. Li ignored Chen Jun at this moment. Instead, he looked at the young man in front of him with a puzzled look and said, "Brother Zhou, what are you doing?" "That's right, this young man is Zhou Bo." Brother Yi. I didn't expect it to be you." At this moment, Zhou Bo came in front of Yi Hao. He walked up to Yi Hao, patted him on the shoulder, and said enthusiastically, "Originally, I was thinking about going to your hospital tomorrow to thank you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Really, this is fate. To be honest, you really helped me a lot this time. The medicine I was given is really effective. This time, I must thank you very much. Here, take it." As he spoke, Zhou Bo waved his hand, took out a check from a younger brother behind him, and handed it to Yi Hao. "The amount above is 20 million. Brother Yi, these 20 million are a small token of my appreciation. Take it first. I'll treat you to a good meal some other day when you have time. Show my gratitude to my brother." Yi Hao was also a little surprised at this moment. I didn't expect to meet Zhou Bo here. He put away the check and said, "Okay, thank you, Boss Zhou." You kid. Why are we still being so polite to each other, brothers? You helped me a lot this time." Zhou Bo waved his hand. Look like he doesn't care. Next, Zhou Bo glanced at Yi Hao and the others who were eating, and said, "That's it for now, you guys continue eating. I won't bother you anymore. I'll treat you to a special banquet another day." As he spoke, Zhou Bo gave a look to the people behind him. One by one, they came forward and greeted Yi Hao, trying to make themselves familiar with him. The attitude is quite respectful. Including Mr. Li, whom Chen Jun had been complimenting just now, his attitude towards Yi Hao was also very respectful. After all, even a big shot like Zhou Xiao treats Yi Hao so enthusiastically. Who among these younger brothers dares to be so presumptuous? Naturally, they were well behaved and respectful. Next, Zhou Bo left with a group of younger brothers. All that was left were people with confused faces. Especially Chen Jun. Just now, when he saw Mr. Li, he thought he had found his savior. Want to establish a relationship with the other person. Then, relieve your embarrassment and at the same time, show your strong network of contacts. The result was totally unexpected. The big boss in his eyes behaved like a little brother in front of Yi Hao. Especially that Mr. Zhou, Chen Jun didn't even have the qualifications to know him. But he was so enthusiastic towards Yi Hao. At this moment, Jun only felt a burning pain on his face. It was as if someone had slapped me hard in the face. Looking back at Hao and the others, he was really too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Just leave in shame. At the same time, deep down in his heart, he hated Lisman. It's all the other party's fault. No matter what he said before coming here, the person he met this time was just a pretty boy with no background. He could just use some tricks to squeeze him out. As a result, no one expected that the other party was not only the owner of Jirantang Hospital. Even Mr. Zhou, a young master from a wealthy family, is so enthusiastic about her. How can you call this having no background? Then what am I? Not even a scumbag. Chen Jun felt full of regret. As for Li Simon, he was also completely shocked by what had just happened. I never expected that the handsome young man in front of me was not just handsome. Moreover, there is such strength. Apart from anything else, just the attitude of Zhou Xiao and others, as well as the check for 20 million that they took out, are enough to prove that Hao is definitely not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Li Simon suddenly regretted what he had done today. After hesitating for a long time, Lisman finally stood up, raised a glass of wine, and said to Hao, "I'm sorry." Then, drink it all in one gulp. Next, like Chen Jun, he felt embarrassed to stay and left in a hurry. Today, she was really embarrassed. Xia Qingxue did not stop the other party. After all, today's incident was caused by Lisman himself. Such an ending can only be said to be what one deserves. What's more, Xia Qingxue herself is also very curious now. In her impression, Hao was just an ordinary college student. How could he suddenly become so powerful? Even she didn't recognize her anymore. Chapter 26 Father-in-law is seriously ill, system task. After what just happened. And then, Lisman and Chen Jun left one after another. Hao and Xia Qingxue naturally had no mood to continue eating here. Soon, after the two paid the bill, they left. The two came to the parking lot. Sit in Hao's Ferrari sports car. Why, do you want to ask how I know that, Mr. Zhou, just now? Looking at Xia Qingxue, her little head was full of doubts. Hao said with a smile. Snort. No. Xia Qingxue snorted at this moment. Pouting little mouth. He showed a stubborn little expression. It was obvious that Xia Qingxue was angry because Hao had not told her before that he was the director of Jirantang Hospital and that he knew young Master Zhou. As a result, she was worried about Hao for a long time. Now it seems that she was completely overthinking. Hao smiled at this moment. Although Xia Qingxue is angry now. However, the exposed posture is somewhat cute. Actually, I was planning to tell you about these things slowly later. As a result, who could have thought that something like this would happen today? Speaking of which, Hao was also speechless. Originally, he just thought that he came here today just to meet Xia Qingxue's best friend. As a result, who could have thought that Xia Qingxue, of such a scale, would do such a bold move? This caught Hao off guard. Mentioned my best friend. Xia Qingxue felt a little guilty for a moment. After all, no matter what, it was he who invited Hao here today. As a result, my best friend was doing these little things behind my back. It's somewhat inappropriate. So, Xia Qingxue thought about it and said, I was not thoughtful enough about what happened today. I apologize. Besides, Simon is actually a pretty good person. Today she is like this. Xia Qingxue hadn't finished her words yet. Hao simply waved his hand and said, okay, let's not talk about the past. From now on, she will still be your best friend. I'm still your boyfriend, it's as simple as that. Hao believed that after what happened today, Li Simon would never dare to say bad things about him or look down on him in front of Xia Qingxue again. Today, I have taught the other party a lesson. Call. Hearing Hao say this, Xia Qingxue also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, one is her boyfriend and future husband. One is her best friend since childhood. She is stuck in the middle and it is very difficult for her. She originally thought that Hao would be angry with Li Simon. In this way, she was caught in the middle and was neither here nor there. As a result, I didn't expect Hao to be so generous. Suddenly, she felt a lot more relaxed. Baji. The next moment, Hao was caught off guard. Xia Qingxue suddenly took the initiative and kissed Hao on the cheek. You sneak attacked me? After realizing what was happening, Hao stood up and was about to return the favor. The two people were in the car, pulling each other. 1 minute later, the two of them sat in the car in silence. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Because, during the tug-of-war between the two, Yi Hao accidentally crossed the line. Did something that shouldn't have been done? The atmosphere inside the car was a little subtle. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Yi Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. I looked at the caller ID. It's my own mother. Hey, Mom. You little bastard, you still remember to answer my call. Where did you go last night? I don't even know how to go home. You must come back to me tonight, do you hear me? At this point, Wang Meixia paused. On the phone, Yi Russian said in a serious tone, Son, some things are good. But you have to know how to control yourself. You are still young, your health is important. Tonight, just go home and sleep. Yi Hao. Good job. My own parents, this is obviously a misunderstanding. It's also my own fault. I accidentally forgot about this when I was at the villa yesterday. It's no wonder that the old couple are making blind guesses here. Okay, I get it, Mom and Dad, that's it for now. I'll be back in a minute. That's all. Snap. After saying that, Yi Hao couldn't wait to hang up the phone. He was really scared if the fight continued like this. My own parents might reveal some explosive news. It's better to hang up the phone early. Xing Xue, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Yi Hao looked outside and saw that the sky was gradually getting dark, and said, Well, I have something I want to ask you. At this moment, Xia Qingxue suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Yi Hao asked. Are you really the boss of Jirantang Hospital? Certainly. Yi Hao admitted it directly. Just now, when Shen Jun called, you also saw it. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Yi Hao realized that Xia Qingxue seemed to have something to tell him. Sure enough, Xia Qingxue sat in her seat and hesitated for a moment. Then he raised his head, took a deep breath and said, Yi Hao, there is something I must tell you. That's right, my dad is actually sick now. And it's serious. Doctor, my father may not have much time left. So, our first meeting was arranged by my father, and it was also his last wish. After a pause, Xia Qingxue continued, I know you have medical skills. If possible, I want you to try and see if you can treat my father's condition. Even if it's just to ease his pain. What? Hearing this, Yi Hao showed surprise on his face. I never expected this. Xia Qingxue's father, her future father-in-law, was actually seriously ill. Ding dong. Trigger the mission. Host, please treat my future father-in-law, Xia Dahai's condition. Reward, Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group, 30% of the shares. Right now. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Yi Hao was stunned. You know, the Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group is the leading enterprise in Binhai Pharmaceutical. Market value of 4 billion. Even if it's just 30% of the shares, it's worth at least tens of billions. However, this is not the most important thing at the moment. Yi Hao looked at Xia Qingxue seriously and said, Don't worry. I will definitely cure your father's illness. As a master-level medical practitioner, he has this confidence. Even if there was no task issued by the system this time, when Yi Hao learned the news, he would try his best to cure Xia Dahai's illness. After all, no matter what, the other party is still your future father-in-law. Yi Hao definitely wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. What's more, in Yi Hao's impression, his future father-in-law, Xia Dahai, has a very good character. If he has the ability, Yi Hao will not refuse. Chapter 27 Whose sports car is this? Seeing Yi Hao agreed. And, he looked like he was making a serious promise. Xia Qingxue was deeply touched. The next moment, she leaned over slightly and hugged Yi Hao. He said sincerely, Thank you, Yi Hao. Qingxue, it's okay. I will find a way to cure your father's illness. You don't have to worry. Yi Hao continued to comfort the other party. He finally understood now. Why, when I first met Xia Qingxue, and whenever I had contact with her during this period of time, I always felt that she seemed to have something on her mind. I never expected that Xia Dahai was seriously ill. At this moment, Yi Hao immediately comforted Xia Qingxue. Tell the other person not to worry. As long as I am here, I can definitely cure Xia Dahai's illness. Next, the two of them stayed in the car for a while. Yi Hao drove and sent Xia Qingxue directly back to the villa. Yi Hao did not go to the hospital tonight. After all, it's already late. The patient has gone into rest. Yi Hao planned to go treat Xia Qingxue's father again tomorrow morning. Just like that, after sending Xia Qingxue home, Yi Hao drove his Ferrari supercar at full speed and rushed directly back to his own community. Soon, 10 minutes later. When Yi Hao drove his Ferrari sports car back to his neighborhood, he drove in under the surprised gaze of the security guard at the door. Along the way, there were old men and women walking their dogs and taking a walk in the community. After seeing this black sports car, they discussed. Whose sports car is this? I didn't realize that there's actually a rich man living in our neighborhood. This sports car is not cheap, it costs at least several million. But it's definitely a luxury car. TSK, I wonder whose sports car this is? If they're young people, I happen to have a granddaughter who's not married yet, maybe I can bring them together. At this moment, Yi Hao opened the car door and walked out. Hey, isn't this the kid from the Olji family? Oh my god, this sports car actually belongs to this little guy. I really didn't realize that this guy is a hidden second generation. Could it be that Olji's family is a hidden rich family? After recognizing Yi Hao, the uncles and aunts around him instantly lost their composure. Hello Uncle Lu. Hello, third auntie. At this moment, Yi Hao got out of the car and greeted several familiar elders. Then, he just left. Yi Hao and his family have lived in this community for almost 10 years. The relationship between neighbors is relatively harmonious. Everyone is familiar with each other. Therefore, after seeing acquaintances, Yi Hao greeted them very enthusiastically. Then, he left and got on the elevator. As for the spectators, they gathered together and looked at Yi Hao's sports car with full curiosity. After all, in a community like theirs, it is a relatively rare thing for a sports car worth millions to suddenly appear. There are many people who can afford to buy a house for millions. However, there are very few people who can afford to spend several million to buy a sports car. No wonder everyone is so surprised. Soon, Yi Hao returned home, took out the key and opened the door directly. At this time, he saw his parents, Yi Rushan and Wang Meixia standing by the window, looking down, and said, "Son, when you first came up, did you see a sports car? Someone in the group just uploaded a video. They said a Ferrari sports car drove into our neighborhood. I heard it cost several million. I don't know whose it is. So rich. Yi Hao. Good job. He really didn't expect it. The speed at which news spreads is surprisingly fast. I just took the elevator back to my room. As a result, the news has spread throughout the owner group." Yi Hao could only smile helplessly. But fortunately, it's not a bad thing. Thinking of this, Yi Hao came in directly and changed into a pair of slippers. Then, he sat on the sofa. Said, "I saw it. It's a black Ferrari sports car, model 488, worth 6 million. Hearing this, Wang Meixia showed surprise on her face. "Son, I didn't expect you to know so much about cars. TSK, a sports car worth 6 million is such a waste. With this money, you can buy a house in the city center. It's a bit of a waste to use it to buy a car." In Wang Meixia's eyes, a cool sports car is far less practical than a house. After all, sports cars are good for nothing except showing off. Unlike a house, which can not only be lived in but also appreciate in value. This is a sports car, there is no comparison. Of course, this is just Wang Meixia's idea. In fact, some expensive sports cars will not only not drop in price after driving for a period of time, but will appreciate in value. You can even make a small profit. In terms of financial attributes, it is not much different from a house. Mom, actually buying a sports car isn't a waste. Yi Hao said at this time, "Rich people like these things. You little bastard, I don't care what others do, but you are not allowed to waste time like this in the future. With this money, I might as well buy another house and save it for you first, and then collect rent from it in the future." Wang Meixia came over from the window, sat on the sofa and said, "It's too late." What did you say?" Wang Meixia looked up, looking confused. Snap. The next moment, Yi Hao placed the sports car key on the coffee table and said, "The sports car downstairs is mine." Wang Meixia. Yi Rushan. "Son, is this true? How can you afford a sports car?" After the shock, Wang Meixia said with a look of doubt, "Of course. This sports car was given to me by Qingxue. Yi Hao said truthfully. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Wang Meixia showed a look of enlightenment. It seems that Xia Qingxue is indeed the president of a company worth a lot of money. There is really nothing surprising about giving Yi Hao a sports car. Moreover, when he thought about it, his daughter-in-law spent several million to buy a sports car for his son. Wang Meixia's mood suddenly became comfortable. He said, "You little bastard, you must treat Qingxue well in the future. It is a blessing for our family that Qingxue likes you." Yi Russian, who was standing by, also sighed, "When I was dating your mother, why didn't she give me a car? If I had a car back then, I would probably be the coolest guy on the street like you." Wang Meixia glanced at Yi Russian and said, "I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words." Yi Russian. Chapter 28. Who told you to lean on my car? Yi Russian was put into silence by Wang Meixia's death stare. Sit quietly aside and stop talking. Son, the way Qingxue treats you is enough to prove that she is sincere. Well, if you are free these few days, you should spend more time with Qingxue and strengthen your relationship. Don't be afraid to spend money. Mom will give you a special approval of 500,000 yuan to buy some clothes and bags for Qingxue. Although our family can't afford a sports car, we can still buy a few clothes and bags. Don't give in to others and think we are impolite. Wang Meixia said earnestly. Yeah, I know, Mom. Don't worry about these things. I have arranged everything. Yi Hao nodded. Then, he organized his words and said slowly, "In fact, in addition to this matter, I have another thing to tell you. It's about Xia Qingxue's father, Uncle Xia. I heard from Qingxue that Uncle Xia's health condition has not been very good recently. It seems that he is in the hospital." What? Xia Dahai is in the hospital? Upon hearing that his old friend was hospitalized, Yi Russian jumped up from the sofa instantly. Said, "How is it possible? Why don't I have any information about this matter? Besides, the last time I spoke to him on the phone, he seemed to be in good spirits. How could he be hospitalized? The relationship between Yi Russian and Xia Dahai is actually very good. Otherwise, there would not have been an arranged marriage between the two of them." At this moment, hearing that his old friend was hospitalized, Yi Russian could no longer sit still. "Yes, son, your Uncle Xia seemed to be in good spirits when he called us last time." "Are you mistaken?" Wang Meixia, who was sitting aside at this moment, also said this. Yi Hao shook his head. Said, "Qingxue told me this herself. It can't be wrong. As for the last time, it is very likely that Uncle Xia fell ill in the past few days. I guess his illness was not serious." Seeing my parents worried, Yi Hao decided to keep this matter secret. "If I tell the truth, I'm afraid Yi Russian won't be able to sleep tonight. Moreover, tomorrow, Yi Hao will also take action to rescue Xia Dahai. This news can be kept confidential for the time being. It's not too late to tell them after you recover." Hearing Yi Hao say this, Yi Russian and Wang Meixia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still looked worried and asked, "Son, do you know which hospital your Uncle Xia is in? Tomorrow, your mother and I will go to visit your Uncle Xia. After all, we have been friends for decades. He's sick, how can I not visit him?" Yi Hao said, "Dad, don't worry. Qingxue and I will go visit Uncle Xia tomorrow. I will send you a message as soon as I finish the visit. When the time comes, it won't be too late for you to visit again." "All right." Yi Russian nodded. However, his face was still full of worry. It seems that the relationship between him and Xia Dahai is indeed quite close. Next, the family of three had a brief chat for a while. Then, they each returned to their rooms. Start to rest. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yi Hao got up as soon as it was daybreak and simply washed up. Then, I ate the loving breakfast made by my mother. Tidy up. Yi Hao was planning to go out. Today was the day he and Xia Qingxue had agreed upon, to go and treat Xia Dahai. I believe that with my master-level medical skills at hand, treating Xia Dahai's condition should not be a problem. Soon, Yi Hao was in the elevator. Came to the first floor. The parking lots in their community are divided into two types, underground and ground. Yesterday, Yi Hao parked his Ferrari sports car on the ground. At this moment, Yi Hao came to the parking lot. I saw a girl with delicate makeup holding a selfie stick and taking a selfie with her Ferrari. Seeing this scene, Yi Hao did not drive them away. I looked at the time, it's still early. Even if you let the other party take a few photos, it's nothing. Therefore, Yi Hao planned to stand aside and wait for a minute or two. He came to a BMW 3 Series next to the Ferrari, leaned against the door, and watched her performance quietly. What? You stinking dick! Who told you to lean against my car? However, the next moment, the girl who was taking a selfie immediately started cursing after seeing Yi Hao's actions. He looked at Yi Hao with disdain. Have you ever seen a BMW? My car is a 3 Series. A luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. How can a worker like you be qualified to rely on him? Get out of my way. As she said that, the female internet celebrity came over and tried to pull Yi Hao. He was pushed aside with a light wave of the arm. Okay. How dare you bully me? Just wait, I'll get the police to come and punish you. Having said that, the other party was about to start making a call. Yi Hao found this scene a little funny. I didn't mind at all when the other person took pictures in front of his Ferrari. And I just leaned lightly on the other person's car door. The other party is so arrogant. Moreover, he was cursing. What made Yi Hao speechless the most was that the other party actually wanted to call the police to deal with it. To be honest, I guess the police don't want to deal with people like this. DD. The next moment, Yi Hao took out the car keys and drove directly towards the Ferrari sports car. The sports car honked. Immediately afterwards, Yi Hao got into the car, started the car, and left with the engine roaring. Only the female internet celebrity was left with a confused look on her face and her mouth wide open. Looking at the sports car's disappearing shadow, she was bewildered. I guess she never thought that the loser she mentioned would actually be the owner of a sports car. When she thought about her stupid behavior just now, the female internet celebrity slapped herself in the face. What a moron! Soon, after driving the sports car and leaving the community, Yi Hao went straight to the First People's Hospital. Last night, he had a brief chat with Xia Qingxue. I found out which hospital Xia Dehai was working in. During this period of time, Xia Qingxue had already arrived at the hospital. Yi Hao just needs to rush over there by himself. Soon, they were speeding along the way. Yi Hao parked his sports car and went straight to the 5th floor of the hospital. A high-end VIP ward. When I opened the door, I saw a pale middle-aged man lying quietly on the hospital bed. There were quite a few people gathered around him. Xia Qingxue was among them. At the same time, Yi Hao also discovered that there were some strangers standing among them, people he had never met before. Chapter 29 spit out a mouthful of blood. Soon, when Yi Hao walked in, it instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Especially Xia Qingxue, who immediately walked over in small steps. He chuckled and said, "My dear, you are here." At the same time, he took Yi Hao's arm. In the ward, Xia Qingxue's mother, Zhang Manli, also cast her gaze over at this moment. After seeing Yi Hao, he smiled and said, "Are you Xiao Hao? I've always heard Xiao Xue talking about you in my ear, and today when I saw you, I found that you are indeed a handsome man." "Hello, Auntie." Yi Hao also smiled and greeted the other party. Inside the ward, a well-dressed young man in a suit and tie saw this scene and said gloomily, "Aunt Zhang, Xiao Xue, who is this?" "He's my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue immediately stood up and at the same time, tried hard to get closer to Yi Hao's body. Holding Yi Hao's shoulders tightly. He. The young man forced a smile. My heart was already filled with raging rage. His name is Su Tao, and he is a second generation. Always chasing Xia Qingxue. As a result, I never expected that I would not be able to pursue the goddess after spending so much time and effort. Now, she is standing with Yi Hao, and they look like a couple in love. Su Tao immediately became furious. However, this kid is also a figure. He forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. Unlike others, he acted very impulsively and started quarreling with Yi Hao on the spot. Instead, he said, "Aunt Zhang, the doctor I made an appointment with will be here soon. This time, I will definitely be able to cure Uncle Xia's illness." "Well, Su Tao, thank you for your trouble." Zhang Manli nodded. A look of indifference. To be honest, Zhang Manli was not very fond of the young man in front of her. If the other party had not said that they had connections and had contacted a top medical expert who had returned from overseas, Zhang Manli would never have allowed the other party to appear in this ward. However, for Xia Dehai's safety, we can only give it a try. On the side, Yi Hao heard this conversation and couldn't help but look down at Xia Qingxue. Seeing this, the latter said helplessly, "Dear, I'm sorry. I didn't expect that Su Tao also contacted a top medical expert who returned from overseas. He seems to be very powerful. My mom wanted him to try it first. You can treat my father later, okay? Hearing this, Yi Hao understood. In recent years, Western medicine has become very popular. Basically, it is difficult to encounter a Chinese medicine practitioner in normal times. Therefore, when Zhang Monli learned that Yi Hao was treating patients by taking their pulses, she was somewhat worried. This has nothing to do with character. It's just an inertial way of thinking. Yi Hao didn't care about this. He just nodded, signaling the other party to rest assured. Then, he took a few steps forward, stood aside, and glanced at Xia Dahai. I plan to check first to see what the other person's condition is. You can also prepare early. Just as Yi Hao went forward to check on Xia Dahai's condition, Su Tao, who was standing beside him, sneered, "What, Mr. Yi, do you also know medical skills?" "I don't know. How do you compare to Dr. Charles?" "This doctor. Charles is a medical expert from a famous overseas hospital. It enjoys a great reputation both at home and abroad. This time, in order to invite Dr. Charles, I paid a lot of price." As he spoke, Su Tao glanced at Xia Qingxue and continued, "However, as long as Uncle Xia's illness can be cured, I am willing to do anything." On the side, Xia Qingxue saw this scene and frowned. "Su Tao, if you can really cure my father's illness, please don't hesitate. Our Xia family will not owe you anything. I'm willing to pay you double the reward." I saw that Xia Qingxue was finally willing to talk to me. Su Tao laughed and said, "Ha, Xiaoxue, you are too polite. What is our relationship? Why are you like this?" "Su Tao." Xia Qingxue spoke directly, interrupting the other party, and said with a cold face, "First of all, I don't know you well. Not even ordinary friends. Please put yourself in the right place. Secondly, even if you save my father, nothing will happen between us. Yi Hao and I are already engaged. It won't be long before we get married." Hearing Xia Qingxue's words, Su Tao's face darkened instantly. However, seeing Zhang Monli who had remained silent, Su Tao knew that there was still a chance between him and Xia Qingxue. Not as decisive as the other party said. As for Yi Hao, from beginning to end, he never paid any attention to Su Tao, the idiot. This guy looks like he's missing a brainstem. Talking to such people is a waste of time. Snap. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. A tall, middle-aged Western man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. "Dr. Charles." When he saw the other person, a smile instantly appeared on Su Tao's face. He quickly stepped forward and greeted the other party. "Oh, Master Su, if it weren't for your invitation, I wouldn't have come all the way here." When Charles saw Su Tao, an exaggerated expression appeared on his face. "Ha, Dr. Charles, you should check on the patient's condition first. As long as you can cure the patient, the reward I agreed with you before is not a problem," Su Tao said with a smile. "Oof." Upon hearing this, Dr. Charles nodded in satisfaction. When he arrived at the bedside, he first looked at Xia Dahai's appearance and his brows immediately frowned. "Oh, Mr. Su, the patient's condition is not optimistic. I'm afraid that if I want to treat it, I'll need a major operation," Dr. Charles said in a serious tone. "Major surgery?" Hearing this, Xia Qingxue and Zhang Monli both became nervous and asked, "What are the chances of the operation being successful?" As you know, surgery always carries certain risks. Besides, the patient's condition is not very stable right now. The chance of success of the operation is only 40% at most, Charles explained. 40%. Hearing this, Xia Qingxue and Zhang Monli both frowned. It's a bit hard to accept. This success rate is really too low. Xiaoxue and Zhang, the success rate is already quite high. Besides, Dr. Charles is a top overseas expert. He said so. Even if someone else came, the result would probably be the same. At this moment, Su Tao is acting as a lobbyist here. No need to bother. At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly spoke. At the same time, he stepped forward and started tapping on several acupoints on Xia Dahai's body. Puff. Xia Dahai, lying on the hospital bed, suddenly turned red. The next moment, suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 30 Rewards Received. This sudden scene. This made several people in the ward change color. Especially, Dr. Charles, who was invited by Su Tao. He opened his mouth wide, showing an extremely exaggerated expression, and shouted, "Fuck. What are you doing? How could you do this? You are committing murder. The patient's condition is already very serious. Are you doing this to take his life?" Seeing this, Su Tao also added fuel to the fire and said, "Boy, are you crazy? It doesn't matter if you can't cure the patient, but if you mess around, someone will die. You came here on purpose to cause trouble today, didn't you?" Although Su Tao cursed like this. But in fact, I was already smiling in my heart. Originally, he was still thinking about how to divide the relationship between Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue. However, no one expected that Yi Hao would suddenly do this. In Su Tao's opinion, this is his chance. Naturally, he stood up immediately and started criticizing Yi Hao. "I make myself look like a little angel of justice." Including Xia Qingxue, his mother, and Zhang Manli, all had worried looks on their faces at this moment. After all, the scene before him was a little too sudden and horrifying. Xia Dahai was lying soundly on the hospital bed, but suddenly, he spit out a mouthful of blood. Who wouldn't he feel anxious after seeing this? "Xiaohao, is Lao Xia okay?" In the end, Zhang Manli couldn't help but ask. This is actually very polite. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Hao was Xia Qingxue's future husband, Zhang Manli would have chased him away long ago if it were someone else. Even so, Zhang Manli's face was full of nervousness at this moment. Including Xia Qingxue, although she trusts Yi Hao very much. However, I saw my father spitting out blood with my own eyes. She was also very nervous inside. But Yi Hao, at this moment, didn't care about what they said at all. He continued to attack Xia Dahai lying on the hospital bed, using his hands like needles to massage the other's acupuncture points. "Boy! Can you cure diseases? Get out of the way." Su Tao looked at Yi Hao with no intention of stopping. At this moment, the speech began to become impolite. It's not that he was that worried about Xia Dahai. The main reason is that he came here today just to show off. If Yi Hao were asked to do so, he would just send the old man Xia Dahai away. Next, how can he show off? So, after scolding Yi Hao a few words, he stepped forward and prepared to interrupt him. Call. As a result, Yi Hao took a deep breath at this time. Finally stopped. "Boy, let me tell you, if something really goes wrong with Uncle Xia today, you must take responsibility. You just. Ahem." Just as Su Tao was standing aside and continuing to speak to Yi Hao, he was talking. Suddenly, Xia Dahai, who had been in a coma on the hospital bed, coughed. Then, Xia Dahai slowly opened his eyes. The originally extremely pale cheek now had a little bloodshot. "Husband. Dad. You finally woke up." The next moment, after seeing Xia Dahai wake up, Xia Qingxue and Zhang Manli immediately came over. They surrounded Xia Dahai, all with excitement on their faces. Zhang Manli, in particular, burst into tears. You know, the person lying on the hospital bed is her husband. Although she usually appears to be quite strong. However, only she herself knows how much she has endured in her heart. At this moment, seeing that Xia Dahai was safe, the whole person completely relaxed. At the same time, emotions also exploded. "Aunt Shang, Uncle Xia is basically fine now. For the next period of time, you just need to rest," Yi Hao said slowly. "Xiaohao, this time it's all thanks to you. If you are free some other day, please invite your parents for me and we can have a meal together." Zhang Manli was extremely satisfied with Yi Hao at this moment. Not only has outstanding appearance. Moreover, he also knows medical skills. Such a young talent is more than qualified to be a match for his own Qingxue. At this moment, Zhang Manli no longer hesitated. He immediately agreed to the marriage. He even took the initiative to invite Yi Hao's parents to dinner. Discuss the marriage together. "Ah, okay, Aunt Chang." Yi Hao naturally understood Zhang Manli's thoughts and agreed. Ahem. At this moment, Xia Dahai wanted to say something after waking up from the hospital bed. However, the long coma has made him lose the ability to speak. "I could only cough, lie on the bed and continue to rest." Soon, a large group of doctors came in. Start supplying nutrient solution to Xia Dahai to ensure his body functions are healthy. This. On the side, Su Tao saw this scene and his face became extremely ugly. He hadn't thought of it at all. Yi Hao actually succeeded in curing Xia Dahai. In particular, Zhang Manli's attitude towards Yi Hao made him furious. However, now that the matter is done, Su Tao knows that there is nothing he can do to change the status quo. He could only snort coldly and then walk away. As for Dr. Charles, he saw Yi Hao's methods. The whole person and worldview were shattered on the spot. I never thought that there would be such a method in the world that could be used to cure diseases and save lives. He immediately cried and begged Yi Hao to accept him as his disciple. I want to learn medicine. Yi Hao naturally refused such a foreigner. Traditional Chinese medicine is something passed down from our ancestors. Although, publicity is also needed. But how could he hand it over to foreigners? Are we going to let them steal our medical skills and end up stealing our patents? Yi Hao would never do such a thing. So, I rejected the other party directly. Regardless of Charles's pleading and the sky-high fee he quoted. Just drive it away. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the mission and cured Xiada Hai. Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group, 30% of the shares have been transferred to the host. Host, you can check it anytime. At this moment, the system prompt sound in my mind rang again. A smile appeared on Yi Hao's face. Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group, 30% of the shares. Wow, this is worth at least tens of billions. In this case, Yi Hao's worth can be described as skyrocketing. All of a sudden, he went from being an ordinary graduate to a billionaire. This feeling is still very good. Of course, Yi Hao quickly suppressed his emotions. After all, his father-in-law was still lying in bed. Next, Yi Hao continued to observe Xia Dahai's condition in the hospital. Chapter 31 Software Hardening Engineering Department. Binhai City. A high-end club. In the box, Zheng Xiuhu was surrounded by girls and singing loudly with a microphone. A face full of smugness. Ever since he took the Chinese medicine prescribed by Yi Hao last time, he has become restless again in recent times. In fact, it's even crazier than before. The reason, of course, is that the Chinese medicine Yi Hao prescribed for him is very effective. Zheng Xiuhu was very satisfied. I thought I could continue to be so carefree. So, these days, Zheng Xiuhu was either going to the club or on the way to the club. Zheng Xiuhu, just a song. Just preparing to give a full body massage to the beautiful girl next to me. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. Zheng Xiuhu took out his cell phone and answered the call casually. Hello, Brother Long, how's the matter going? Well. Originally, Zheng Xiuhu had a nonchalant look on his face. However, as the person on the other end of the phone spoke, Zheng Xiuhu's expression changed instantly. Shouted, Brother Long was arrested by the police. Fuck, what's going on? And you want me to go over there and pay the ransom? I'm going to give it to you. You haven't even finished your work yet, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money. Roll. Snap. Hang up the phone. Zheng Xiuhu was furious. He never thought that Xiao Qinglong and others he had found would go and cause trouble for Yi Hao. As a result, not only did it not cause any harm to Yi Hao. Instead, with one move, he and a dozen of his subordinates were all sent in. The phone call just now was from Xiao Qinglong's younger brother, asking Zheng Xiuhu for money to rescue the person. When he thought of this, Zheng Xiuhu became more and more angry. Yi Hao, you are lucky. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Zheng Xiuhu cursed viciously. At the same time, my mood soon calmed down. Although it failed this time. But, it doesn't matter. Who made him young Master Zhang? He knows so many people. Next time, just find a few more reliable thugs. Grass. Come here, squat down. The next moment, he looked at the young models beside him. Zheng Xiuhu was furious. I decided to do a software hardening project first to vent my anger. Mr. Zhang, let's three sisters come together. The three of us sisters are truly amazing at playing the flute. People in the martial arts world call her the death-taking lady. As the three young models spoke, they were about to squat down and provide Zheng Xiao with some work. Puff. However, at the critical moment. Suddenly, a surge of blood rushed out. Ah! The next moment, a terrified scream was heard in the box. First People's Hospital. In the VIP ward. After a morning of treatment, Xia Dahai's condition finally stabilized. Next, all you need to do is rest for a while. Yi Hao, thank you. Xiao Qingxue looked at Yi Hao, who was taking care of her father meticulously in front of the bed, and said sincerely. It's okay. He's my future father-in-law. It's my duty to take care of him. Yi Hao turned around and replied. When Xia Qingxue heard the words future father-in-law, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. The thought of marrying Yi Hao in the future made her feel happy. Xia Qingxue's cheeks felt slightly hot. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Although Uncle Xia vomited out the blood, his body has been severely damaged by lying in bed for a long time. During this period, you must take good care of Uncle Xia, especially improve his nutrition. Yi Hao touched Xia Qingxue's head and said. Yeah, I see. Xia Qingxue nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. After this incident, Xia Qingxue's trust in Yi Hao rose to another level. Basically, what the other person says has been taken as the golden rule. Mainly because it was said by Yi Hao, then it must be right. Squeak. The next moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. Zhang Manli walked in with 3 lunches. As soon as I came in, I saw my daughter with a red face. Ha, Xiaoao, thank you for your hard work today. I'll have to bear with you for a moment and have a light meal. When your Uncle Xia recovers, our family of 3 will treat you to a meal and thank you properly. Zhang Manli said with a smile. Obviously, after this incident, Zhang Manli's favorable impression of Yi Hao has increased a lot. Basically, he is regarded as the future son-in-law. Thank you, Auntie. No need to worry about meals or anything. This is what I should do. Yi Hao stood up and said. Hearing this, Zhang Manli's eyes turned softer when she looked at Yi Hao. After lunch. After repeated requests from Zhang Manli and Xia Qingxue, Yi Hao finally left the hospital. The reason was that Yi Hao had already spent all his energy treating Xia Dahai in the morning. Now, you should have a good rest. He doesn't have to worry about what happens next. Just leave it to Zhang Manli and Xia Qingxue. What's more, there are many special care staff and doctors in the hospital. No problem at all. So, Yi Hao, who had nothing to do, drove his Ferrari 488 directly back to Jirantang Hospital. At the same time, he planned to tell his parents about Xia Dahai's condition. Reassure them and don't worry too much. Last night, Yi Rushan learned that his good brother, Xia Dahai, had undergone surgery. The whole person was worried all the time. If Yi Hao hadn't stopped him, I guess I could have rushed to the hospital last night. Now, Xia Dahai's condition has been under control. Basically, no problem. Just rest for a while. Even if Yi Rushan wants to come and visit, it won't have any impact. Just like that, Yi Hao sent the message to his parents. He drove straight to Jirantang Hospital. At the same time, Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. As the leading pharmaceutical enterprise in Binhai City. At this moment, the top executives of the group are gathered together to hold a parliamentary meeting. The theme of the meeting was about the change of shareholders of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. I called everyone here suddenly because someone just spent a large sum of money to acquire 30% of our group's shares. From today on, Mr. Yi is the second largest shareholder of our Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. Here are some photos and basic information about Mr. Yi. Please share them with each other. Remember, you must remember Mr. Ye's appearance firmly. In the future, don't create any blunders involving not knowing Mr. Yi. If I knew that Mr. Yi had a bad opinion of our group because of the problems of a few individuals, I would be absolutely merciless. The chairman, sitting in his seat, said with a serious face. The rest of the group's top executives were shocked. I carefully looked at the photos and information of Mr. Yi. I'm afraid that not knowing each other will cause misunderstandings in the future. Chapter 32. Why not accept the money earned by your own ability? Yi Hao naturally didn't know that because of the change in equity, the senior executives of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group were now circulating their photos to each other. And some basic information. Today, he has become a big shot in the eyes of all the senior executives of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. Yi Hao currently knows nothing about this. He drove his Ferrari sports car at full speed. Returned to Jirantang Hospital. Planned to take a rest here for a while. Then, in the evening, I cooked some medicinal food and sent it to Xia Qingxue and Zhang Manli. Although neither of them was sick. However, I have been busy during this period. I guess he must be very haggard. It's just right to take some medicated food to replenish some qi and blood. Boss. Someone is looking for you, it's 2 ladies. Now, I'm waiting in the reception room. When Yi Hao just walked into the hospital, the security guard suddenly said, Looking for me? Yi Hao was a little surprised. However, he soon arrived at the reception room. I planned to see who was looking for me. You know, not many people know that he is the owner of Jirantang Hospital. Moreover, they are two young ladies. Yi Hao already had a basic guess in his mind. As expected. When Yi Hao came to the reception room, then I saw two familiar figures sitting on chairs drinking tea. It was Lin Shuya and Lin Shuxin. Brother Yi. When she saw Yi Hao coming in, Lin Shuya immediately stood up from her chair. With a smile on her face, she said, "My sister and I have been waiting for you here for an hour. You are finally back." Hee, I just had something to do and went out for a while. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Yi Hao smiled slightly. It's okay. Brother Yi, we came here uninvited today and disturbed you. We hope we don't bother you. Lin Shuxin also smiled at this moment. However, the other party's physique is indeed not very good. Even though he just sat here for a while, his face actually turned slightly pale. Let's go to my office and talk. Seeing this scene, Yi Hao did not delay any longer. He immediately brought the two girls to his office. Lin Shuxin's illness is quite serious. It is better to treat it as early as possible. Soon, a group of 3 people arrived at Yi Hao's office. Ms. Lin, please sit here first. Let me take your pulse first. Yi Hao sat on the chair and took out the toolkit. After placing a soft pad to protect the other person's wrist, he began to take his pulse. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Yi Hao stopped. Said, Ms. Lin, your pulse is disordered and your health problem is quite serious. Well, let's split into 2 groups to treat your condition. The first step is to suppress the symptoms in your body, and then slowly improve your physical condition. Then, I will slowly resolve the illness in your body. Faced with the treatment plan proposed by Yi Hao, Lin Shuxin agreed without any hesitation. Even so, Yi Hao's treatment method was different from that of other doctors he had seen before. However, she still chose to believe Yi Hao. Last time, if it wasn't tea for the other party, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be alive today. Naturally, she believed in Yi Hao 100%. In fact, the reason why Yi Hao made such arrangements was mainly because Lin Shuxin's situation was different from that of other ordinary patients. First of all, she was born weak. After so many years, the weakness has turned into an illness. If her body is not taken care of first, even if Yi Hao uses medical skills directly, it will be of no use. This is because the patient's body cannot absorb the power of the medicine at all. If you use medical skills directly to forcibly eliminate the symptoms in the patient's body, it will cause a rebound. If things go wrong, Lin Shuxin's life may be in danger. This is also the reason why so many doctors were unable to cure Lin Shuxin's illness before. Ms. Lin, next, I will give you acupuncture. Think of a way to improve your immunity and physical fitness first. Yi Hao said something. He turned around and took out a few silver needles from the tool bag beside him. Brother Yi, will this hurt? When Lin Shuya saw the few silver needles flashing with cold light in Yi Hao's hand, she immediately covered her red lips. A little scared. It's okay, I'm quick, it won't hurt. Yi Hao smiled. Appears to be amiable. It's okay, Brother Yi, I'm not afraid, please come as soon as possible. Lin Shuxin is relatively strong at this moment. Swish. The next moment, Yi Hao moved his palm, and several silver needles, under his palm, instantly fell on several acupuncture points on Lin Shuxin's body. Although Lin Shuxin said she was not afraid just now, she was still a little scared when a few silver needles fell on her body. Even closed his eyes. However, the imagined pain did not come. There was even a warm feeling coming from inside the body. I even couldn't help but moan. Swish. However, Lin Shuxin's face immediately turned red. The thought of making such a sound in front of a man like Yi Hao made her feel extremely shy. It's a pity that Yi Hao was not in the mood to pay attention to these things at the moment. In Yi Hao's eyes, Lin Shuxin is now just a patient. A serious expression on his face. Seeing Yi Hao like this, Lin Shuxin put away her little thoughts. About 10 minutes later, Yi Hao finally stopped what he was doing. At the same time, he put away the needle and said, well, come see me again next week. I'll give you another injection, and that should be enough. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it every morning and evening. After a week, you can live like a normal person. Thank you, Brother Yi. Lin Shuxin hurriedly thanked him. There was a hint of excitement in his tone. Lin Shuya on the side also expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yi. It doesn't matter. Just pay the money. Yi Hao sat on the chair and said calmly. Well. Lin Xuxin and Lin Shuya were both a little stunned. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao has such a side. However, next, Lin Xuxin handed Yi Hao a bank card that she had prepared long ago. Said, Brother Yi, there is 20 million here, which is part of our consultation fee. Yi Hao accepted it directly. Why shouldn't you accept the money you earned through your own ability? He is not some fool who would give up a lot of money just to win the favor of a woman. This is simply a sign of mental illness. Besides, he already has a beautiful wife like Xia Qingxue, so other women are just so-so in his eyes. Ding dong. At this moment, Lin Xuxin's cell phone suddenly popped. Hey, the group issued an announcement. The group's equity has changed. This young man looks so familiar. The next moment, she opened her cell phone and took a look. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 33 The super rich man is me. Sister, the other party is too young. At just over 20 years old, he was able to acquire 30% of our group's shares. This must be a child of a wealthy family. Ha! This person. Lin Shuya leaned close to Lin Xuxin, and the two were looking at the messages popping up on their phones. Suddenly, the two sisters let out a cry of surprise. Then, they looked at Yi Hao at the same time. Why are you looking at me like that? I noticed the two people's gazes. Yi Hao took a sip of tea and said. So similar. Sister, Brother Yi looks exactly like this. Lin Shuya repeatedly compared the photos on her phone with Yi Hao himself. With a look of surprise on his face, he said, Brother Yi, I never thought that there would be someone in the world who looks so much like you. Look. As she spoke, Lin Shuya opened the photo in her hand and placed it directly in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao glanced at the photo and was slightly stunned. Because the photos in the other person's phone are obviously of himself. Yi Hao still has an impression of this photo. These are a set of ID photos I took when I was studying in the organization. But how could it be in the other person's phone now? Brother Yi, do you know? Just now, someone bought out 30% of the shares of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group, in which our Lin family holds a stake. The group just sent out a notice. These days, there are really all kinds of super rich people. The key is, he looks exactly like you. Brother Yi, this is such a coincidence. Lin Shuya held the phone in her hand, looking surprised. When Yi Hao heard this, he was slightly stunned. Because he didn't expect that the Lin family also had shares in Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. As for the person the other party was talking about, the super rich man? That's just yourself. You can actually continue to look. If I'm not mistaken, your new shareholder should also be named Yi, right? Yi Hao continued. Ding dong. At the same time, just as Yi Hao finished speaking, Lin Xuxin's mobile phone sent another message. What is displayed above is Yi Hao's basic information. Especially, the name above. It was the two words Yi Hao. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuya and Lin Xuxin both gasped. His face was full of surprise. How is this possible? The person who acquired 30% of the shares of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group in one go was actually Yi Hao. Right before their eyes. For a moment, the two were shocked. Brother Yi, you. Lin Shuya could no longer speak at this moment. No way. This news is really too shocking. You know, the person who can take out more than 1 billion in one go to acquire 30% of the shares of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group is definitely not an ordinary person. In the past, the Lin sisters thought Yi Hao was very powerful. However, I thought that the other party only knew a little medical skills. Now it seems that it was completely beyond their expectations. Yi Hao's background is absolutely incredibly strong. Okay, stop standing there. Since you are also a shareholder of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. Come on, you two will lead the way, and we will go to the group together. Yi Hao stood up slowly. Now he is the second largest shareholder of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. However, so far, I have not visited the group. I happen to be free today, and with the Lin sisters leading the way, I can get familiar with the environment. Next, the group of three went straight to Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. The other side. In a high-end ward. Zhang Xiaohu lay on the hospital bed again. Moreover, it is more serious than the last time I came to the hospital. The whole person was pale. It looks like it's about to fail. Doctor, what's wrong with my son? I clearly had already checked it last time. Why has it become like this again now? Tell me, can my son's disease be cured? Zheng Yashan was very excited at this moment. He only has one beloved son, Zheng Xiuhu. They also expect the other party to give birth to children for them. If any accident happened, wouldn't the Zhang family be extinct? Zheng Yashan was in a very bad mood. Mr. Zhang, please calm down. The patient's situation is quite special. Our experts are meeting to discuss treatment options. We will definitely do our best to cure the patient's condition. Well, please go and settle the surgery fee and the expert consultation fee first. A Western doctor in a white coat said. Oh my God. Zheng Yashan got angry immediately. He has not yet received an explanation for his son's condition. Now, you're pushing him to pay? Although Zheng Yashan is not short of this little money, he is not a fool. Mr. Zhang, please watch your words. We are a hospital here. If you don't pay, how can we treat your son? The doctor said with a stern face at this moment. My son, what are the chances of success of the operation? Zheng Yashan said, suppressing his anger. That depends on the patient's condition, the surgeon's surgical skills, and the quality of the medication we use. The other party said a lot of blah blah. The more Zheng Yashan listened, the angrier he became. This is not treating the disease at all, this is clearly stealing money. Thinking of this, Zheng Yashan could no longer suppress his inner anger. Bang! He just slapped the other person in the face. He hit someone. The family members beat people up. Someone come quickly. The next moment, the entire hospital became a mess. The other side. At this moment, Yihao, accompanied by Lin Shuxin and Lin Shuya, came directly to Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group is the leading pharmaceutical company in the entire Binhai city. The market value is more than 4 billion. The scale is still very large. After Yihao and his two companions arrived at the pharmaceutical group, someone was immediately assigned to receive them because of the Lin sisters' identities. Then, the three of them began to investigate within the group. After all, the Lin family is one of the shareholders of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. Although their share is not as large as Yihao's family's, it is still not small. It is reasonable to have a dedicated person to receive you when you arrive at the group. At this moment, Yihao and the other two, led by a manager, were watching casually. Suddenly, at this moment, Yihao saw a familiar figure. It was Su Tao whom I met in the hospital ward today. At this moment, Su Tao obviously also discovered Yihao. The whole person was stunned at first, then walked over with a smug look on his face. Hey, isn't this divine Dr. Yi? Why did you come to our Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group? Are you here looking for a job? Chapter 34. Where did the fool come from? The moment he saw Yihao, Su Tao showed a smug look on his face. I didn't expect to meet Yihao here. You know, their family owns shares in Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. Although it's not much, only 1%. But, he is also a shareholder of this group. Not ordinary people can compare to him. At this moment, after seeing Yihao, Su Tao immediately walked over proudly. He thought that Yihao came here to find a job. He immediately laughed and said, Haha, I never thought that I would meet Dr. Yi here. Why, are you here to find a job? What a coincidence. This young master is a shareholder of this group. As he spoke, Su Tao's face showed a strong sense of pride. It seems as if this group was run by their own family. In fact, their family only owns a paltry 1% of the shares. In the shareholders' meeting, he is basically a dispensable minor role. However, in front of Yihao, Su Tao was stunned. He said to a young manager behind him, Manager Yao, is the group still short of doctors? Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group, as the name suggests, is naturally a pharmaceutical company. Of course, it's not just about pharmaceuticals. At the same time, there will be some hospitals and other industries. It is a long industrial chain. Therefore, it is reasonable to recruit doctors. Mr. Su, the matter of recruiting doctors is the responsibility of the Human Resources Department. However, according to the information I received, the Human Resources Department has almost recruited enough people. Manager Yao is very good at reading people's cues and acting accordingly. Su Tao obviously had a grudge against the young man in front of him, so naturally he had to help and provide assistance. Although Su Tao's family only holds 1% of the shares, it depends on who you compare it with. A small business manager like him is naturally not to be offended. You can only try every possible way to please the other person. Ha, Dr. Yi, did you hear that? Su Tao was very satisfied with Manager Yao's performance. Gave the other person an approving look. Then, he said slowly, now, the group has almost recruited all the doctors. You also know that the treatment of employees in the hospitals under our Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group is among the best in the industry. It's not easy for ordinary people to come in. But since I am a kind-hearted person, if you are willing to apologize to me and learn to bark like a dog, I can make the decision and give you a place. You know, not just any random person can come into our Haifeng group. Seeing Su Tao's attitude, I wonder what Ji Hao feels. Sisters Lin Shuxin and Lin Shuya, who were standing by, were both stunned. Where did this idiot come from? Don't you know that the person standing in front of you is the second largest shareholder of Haifeng Group? Do you dare to shout in front of him? Moreover, he kept saying, you Haifeng Group? Brother, you really don't know the identity of this gentleman in front of you. In the entire Haifeng Group, apart from the first shareholder, he is the biggest one. What's more, as the first shareholder, his shareholding ratio is only 35%, which is not much stronger than Yi Hao. How dare you jump like this in front of such a big boss? I respect you for being a man. At this moment, Lin Shuya and Lin Shuxin both looked at Su Tao with some sympathy, and they didn't even have the intention to argue with each other. Because they knew very well that this guy's fate would be quite miserable. Seeing Yi Hao and the other two remain silent, Su Tao became even more unscrupulous. I thought that they were all conquered by my aura of forcing the king. He said to Yi Hao, ha, kid, do you know my power now? With just one word from me, I can get you out of Haifeng Group. But suddenly, Su Tao changed the subject, glanced at Yi Hao, and said, as long as you are willing to take the initiative to leave Xiaoqingxue, perhaps, I can consider letting you work in Haifeng Group, and even give you a good position. Well, think about it. Young man, sometimes you have to learn to seize the opportunity. Sometimes, when an opportunity is gone, it's really gone. In the end, Su Tao finally stated his ultimate goal. After hearing this, Yi Hao finally looked up and glanced at Su Tao. Said, come here, I want to tell you something. Su Tao heard this without any doubt. I thought Yi Hao was ready to give in, and walked over with a smile on his face. Bang! The next moment, a loud slap landed directly on Su Tao's face. You! Su Tao was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Shouted, you dare to hit me? Yes, I'm hitting you. Bang! Yi Hao said confidently. Then, another big slap was given. You know, Yi Hao's current physical fitness is quite strong. After 2 slaps in the face, Su Tao was completely stunned. Do you know why I hit you? Because you, a toad, want to eat swan meat. After beating the man, Yi Hao made another heart-wrenching statement. For a moment, the Lin sisters and the 2 managers nearby were all stunned. Good job. This is too overbearing. Not only did he beat the person, but he also verbally insulted him. It's simply shrimp and pig heart. However, after thinking about it, the Lin sisters let it go. After all, it was Su Tao who took the initiative to provoke first, so Lin Hao's behavior can only be described as self-defense. And, the most important point is that Yi Hao has this ability. Boy! You are done. Look how I deal with you. After Su Tao received 2 slaps in the face, he was stunned for a long time before gradually recovering. Hiding behind Manager Yao, he dared to speak loudly. Sir, your actions just now have seriously violated the regulations of our group. Next, you will face a very serious. Manager Yao also had a serious look on his face at this moment. He never expected that Yi Hao would dare to take action in the company. Moreover, the person he beat was his guest. Naturally, he couldn't bear it, and acted as if he wanted to handle the matter with Yi Hao in a businesslike manner. As a result, Yi Hao didn't give him a chance at all. He interrupted him and said, don't talk to me. You are not qualified. Let your leader come over. Manager Yao was stunned when he heard this, especially when he saw Yi Hao's determined expression and the fact that the other party had just attacked him unscrupulously. For a moment, Manager Yao was a little undecided. The next moment, Yi Hao made a phone call. About 5 minutes later, there was a sound of footsteps. Immediately afterwards, Manager Yao's face turned as pale as paper. because he saw a large group of company executives walking towards him. Chapter 35. Everyone is showing off, only Su Tao is getting beaten. Crash. A large group of people came over in a hurry. The one walking in the front is the chairman of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. The rest of the people are all group executives and the like. This. Manager Yao and Su Tao were stunned when they saw this scene. They never expected that the chairman and a group of group executives would appear here. Especially Su Tao. After a few seconds of silence. Then, he suddenly came over with a smile on his face. He thought that the chairman and others knew that someone was bullying him, so they came over to stand up for him. Thinking of this, Su Tao felt secretly happy. After looking at Yi Hao provocatively. That's it, he went straight towards the crowd. He smiled and said, "Chairman, it's really well." However, soon, the smile on Su Tao's face froze. Because the other party had no intention of paying attention to him at all. They just walked around him, and some even reached out and pushed him aside. Then, a group of people came to Yi Hao very enthusiastically. They all bowed neatly and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi." Fuck. Seeing this scene, Su Tao was completely stunned. What's going on? Aren't they here to stand up for themselves? Why did you stand on Yi Hao's side? Moreover, he had such a respectful attitude. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. We didn't expect you to come to the group. We apologize for the poor hospitality." Chairman Su Xian said apologetically. "It doesn't matter. I didn't disturb you before I came. I just came in and took a look around." Yi Hao's attitude appeared very calm. Hearing this, Su Xian and others breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Yi Hao is the second largest shareholder of their group. The power in his hands is amazing. If I really did something wrong, I would offend the other party. I'm afraid that this group of people will have to be replaced in a few minutes. But at this moment, Yi Hao glanced at Su Tao and Manager Yao and said, "Some of our company's employees are too high profile. The position of business manager may not be very suitable for them. Also, the group should be cleaned up internally. Not just anyone can come in." After hearing the words cats and dogs from Yi Hao's mouth, Su Tao only felt a burning pain on his cheek. It was as if someone had slapped me in the face. After all, this is what he said to Yi Hao just now. As a result, it was returned to them intact. As for Manager Yao, he was so frightened that he almost paralyzed. He sat down on the ground. After all, the some people that Yi Hao just mentioned were referring to him. When Manager Yao thought of his suicidal behavior just now, he was filled with regret. When Su Xian heard Yi Hao's meaningful words, he quickly understood. He first looked at Manager Yao and said, "Go back and report to your supervisor. I don't think you are suitable for this position. In order to fully mobilize your personal abilities and give full play to your subjective initiative, I've decided to let you go to the cleaning department for 2 years and let you shine." Hearing this, Manager Yao's face instantly turned gloomy. It was as if all energy had been lost. As for Yi Hao, he nodded. Listen, he is worthy of being the chairman. He can even speak so refreshingly and elegantly when he punishes people to clean the toilet. Give full play to your subjective initiative. Most people really can't put it into words. Damn it, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost this job. Bang! Suddenly, Manager Yao sat up from the ground. Then, he slapped Su Tao in the face. He has given it his all. Anyway, the manager position is gone. As for cleaning the toilet, you can do it anywhere you want. Why do you have to stay here? So, I decided to vent my anger first. Stupid. He cursed the other person viciously. Then, Manager Yao left in style. Even Yi Hao was quite surprised. I didn't realize that he is also a passionate person. Only Su Tao was left standing there, with a confused look on his face. In the end, he was the only one who took it all. Boss Su, how much equity does this Mr. Su have in the group? Yi Hao suddenly asked. Mr. Yi, you can just call me Xiao Su. Su Xian was very respectful and said, Mr. Su's shareholding in our group is about 0.9%. Nonsense, our family clearly owns 1% of the shares. On the side, Su Tao suddenly shouted. Mr. Su, this is the latest data. Su Xian said calmly. In that case, take back all their shares. Yi Hao thought for a moment and said. Okay, Mr. Yi. Su Shan nodded and agreed. Soon, Su Tao's family's shares in Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group were taken back. They were kicked out of their house. You know, shareholders are also divided into big and small. In front of a major shareholder of the group like Yi Hao, Su Tao's family's shares are not worth mentioning at all. Mr. Su, please leave our group. The next moment, Su Shan made a gesture of invitation. At the same time, several security guards came over and surrounded the other party. Originally, Su Tao wanted to say some trash talk, but when he saw the scene, he instantly lost his temper and walked out obediently. After getting rid of the fly Su Tao. Next, Yi Hao, accompanied by Su Shan and others, visited the group for a while and then left directly. As for the Lin sisters, they also said goodbye to him halfway. However, what happened today had a huge impact on both of them. After leaving Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group, Yi Hao looked at the time and it was almost afternoon. I plan to go back and cook some medicinal food to nourish Xiada Hai in the evening. In this way, Yi Hao drove his Ferrari 488 at full speed and returned to Jirantang Hospital again. However, just when Yi Hao had parked the car. Yi Hao! Save me! Yi Hao turned around and looked. Zheng Xiaohu was seen sitting in a wheelchair, his face as pale as paper and his breath weak. A miserable look as if he will soon die. Zhang Yashan's face also didn't look very good. Yi Hao, what on earth did you do? Didn't you say you could cure our little tiger? How come after he took your medicine, his condition improved for a few days, and then started to get worse again? You must give us an explanation for this. Glancing at the father and son, Yi Hao said calmly, when I prescribed the medicine for you, I already told you not to mess around when taking it. He won't listen, what can I do? You're talking nonsense. My son has been very well behaved in recent days. Never messed around. It's all your fault. Hurry up and find a way to cure my son. Zhang Yashan, however, insisted on blackmailing Yi Hao. As you please. Yi Hao glanced at the other person, didn't want to pay any attention to him at all, and turned and left. What's the point of communicating with such a mad dog? Chapter 36 Desperate Zheng Xiaohu. It seemed that Yi Hao was about to leave. Zheng Xiaohu was immediately panicked. Shouted, Dad, stop talking. Yi Hao, brother Yi. I beg you. As long as you can save me, I will definitely repay you. How about I give you 20 million this time? When Zhang Yashan heard what Zheng Xiaohu shouted, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. You little bastard, who gave you the courage to just open your mouth and take out 20 million? Although, the Zheng family has a lot of assets. However, this was all achieved by Zhang Yashan alone. You are a little bastard, all you do all day is eat, drink and have fun. It's of no use at all. It would be fine if you don't help me run the company normally, but now, you just open your mouth and spend 20 million. Damn it! It's really like a son selling his father's land, doesn't he feel sad? Of course, although Zhang Yashan was unhappy, he didn't say it out loud at this time. After all, he only has this one son, so he can only bear it. 20 million? Hearing this, Yi Hao smiled. Brother Yi, if you think it's not enough, I can add more. As long as you can heal my injury, money is not a problem. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu could no longer care about anything else. As long as Yi Hao is willing to treat him, he is willing to do anything. Last time, the group of people who came to block me at the hospital gate were arranged by you, right? The next moment, Yi Hao stared at the other party and said in a cold tone. Well. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Then, he instinctively began to argue, saying, Brother Yi, this matter has nothing to do with me. Xiao Qinglong, I don't even know him. I don't know anything about this. Really? But I didn't say it was Xiao Qinglong who brought people to the hospital to cause trouble. How did you know it was Xiao Qinglong who brought people? Yi Hao asked back. This kid completely choked Zheng Xiaohu. Unexpectedly, he confessed himself. This scene is very embarrassing. Boy, don't be shameless. I'm telling you, last time you took my money, you had to cure my son's illness. Otherwise, I'll never let you go. Zhang Yashan's attitude is as hot-tempered as ever. He even threatened Yi Hao. It's a pity that Yi Hao doesn't buy it. He just glanced at the other person and said calmly, What's your attitude? Plop. Just as Yi Hao finished speaking, Zheng Xiaohu suddenly struggled down from the wheelchair. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. She cried out, Brother Yi, save me. I'm still young and don't want to lose my dignity as a man so quickly. Please, save me. As a party. Zhang Xiaohu is actually more panicked than anyone else right now. After all, if it were any normal man. In this situation, it was obvious that his life was in danger. Even if it were an alien, it would probably be scared to death. So, in this situation, Zhang Xiaohu no longer cared about his face. He knelt directly in front of Yi Hao. As for Zhang Yashan, looking at his son, he actually knelt down to Yi Hao. Naturally, I felt very unhappy. After all, in his eyes, Yi Hao was just an ordinary person. How could his own son, the young master of the Zhang family, kneel down to the other party? However, I need help right now. Zhang Yashan had no choice but to endure it. Of course, it was fortunate that Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what his father was thinking, otherwise, this guy would definitely have said, if I have the guts, I'll break your penis and try. Ha, Mr. Zhang, this is how you ask for help. See Zhang Xiaohu kneeling down. Yi Hao showed a kind smile. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu was delighted, thinking that Yi Hao had agreed to his request, and hurriedly said, Brother Yi, as long as you can save me. From now on, I will do whatever you tell me to do. You are my most loyal brother. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu said this. In fact, I don't know what bad things are hidden in his heart. This guy is the black-bellied type. I'm sorry, I can't cure it. However, next, Yi Hao said lightly and turned away. Let Zhang Xiaohu be happy for nothing. No. Brother Yi. Yi Hao. Son of a bitch. Come here, heal me. Heal me now. Otherwise, I'm not done with you. Yi Hao. Yi Hao left gracefully. Only a few security guards were left standing at the door, stopping Zhang and his son. Zhang Xiaohu's desperate voice echoed throughout the hospital. Not to mention that Yi Hao had no intention of treating the other person at all, even if Yi Hao really wanted to save the other person now, he had no way to do it. Because, the last time Yi Hao prescribed medicine for the other party, he added some powerful drugs. Given Zhang Xiaohu's current condition, even Bian Ke would shake his head. When Zhao Gao saw him, he called him brother. From now on, we are fellow travelers. However, Yi Hao did not feel the slightest bit of guilt about this. After all, this Zhang Xiaohu is not a good guy. Not only does it often harm ordinary young girls. And, the worst thing is, he even dared to steal Yi Hao's woman. They even found a thug like Xiao Qinglong to block him at the door. To deal with such an enemy, cutting off his lineage and grandchildren is a small punishment. Regardless of Zhang Xiaohu's desperate screams outside the door. After Yi Hao returned to the hospital. Immediately, I started preparing the medicinal food. A lot of time has been wasted today. In the evening, he also had to go to the First People's Hospital to visit Xia Dehai. Medicinal food, of course, has to be prepared early. Finally, after several hours of hard work, Yi Hao prepared a medicinal meal that has a tonic effect. Soon after preparing the medicinal food, Yi Hao drove his Ferrari sports car straight to the First People's Hospital. It is worth mentioning that when Yi Hao came out of Jirantang Hospital, he did not see Zhang Xiaohu and his son. I guess I'd been waiting for a long time but to no avail. I know Yi Hao want help. In despair, I finally left. It seems that they still have some self-awareness. Soon, we drove the sports car to the First People's Hospital. Yi Hao took the medicinal food and came to the VIP ward. When Yi Hao walked into the ward, it was discovered that Xia Dehai, who had been in a coma for a long time, finally woke up at this moment. Xia Qingxue and Zhang Manli were surrounding each other. Say this to the other person quietly. Xiaohao, you are here. After seeing Yi Hao coming in, Zhang Manli stood up immediately. Attitude, very enthusiastic. Auntie, this is some medicinal food I made for Uncle Xia. Yi Hao handed over the medicinal food. Xiaohao, I'm really sorry to bother you. Obviously, after what happened today, Zhang Manli's attitude towards Yi Hao has risen to another level. Extremely passionate. At the same time, it can be regarded as a complete recognition of him as a son-in-law. Chapter 37 Lo. Yi Hao, you've worked hard today. Come here and take a rest. At this time, Xia Qingxue finally had the chance and pulled Yi Hao to sit aside. Now, Xia Dehai has regained consciousness and his condition is under control. Next, you just need to pay more attention and rest for a while and you will recover. Therefore, Xia Qingxue's mood at the moment was still very good. Sweep away the haze of the past. If I wasn't worried about being too noisy and disturbing Xia Dahai. At this moment, Xia Qingxue was chattering non-stop like a lark. Even so, Xia Qingxue was holding Yi Hao's arm at this moment. He also kept talking in a low voice. A look of cheering and jumping for joy. Xiaohao, I heard from your aunt that this time it's all thanks to you. I didn't expect that old Ye's son actually knows medical skills. It's unexpected that he has such a skill. Anyway, Uncle Xia was able to survive this time, all thanks to you. Thank you, Xiaohao. Xia Dahai is lying on the hospital bed at this moment. He spoke to Yi Hao in a low voice. Uncle Xia, these are what I should do. You should take good care of yourself now. Yi Hao said with a smile. Ha, I never thought that old Yi would have such an outstanding son like you. Besides, he's also very handsome, what a blessing. After Yi Hao's treatment, Xia Dahai has almost recovered. Although still a little weak. But now, it's almost the same as a normal person. At this time, leaning back on the hospital bed, looking at Yi Hao, his eyes were full of satisfaction. Obviously, he was very confident in the son-in-law he personally selected. Xiaohao, you saved Uncle Xia's life this time. Besides, your father saved my life back then. I never thought that I, Xia Dahai, would owe you and your son a life all at once. Life is so unpredictable. But Xia Dahai changed the subject and said, in order to make up for you, the childhood engagement between you and Qingxue will still count. In my opinion, you two should pick a suitable date soon and prepare to get married. Hearing this, Xia Qingxue said shyly, Dad, what did you say? Yi Hao and I have only known each other for a short time. Let's get to know each other better. Although Xia Qingxue was determined to marry Yi Hao. A man who is so handsome and has helped me so much, who else should I marry if not him? However, the time they had known each other was too short. It's better to spend some more time together and deepen your relationship. Qingxue, there is some truth in what your father said. You and Xiaohao were engaged when you were children. Besides, Xiaohao is also very handsome and has medical skills. You can tell at a glance that he is a man who will love his wife. You will definitely be happy if you marry him. Zhang Monli also said this at this moment. Mom, why are you like this? Xia Qingxue didn't expect that even her mother would say this. You know, her mother was quite opposed to this child marriage at first. However, I didn't expect that he would start speaking for Yi Hao now. Uncle, Aunt, there is no rush for marriage for now. Let Qingxue and I spend some time together before we talk about it. This will give her and me a chance to get to know each other better. Yi Hao said. When Xia Qingxue heard this, her eyebrows slightly frowned and she said, Why, don't you want to marry me? Well. Yi Hao was stunned and said, Didn't you just say that you would give us some time to get to know each other? Why is it like this now? Humph, I don't care. I said it, how can you be so indecisive? At this moment, Xia Qingxue seemed like a different person and started to throw a tantrum. Ha ha. Xia Dahai and Zhang Monli, who were standing by, burst into laughter when they saw this scene. To be honest, even as parents, they rarely see this lovely side of Xia Qingxue. Unexpectedly, it was revealed in front of Yi Hao. It seems that Xia Qingxue really regards Yi Hao as her future husband. Otherwise, how could such a cool and aloof female CEO behave like a little girl? Next, Yi Hao chatted with Xia Dahai's family for a while, and then came to the outside of the hospital accompanied by Xia Qingxue. Then, we drove back to Xingfu community. As for Xia Dahai and his family, they didn't have to worry about rest at all because they were staying in a high-end VIP ward. Not only are there nurses and doctors on call in the ward 24 hours a day. Even Xia Qingxue and Zhang Monli had a place to rest. Just like at home, there is no difference. There is no need to worry that they will not get enough rest because of taking care of the patients. So, Yi Hao returned to his home without any worries. Park the sports car downstairs. Yi Hao looked at the community where he had lived for many years. Suddenly I wondered whether I should confess to my parents. He said he had a villa in Hentaying Palace. Let them move to the villa with him. Although the residential area is good, how can it be as comfortable to live in as a villa? Just like that, Yi Hao, who was thinking about something in his mind, took the elevator and returned to his home. Yi Rushan and Wang Meixia, after seeing their son come back, he quickly pulled him over and started asking about Xia Dahai's condition. Before, in order not to worry his parents, Yi Hao did not tell them the specific situation or the location of Xia Dahai Hospital. Now, Xia Dahai's condition has basically stabilized. Next, just rest. Yi Hao no longer had so many concerns. I told my parents the news about Xia Dehai directly. Especially Yi Russian, after hearing that his old friend was safe. It can be said that I breathed a sigh of relief. People of their generation are actually very sentimental. Therefore, when he heard that his longtime friend's condition was stable and his life was not in danger, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they decided to take Wang Meixia with them to visit each other tomorrow. After all, we have been friends for many years. In this case, how could I not go? As for Yi Hao, it was after dinner. After a sweet interaction with Xia Qingxue on the phone. Then, he fell asleep directly. Sleep until you wake up naturally. I looked at the time, it's still early. Yi Hao lay in bed again and stayed there for more than half an hour. Then, I got up and started to clean up. When he was a worker, Yi Hao always dreamed that one day he would be able to stay in bed every day. But now there really is this opportunity. Yi Hao found that he couldn't lie down at all. After a while, he climbed out of the bed. Ding dong! Issuing a mission. Someone inside the Xia family group is dissatisfied with Xia Qingxue and secretly tampered with the order, causing financial problems for the Xia family group. Host, please help Xia Qingxue get through this difficult time. Reward, Tang Palace Hotel, 100% equity. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 38 Powerless. Hear the system prompt sound in your mind. Yi Hao was stunned. Unexpectedly, the system would release the task at this time. And, most importantly, it is about Xia Qingxue and Xia Group. There was a funding problem. All of a sudden, he, who had already lost all sleepiness, immediately became energetic. First, let us briefly count them. Then, he had to find a way to help Xia Qingxue get through this difficult time. After all, if a group has capital chain breaks, the consequences will be very serious. At the very least, the group will shut down, its stock price will fall, and it will have to cut off its tail to survive. In serious cases, there is a risk of bankruptcy. Therefore, after hearing the task issued by the system, Yi Hao started to act immediately without any hesitation. He planned to use the resources at his disposal to help Xia Qingxue overcome the difficulties. What's more, the rewards given by the system are also very tempting. Tang Palace Hotel, 100% equity. You know, Tang Palace Hotel is one of the most luxurious hotels in Binhai City. Worth 4 or 500 million. The annual profits easily exceed 100 million. Although not as much as the 30% stake of Haifeng Group. But it's also a lot. Soon, after a simple wash and breakfast, Yi Hao hurried out. First, after going out, Yi Hao called Su Xian, the chairman of Haifeng Group. Nowadays, the only place where Yi Hao can get large amounts of funds is the Haifeng Group. Mr. Yi, what do you want? When the call was connected, Su Xian on the other end of the line seemed very respectful. Xiao Su, how much funds can the group mobilize now? I need it urgently. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Su Xian was slightly stunned. Then he said, Mr. Yi, according to regulations, the flow of funds within the group only requires a shareholder meeting to study and decide. I know, I'm only asking for my share. Yi Hao continued. If that's the case, Mr. Yi, since it's not the year-end dividend distribution time yet, you are the group's major shareholder, so you can get an advance if you need it. At present, the dividend funds you can mobilize are about 200 million. On the other end of the phone, Su Xian checked the data on the computer and said, 200 million is 200 million. Transfer it to my card right now. Hurry up. Yi Hao said directly. At the same time, he reported a card number to the other party. Okay, Mr. Yi, I will transfer the funds to you immediately. Su Xian said respectfully. As the chairman, he has to serve the group's second largest shareholder carefully. Therefore, in response to Yi Hao's request, they immediately began to execute it. This is only possible for a large group like Haifeng Pharmaceutical. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary small group, it would be difficult to come up with 200 million yuan in funds at one time. It's simply impossible. Moreover, even for the Haifeng Group, taking out such a large sum of money at one time would be a huge loss. However, it does not affect basic operations. If you grit your teeth, you can still get it out. Su Xian's work efficiency is quite high. Not long after Yi Hao hung up the phone, the 200 million yuan had arrived in his account. A reminder text message came on the mobile phone. Yi Hao opened it and checked his account balance. Yi Hao now has nearly 300 million yuan in his bank card alone, in addition to the 200 million yuan in funds that Su Xian just transferred. There was also more than 80 million yuan originally in his bank card. These are the medical fees that Yi Hao has earned from treating other people in recent times. I don't know, are these funds enough? After looking at the balance in his bank card, Yi Hao hesitated, because he didn't know how big the funding gap of Xia Qingshue's company was. Never mind, let's go over there first. The next moment, Yi Hao started the car and headed straight for the Xia family group. He planned to go over and take a look at the situation first. At that time, if there is really not enough funds, he will find another way. In this way, Yi Hao drove his sports car and rushed all the way to Xia family group. At the same time, when Yi Hao was driving and rushing here, inside the Xia family group, at this moment, a high-level meeting is being held. Inside the meeting room, more than a dozen senior executives of the Xia family group gathered together. However, the atmosphere was a bit depressing. President Xia, when we first signed this order, most of our group executives were against it. It was you who personally signed this order worth 500 million, against all odds. There is a problem with the order now, which has caused problems with our group's capital chain. Who do you think should bear this responsibility? A senior executive of the group said in a questioning tone. Xia Qingshue's pretty face was cold. She also didn't expect that a huge order worth 500 million yuan, which she had brokered, would suddenly fall through. Moreover, a large amount of the group's funds were invested. You know, the reason why Xia Qingxue became the president of the group. The main reason was that Xia Dahai suddenly fell ill some time ago, leaving no one to take charge of the situation. Only then did Xia Qingxue step forward and take charge of the situation. Although Xia Qingxue had been in charge of several companies before, and they are all running it well. However, these Xia family executives did not really buy into Xia Qingshue's ideas. Nothing else. It's because Xia Qingxue is too young and a woman. Many of the group's senior executives were not convinced by her position as president. Now, such a scene happens to happen. Nature gave these senior executives opportunities. They held a meeting early this morning, planning to bombard Xia Qingxue, cause trouble for her. It would be best if she could be removed from the position of president. The responsibility for this incident lies with me, but I'll find a way to solve it. Xia Qingxue said slowly, the most important thing right now is to find out why the other party suddenly changed his mind, and whether there is any possibility of redemption. Do your best to minimize the losses. As soon as the words fell, a senior executive of the group directly mocked, President Xia, how are you going to solve this problem? You know, our group's current funding gap is huge. It's not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions. Excuse me, where are you going to find the funds in such a short time? Looking at this aggressive group executive, Xia Qingxue became furious. However, in an instant, a feeling of powerlessness arose in my heart. Yes. This time, because the partners suddenly went back on their word, their group suffered heavy losses. The gap in the capital chain is as high as hundreds of millions. It is indeed not an easy task to make up this amount of funds in a short period of time. After all, this is not tens of millions. And it's several hundred million. Even Xia Qingxue was powerless. Snap. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A young man with a handsome face, a tall body and a strong aura walked in. It was Yi Hao. Chapter 39, Only 200 Million. With Yi Hao's sudden entry, everyone was slightly stunned. However, soon, a senior executive of the group stood up and asked, "Who are you? Who allowed you in? This is our Xia family group's high-level meeting. Who let you in? Get out now, or else." I asked him to come. Before the group executive could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xia Qingxue. Although Xia Qingxue was also surprised by Yi Hao's sudden appearance. However, in this situation, Xia Qingxue would definitely stand on Yi Hao's side. Well, when the group executive heard Xia Qingxue speak, he immediately shut his mouth. No more words. President Xia, no matter who you ask, as long as they can solve the current funding gap of the group, it will be fine. Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving you face. Another senior executive of the group said. Xia Qingxue glanced at the other person with anger in her eyes. Because, this person is none other than Xia Qingxue's second uncle. Logically speaking, they are a family, and the other party should help Xia Qingxue. The result, however, was completely different. This time, the incident was initiated by the other party and targeted Xia Qingxue. Her second uncle, whose real name was Xia Zhenhai, was originally just an ordinary person. Later, as Xia Dahai's business grew bigger and bigger, Xia Zhenhai came directly to Xia Qingxue's family. For the sake of being a family, Xia Dahai did not make things difficult for the other party. They kept him in the group and continuously promoted him with salary increases, and even entrusted him with important tasks. In the past, Xia Zhenhai's disguise was pretty good. It's a pity that after Xia Dahai became seriously ill this time, Xia Zhenhai finally revealed his ugly face. Xia Qingxue had no good feelings towards him at all. Yihao, otherwise, you can wait for me for a while, I will deal with things, and then come to you. Although Xia Qingxue was very confused at the moment, but he still forced a smile towards Yihao. She thought that Yihao just came to see her. I don't want to make the other person worry too much. After all, this is the business of their Xia family group. Xia Qingxue doesn't want Yihao to interfere. To put it more directly, she doesn't want Yihao to get into trouble. It's okay, Qingxue. By the way, I heard that your group seems to have encountered financial problems. I don't know, how much difference? Yihao naturally understood what Xia Qingxue meant. However, he did not choose to turn a blind eye. He came here today to help Xia Qingxue resolve the crisis. What would happen if I left? So, Yihao not only did not leave, but instead found a chair and sat down. Ha, kid, this is our Xia group's own business. It has nothing to do with you. Leave now if you know what's best for you. Besides, our group's funding gap is a full 200 million. Can you come up with 200 million yuan? A group of senior executives of the group saw that Yihao did not leave. Immediately, a barrage of sarcasm began. Xia Qingxue couldn't help it and wanted to debate. As a result, at this time, Yihao said slowly, 200 million, right? I will pay for it. Well. Xia Zhenhai and others heard what Yihao said. They were all stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, all of them burst into laughter without hesitation. Boy, you are here to make people laugh. Just you? You're just a poor loser. Looking at you, I'm afraid you just graduated from college. Little brother, do you have no idea about money? This is 200 million, not 200 yuan. Just you? All the clothes you wear probably cost less than 200 yuan. He even boasted that he would come up with 200 million. Today, I'm going to put this on the table. If you can really come up with 200 million yuan in funds, I'll eat shit. A group of senior executives of the group did not believe Yihao's words at all. In their eyes, Yihao was just an ordinary young man. What I just said was pure bragging. You know, let alone a young man like Yihao, even the senior executives of their group cannot come up with such a huge amount of funds in a short period of time. 200 million is not something that an individual can afford. Most of them require companies or groups with a market value of tens of billions to come up with. And Yihao doesn't look like that kind of person at all. Because a group of senior executives of the group were making ruthless ridicule. Even Xia Qingxue had a look of helplessness in her eyes. Really, 200 million is too much money. Looking at the entire Binhai city, there are not many people who can come up with such a large amount of funds in one go. From Xia Qingxue's perspective, Yihao's words just now seemed like the other party was just trying to help her vent her anger. Qingxue, ask your company's finance department to come over. Now, I will inject capital into you. Yihao seemed not to care about the ridicule from the crowd and spoke calmly. Ha, kid, are you trying to make us laugh to death? You're still looking for the finance department? Ha, President Xia, this isn't an actor you invited. But this acting is too poor. Xia Zhenhai and others continued to mock mercilessly. As for Yihao, he didn't even want to pay attention to them. No need to waste words with them. Everything, let the facts speak for themselves. How brightly they smile now. Wait, you will cry so miserably. In fact, when Yihao heard the other party say the amount of 200 million, he felt slightly relieved. Because, at the beginning, he was a little worried about insufficient funds. He was even prepared to ask the Wang family to borrow money. Now it seems that I was totally overthinking it. At the same time, it also indirectly proves that the size of the Xia family group is not very large. It is estimated that it is only a few billion at most. As for Xia Qingxue, although she didn't know what Yi Hao was up to. However, under Yi Hao's insistence. In the end, the company's finance department was contacted. Swipe the card. After the finance came over, Yi Hao directly handed his bank card to the other party. The female financial officer was somewhat confused when she saw this scene. After all, she had been in this business for so long and had never seen anyone so arrogant. 200 million yuan in funds, just swipe the card. You have to know that there are very complicated procedures and processes between companies, especially for large expenditures. Generally speaking, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to complete a set of procedures. And this is already very good. Some may be slower and may even take several months or half a year. As for Yi Hao, he is the first one to be so arrogant. Drop. 200 million yuan has arrived. The next moment, a sound of successful payment was heard. Suddenly, everyone's expression in the conference room froze. Chapter 40 Zhang Xiuhu loses the tools of crime. You will hear a payment success sound. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was filled with a weird vibe. About 10 seconds later. Fuck. It actually arrived. Lu Finance, are you sure the money you received is 200 million, not 200 yuan? How is this possible? At this moment, the expressions of the group's top executives were as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone widened their eyes. His face was full of disbelief. You know, they were still mocking each other unscrupulously just now. As a result, now, 200 million yuan has been directly deposited into the company's account. How the hell is this possible? Where does this kid come from? Does your family run a banknote printing factory? 200 million, just take it out when I say so. At this moment, everyone was in great shock. Including Xia Qingxue, everyone looked shocked at this moment. You know, she called the company's finance department. But in fact, it was just out of trust in Yi Hao. But, in fact, she had no hope at all. Although Yi Hao did have some skills, taking out 200 million in one go was definitely not a sum of money that an ordinary person could come up with. The result was totally unexpected. Yi Hao actually performed a magical operation and actually got 200 million yuan in funds. At this moment, Xia Qingxue was also deeply shocked. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and helping Xia Qingxue replenish the company's capital chain. Reward, Tang Palace Hotel, 100% equity. The equity acquisition letter has been placed in the host's villa study and can be viewed at any time. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Perfect. Although it cost 200 million yuan, he obtained 100% equity of Tang Palace Hotel. This wave is worth it. It can even be said to be a huge profit. After all, the money Yi Hao gave to Xia Qingxue's company was not a waste. We are all family. This amount of money can be said to be freeing up both hands. It does not affect the use at all. Ahem. Since the funding issue has been resolved, there is no need to continue this meeting. However, before adjourning the meeting, I think some people still need to fulfill their promises. We should apologize to Yi Hao. At this moment, Xia Qingxue recovered from the huge shock and spoke slowly. His eyes swept across everyone in the conference room with a cold look, especially the few executives who jumped the hardest just now. He looked at them with emphasis and said, "Just now, I heard someone say that if Yi Hao could come up with 200 million yuan in funds, he would eat shit on the spot. May I ask, are some people going to start the performance now?" Xia Qingxue is actually not a weak person. On the contrary, her business skills are very powerful. Otherwise, Xia Dahai would not have handed over the Xia family group to Xia Qingxue. Just now, the reason why Xia Qingxue was at a disadvantage was mainly because of the group's financial problems. Now, the situation has been reversed in an instant. Facing Xia Qingxue's questioning, the group's top executives were also very embarrassed. After all, who could have thought that such an ordinary young man would take out 200 million yuan without blinking an eye? Wow, are all the post-2000s so fierce? Besides, the reason why they had the courage to question Xia Qingxue in the beginning was mainly because of the problem of the group's capital chain. Now, the funding issue has been resolved. Their situation suddenly became awkward. Especially the group executive who was shouting the loudest just now and said he wanted to eat shit. He even lowered his head into his crotch. Afraid someone would notice him. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry." In the end, Xia Qingxue did not push these people too hard. Just ask them to apologize to Yi Hao. After all, they are all senior executives of the group. In the future, we will inevitably meet and deal with each other. Moreover, Xia Qingshui knew that to deal with this group of people, she had to use a blunt knife to cut the meat. If we show our strength now, it will be easy for the other group to unite. Wait until this matter has calmed down first, then divide the other party little by little, and then get rid of them all. Xia Qingshui is quite experienced in this kind of thing. As for Yi Hao, to be honest, he doesn't care about these at all. He came here today mainly to complete system tasks. Now, the Tang Palace Hotel, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, is under his name. He was in a very good mood. As for the senior executives of Xia Family Group? Sorry, who would stop just because of a few stray dogs barking on the roadside? Or are you angry with the other person? Soon, a group of Xia Group executives apologized to Yi Hao and left. Only then did Xia Qingshui come to Yi Hao. Said, "Thank you, Yi Hao, I owe you another favor." Xia Qingshui meant this sincerely. After all, in today's situation, Xia Xinhai and others were obviously well prepared. Xia Qingshui obviously did not expect such a thing to happen. If Yi Hao had not arrived in time and helped her resolve the crisis, I'm afraid I don't know what will happen today. Even Xia Qingshui couldn't manage 200 million yuan in a short period of time. Thank you for what? I'm your future husband. Sooner or later, we'll be family. What's there to thank me for? Yi Hao glanced at Xia Qingshui's graceful figure, and the next moment, he took a few steps forward, got close to her body and said, "If you really want to thank me, hee hee." 1 minute later, Yi Hao licked his lips with satisfaction. Xia Qingshui's cheeks were burning hot. The hair is slightly messy. Breathing was slightly rapid. Fortunately, there was no one in the meeting room at the moment. If other employees saw Xia Qingshui like this, I'm afraid their eyes would fall to the ground. Zheng family. Let us talk about Zheng Xiuhu. Because the last time I went to Yi Hao to get treatment, I was rejected. Zheng Xiuhu had no choice but to transfer to a regular hospital for treatment. The final result is naturally self-evident. Zheng Xiuhu lost his partner who fought side by side with him from then on. From then on, he could only squat to pee. Never stand up again. At this moment, in the Zheng family villa, Zheng Xiuhu lay on the bed with empty eyes. Looking at the ceiling, I felt completely hopeless. For a lustful man like him, there is nothing more painful than losing the tools he used to commit crimes. At this moment, he was like a thief who was locked in a vault. Although there was an endless supply of gold in front of him, he had no way to leave. Died in a pile of gold. This kind of pain is very torturous. Yi Hao. I can't stand with you. I must take revenge. I'm going to finish you off completely. Become like me. Ah. The next moment, Zheng Xiuhu suddenly roared in extreme anger. However, for some reason, his voice now sounded less masculine and instead became sharper. It's a bit like the feeling of a eunuch. Chapter 41 Meritorious Person. Garage. After helping Xia Qingshui successfully resolve the group's crisis, the two of them spent some time together and Yi Hao planned to leave. After all, as the president of the group, Xia Qingshui still has a lot of things to deal with every day. It's impossible for Yi Hao to stay here all the time and disturb the other party. Now that it's done. Naturally, he had to leave and go back to the hospital. See if there are any new patients coming. To be honest, Yi Hao is now beginning to like treating patients. The income is often several million or tens of millions. Who wouldn't he be tempted by this kind of salary? Even Yi Hao found it hard to refuse. Ding ling ling. However, just when Yi Hao got into the sports car and was about to drive away, suddenly, the cell phone rang. Hello, who is this? Ah, Mr. Yi, it's me, Wang Chuanchan. Wang Chuanchan's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. It turned out to be Mr. Wang. Yi Hao was slightly surprised and asked, "Why did you think of calling me? Is there anything you need my help with?" It's like this, Mr. Yi, since you helped me recuperate last time, I've been in very good shape recently. So, I want to introduce an old friend of mine to you to see a doctor. I don't know, are you free to help with this? Wang Chuanchan knew very well that someone like Yi Hao, who possessed such powerful medical skills, would definitely not act rashly under normal circumstances. Otherwise, this old friend has a good relationship with him. He was too lazy to ask for help. Therefore, he would call Yi Hao in advance to find out what Yi Hao had to say. No problem. Bring your friend to Jirantang Hospital. I'm in the hospital now. Yi Hao said. Isn't this just another business that comes to your doorstep? How could Yi Hao refuse? You know, anyone who can be friends with Wang Chuanshan must be worth at least tens of billions. If Yi Hao could cure such a person's illness, how can the medical fee be reduced without him? So, Yi Hao agreed without any hesitation. Okay, Mr. Yi, we'll meet later. Wang Chuanshan hung up the phone. He immediately contacted his old friend. Yi Hao drove his sports car straight to Jirantang Hospital. Planned to complete this big order. Soon, when Yi Hao drove his sports car back to the hospital not long ago, Wang Chuanshan walked in with an old man who was also over 60 years old, with gray hair on his temples and wearing a tang suit. Similarly, there were several young people behind the two of them. Ha, Mr. Yi, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you are still as charming as ever. As soon as Wang Chuanshan met Yi Hao, he started to flatter him. Anyone who can reach his position must be a wise man among wise men. For a master-level medical expert like Yi Hao, he naturally had to be extremely humble and tried every means to win him over. After all, at his age, he can offend anyone except the doctor. Ha, Mr. Wang, you're too polite. Please come in. Yi Hao also greeted all these people into his office with a smile on his face. Friend Yi, this is old Jin Jiman. These past few days, I've been hearing that old fellow Wang Chuanshan keep repeating the name of divine Dr. Yi in my ear. But I didn't expect that when I saw Dr. Yi today, he was actually so young. It really surprised me. Jin Jiman, the old man in tang suit. At this moment, he was greeting Yi Hao. Although the other party's words were very polite, but he still subtly revealed a hint of doubt about Yi Hao's medical skills. After all, Yi Hao is really too young. Only in his 20s. As we all know, the industry of traditional Chinese medicine requires a lot of time for accumulation and learning. Generally speaking, most of the more skilled Chinese medicine practitioners are in their 40s or 50s. Such a doctor has a lot of experience. I have seen basically all kinds of diseases. Therefore, seeing that Yi Hao was so young, he naturally had a hint of doubt in his heart. He. Yi Hao smiled indifferently. He naturally knew what the other party meant. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, Mr. Jin, if I'm not mistaken, your problem should be similar to Mr. Wang's before. Both of them had a lot of hidden diseases in their bodies because they worked too hard when they were young. These hidden diseases cannot be cured. As time goes by, they gradually accumulate in their bodies. Especially on rainy days. As long as the weather turns cloudy or cold, the hidden disease in your body will flare up. That feeling was not pleasant, as if there were 10,000 ants biting my bones. I don't know, am I right? This. Jin Jiman's eyes widened instantly when he heard this. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him could tell him everything about the condition of his body just by looking at him. Thinking of this, Jin Jiman no longer had any doubts. He quickly said, It's my fault that I'm short-sighted. Dr. Yi, I hope you can help me get rid of this stubborn disease. At this moment, Jin Jiman's attitude towards Yi Hao was full of respect from the bottom of his heart. It's easy. All it takes is a few doses of Chinese medicine. However, I see that you, like Mr. Wang, have many serious diseases in your body. It is impossible for ordinary people to have such a situation. I think you too must have served in the military when you were young. Yi Hao continued. Hearing this, Jin Jiman and Wang Chuanshan both showed surprise in their eyes. You know, when they were young, they did serve in the army, and they served together. They even went to the battlefield together. It's a comrade in arms relationship. But few people know about these things. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao said it in just a few words. For a moment, the two of them naturally became more convinced towards Yi Hao. As for the young men behind the two men, although they were a little unconvinced of Yi Hao at the beginning, they all had the same attitude when they saw their elders. Naturally, they did not dare to be presumptuous, and their eyes looking at Yi Hao were full of admiration. Soon, Yi Hao prescribed some Chinese medicine for Jin Jiman. After taking these Chinese medicines, Jin Jiman's condition can be greatly improved. As long as you take care of yourself in the future, there won't be any major problems with your body. In fact, with their foundation, living a few more years is not a problem. In the end, Jin Jiman, who took the Chinese medicine, thanked Yi Hao again. He also took out a bank card. The amount inside is 20 million. although not as much as Wang Chuanshan gave. However, Yi Hao knew that when the other party was young, he had served as a soldier and had fought on the battlefield, so he could be considered a meritorious figure. He doesn't care about money or anything like that. He is even willing to treat the other person for free. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the hospital. Chapter 42 Doctor-Patient Accident? I heard some noise coming from outside the door. Yi Hao and his companions were all a little surprised. However, at the beginning, Yi Hao did not take it to heart. However, what he didn't expect was that after a while, the noise outside not only did not weaken, but became even more intense. Seeing this, Yi Hao couldn't sit still anymore. Then, we came outside. Wang Chuanshan, Jin Jiman and others naturally would not waste time seeing the scene. They followed Yi Hao together. Everyone came outside. I saw that at some point, a large group of people gathered in front of the Jirantang hospital. These people gathered together, constantly making loud noises. Faintly, Yi Hao could hear what the other party seemed to be saying: incompetent doctors are harming people, prescribing medicine indiscriminately and taking words that can kill people. Xiao Wang, what's going on? Yi Hao glanced at a familiar doctor in the crowd and asked. Boss, this is it. Just today, a group of people suddenly came, without saying a word, carrying a seriously ill patient to the door of our Jirantang hospital, saying that the patient took the Chinese medicine prescribed by our Jirantang doctor, and then he became like this. Ask us for an explanation. Right now, the dean is leading people to negotiate with the other party. The doctor named Xiao Tang explained. That's it. Yi Hao nodded. I have some understanding in my heart. Ding dong. Release the mission. Zhang Xiaohu is holding a grudge and plans to use despicable means to destroy the reputation of the protagonist's hospital. Please take the initiative to expose the other party's conspiracy. Reward, Jinyang Entertainment Company, 100% equity. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Hear the sound of the system. Yi Hao suddenly felt at ease. You know, just now, he had some guesses in his mind. Now it seems that, as expected, it was this guy Zhang Xiaohu who was responsible. You know, Jirantang Hospital has been established for several decades. It has a very good reputation locally. The medical system is very strict. There has never been a single medical incident. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu's behavior can be described as murderous and heartbreaking. Want to discredit the reputation of Jirantang Hospital? As the saying goes, gossip can melt gold. Even if this kind of thing has never happened, once more people talk about it, then this matter will become true. Therefore, the dean, realizing the seriousness of the problem, immediately brought people over. We are actively communicating with the other party's family. Unfortunately, the effect is minimal. Everyone come and see. Jirantang Hospital, you are bullying your customers because of your size. My third uncle originally had a minor illness, but after coming to this hospital and getting a few prescriptions of Chinese medicine, his condition immediately got worse. Look at it, in this condition, you won't live much longer. Everyone come and see. A fierce-looking woman stood at the hospital gate and shouted at the top of her voice. Behind him were 4 or 5 young men and other family members. Lying on the stretcher was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 50s. However, the other party looked sick at the moment. It really looks like he won't live long. Hiss. No way, this Jirantang Hospital is an old brand that has been established for nearly several decades. My father used to see a doctor here. The effect is very good. This is the first time I've seen you in this situation. Is there some misunderstanding? It can be seen that Jirantang has a very good reputation among other people. Because after seeing this scene, some people immediately stood up and spoke for Jirantang Hospital. Misunderstand? What a misunderstanding. Look, my third uncle is lying here. Tell me, what misunderstanding could there be? I'm telling you, your hospital must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, we won't leave today. Your hospital, don't even think about continuing to do business. The woman, who looked like a gangster, rolled up her sleeves. Said with a fierce look on her face. Behind her, several family members and several other young people also looked aggressive. If they disagree, they will start fighting. Family member of this patient, please don't get excited. So, you're saying that our hospital prescribed medicine to the patient, which caused the condition to worsen? Excuse me, do you have any evidence? In other words, are there any specific bills, receipts, or other proofs? Also, what is the patient's condition? Are there any other misunderstandings? The dean stepped forward at this moment and talked to the other party seriously. You want evidence, right? For you. As she spoke, the fierce woman actually took out a medical certificate from her body and threw it to the dean. The dean took it and looked at it, then said, "This is indeed the medical history form from our hospital. However, I would like to ask, which doctor did you see at the time? I can call him over to confront you. If it is really a problem with our hospital, we will definitely take full responsibility." What do you mean by that? However, the fierce woman suddenly started to argue and said, "I've shown you the evidence, which proves that our patient was in your hospital. What do you mean by that now? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? What do you want to do?" While speaking, the gangster woman reached out and pushed the dean and others. I have to say, this fierce woman is really strong. Neither of the two security guards could control the other. The dean was almost knocked to the ground by the other party. At the same time, the rest of the gangster's family members and the young men behind her also began to take action. They even started smashing and destroying the facilities inside the hospital. Stop! At this moment, Yi Hao shouted. Stand up! However, the fierce female bandit and several other young men were clearly taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. After hearing Yi Hao's words, he not only refused to help. Instead, one of them raised his fist and punched Yi Hao directly. Dr. Yi, be careful! Wang Chuanshan and Jin Jiman, who were standing behind, saw the scene and warned them. However, the next moment, Yi Hao reached out and grabbed the young man, who immediately grimaced in pain and howled like a ghost. After seeing Yi Hao's move, the other young men and the fierce female bandit also stopped obediently. What are you doing? What are you doing? Not only did they go wrong with the treatment, they also bullied us, the patients' families. Is there still any law? Is there still justice? When the gangster woman saw that something was wrong, she started yelling again. Intended to attract public sympathy. He. Seeing this, Yi Hao sneered and said directly, "Since you said that there is a problem with the patient in our Jirantang hospital, let's call the police directly. Let the police handle it." Chapter 43, Mr. Jin's Power. Call the police? When Yi Hao said this, the onlookers all nodded. Indeed, in this situation, the only correct thing to do is to call the police. We will make a final decision after the police arrive. This young man is right. I think it's better to call the police for this matter. That's right, the husband has his own reasons and the wife has her own reasons. Let the police investigate everything first. That's right, we have to speak with facts and evidence. The onlookers all supported Yi Hao's approach. Besides, the gangsters, their wives and others, were shocked when they heard that Yi Hao was going to call the police. In an instant, it wilted. You know, their behavior was intended to deliberately frame the Jirantang hospital. Never mind the police. If someone who is more careful comes and talks to them, they will find many loopholes. If the police really come, they are professionals. It only takes a few minutes to break their tricks. Therefore, when the gangster woman saw this, she immediately started to make trouble. Shouted, "Call the police? Call what police? It's obvious that it was your hospital that killed someone. You're calling the police here just to cover up for you. Don't think I don't know that there must be cooperation between hospitals like yours and the police. Do you really think I'm easy to fool? I'm telling you, pay the money. If your hospital doesn't pay tens of millions in compensation for this matter, we won't let it go. Watch your words." However, at this moment, the old man Jin Jiman stood up. He looked at the gangster woman sternly and said, "You must be responsible for what you said. Do you know what the crime is for insulting the police at will? If it's serious, I can arrest you." Hey! Old man, who do you think you are? I'm talking here, how can it be your turn to interrupt? However, the gangster woman was not polite to Jin Jiman at all. There was no respect at all for the other person just because he was older. Okay. If I told Jin too, can't cure you today, I've lived most of my life in vain. At this moment, Jin Jiman was also angry at the attitude of this fierce woman. He turned around and said to his juniors, "Call the police. Send more people. Check it carefully." Okay, Grandpa. Immediately someone started making calls. I saw someone actually call the police. The gangster's wife was also panicked. He immediately stepped forward and tried to snatch the phone from the other person. Unfortunately, he was blocked by the hospital doctors and security guards. After a while, seeing that he couldn't get the phone back, the other party actually called the police. The bandit, the woman, and others could no longer sit still. You know, these people are all familiar to the police. A total repeat offender. If we really wait until the police come, I'm afraid they can be taken away directly without any investigation. Because the gangster's wife was very panicked. The next moment, he took several family members and the young man and prepared to push his second uncle away. However, at this time, no matter how dumb the onlookers were, they could see what was going on. I know this group of people want to escape. They immediately surrounded me. Surround them. Everyone, get out of my way. Seeing the crowds of onlookers blocking her way, the fierce woman suddenly roared angrily. The whole person rolled forward like a tank. Several adult men were unable to stop the other party. As he spoke, he was ready to take his men and run away. However, at this time, Yi Hao suddenly appeared and stood in front of the bandit woman. With just one hand, you can control the other person. Then, hand it over to the security guard, who will fork it with an explosion-proof fork. Just waiting for the police to come and deal with it. As for the other family members and young people, after losing their main fighting force, the women bandits, they were quickly defeated in the face of the siege from a large number of people, doctors, and security guards. All are under control. About 5 minutes later, the police arrived. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few police officers who showed up. There are nearly 20 people in total. Especially the one leading the team was a big guy wearing a white shirt. After the other party came over, he greeted Jin Jiman first. Then, he ordered his men to take action. The gangster woman and her accomplices were all taken under control. You again. Tell me, what happened this time? It was obvious that this was not the first time that the leading police captain had dealt with this vicious woman. They recognized each other at first sight. Next, the woman who had seemed so brave just now behaved very well in front of the police, like a mouse seeing a cat. Tell us all about your affairs. Zhang family. After listening to what the woman said, Jin Jiman, who was standing by, showed great dissatisfaction. He said to the big man in the white shirt, I see, the Zhang family's bottom is not clean either. If you have time, you should check it out. We can't let a conscientious enterprise like Jirantang be ruined just because of a bad apple like the Zhang family. Of course, of course. The big guy in the white shirt was very respectful. Others may not know, but he is very clear about the power of the old man in front of him. On the side, Yi Hao saw this scene and was also surprised. I didn't realize that the status of this old man Jin was beyond my expectations. After all, it was great to have a big boss in a white shirt come and receive us in person. Its status can be imagined. Of course, Jin Jiman did this. I also had some thoughts of trying to please Yi Hao. The next thing is much simpler. Now that it has been found out, who is the mastermind behind this incident? It's very simple. Just catch it. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and exposing Zhang Xiaohu's conspiracy. Reward, 100% equity of Jinyang Entertainment Company. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Hao showed joy. It's another company. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seems that he is the type that will incubate internet celebrities. The current market value is approximately 700 to 800 million. As a result, Yi Hao's worth rose again. According to a rough calculation, Yi Hao's current net worth has reached more than 2 billion. Looking at the entire Binhai city, he is considered a big shot. Zhang family. After a period of psychological preparation, Zhang Xiaohu has finally recovered. Although from then on, he could only become an incomplete man. But he still has money. He can't play, but he can watch others play. Besides, if it really doesn't work, there are other ways. As long as he has money, Zhang Xiaohu can still live a very comfortable life. Moreover, he wants revenge. Take revenge on Yi Hao severely. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this. Little did they know that the police were already on the way. Chapter 44. My father-in-law wants to treat me to a meal? Zhang family villa. Dad, give me some more money. I'm going to hire someone to beat up that bastard Yi Hao just like I did. I want him to feel my pain, too. Zheng Xiuhu sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. Okay, Dad will transfer the money to you later. Besides, this time we need to do more than just teach the other party a lesson. This time, we want this guy to hand over the Jirantang hospital to us. Leave him with nothing. I have to say, Zhang Yashan is a real old pervert. Not only did he want to teach Yihao a lesson, but he also had his eyes on the Jirantang hospital under Yihao's name. You know, this hospital has been established for decades. The reputation is very good. The profit is also substantial. If Zhang Yashan could take over this hospital, his net worth would skyrocket. Especially now that Zhang Xiuhu has become a disabled person. Zhang Yashan has already started planning to practice the trumpet again. After all, Zhang Yashan is not too old now. If you work hard, there is still hope. Dad, when it comes to being insidious, it's you. At this time, Zhang Xiuhu suddenly said something. He didn't expect that his father was even more cruel than himself. He just wanted to teach Yihao a lesson and vent his anger. Unexpectedly, his father even wanted to take over Yihao's hospital. If this is the case, wouldn't Yihao be living a life worse than death? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiuhu showed a smug smile on his face. Xiaowu, you are still young. There is still a lot to learn. From now on, stay by my side and learn well. At this moment, Zhang Yashan held up the teacup, looking like a life mentor. Bang! However, at this moment, the door of the villa was suddenly kicked open. Then, 4 or 5 police officers walked in. The leader, holding an arrest document, said sternly, Zhang Yashan, Zhang Xiuhu, the two of you are suspected of multiple illegal activities. Now, you two are officially arrested. Crack! After saying that, 2 police officers came up and handcuffed them both. Fuck! What's going on? Zhang Xiuhu was confused. Are the police so efficient in solving cases now? I just discussed it with my dad. I haven't had time to take action yet, and I've been caught? This speed is a bit too fast. As for Zhang Yashan, he also looked confused. I didn't expect that I had just finished bragging. As a result, he was caught the next second. What's more, the worst thing is that Zhang Yashan trembled all over when he thought about what he had done in the past. He knew that once he went in, he might never come out. At this moment, Zhang Yashan suddenly felt infinite fear in his heart. Bang! The next moment, his eyes went dark and he fainted from fright. However, he was still ruthlessly taken away by the police. From the moment he breaks the law, he should have known that sooner or later, he would end up like this. The other side. After Yihao sent Jin Jiman and others away, the next day was quite dull. Basically, no patients come to the hospital anymore. Soon, it was afternoon. At this time, Xia Qingxue suddenly called. Hey, Qingxue, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly remember to call me? Did you miss me? Yihao said in a greasy tone. Bah, no. Xia Qingxue's clear voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Although he said so. However, there was still a hint of joy in her tone. Maybe she herself didn't even know when it started, but whenever she heard Yihao's voice, she would become a different person. This change happened silently. Imperceptible. I'm calling you for something serious. Xia Qingxue continued, it's like this. My parents asked me to tell you that they want to thank you and invite you to dinner at Tang Palace Hotel tomorrow. Well. Hearing this, Yihao was a little surprised and said, Uncle and Aunt are too polite. I think there is no need for this. Yihao was ready to refuse. I don't care. My parents have given me this task anyway. You must go then. Otherwise, how can I report to the mission? You don't know, especially my father, he is a very loyal person. You saved him this time, and he has been looking for an opportunity to thank you. If you don't go, you'll be wasting his kindness. Okay then. I'll go. Yihao had no choice but to agree. At the same time, Yihao suddenly remembered. Isn't this Tang Palace Hotel currently under his name? When the time comes, you can go and take a look. Take a look at the hotel's management team. Then, the two chatted briefly. Then, he hung up the phone. In the evening, when Yihao returned home, he told his parents the news. Wang Meisha smiled and said, Son, you must behave well tomorrow. This is definitely a test from your future father-in-law. When the time comes, you can't let me down. If you can't marry Qingxue to me, don't blame me as your mother for kicking you out. Yi Hao. Good job. Are you his biological child? Why do you always want to drive me away? Don't worry, son. Don't listen to your mother. I know Dahai. He is a man of character. He invited you to dinner just to get you closer so that you can get along better in the future. Don't worry. Yi Russian said casually while watching TV. Old Yi, have you been eating sticky candy recently? No. Then tell me, why have you been so naughty lately? Always like to contradict me? Yi Russian. Next, facing Wang Meixiao's suggestion, Yi Russian refused to say a word even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, I would have to sleep on the sofa tonight. In the end, he could only give Yi Hao a look that told him to wish him well. The next day, Yi Hao was pulled out of bed early by his mother. And he was carefully equipped with a suit. Yi Hao, who is already handsome, looks even better after this combination. Good job. A really handsome guy. Especially when he goes out and drives his supercar, I wonder how many young women's attention he attracts. Noon. Wait until the agreed time. Yi Hao drove his sports car and arrived at Tang Palace Hotel. Then, he walked towards the location Xia Qingxue told him. However, when Yi Hao came to the box, but I found that a young man I didn't know was sitting here. Moreover, he tried his best to please Xia Qingxue. Chapter 45 Su's Construction Group. Tang Palace Hotel. Inside the box. When Yi Hao came to the box, I saw that there were 3 other people besides Xia Dahai, Zhang Manli, and Xia Qingxue. There was also a young man dressed in a flashy manner. In particular, the other person's hair was dyed in various colors. Her body was covered with various gold necklaces, famous Burlington watches and other things. It looks like he is a typical nouveau riche. In particular, this guy is constantly trying to please Xia Qingxue at this moment. It's annoying. Yi Hao, you're here. On the seat. Xia Qingxue was originally very annoyed with the young man next to her. After seeing Yi Hao coming in, he immediately stepped forward and took Yi Hao's arm after a few steps. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Like a cheerful lark. Looks very happy. Hee hee, sorry, there's a little traffic jam on the road. It's too late. Uncle Xia, hello Aunt Zhang. Yi Hao first touched Xia Qingxue's little head lovingly to show his affection. Then, he greeted Xia Dahai and Zhang Manli with a smile. Xiaoye, you're not too late. We just arrived too. After Yi Hao's last treatment, Xia Dahai's body had already recovered almost completely. In addition, the other party took the medicinal food prepared by Yi Hao himself. There is basically nothing wrong with my body. So, Xia Qingxue simply went through the discharge procedures. You know, he has been in the hospital for a long time recently. He really didn't want to continue lying in the hospital. What's more, after Yi Hao's treatment, there is basically nothing wrong with his body. Even the doctor agreed to discharge me. It's just that you need to go to the hospital for regular checkups. Because of this, Xia Dahai decided to invite Yi Hao to have a good meal today. Express your gratitude. At this moment, he looked extremely enthusiastic. Xiaoye, I'm glad you're here. Well, let's start asking the waiter to serve the food. On the side, Zhang Manli's attitude was also very enthusiastic. She was very satisfied with Yi Hao, her future son-in-law. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a gentle personality. Most importantly, very capable. As a mother, Xia Qingxue was very pleased to find such a husband. Next, Yi Hao sat down under the warm reception of Xia Dahai and Zhang Manli. And he happened to be sitting next to Xia Qingxue. It just separated Xia Qingxue and the young man. At the same time, after Yi Hao came in, waiter, finally the food started to be served. It was obvious that today's dinner was entirely centered around Yi Hao. Su Zhentian, a young man standing nearby, was very unhappy when he saw this scene. After all, he had been here for so long, but he had never seen Xia Dahai and Zhang Manli be so enthusiastic towards him. Especially, this kid actually sat between him and Xia Qingxue? What does this mean? Moreover, Xia Qingxue's well-behaved and lovely appearance in front of Yi Hao just now made him jealous to the point of madness. After thinking about this, Su Zhentian could no longer control himself. He said coldly, "Does this brother look unfamiliar? I don't know. What kind of business does your family run? Why have I never seen you in the second generation circle in Binhai City? A rich second generation like Su Jintian. Basically, everyone has their own little circle. Especially in a place like Binhai City. Basically, the second generation knows each other. At the very least, we've met. However, Su Jintian had never met Yi Hao. However, this does not rule out the possibility that some second generation people prefer to keep a low profile, or do not like socializing. This is also possible. That's why he asked this question. Want to find out Yi Hao's background? Hearing this, without waiting for Yi Hao to speak, Xia Dahai, who was standing by, took the lead in explaining for Yi Hao and said, Xiao Yi is the child of a friend of mine. We have a good relationship. Xiao Yi is a good junior. I plan to help him more in the future. Obviously. Xia Dahai heard the tentative meaning in Su Jintian's words. He directly tied Yi Hao together with himself. This means telling the other party not to cause trouble here. At this moment, Xia Qingxue looked at the other party very unhappily. To be honest, Xia Qingxue really looks down on these rich second generations who only rely on their family. If it weren't for the fact that their Xia family group still had a balance of payment being held by Su Jintian's father's group, given Xia Qingxue's violent temper, she would have driven the other party away long ago. Even so, Xia Qingxue never gave the other party a good look. Xiaoye, eat some vegetables. The snow fish in this hotel is well made and tastes great. You should try it. Zhang Manli stepped forward at this moment and smoothed things over. Their family had originally planned to invite Yi Hao to dinner today to express their gratitude. As a result, who would have thought that I would meet this guy Su Jintian in the hotel lobby? The other party was like a sticky candy. After seeing Xia Qingxue, he stuck to her directly. Zhang Manli and Xia Dahai were reluctant to offend each other because of Su Jintian's father's face. Fortunately, the other party also knows his limits. Although he was pestering Xia Qingxue, he didn't do anything excessive. Xia Dahai and Zhang Manli then turned a blind eye to it. So that's how it is. He's Uncle Xia's descendant. What a coincidence. After hearing what Xia Dahai said, Su Jintian felt relieved. Knowing Yi Hao, he is just a poor boy with no background. Otherwise, there would be no need for Xia Dahai to specifically emphasize that the other party is his junior. If that's the case, Su Jintian was a little concerned about Yi Hao's identity just now. Now, he suddenly became unscrupulous. He smiled and said, Brother Yi, I don't know, which industry do you work in? Have you heard of Su Construction Group? It's our family's business. If you need my help in the future, just ask me as soon as possible. Since you are Uncle Xia's descendant, you are one of us. I will definitely take care of you. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation between us in the future. He. It has to be said that Su Jintian is a rather sinister guy. There was a hint of boasting in his words. He even made some sarcastic remarks to Yi Hao. If Xia Dahai hadn't been here, the other party would probably have done something even more excessive. Of course, in fact, it was Xia Dahai who was here. That's why Yi Hao is so tolerant and generous towards this guy. Otherwise, Yi Hao would have let him feel what justice is in the world. This guy had been thrown out of the box a long time ago. Uncle Xia, Aunt Chang, let me treat you to dinner today. I am a member of this hotel. I have a gold membership card. The next moment, Su Jintian proudly took out a golden membership card. Chapter 46, Gold Membership Card Expired? Su Jintian took out the gold membership card in his hand. A smug look appeared on his face. You know, Tang Palace Hotel is not an ordinary hotel. Basically, everyone who can apply for a membership card here has an annual consumption of over 10 million. So, it was amazing that Su Jintian could take out his membership card. Even Xia Dahai showed surprise in his eyes. You know, even with his status, he only holds a silver membership card at most. There are generally 3 types of membership cards for Tang Palace Hotel. They are silver, gold and diamonds. So, regarding the gold membership card in Su Jintian's hand, Xia Dahai was also extremely surprised. However, Xia Dahai soon calmed down. Because he knew that with Su Jintian's identity, he definitely would not have a membership card of this level. He must have stolen it from his father. Xia Dahai guessed correctly. Su Jintian had secretly stolen this gold membership card from his father. Originally, I was planning to show off in front of my friends. Unexpectedly, I met Xia Qingxue. Now is the perfect opportunity for him to show his talents. Ha, Xiaoxue, just order whatever you like. It's my treat today. The gold membership card in my hand not only allows me to enjoy a 20% discount, but also free drinks. Whether it's 1982 Lafite or 1980 Feitian Mutai, I can get it. Su Jintian took out the gold membership card in his hand and said to Xia Qingxue with the look of a local tycoon. As a result, Xia Qingxue didn't appreciate it at all. He didn't even look at the other person. Instead, she stretched out her chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef for Yihao, and put it on Yihao's plate. She bit the chopsticks gently with her rosy little mouth. He said with anticipation, "Yihao, the marbled beef here is of very good quality, you should try it." Good. Yihao picked it up without hesitation and ate it in one bite. Even, comment on it. It tastes good. The main thing is that the beef has a fresh fragrance. Yihao and Xia Qingxue were so intimate with each other as if they were alone that Su Jintian, who was standing beside them, was almost furious. He didn't expect that even after he showed him his gold membership card, Xia Qingxue still didn't care about him. This made him very unhappy. However, Su Jintian soon completed his psychological preparation. Very normal. Goddesses are always harder to pursue than ordinary women. Once the other party sees your financial strength, they will not be so arrogant anymore. Thinking of this, Su Jintian no longer hesitated. He shouted directly outside the box, "Waiter, bring me a few bottles of free drinks. Remember, I only want 1982 Lafite." Soon, a waitress came in. Su Jintian handed his gold membership card to the other party. He thought he had a very cool expression. In fact, don't look at how happy Su Jintian was just shouting. In fact, the gold membership card in his hand was just enough to enjoy a free bottle of wine. So, he said in a very pretentious manner that he only drinks Lafite. Although Su Jintian is a rich second generation. However, their family has not yet reached the point where they can squander money at will. On the contrary, Su Jintian is actually a person who likes to care about things. If you can drink for free, never pay for it. Of course, this is also related to the recent financial difficulties of their Su construction group. Otherwise, Su Jintian wouldn't be so desperate to pursue Xia Qingxue. The purpose is to find a way out for their Su construction group. Get new sources of resources. Soon, the waitress returned to the box again. However, she did not hold the 1982 Lafite as Su Jintian expected. Instead, he directly handed the membership card to Su Jintian. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir. Your gold membership card expired 3 days ago. Currently, you cannot enjoy the free high-end wine service. Of course, we can give out free juice drinks, is that okay with you? Or you can buy drinks on your own, renew your gold membership card, whatever." Well. After hearing what the waitress said, Su Jintian felt that the word embarrassment was written all over his face. Damn it, Su Jintian originally wanted to show off in front of Xia Qingxue and Xia Dahai. It's a pity that I never expected that I forgot to check the date before pretending to be cool. My membership card expired 3 days ago. This is really embarrassing. As for the free juice and drinks mentioned by the waitress? What a joke. I just said that I only drink 1982 Lafite. Now, if I drink the free juice, wouldn't that be slapping myself in the face? As for purchasing alcohol on your own. Even if Su Jintian was short of money, he could still take out 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. But is this the 50,000 or 60,000 yuan that he lacks? What he wants is face. How can something you buy yourself and something you give away for free be the same? As for the last one, renewal of gold membership card. At the very least, it would require several $1 million. With Su Jintian's current strength, he really has no way of taking it out. For a moment, I sat there awkwardly. I don't know how this will end. Uncle Xia, Aunt Zhang, do you like drinking? Otherwise, take a bottle of Feitian Mutai. At this time, Yihao suddenly spoke. Ha, if Xiaoye likes it, then have a bottle. That's right, I want to drink some too. Xia Dahai said this very politely. Tell your manager and tell him that it's Mr. Yi. He wants a bottle of Feitian Mutai. Can you please ask him to send it over? Yihao looked up and said to the waitress. Yes, sir. The attitude of the waiters at Tang Palace Hotel is very good. Although she didn't know what kind of confidence Yihao had to ask his manager to come and deliver wine to him personally. But still, he agreed with a good attitude. Ha, kid, did you drink fake wine? And you asked the manager to come and bring you some wine? You have such a big face. Let me tell you, the manager of Tang Palace Hotel will only come out to receive guests unless they are, big clients like me. Just you? You still want the other party to send you wine? You are just dreaming. Su Jintian originally wanted to say that the manager specifically received gold member customers like him, but he remembered that his gold membership card had expired. In the end, he could only change his words in shame. However, this did not affect his mockery of Yi Hao at all. I feel like the other party is just dreaming. Come on, Qing Shuet, try some of this. At this moment, Yi Hao was so depressed that he didn't even look at the other person. Talking to such an idiot would simply lower your IQ. After a while, the waitress who had just left came back. Behind her followed a hotel manager. The other party held a bottle of Fei Tian Mutai respectfully in both hands and placed it next to Yi Hao. Moreover, after seeing Yi Hao's appearance, he immediately said cautiously, "Boss, your wine." Chapter 47, My son-in-law is a little bit better than me. What? Boss. When the hotel manager came to Yi Hao and said these two words respectfully, everyone in the box was shocked. What did they hear? Boss. Yi Hao is actually the owner of Tang Palace Hotel. You know, Tang Palace Hotel is one of the most luxurious hotels in the entire Binhai city. Market value of 4 or 500 million. Such a hotel is actually owned by Yi Hao. One can imagine the shock in the hearts of the people in the field. Especially Xia Qingxue. Originally, she just thought Yi Hao was an ordinary college graduate. Unexpectedly, the other party not only knew medical skills. Even Lianjirintang Hospital belongs to Yi Hao. Yesterday, their Xia family group encountered a crisis. Yi Hao didn't even blink an eye and directly took out 200 million yuan. Helped their Xia family overcome difficulties. Now, even the Tang Palace Hotel is an asset under the other party's name. At this moment, Xia Qingxue suddenly felt that she was finding it increasingly difficult to see Yi Hao clearly. There seems to be a mystery surrounding the other person forever. Coincidentally, for women, such men have a fatal attraction. Xia Qingxue became even more curious and fascinated by Yi Hao. Xiao Yi, is this hotel really yours? Xia Dahai was also shocked at this moment. You know, he originally thought that Yi Hao was just an ordinary young man with some abilities. After all, in his impression, Yi Rushan's family is the standard of an ordinary family. But I never expected it. Such shocking news unexpectedly emerged from this meeting. Tang Palace Hotel actually belongs to Yi Hao. As a businessman in Binhai City, Xia Dahai is well aware of the interests and relationships represented by the Tang Palace Hotel. This is not something that can be achieved simply by having money. What's more, it requires connections. And Yi Hao in front of him, who is only in his 20s, possesses such energy. Xia Dahai was naturally shocked. At this moment, Zhang Monli looked at Yi Hao with eyes full of admiration. As a mother-in-law, she naturally hopes that her son-in-law is as capable as possible. In this way, he would feel relieved when Xia Qingxue married him in the future. Uncle Xia, this hotel is indeed mine. It's just that this was only acquired in the last few days. Yi Hao took a bite of the dish and said modestly. Hiss. Hearing Yi Hao admit it himself, Xia Dahai couldn't help but take a breath. There's no way, this news is just too shocking. For a moment, Xia Dahai really couldn't accept it. If he knew that Yi Hao had directly invested 200 million yuan in their Xia group yesterday, I wonder how interesting the expression on his face would be. Xia Qingxue had not yet had time to tell her parents about what happened yesterday. Therefore, Xia Dahai and Zhang Monli were not aware of the group's capital injection for the time being. No. This is impossible. At this moment, Su Jintian suddenly started howling like a ghost. It was as if something incredible had happened. He shouted, "How could the owner of Tang Palace Hotel be a young man like you? It's a scam, this must be a scam." I see. You deliberately bribed the hotel manager and then acted cool in front of Uncle Xia, right? Speaking of this, Su Jintian seemed to have found his self-confidence. He said with certainty, "Yes, it must be like this. Hee, kid, your scam has been exposed by me. How could a person like you be the owner of Tang Palace Hotel?" The hotel manager standing by couldn't stand it anymore. How can there be such an idiot in the world? Sir, please watch your words. Mr. Yi, he acquired our Tang Palace Hotel a few days ago. At present, he is the owner of our hotel. The hotel manager said in a serious tone, please be more polite to Mr. Yi. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures and drive you out directly. Also, boss, if it's convenient, could you ask the general manager to come over? It's not easy for you to show up in the hotel. The general manager has been waiting for your news. Do you want me to notify the general manager? Yi Hao is eating vegetables. After hearing what the other party said, I thought about it and realized that I seem to have never been to Tang Palace Hotel. What's more, I was just preparing to give a gift to my father-in-law. So, he nodded and said, let the general manager come over. Soon, the hotel manager took out his phone and made a call. About 2 minutes later, there was a sound of footsteps. The general manager came over with a large group of hotel executives. After seeing Yi Hao, he said respectfully, hello, boss. Boom. See this scene. Su Zhentian, who was standing aside, felt as if his head was about to explode. He just said that Yi Hao bribed the hotel manager. However, the hotel general manager and other senior executives came here together. It's impossible that all these people were bribed by Yi Hao, right? Moreover, even if they were all bribed, it can only be said that Yi Hao is really awesome. At this moment, Su Zhentian's face turned pale. He knew that he had embarrassed himself terribly this time. Immediately, he covered his face and ran out of the box quickly. On the way, because he ran too fast, he fell down at the door. He cried out in pain. Then, he left in a panic. He looked just like a drowned dog. However, Yi Hao didn't pay much attention to the other party. Such a small character is no longer in Yi Hao's eyes. Next, Yi Hao had a brief conversation with the hotel's general manager and several other senior executives. Asked about the basic situation of the hotel. Finally, the general manager got Xia Dahai a diamond membership card. You know, there are only 4 or 5 diamond membership cards in Tang Palace Hotel. Each one of them is something that only a real big shot can possess. Basically, only those who spend 50 million or more per year at Tang Palace Hotel are eligible to have this membership card. Moreover, you can enjoy various privileges at Tang Palace Hotel. So, when the general manager respectfully handed the diamond membership card to Xia Dahai, Xia Dahai himself was very confused and shocked. Next, the general manager personally stepped forward and opened a bottle of mutai for Yi Hao. Then, he slowly retreated with a group of hotel executives. His attitude, from beginning to end, was extremely respectful. Uncle Xia, drink. Yi Hao poured Xia Dahai a glass of mutai and said with a smile. Okay. Xia Dahai was already numb at this moment. He was shocked beyond words by Yi Hao's identity. I never expected that the ordinary person in my eyes was actually hiding so deeply. Tang Palace Hotel, both are each other's properties. Looking at the diamond membership card in his hand. At this moment, Xia Dahai had a feeling of unreality. You have to know that he has worked hard for most of his life, but the market value of the Xia family group is only a few billion. Yi Hao was still very young, but he already owned the Tang Palace Hotel, an asset worth 4 or 500 million. This son-in-law is not a bit better than him. Chapter 48 Cousin, Wang Xian. After Su Zhentian, the troublemaker, was gone, the atmosphere at the dinner with Yi Hao, Xia Dahai, and others became noticeably more harmonious. Especially Xia Dahai, who accidentally found out that the son-in-law he chose for Xia Qingxue was so outstanding. Suddenly, I felt very happy. When he is in a good mood, Xia Dahai likes to drink. Although Xia Dahai had just come out of the hospital today, he shouldn't have drunk alcohol. But who makes him happy? Therefore, even Yi Hao, Zhang Wanli, and Xia Qingxue kept trying to stop them. Xia Dahai still drank a lot. In the end, he even took Yi Hao's hand and became friends with him. Xia Dahai is a good person in every way, except that he likes to make friends with others after drinking. It would have been fine before, but this time, he actually recognized Yi Hao as his brother. Hey man, I call you father-in-law and you call me brother? Is this what the legend says, everyone has their own opinion? This made Yi Hao look confused. Later, with the help of Zhang Wanli, Xia Dahai finally let go of Yi Hao. The meal was almost over at this point. Besides, Xia Dahai had obviously drunk a little too much, so Zhang Wanli simply supported him and drove away. The remaining space was left to Xia Qingxue and Yi Hao. Let them bond. Yi Hao, my dad just drank too much, please don't mind it. Xia Qingxue's face turned slightly hot. It was really too embarrassing. He didn't expect that his father, after drinking too much, would actually pull Yi Hao to his side and call him his brother. If that's the case, then what is the relationship between her and Yi Hao? Doesn't she have to call Yi Hao Uncle Yi? Thinking of this, Xia Qingxue was speechless. Hee, it's okay, niece Xia. At this moment, Yi Hao also started to act naughty. Okay, you deserve to be punished, don't you? Hearing this, Xia Qingxue instantly got furious. He stood up and pounced towards Yi Hao with a ferocious look. She thought Yi Hao was her boyfriend and future husband. As a result, the other party wants to be your uncle? How abominable. Next, after playing around in the box for a while, the two packed up their things and left Tang Palace Hotel. Then, Xia Qingxue continued to go to the company to handle things. After all, Yi Hao directly invested 200 million yuan into their Xia group yesterday. Although, the funding problem has been solved. However, the impact of the previous order is still quite large. Xia Qingxue needs to continue operating and try to minimize the impact. At the same time, find a way to get a new order for their company. Generally speaking, Xia Qingxue is quite busy. After a brief moment of tenderness between the two, the other party left directly. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Yi Hao's phone suddenly rang. When I opened it, it turned out to be my mother calling. Hey, Mom. How are you today, son? You must be able to behave yourself in front of your future father-in-law and mother-in-law. On the other end of the phone, Wang Meixia asked excitedly. Well, it should be no problem. Yi Hao thought for a while and said. If you don't count the fact that Xia Dehai just held his hand and treated him as a brother, then there was nothing wrong with today's meal. However, Yi Hao is also passive. It has nothing to do with me. What do you mean it should be okay, you little brat? Yes. No. Wang Meixia said with some dissatisfaction, I can tell you, this is a very serious matter, you must take it seriously. Anyway, I have decided that Xia Qingxue is my daughter-in-law. If you mess up, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. I know, Mom. Yi Hao felt overwhelmed when he heard this. Next, he chatted briefly with his mother, and then Yi Hao hung up the phone. Because he drank a little bit of wine today, Yi Hao didn't plan to drive. He threw his sports car directly into the Tang Palace Hotel. Anyway, Tang Palace Hotel is also its own property. It's also convenient to park your sports car here. The next moment, Yi Hao hailed a taxi and planned to go home and rest for a while. Soon, Yi Hao took a taxi back to his home. As a result, before Yi Hao could lie down in the room for a while, my own mother just broke into the house. Yeah, that's right. My mother never knocks when she enters my room. Even though Yi Hao told his mother many times, she never changed. They even threatened him with force. There was no other way, in the end, Yi Hao could only accept it. Let it be. Hey, brat, let me tell you. Your uncle just called me and said that Shi Yan will start school tomorrow. Today, I plan to let her stay at our house for one night. As the elder brother, come with me to pick up the other party later. Wang Meixia said. Is Shi Yan going to start school? Yi Hao was a little surprised. Wang Shiyan is my cousin. The relationship between the two is pretty good. In Yi Hao's impression, the other party has always been an image of a little brat. In a blink of an eye, the two hadn't seen each other for several years due to some reasons. Unexpectedly, the other party was about to go to college. When he thought of this, Yi Hao suddenly felt that time was making people grow old. Suddenly, I felt deeply moved. Bang! At this moment, Wang Meixia slapped Yi Hao directly on the head. She said, little bastard, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? No. Yi Hao said with a dissatisfied look on his face. After all, I am in my 20s, and my net worth is over 2 billion. As a result, my mother didn't give me any face at all. Just hit me when I say hit me. Yi Hao even had an idea that if he let his mother know his current terrifying net worth, he wondered what expression her mother would have. Will she teach me a lesson? Well, I guess they will still fight. This thing is an heirloom. From childhood to adulthood. Yi Hao has gotten used to it. Next, Yi Hao didn't waste any time. Since his cousin is coming over, he must go to pick her up. So, this time, his mother drove their family's Volkswagen sedan straight to the station. I plan to take the girl Wang Shiyan over first. Stay at home for one night. Tomorrow, when the other person starts school, he will send him to school again. Soon, Yi Hao and his mother drove to the high-speed railway station in Binhai City. No need to call ahead. Yi Hao saw from afar a girl wearing a black long skirt with her hair tied into a bun. A beautiful girl with a Psyduck-shaped water bottle hanging on her body was standing at the entrance of the station, looking around. It was Yi Hao's cousin, Wang Xiyan. Xiyan. The next moment, Yi Hao stepped forward and greeted the other party. Cousin. Aunt. When Wang Xiyan saw the two people, she was stunned at first, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. He came over happily. Chapter 49 Lamborghini Poison. To be honest. When Yi Hao saw Wang Xiyan for the first time, he was still somewhat hesitant to recognize her. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them often played together when they were young. The relationship is very close. Moreover, it is also quite familiar. I guess even if they walked on the street, Yi Hao wouldn't be able to recognize the other person at first glance. As the saying goes, girls change a lot when they grow up. Wang Xiyan is just 18 this year. I can only say that the changes are indeed quite big. Ah, Xiyan, you have become more beautiful again. Come, give the luggage to your cousin and let him carry it. Come on, sit in the front with your aunt. You must be exhausted after a whole day of driving. Wang Meixia's attitude towards Wang Xiyan can be described as very enthusiastic. He looked concerned and caring. Ha, auntie, no way, I just took the high-speed train for 2 hours. Not at all. Wang Xiyan smiled. Then, he looked at Yi Hao and said, Cousin, I noticed that you have become more handsome recently. Do you have any unique recipe? Please introduce it to me, sisters. Don't keep it secret. Yi Hao rolled his eyes at the other person and said, There is a kind of handsomeness called natural beauty. You can't imitate my handsomeness. Aunt, if you knew that your cousin was like this, would you still give birth to him? You little girl, if you don't get spanked for a few days, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Lululu, come and catch me. Wang Xiyan and Yi Hao had always had a very good relationship. You know, they have been playing together since they were young. Even if we haven't seen each other for a long time. However, this does not affect their relationship at all. As soon as they met, they started to play around. Next, the three of them drove home together. Today, because of the guest Wang Xiyan, Wang Meixia especially went into the kitchen and made many delicious dishes. Made a full table. It is a joy for a family to sit together and have a meal. Cousin, do you have a girlfriend? At the dinner table, while eating, Wang Xiyan suddenly asked a question. What? What are you planning now? Yi Hao glanced at the other party and said. What else can I do? Of course I want to find myself a sister-in-law. Cousin, to be honest, when I saw your handsome face, my first reaction was to introduce you to some of my best friends. After all, we are all family. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. It would be so convenient if you married my best friend in the future. If you dare to bully me again, I will ask my sister-in-law to deal with you. Wang Xiyan said with a smug look on her face. Then I'm afraid your idea will fail. Yi Hao hit her mercilessly. Now, I'm already taken. Don't worry about it, little girl. No way, no way. Cousin, you found a girlfriend so quickly? Can you let me meet my future sister-in-law? Wang Xiyan asked curiously. Here, let me show you. Yi Hao casually took out a photo of Xia Qingshui and handed it to the other party. Hiss. Cousin, how did you catch up with my sister-in-law? It's really like a flower stuck in cow dung. What a pity that my sister-in-law has such a beautiful face. Ouch. The next moment, Yi Hao snatched the phone away. At the same time, he raised his hand and tapped the other person's head. Said, Is the image of your cousin so bad in your mind? Of course not. Do you remember that when we were kids, we were ignorant and naughty? We threw the electronic toys we bought into the fire and burned them. As a result, one of them had a battery inside and it exploded. Part of it splashed directly onto your face. At that time, you were wrapped in gauze, went to school for a week, and cried every day at home, thinking that you had become ugly and your life was over. Eat some vegetables. The next moment, Yi Hao immediately picked up a chicken leg and blocked the other person's mouth. Good job. This is simply a large-scale social death scene. This guy spilled all the memories from his childhood. After dinner. Next, Wang Meixia, together with Wang Xiyan, Yi Hao, and Yi Rushan, went out together. I plan to take Wang Xiyan to appreciate the night view of Binhai City. At the same time, I also bought some more things for Wang Xiyan. After all, the other party came from another city, thousands of miles away, and some things seemed difficult to bring. Here, the other party has just been fully configured. Night. After arriving home. Good night, cousin. Wang Xiyan said goodbye to Yi Hao. He slept in the guest bedroom of his own house. Yi Hao also entered the room early. He started to have sweet interactions with Xia Qingxue. This is a compulsory course every day. Half an hour later. After saying good night to Xia Qingxue, Yi Hao was ready to turn off the lights and go to bed. Ding dong. Issuing a mission, sending my cousin, Wang Xiyan, to Binhai University tomorrow. Reward, a Lamborghini Veneno. Hear the system prompt sound in your mind. Yi Hao was stunned. Good man, I'm ready for bed. The system is releasing the task now? Moreover, this task doesn't seem to be difficult at all. I was just sending my cousin to school. Moreover, even if the system had not issued this task, Yi Hao was planning to send his cousin to school. In this case, the system will give you a reward. It's like picking it up for free. TSK, Lamborghini Venom. You know, this is one of the top 5 sports cars in the world. Limited edition worldwide. There are only a few dozen. Each one is worth 4 or 5 million US dollars. Equivalent to 300 to 400 million renminbi. Although Yi Hao currently drives a Ferrari 488, which is also a sports car. But, compared to the Lamborghini Veneno, that really is a small fry compared to a big one. The key is that this thing is basically free. Make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Yi Hao turned off the lights in a good mood. Just wait until tomorrow to complete the task and go get your own Lamborghini Veneno sports car. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yi Hao got up early and got himself ready. He even took the initiative to knock on Wang Xiyan's door. Urged the other party to get up and clean up quickly. The thought that as long as he could send Wang Xiyan to school, he could get a Lamborghini Veneno, a super sports car. Yi Hao was extremely excited. Although Wang Xiyan was very puzzled by Yi Hao's abnormal behavior. But when I thought about it, I really had to go to school today. So, there is no more ink. Quickly, get yourself ready. With a suitcase. And a backpack. Just follow Yi Hao and set off straight to Binhai University. Chapter 50. Are you provoking me? Binhai University. This is one of the top universities in Binhai City. In fact, it ranks very high in the country. My cousin Wang Xiyan was able to get into such a school. I can only say that my academic performance is still very good. At this moment, Yi Hao drove his own Volkswagen sedan and sent Wang Xiyan to the school gate. Cousin, I'm here. I'm going to school now, don't miss me. Don't cry secretly in bed alone at night. Don't be heartbroken just because your gentle, lovely, and charming cousin left you. Of course, if you miss me, you can come to see me at school. But please bring some snacks when you come, thank you. After Wang Xiyan got off the car, she put on a cute look towards Yi Hao. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao rolled his eyes speechlessly. Said take care. Then, he drove away directly. Because Binhai University does not allow parents to enter. It is only allowed to drop students off at the school gate. If students have too many things to carry, there will be some senior students at the door to help. Therefore, Yi Hao didn't have to worry at all that Wang Xiyan couldn't carry her luggage by herself. Just leave with confidence. Only Wang Xiyan was left, jumping up and down at Yi Hao behind. However, Yi Hao didn't care about these, let alone see them. Now, he only thinks about his Lamborghini Veneno sports car. Ding dong. Congratulations host, mission accomplished. Reward, a Lamborghini sports car. It is currently parked in the parking lot of Yunding Tiangong Villa. The host can receive it at any time. Hear the system voice in your head. Yi Hao showed joy on his face. The reward finally arrived. When Yi Hao thought about the fact that he would soon own a Lamborghini sports car, his mood became very good. He immediately turned the car around and headed straight for the Hentaying Palace Villa. However, this time Yi Hao was driving an ordinary Volkswagen. A small incident happened when entering the villa. The security guard at the door carefully verified Yi Hao's identity. Only then did they let him in. Of course, this is not a bad thing. This is also for the safety of the owners. After all, he is the one who can live in the Henteing Palace villa. There are really not many of them who drive ordinary cars. At the very least, it is a luxury car worth millions. Even when the nanny goes out to buy groceries, she drives this kind of luxury car. In the world of these people, in fact, there is no difference between million-level luxury cars and the cars that ordinary people use in their daily lives. Although all beings are equal. However, we have to admit that there are still differences between people. But overall, it's not a big problem. When Yi Hao arrived at the parking lot of his villa, sure enough, I found that in the corner of the parking lot, there was a sports car with a unique shape, smooth body lines, and a sharp aura all over. It is the Lamborghini Veneno sports car rewarded by the system. Moreover, it is a very eye-catching silver-white color. Very beautiful. Yi Hao fell in love with the sports car at first sight. You know, this sports car is one of the best sports cars in the world. The engine it is equipped with is a terrifying 6.2L engine, matched with a 7-speed gearbox. It only takes 2.8 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers. It can be called a catapulting start. It's simply a fighter among sports cars. Originally, Yi Hao was very satisfied with his Ferrari 488 sports car. However, after seeing this Lamborghini Veneno, I suddenly felt that my Ferrari sports car was no longer so attractive. There's no way around it, men seem to be born with an obsession with sports cars. Just like women like brand name bags. Next, Yi Hao opened the car door and got in without any hesitation. The key is in the car. Immediately afterwards, Yi Hao started the car. Rushing outside. I plan to experience the performance of this sports car. Although Yi Hao just got this sports car. However, he did not feel unfamiliar. Actually, Yi Hao's driving skills are still very good. He got his driver's license when he was a freshman. Therefore, although he is young now, he is already an experienced driver with more than 4 years of driving experience. What's more, he drove a Ferrari for a while some time ago. I am not unfamiliar with sports cars. At this moment, after driving the sports car, the whole person left the villa community directly like an arrow from a bow. On the road, speeding. On the road, the Lamborghini Veneno driven by Yi Hao attracted a lot of people's attention as soon as it appeared. Some private cars even saw Yi Hao and stayed away from him. I didn't dare to get close at all. Although some people don't understand what model this sports car is. However, looking at the exaggerated shape, you can tell that it is very expensive. Most private cars would avoid him from a distance when they saw him. Afraid of scratches. You know, for this kind of top sports car, even if it is just a slight scratch, the price will start at hundreds of thousands. If it is slightly damaged, it will cost millions, or even tens of millions. If it's just a slight touch, an ordinary person would probably lose everything. There is no way. The more advanced the sports car is, the more frightening the repair cost will be. So, on the road, when people see this Lamborghini Veneno sports car, basically, they will try to stay as far away from it as possible. No one wanted to compete with him for the road. However, Yi Hao is also a person of quality. Although everyone was avoiding his sports car. However, he did not force his way into the queue or do anything excessive. He just drove his sports car obediently. Fuck. What did I see? It's a Lamborghini Venom. Oh my god, this is the world's top sports car. Is this car expensive? Humph, you women have long hair but short knowledge. How can the world's top sports cars be cheap? The starting price of this Lamborghini Veneno is around 30 to 40 million. That's it, money can't buy it. We still need connections. In the crowd. It seemed that someone recognized the sports car Yi Hao was driving and looked shocked. More people took out their mobile phones and kept taking pictures. As for some young ladies, after hearing the value of this sports car, their eyes were filled with stars. A luxury sports car worth 30 or 40 million. Anyone who can drive such a sports car is definitely not an ordinary person, he must be a rich man. Some socialites are ready to go. I just want to find an opportunity to talk to Yi Hao. It would be even better if I could get his contact information. Cut. What's so arrogant about that? No matter how good a car is, it's useless if you can't drive it. At this moment, a Lamborghini drove over. A young man in a convertible and branded suit looked at Yi Hao's sports car and made a provocative gesture. Chapter 51 God-level driving skills. Traffic light intersection. Originally, Yi Hao was driving his Lamborghini Veneno and parked here, waiting for the traffic light. As a result, at this moment, a Lamborghini suddenly drove up. The other party's car was the same as Yi Hao's. However, the price is only 1/3 of Yi Hao's. Even with the top configuration, it costs less than 10 million. In particular, the young man who was driving made a series of provocative gestures towards Yi Hao. Seeing this scene, Yi Hao couldn't bear it anymore. I plan to go down and have a good talk with the other party. Let him know what it means to convince others with reason. However, at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding dong. Release the mission. Accept the challenge from the rich second generation, Zhou Xingchen. Reward, God-level driving skills. Hear the sound of the system. Yi Hao showed surprise on his face. I didn't expect that this mission would be so simple. All you have to do is accept the other party's provocation. In addition, you can obtain God-level driving skills. Thinking of this, Yi Hao said silently in his heart without hesitation, accept the mission. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level driving skill reward. Immediately afterwards, Yi Hao felt a warm current flowing in his mind. Then, some more knowledge about driving suddenly appeared in my brain. You know, Yi Hao's driving skills were pretty good before. But that also depends on who you compare with. If it is for daily use, it is indeed sufficient. However, if he were to be used in a competition or compared with a racing driver, he would definitely not be as good as he could be. After all, they are professionals. However, now that Yi Hao possesses God-level driving skills, he is not at all inferior. Even if the opponent is a professional racing driver, I can still beat him to tears. So, thinking of this, Yi Hao lowered the car window without hesitation. Faced with Zhou Xingchen's provocation, fight back. Oh, this guy is quite courageous. How dare you insult me? Ha, I'll show you how powerful Binhai's #1 driver is later. In the sports car world, it doesn't matter who drives the most luxurious car, who is awesome. It all depends on the technique. Zhou Xingchen sat in his Lamborghini, looking very proud. He is very confident in himself. He holds all the records in the racing circle of Binhai City. Therefore, he continued to be stubborn even when he saw Yi Hao driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Although he also envied Yi Hao's sports car. However, in his opinion, the real decisive factor is people. Buzz. The next moment, the green light came on. Basically, Zhou Xingchen and Yi Hao started the car at the same time. Although Zhou Xingchen has good skills, it's a pity that he is now facing Yi Hao, who has combined God-level driving skills. Whether it was driving skills or car performance, the opponent completely crushed him. Therefore, at the very beginning, Yi Hao directly left him behind by more than 10 meters. He rode away in a cloud of dust. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xingchen was so angry that he started cursing. Then, he immediately drove his car to catch up. Fortunately, the two of them are not very close to the city now. Moreover, thanks to Yi Hao's deliberate guidance on the way, the two drove all the way to the winding mountain road outside. Two sports cars were speeding along. On the mountain road, we raced as fast as we could. However, Zhou Xingchen gradually became desperate. Because he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with Yi Hao's car. At most, you can see the back of the other car from a distance, or inhale the exhaust fumes. Then, right after that, the other party simply pushed him away. After this wave of operations, Zhou Xingchen was convinced. Finally, the car was parked on the side of the road. Choose to give up. When Yi Hao saw this scene, he smiled triumphantly. You little brat, you're too young to fight with me. After winning the game, Yi Hao started the car and planned to leave directly. However, at this time, Zhou Xingchen suddenly walked towards Yi Hao's car. Stop him directly. What? Yi Hao opened the car window and glanced at the other person. Not false at all. If this guy really wants to fight, Yi Hao doesn't mind letting him feel his fist. You know, his physical fitness has been greatly improved since he took the improved genetic medicine. Not to mention a little trash like Zhou Xingchen. Even if there were a dozen or 20 strong men attacking him together, Yi Hao would not be afraid at all. Brother, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything. I just think you're such a great driver. I want to ask, how long have you been in this business? Where did you win the championship? Zhou Xingchen said respectfully. People like him have this kind of personality. If others are not as good as him, he will look down on them and feel unhappy. However, once there is someone better than him, Zhou Xingchen will immediately turn into a little fanboy mode. What champion? I don't know what you're talking about. I just run around and play by myself occasionally. Yi Hao said lightly. What? Are you an amateur? Hearing this, Zhou Xingchen was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? In Zhou Xingchen's opinion, Yi Hao must be a master who has participated in countless competitions to have such superb driving skills. He is even a celebrity in the racing circle. However, what he never expected was that Yi Hao actually said that he was an amateur player. Usually, I just like to run around. Wanama. At this moment, Zhou Xingchen felt like he had suffered 10,000 critical hits. I feel terrible. If Zhou Xingchen's skills are those of an amateur player, then he, the Binhai Car King, might as well change his name to Binhai Rookie. Wrong. However, the next moment, Zhou Xingchen began to brainwash himself again. I feel like Yi Hao must be pretending. Anyone who possesses such driving skills must be an expert among experts. The reason why he was unwilling to reveal his information must be because Yi Hao was tired. I want to quit this circle. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingchen looked at Yi Hao with admiration in his eyes again. If Yi Hao knew what the other person was thinking, he would probably make some comment. Have you read too many martial arts novels? Do you think I'm a sweeping monk? However, it can also be understood this way. Brother, look, if it's convenient for you, let's add some prestige. To be honest, my name is Zhou Xingchen, and I'm in the racing circle of Binhai City. In the future, if you are interested, we can go running in the mountains together. Zhou Xingchen opened the Weixin app very enthusiastically. Yi Hao thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong in increasing his prestige. Who knows, someday in the future, I'll be able to use my little brother Zhou Xingchen. So, I agreed to the other party's request. The two of them added prestige to each other. Chapter 52 Interviewer Huang. After exchanging contact information with Zhou Xingchen, Yi Hao drove and left the winding mountain road directly. After returning to the city, Yi Hao first went to fill up a tank of gas. After all, sports cars are actually quite fuel-intensive. In the past, there was a joke that said that with a luxury car like this, you can basically get a Ruji ammo by just stepping on it. It's a joke though. However, it can also be seen here that sports cars are indeed more fuel-consuming than ordinary family cars. But then again, how many people can afford to drive a sports car? Are they ordinary people? Of course, I don't care about this little bit of gas money. Of course, renting a car or some fake rich second-generation people are excluded. Soon, the staff at the gas station filled Yi Hao's tank with gasoline. At the same time, Yi Hao immediately started the car and left the gas station. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that many people would gather around him and ask for his contact information. There's nothing we can do about it, this sports car is just too cool. Which girl wouldn't like it? Who wouldn't want to sit in his passenger seat? Just like that, Yi Hao drove his sports car and got back on the road. First, I drove aimlessly on the road for a while. Suddenly, when passing by a street, Yi Hao saw the big words Jinyang Entertainment Company written on a building nearby. At this time, Yi Hao suddenly remembered. It seems that some time ago, the system rewarded me with a Jinyang Entertainment Company. It's just that I've been busy with other things these days. Haven't checked it out yet. I happen to be free today, why don't you go over to the company? Currently, Yi Hao holds 100% control of Jinyang Entertainment Company. Therefore, this company is completely his own private property. Yi Hao thought he should go and take a look. Observe the company's corporate atmosphere. See if there is any problem. It is still necessary to take precautions before it happens. After all, this is a company with a market value of several hundred million. Yi Hao, it's normal to pay a little attention. Soon, Yi Hao turned the car around and parked it downstairs of Jinyang Entertainment Company. It is worth mentioning that the security guards have a very good attitude. Maybe this is also the reason why Yi Hao's car is very expensive. So, be very polite to him. After parking the car, Yi Hao went straight into the building. Came to Jinyang Entertainment Company. This company is specifically used to sign some anchors and operate the company. The scale of the company is not very large. In the entire Binhai city, it is just a middle level. When Yi Hao arrived at the company, the front desk received him very warmly. At the beginning, Yi Hao did not reveal his identity. The company's front desk clerk saw that Yi Hao was so handsome. I thought he was also here to apply for the anchor position. So, I took him directly to the candidate room for the anchor position. There are already 7 or 8 people sitting inside. There are both men and women. Soon after, more people came in one after another. In the end, this room could accommodate about 20 people. At this time, a middle-aged fat man wearing glasses walked in. Looking at the more than 20 anchors in the room, especially the beautiful female anchors, I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Then there was a cough. "Get out a thermos cup," he said in a leadership tone. "I am your interviewer, you can call me Mr. Huang." As everyone knows, our Jin Yang Entertainment Company has cultivated several popular anchors with over 1 million fans in the past year. For example, Brother Gao, Brother Su from the countryside, and Sister Wu, Xiao Zhao. I'm sure everyone has heard of these people. In the anchor world, it can be said to be very popular. So, our company is still very strong. Moreover, as long as you join our company, we will provide you with a series of tailor-made operational services. As long as you are truly capable, we will not bury you. Next, we'll start the interview. Looking at this fat and big-eared guy talking to everyone in the room, Yihao felt very bored. However, he did not just get up and leave. After all, he came here today to experience the company culture. Go through the entire process, and if you find any problems, bring them up and ask the company's president to make improvements. For example, this middle-aged fat man in front of you. For some reason, Yihao was very disgusted with this guy. Especially the other party's pretentious manner, seeing which Yihao really wanted to give him 2 big slaps. Come on, show us your talents next. Come on, you go first. Interviewer Huang talked for a long time and finally started the interview. Then, he randomly selected a few beautiful female anchors. Most of the talents performed by these anchors are singing, dancing and the like. It's hard to say how amazing it is. But it's not bad. If you train it, it still has a future. Come here, female student, you shouldn't do this when dancing. Come, hold my hand, and I'll tell you, when you dance, you must pay attention to the rhythm, and also, your facial expressions, and... The next moment, interviewer Huang stood up from his chair. He came to the front, grabbed a female student's waist and started twisting her body. If this first one is still normal. Next, his contacts with several female students became more and more bold and cruel. Even just now, a girl who was already in a relatively cool mood was asked to do a bikini show. Moreover, the reason is very high-sounding, saying it is for art. The key point is that he put on a serious tone of an interviewer, saying that he had interviewed so many female students and had seen all kinds of scenes. Later, due to complaints from others, interviewer Huang gave up. Even so, this guy still has evil intentions. Soon, it was the turn of a sweet-looking girl. I have to say that this girl's appearance has an ancient beauty. A true lady. "Hello teacher, I am a dance anchor. I am performing classical dance." Okay, let the teacher guide you. The teacher is very accomplished in classical dance. After seeing the other person's beauty, the interviewer Huang could no longer sit still. He immediately stood up in a hurry. Get ready and give the other party some so-called guidance. Inside the interview room. Everyone frowned when they saw this scene. Now, everyone has almost figured out what kind of person this interviewer Huang is. His intention in doing so was clear to everyone. Including the girl, Zhang Xiaowan, her face was full of resistance at this moment. However, everyone is angry but dares not speak out. As the saying goes, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Take your dirty hands off me. However, at this moment, a delicate cry suddenly rang out. Chapter 53 Hello Boss. When this voice sounded, everyone in the room was stunned. Therefore, everyone was very dissatisfied with the behavior of interviewer Huang. However, if you want to join Jin Yang Entertainment Company, you will have to endure it. In fact, it's not just Jin Yang Entertainment that is like this. Many entertainment companies have this problem. So, everyone is used to it. Some girls even plan to take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. In this way, you can exchange some resources for yourself. However, I didn't expect that there would be a brave man who would speak up for justice at this moment. Including Yihao, everyone was surprised at this moment. Because the voice just now did not come from him at all. Look over. She is a girl with short hair. Although the appearance is not very high. But it's the cute kind. At this moment, after hearing the other party's cry, interviewer Huang's face suddenly darkened and he said, "What are you talking about? How dare you call me a slut? Let me tell you, you have been disqualified from the interview. Now, leave our company immediately." "Humph, just leave if you want to. What's so great about that? At worst, we won't be the anchor. Wanner, let's go together." After the short-haired girl, Gu Yanyan, stood up, she went straight to Zhang Xiaowan, pulled her and prepared to leave. "Let's go, Yan." Although Zhang Xiaowan really wants to become an anchor and earn some living expenses for herself. However, it is clear that this interviewer Huang is not a good person. What's more, my best friend was speaking up for me. She certainly couldn't hold back. So, follow each other and prepare to leave together. Snort. Let me tell you, if you want to join our company, you must abide by the rules. Otherwise. This great leader Huang started his performance again. He tried to use the departure of these two people to intimidate everyone. Wait a moment. At this moment, Yi Hao spoke. He really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. In particular, Zhang Xiaowan is obviously a good candidate to be a host. Not only does she have outstanding looks, but she can also dance classically. Even a layman like Yi Hao can see through such talents. If the other party can be signed, it will be of great benefit to Jinyang Entertainment Company. So, he spoke now. I saw someone making trouble again. Huang Buren is in a very unhappy mood right now. After all, he has been an interviewer for such a long time. Most people are very well behaved in front of him. However, today two people appeared one after another and contradicted him. This made him very angry. So, he vented his anger directly on Yi Hao. He said directly, "You are also disqualified from the interview. Now, get out of here immediately. I'm not here for an interview." At this moment, Yi Hao was sitting on a chair and spoke calmly. Well. Huang Buren was also stunned when he heard this. Then he said, "Since you are not here for an interview, then why do you come to our company? Could it be that there are other intentions? Now, you'd better leave immediately, otherwise I will ask the security to kick you out." Faced with trash like Huang Buren, Yi Hao was too lazy to waste time talking to him. He was just about to take out his cell phone and call the president of Jinyang Entertainment Company to ask him to come over. At this moment, the door of the interview room was pushed open. A company executive walked in. Seeing the mess here, he said, "What's wrong, Lao Huang, what happened? I was outside and heard your noise." "Boss, it's nothing, just a few new guys here acting like big shots. I'll teach them a lesson and let them go." Huang Burun was obviously familiar with handling such matters. So, just make up a few excuses and try to get away with it. The supervisor didn't take it seriously at first, he just came in to take a look out of pure curiosity. However, when he saw Yi Hao sitting in the crowd, his eyes suddenly fixed. As if he remembered something. I took out my cell phone and started looking at it immediately. After a while, the supervisor's face suddenly became nervous. Because he discovered that the person sitting in the interview crowd was the new boss of their Jinyang Entertainment Company. You know, their company held a meeting a few days ago. Announced that their company had been acquired by a boss named Yi. In addition, photos were distributed to these company executives. Of course, Huang Buren was just an interviewer and did not attend the meeting. So, he didn't know Yi Hao. However, when the supervisor came in, he found that Yi Hao looked familiar. Now after taking a closer look, I have finally confirmed Yi Hao's identity. I was very nervous for a while. Just when I was thinking about whether I should say hello to Yi Hao. Then I saw that guy Huang Buren actually walked straight over. He came in front of Yi Hao, pointed his finger at his nose and shouted, "What are you looking at? I'll count to 3, and you'll leave right here. Otherwise, I'll call security. 1. Later, the supervisor almost fainted when he heard what Huang Buren said. "Wanama. Is Huang Buren sick?" He actually dared to yell at the new boss of their company. And tell the other party to get out. This is just like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long. You're not leaving yet, are you? Okay, I'll ask the security to ask you to leave. Manager, this guy. Huang Buren saw that Yi Hao was unmoved. Suddenly, he became angry and was about to tell his supervisor and ask the security guard to take Yi Hao away. But I saw that the supervisor looked like he didn't recognize me. Quickly hide far away. Then, he forced a smile on his face. He came to Yi Hao and bent down and said, boss, you are here. You should have given us a heads up so that we can welcome you in advance. Boss, what do you call him? When Huang Buren saw this scene, he was completely stunned. What is going on? Why would the supervisor call this young man boss? What is going on? Boss, don't get me wrong. I don't know this guy well. He's not my business. However, in response to Huang Buren's question, the supervisor showed no intention of answering. I even acted like, I don't know you, I'm not familiar with you. This scene suddenly reminded Huang Buren of a piece of news that had been circulating in the company a few days ago. They said that a mysterious rich man suddenly acquired their company. Could it be that the mysterious rich man is the young man in front of him? But this is just too much of a coincidence. When I thought about my behavior just now, I realized that it was all seen by my new boss. Huang Buren only felt his eyes go dark. P.S. Dear brothers, please support if you think it's good, give it a 5-star rating and I will urge you to update it for free. Chapter 54 Long-Term Mission. When Yi Hao's identity as the boss was revealed, everyone in the interview room looked shocked. No one expected that this ordinary young man, who looked quite handsome except for being a little handsome, would be the boss of Jinyang Entertainment Company. Especially the pretty girls in the interview room. The look he gave Yi Hao suddenly became lively. If only I could hook up with a second generation like Yi Hao. What am I doing? Do I need to work hard as a host here? At the very least, you can avoid taking 20 years of detour. Become the boss lady of the company directly. Only Huang Buren was slumped on the ground at this moment. A look of despair. He never thought that today he just wanted to take advantage of the female students as usual. As a result, I never expected that something like this would happen. He was swearing at his own boss. Moreover, the unspoken rules are carried out right under the boss's nose. Good job. Thinking of this, Huang Buren felt a little impressed with himself. Has he always been so brave? Soon, the news in the interview room spread out. The president of Jinyang Entertainment Company learned of Yi Hao's arrival. He immediately came over with a large group of company executives. Hello, boss. Zhang Yongmin, the boss of Jinyang Entertainment Company, greeted Yi Hao enthusiastically. At the same time, my heart was filled with surprise. Although he already knew in advance that the person who acquired their company was a young wealthy man, I just didn't expect that he was so young. At this age, he looks even younger than his son. As a result, he now owns a company with a market value of 400 or 500 million. At this moment, a sigh arose in Zhang Yongmin's heart. As expected, all roads lead to Rome, but some people were born in Rome. This is fucking incomparable, it's so infuriating. After seeing how young Yi Hao was, the other senior executives of the company, especially some female employees, came forward one after another, trying to win Yi Hao's favor. If I could get in touch with this new boss, I'm afraid my future would be limitless. Bite. Publish a long-term mission. Train Zhang Xiaowan to become a broadcaster with millions of fans. Reward, Kaiyuan Building, 51% of the shares. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Yi Hao's mind. He was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, it would trigger the system's long-term task. You know, Zhang Xiaowan is just a newcomer now. We want to train him to become a host with tens of millions of fans. In fact, it is still quite difficult. However, this also depends on how it is cultivated. As long as Yi Hao is willing, he can use most of Jinyang Entertainment Company as traffic to promote the other party. It is not impossible to become an anchor with tens of millions of fans. In particular, Zhang Xiaowan has a very good temperament in all aspects. In fact, even if there was no task issued by the system, Yi Hao would decide to sign a contract with the other party. If such talents could be signed under their company, it would probably bring them a lot of profits. What's more, the system has now released tasks. It turned out to be a reward, Kaiyuan Building, 51% of the shares. You know, Kaiyuan Building is one of the best commercial buildings in Binhai City. Basically, the companies and enterprises that work here are very powerful. The annual rent alone is hundreds of millions. It is very difficult for a small company to open a company here without connections. Now, as long as you complete the task, you can get 51% of the shares of Kaiyuan Building. It's definitely a huge profit. In this way, Yi Hao's net worth will increase by more than 10 billion. Moreover, he has absolute controlling rights. To put it simply, he will basically have the final say in Kaiyuan building in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Hao felt relieved. Boss Jiang, I have a suggestion. Yi Hao said. Boss, you can just call me Xiao Jiang. Zhang Yongmin has a very humble attitude. Well, I have an idea. I think Ms. Zhang Xiaowan has a good image. Our company can consider signing her. If you cultivate it well, perhaps you will get unexpected rewards. Yi Hao said. Well. Zhang Yongmin was stunned when he heard this, then he turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaowan and said quickly, yes, the boss is right. I also think that this Miss Zhang has an extraordinary temperament and a beautiful appearance. It must be a very beautiful voice. In the future, if we train them well, they will definitely become amazing singing hosts. The others were speechless when they heard Zhang Yongmin's words. She is obviously a dancing anchor. What do you have to say, singing anchor? Moreover, you act as if you understand the other person very well and are optimistic about him/her. This is fucking too much. However, people only dare to think about these people in their hearts. Anyone who really dares to say it out loud will probably be fired the next day because he or she stepped into the company with his or her left foot first. Therefore, everyone wisely chose to remain silent. Even Zhang Xiaowan didn't say anything. As for the other anchors who came for the interview, at this moment, they looked at Zhang Xiaowan with eyes full of envy. Why don't they have such good luck to be noticed by Yi Hao? Boss, can you please sign Yan Yan as well? She can sing very beautifully. Zhang Xiaowan stood there at this moment, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to speak. After all, Gu Yanyan is her best friend. Moreover, when he was in danger just now, the other party stood up for him. Therefore, Zhang Xiaowan still wanted to guide the other party. You can't just ignore the other party just because you have signed a contract. Besides, I'm just recommending it, so it shouldn't have any impact, right? Well, sure. Let her sing a song first. Yi Hao thought for a moment and said. The other person is indeed a nice person, and if his singing voice is decent, he can sign him. It's just that she can't enjoy the same amount of traffic as Zhang Xiaowan. Next, Gu Yanyan sang a cappella song, a little sweet, to everyone on the spot. I have to say that Gu Yanyan is a very good singer. Without Yi Hao's instructions, Zhang Yongmin agreed on the spot to sign the other party. As for Huang Buren, Yi Hao doesn't need to give any orders at all. Zhang Yongmin, who knew the whole story, fired him on the spot. We will even prosecute them according to law and hold them accountable for their legal responsibilities. At the same time, the reason why Huang Buren is so unscrupulous in the company. It also has a lot to do with his brother-in-law who is a supervisor. By the way, Zhang Yongmin also fired his supervisor. Get rid of this cancer completely. Next, Yi Hao continued to inspect the company accompanied by Zhang Yongmin. As for the interview room, after a new interviewer was changed, everything remains the same. Chapter 55 Little Fairy, you must learn to be reserved. After inspecting Jinyang Entertainment Company for half an hour, Yi Hao felt that he had seen enough. Gave Zhang Yongmin some private instructions. Tell him that the company's next most important task is to promote this newcomer, Zhang Xiaowan. The goal is to train him into a host with tens of millions of fans. As long as the other party can become a fan anchor with tens of millions of fans, Yi Hao will be able to own 51% of Kaiyuan Building's shares. Yi Hao was naturally very concerned about this matter. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will make sure this matter is properly arranged. Zhang Yongmin is also an old hand and immediately understood what Yi Hao meant. Gave him a reassuring look. Seeing this, Yi Hao nodded with satisfaction. As for the other party, it's not a misunderstanding or not. He doesn't care. As long as Zhang Xiaowan can be trained to become a tens of millions level anchor, that will be enough. The rest is not important. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Yi Hao's phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is this? Ha, Xiaohao, it's me, Xia Dahai. On the other end of the phone, Xia Dahai's voice rang out. Uncle Xia, it's you. Yi Hao greeted the other party. Xiaohao, are you busy today? If you're not busy, I have a cocktail party here, all of my business partners and the like. If it's convenient, come over and we'll attend this cocktail party together. By the way, I'll introduce you to some friends. You'll need it for your business in the future. Xia Dahai said on the other end of the phone. In fact, the The reason why Xia Dahai was so enthusiastic was that he had completely accepted Yi Hao as his son-in-law. Now, preparations have begun to pave the way for him to take over the Xia group in the future. Introduce him to some people in your circle. Moreover, the important point is that Xia Dahai discovered that his future son-in-law did not seem to be a simple person. Today, he already knew that Yi Hao had injected 200 million yuan into his group. Yi Hao was highly praised. At the same time, he also wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Yi Hao and strengthen their relationship. At that time, he would feel at ease handing the group over to Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue. Ha, got it, Uncle Xia. I'm fine now. Send me your location later and I'll be right over. Yi Hao naturally understood the other party's thoughts. You know, Xia Dahai meant well. So, I didn't refuse and agreed directly. Soon, Xia Dahai sent Yi Hao a location on Weixin. Next, after saying goodbye to Jiang Yongmin, Yi Hao came downstairs, opened the car door, got in, and drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards the location shown on his mobile phone. A shout suddenly came from behind. Mr. Yi, thank you for what happened today. Can we buy you a meal? Yi Hao looked back. It's Zhang Xiaowan and Gu Yanyan. It turned out that these two beautiful girls had just finished their interview and were planning to leave. I happened to see Yi Hao and immediately greeted him. Especially Zhang Xiaowan, she knew very well that the reason why she could stay in Jinyang Entertainment Company so smoothly today. Moreover, it seems that he is highly valued. It's all because of Yi Hao. So, I chased him out at this time and wanted to treat him to a meal to express my gratitude. So it's you too. Yi Hao looked at the two and smiled. How about this? I'll treat you guys to a meal some other day. I have something to do right now. Let's talk about it some other time. Faced with the invitations from two beauties, even if he did not agree to Xia Dahai's date today, he would still refuse. After all, he already has Xia Qingxue, such a beautiful fiancée. Try to avoid contact with other women. As a human being, you should not be too greedy. Alright then. Zhang Xiaowan felt a little lost. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao actually rejected me. On the other hand, Gu Yanyan, who was standing aside, had been fiddling with her phone with her head down since she saw Yi Hao's sports car. I don't know, what are you researching? Goodbye. Said hello to the other party. Yi Hao turned around and got into his Lamborghini Veneno. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and disappeared from the sight of the two people. Yan, tell me, how can there be such a perfect man in the world? Not only is he handsome, but he also has a strong sense of justice. Looking at Yi Hao's departing back, Zhang Xiaowan was full of sighs. Today, the impression Yi Hao left on him was truly too deep. Make her unforgettable. Fuck. Xiaowan, do you know how much the car that Mr. Yi drives is worth? The next moment, Gu Yanyan suddenly cursed. Yan, how many times have I told you that we are all girls, little fairy, please don't be so rude, okay? Zhang Xiaowan glared at her best friend with dissatisfaction. Xiaowan, look for yourself. However, Gu Yanyan ignored the other party. Instead, he handed his cell phone directly to the other party. Fuck. When Zhang Xiaowan saw the price of the Lamborghini displayed on the phone, her goddess image completely collapsed. A full 30 to 40 million. For these two people who came from ordinary families, such a price was enough to scare them. At the same time, it also made Zhang Xiaowan fully realize the gap between herself and Yi Hao. Gu Yanyan was so shocked that she was speechless for a long time. The other side. But after Xia Dahai sent the location message to Yi Hao, I drove to the cocktail party first. Let's get ahead of Yi Hao and contact some friends first. When Yi Hao arrives, I will introduce him to him. Soon, when Xia Dahai arrived at the cocktail party and was greeting everyone, suddenly, there was the roar of a sports car. Then, a very handsome sports car with a unique shape and a sharp aura was seen parked in front of the manor. Hiss. Whose rich second generation is this? It's so awesome. This sports car is a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno. It must cost at least 30 or 40 million. This is too generous. Everyone was amazed. Especially some young men and women. Looking at the Lamborghini sports car, his eyes were full of surprise. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Yi Hao pushed open the car door and walked out. After taking a look, Yi Hao felt helpless seeing all kinds of surprised looks coming from all around. It seems that this sports car is a bit too high profile. I am actually a person who likes to keep a low profile. Next time you go out, it's better to change a car. Yi Hao thought so in his heart. Xiao Hao, this way. At the same time, when Yi Hao just arrived, Xiao Dahai, who was standing in the crowd in the distance, instantly spotted him. Waved at him. Chapter 56 Young Master Zhao. As soon as Yi Hao got off the car, he saw Xiao Dahai waving at him in the crowd. He immediately walked towards the other person. Uncle Xia. Ha, come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is my friend's son, Yi Hao. Although he is young, don't underestimate him. He has a very good business mind. Besides, our Xiaoxue has already been engaged to Yi Hao. It won't be long before the two of them get married. When the time comes, everyone must come and show their support. Xiao Dahai took Yi Hao and introduced him to some friends around him. Ah, Lao Xia, you are really not a decent guy. When did I secretly find such an excellent son-in-law for you? In the future, if you find suitable resources, you must introduce them to me. My daughter is still single. Ha, Mr. Yi, you are really a handsome man. How talented and how many billions. Yes, at such a young age, he has such strength, which is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Dahai's friends now understood what Xiao Dahai meant. He knew that the other party was training him as his successor. In particular, when Yi Hao came, he was actually driving such a luxurious sports car. One look at him and you can tell he is no ordinary person. Therefore, everyone's attitude towards Yi Hao was quite enthusiastic. Everyone sat together and had a great time talking. Come, Xiaoya, let me introduce you to this boss, Mr. Chen. He is in the freight business. Currently, 80% of our Xiao family group's logistics business. This is Boss Lu. He specializes in seafood business and is a well-known seafood tycoon in Binhai City. This is. Next, Xiao Dahai took Yi Hao aside and introduced his connections to him one by one. Let us make him familiar to the public first. You can get in touch slowly later. After going around, Yi Hao did get to know quite a few people. Sometimes, circles are really important. If you don't enter this circle, you will never get to know these people. Just like Yi Hao, more than 20 years ago, although he was also from Binhai City. However, I have never had the opportunity to meet these people. That's the problem with circles. Looking around, those who can come to the cocktail party today are basically people from the circle of Binhai City. Many people have even appeared in some media reports. Of course, for Yi Hao, none of this matters. If Xiao Dahai hadn't personally invited him today, he wouldn't have bothered to come. After all, Yi Hao is no longer the same person as before. If it were in the past, Yi Hao would have cherished such an opportunity very much. However, now he owns the system, and the assets under his name are even more than Xiao Dahai. And this is just the wealth accumulated in less than a month. It can be foreseen that Yi Hao's future is completely limitless. Now, he doesn't need to lose face and get close to these people. Because he is the big boss in this circle. Ah, Boss Song, long time no see. Boss Song is still as charming as ever. Ah, hello, Boss Song. At this moment, there was a sudden noise at the gate of the villa. I saw a middle-aged man in his early 50s, wearing a suit and a white scarf, and was polite. There was a cigar in his mouth. The whole person looks like Chow Yun Fat on stage. A man with his own speakers. Why is he here? However, when Xiao Dahai saw the other party, he frowned. Because this guy is his mortal enemy. Many years ago, when the two were doing business, they had a conflict over some issues. After so many years, this contradiction has not only not been resolved, but has become more serious. Xiao Dahai came to attend this cocktail party because he knew that the other party would not be there. But I didn't expect that at this time, Song Xingrui would actually appear here, and his face suddenly looked a little ugly. Uncle Xia, who is this? Yi Hao naturally noticed the change in Xiao Dahai's expression. At this moment, I asked a question. Nothing, just an old acquaintance. However, this person has evil intentions. You'd better stay away from him from now on. Xiao Dahai waved his hand. Yi Hao was a little surprised. It seemed that there must be some story between the two of them. However, he didn't ask any more questions and just nodded. Next, after Song Xingrui arrived, countless people immediately came forward to flatter him and try to please him. All kinds of flattery. Obviously, it is much more lively than Xiao Dahai's place. The reason, of course, is that Song Xingrui's business has been doing very well in recent times, and it is booming, and the scale of the group is constantly expanding. Others naturally want to establish good relations with the other party and then get a piece of the pie. As for the other party's character? There is a saying that goes, the business world is like a battlefield. In this case, there are only eternal interests, no eternal friends. As long as everything goes smoothly for you, you can bring benefits and advantages to everyone. Then everyone will praise you. If you can't bring any benefits, then naturally no one will want to bother with you. At this moment, Song Xingrui belongs to the former. Being the center of attention, surrounded by people. Everyone, please be patient. Today, I came here mainly to show you a way to make a fortune. Song Xingrui took a puff of his cigar and said slowly, it's like this. Recently, I have been in a relationship with the second young master of the Zhao family. Mr. Zhao has just been preparing to invest in several projects recently. So, I just invited Mr. Zhao over. When the time comes, I can introduce him to everyone. If there are suitable projects, everyone can invest in one or two. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone showed surprise on their faces. The Zhao family is one of the famous wealthy families in Binhai City. Assets of more than 8 billion. Second only to the Wang family. Be able to establish a relationship with the young master of the Zhao family. This is what many people dream of. Therefore, when everyone heard that Song Xingrui could invite the other party to the cocktail party, they were all excited. He immediately started to fart. Boss Song is indeed very powerful. Who said it wasn't? He actually has a relationship with the young master of the Zhao family. Yes, with the young master of the Zhao family as a link, it will be difficult for Boss Song to not take off in the future. Boss Song, when you get rich in the future, don't forget about us. Come on, Boss Song, let me toast you. Boss Song, I have a new batch of tea. I wonder if you have time to come over and taste it? Chapter 57, Pig Killing. Enjoying the flattery from everyone, Song Xingrui had a very proud look on his face at this moment. At the same time, he looked at Xia Dahai intentionally or unintentionally. Yes, he did it on purpose. Originally, he didn't plan to attend this cocktail party. However, when he found out that Xia Dahai was coming to attend the cocktail party, he immediately started to make plans. I plan to show off in front of Xia Dahai this time. Strike a blow to the opponent's arrogance. At the same time, show off your connections. As for the young master of the Zhao family whom he knew, in fact, he was not here to invest at all. Instead, they cooperate with him to harvest leaks. Speaking of this, that is Song Xingrui's specialty. He made his fortune from this. At that time, he would just need to rely on the young master of the Zhao family and make a few lies to make these idiots invest money in him crazily. Then, just do a few projects. When the construction period is over, just find a few excuses to get away with it. In this regard, Song Xingrui can be said to have mastered it to perfection. There is no pressure at all. Compared with the liveliness on Song Xingrui's side, Xia Dahai's side seemed a little deserted. After all, the development of their Xia group has not been particularly smooth over the years. Especially this time, if Yi Hao hadn't given them 200 million yuan to fill the funding gap. Maybe the capital chain of their Xia group will be broken. Not to mention, knowing the young master of the Zhao family, such a powerful figure. Society is very realistic. If you cannot bring benefits to others, then naturally fewer people will surround you. So, on Xia Dahai's side, except for some business partners, basically no one came close to them. This made Xia Dahai and others quite angry. This time, the other party obviously did it on purpose. Just to laugh at their jokes. What's so arrogant about that? Isn't it just holding on to the Zhao family's thigh? Look how proud he is. Anyway, no matter how good Song Xingrui's resources are, I will not cooperate with him. This guy has bad character. That is. Xia Dahai's business partner said indignantly. Yi Hao seemed relatively calm at this moment. After all, he is just a young master of the Zhao family. What's so surprising about that? You know, even the head of the Wang family, the richest family in Binhai City, Mr. Wang, has a very good relationship with him. He's just a young master of the Zhao family. What's the big deal? About 10 minutes later. Outside the door, there was the roar of a sports car. This sound is not the roar that comes from Yi Hao's Lamborghini. As soon as you listen to it, you can tell that it has been modified to increase the noise. To be honest, driving this kind of car is really disturbing to others. Not long after, a young man walked in with an arrogant step. Mr. Zhao. After seeing this young man, Song Xingrui, who was originally sitting on the sofa with a smug look on his face, like a wild dog seeing shit, he immediately stood up from the sofa and trotted over. With a flattering look on his face, he said, "I'm so sorry to ask you to come here in person today. However, we will be business partners in the future, so I thought it wouldn't hurt for you to get to know each other." The other bosses who had been surrounding Song Xingrui all said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm from Haikao Trading Company. If you need anything, Mr. Zhao, just let me know at any time. I am engaged in fur processing." After meeting Zhao Weilong, these people also had a very positive attitude. After all, the other party is the young master of the Zhao family. The status is frighteningly high. Even a little bit that slips through their fingers would be enough for them to make a fortune. Therefore, everyone's attitude is quite positive. Zhao Weilong just nodded in response to everyone's enthusiastic attitude. Then, he sat casually on the sofa. If Song Xingrui hadn't told him that as long as he came here today, he could use these people to set up a trap and at least give him hundreds of millions in dividends. Otherwise, he said he would never come. As the second son of the Zhao family, the family business actually has little to do with him. His father and eldest brother have always been in charge. What he usually does most is to pick up girls in a sports car. A typical rich second-generation spendthrift. Recently, because of his reckless spending, his father and elder brother at home were angry and they reduced his pocket money. It just so happened that Song Xingrui came to the door. So, the two of them hit it off immediately. I plan to set up a good game and reap some profits. On the side, Song Xingrui saw that the atmosphere was almost set. He turned around and asked his assistant to take out a plan from the briefcase beside him. Then, he handed it to Zhao Weilong and said, "Mr. Zhao, take a look. This is the project plan I made. If you think it's okay, I'll start implementing it right away." Zhao Weilong took the project plan and pretended to look at it. Then, following the words that Song Xingrui had taught him a long time ago, he said, "Yes, this project is pretty good. To be honest, this kind of project could have been done by our Zhao family ourselves. However, everyone knows that I am the second child of the Zhao family, and many family affairs are managed by my father and my eldest brother. So, for this project, I plan to achieve some results for them to see. As for the possibility of this plan, there is no need to guess, because this is a project that our Zhao group has already started to implement and is profitable. According to preliminary estimates, the annual profit is about 10 billion. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Annual profit, 1 billion. Many of the people here are worth more than 10 billion, but if anyone says that he can make a profit of 1 billion a year, that is absolutely impossible. Therefore, as soon as this profit quota was thrown out, the crowd was immediately excited. In particular, Zhao Weilong's explanation just now dispelled the last trace of doubt in people's minds. After all, as the second son of the Zhao family, it is very normal for Zhao Weilong to want to achieve some results to prove himself to his father and elder brother. It makes perfect sense. In particular, Zhao Weilong also said that his project had been tested in the market. In this way, it is no different from picking up money while lying down. All we need now is financing. Therefore, except for a small number of people who still maintained rational skepticism, everyone else basically did not have too many doubts and all believed in this project. Sign up enthusiastically. Lining up to provide financing to Song Xingrui. For a moment, the scene was very lively. Bite. Release the mission. Expose the scam of Song Xingrui and Zhao Weilong. Reward, Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group, 21% of the shares. At this moment, the system suddenly issued a task. Chapter 58. This is a scam. I heard the system prompt sound in my mind. Yi Hao was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, the system task would be triggered under such circumstances. And, most importantly, the so-called cooperation between Song Xingrui and Zhao Weilong was actually a scam. The purpose is to reap the profits from all the merchants in the venue. As the old saying goes, business is like a battlefield. The water here is extremely deep. Many people, if they are not careful, will fall into traps designed by others. Then, it fell to pieces. However, what Yi Hao did not expect was that Zhao Weilong, who was the second young master of the Zhao family, would actually do such a thing. Aren't you afraid of ruining your own reputation? But none of this matters anymore. Since Yi Hao already knew their little plan, he would naturally not let them succeed. What's more, after completing the task, there will be a reward, 21% of the shares of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. At present, Yi Hao already owns 30% of the shares of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. Now, if he adds this 21% of shares, he will have absolute control over Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. By then, he will be the one who has the final say over this pharmaceutical group with a market value of more than 4 billion. Moreover, the net worth will once again see a significant increase. Thinking of this, Yi Hao's mood suddenly improved. This second young master of the Zhao family is really very courageous. TSK, a profit margin of 1 billion. Song Xingrui is really lucky to have gotten in touch with the Zhao family. Alas, why don't I have such good luck? On Xia Dahai's side, at this moment, after hearing the profit scale that Song Xingrui had just mentioned, everyone was instantly excited. After all, due to certain reasons, the domestic economy has not been very prosperous in recent times. Basically, all industries are difficult to do business in. Not to mention making money, as long as we can ensure that we don't lose money, it's considered pretty good. As a result, at this time Song Xingrui suddenly said that he had a project that could guarantee a profit of 1 billion yuan. Who wouldn't be moved after seeing this situation? In fact, 2 or 3 of them were so embarrassed that they walked directly towards Song Xingrui. Want to get a piece of the pie? As long as you can make money, what does face matter? Not worth the money. Even Xia Dahai was very excited at this moment. If Xia Dahai hadn't distrusted the other party's character, he might have just let it go. However, in the end, he and other business partners resisted the urge. After all, they knew very well what kind of person Song Xingrui was. They will never do business with such people no matter what. Therefore, apart from envy and sighing, people did not take any substantial action. Don't worry. The amount of funds we need to raise this time is about 2 billion. Don't worry, as long as everyone invests, when the project becomes profitable, we will distribute dividends to everyone as soon as possible. Everyone, just rest assured. Song Xingrui looked around and saw the businessmen who were signing up enthusiastically, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. When everyone heard how much money Song Xingrui needed to raise, they were a little surprised. I didn't expect that the other party would raise so much funds. But at the same time, I felt relieved. Since the other party's funding gap is so large, there is no need to worry. As long as you invest yourself, the other party will definitely agree. As for the credibility issue, to be honest, if there was only one Song Xingrui, everyone would definitely not be so enthusiastic in their support. After all, everyone knows what kind of person this guy is. The problem is that the person in charge of this project is Zhao Weilong, the second young master of the Zhao group. With the Zhao group as a big tree supporting them, everyone had no scruples and poured money into the business. The reason why Song Xingrui dared to open his mouth and say that he needed to raise 2 billion yuan was that he had prepared an excuse in advance. I plan to tell everyone that the project has failed due to insufficient funds. The project was halfway through development and ran out of money. This kind of thing is not uncommon. No surprise. By then, no matter how angry everyone is, they will not be able to do anything to him. I wish us all a happy cooperation. At this moment, Zhao Weilong raised his red wine glass and clinked glasses with the bosses with a smile. He seemed to be in a very good mood. To be honest, Zhao Weilong didn't expect that these people could be so easy to deceive. I just came here and showed my side. Then, these people actually started to invest money crazily in Song Xingrui. As for the so-called project, it was completely made up by Zhao Weilong. How could he have that ability? However, seeing everyone throwing money in, Zhao Weilong felt very happy. Following this trend, I will be able to get at least hundreds of millions in the end. When Zhao Weilong thought about how he could easily earn hundreds of millions of dollars, he could no longer hide the smile on his face. Talking and laughing with everyone. The atmosphere is very harmonious. Don't be fooled. This so-called investment project is completely fictitious. Today, it was all just a scam initiated by Song Xingrui and Zhao Weilong. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out. Yi Hao was seen sitting on the sofa, drinking red wine and talking casually. Well. Although the hall was large, Yi Hao's voice was still clearly heard by everyone. Hearing this, many people were stunned. Including Xia Dahai, who was also surprised at this moment, and asked, Xiao Hao, where did you get the news from? This project was proposed by the second young master of the Zhao family himself. Without sufficient evidence, we cannot speak nonsense. Xia Dahai's words were actually very tactful. After all, the Zhao family is a famous wealthy family in Binhai. Assets of more than 8 billion. If they really offended the other party, I'm afraid that just one word from the other party would make their company disappear completely from Binhai. As expected. After hearing Yihao's words, Zhao Weilong's face immediately darkened and he shouted, "Boy, you are so brave. How dare you frame me? If you can't produce evidence, don't blame me for making you suffer today." Zhao Weilong looked ferocious. In fact, I feel a little shaky inside. After all, he knew his own background. I know that this project of mine is a pure scam. He was really worried that Yihao might produce evidence or something at this time. If this is the case, the situation will be difficult to handle. Song Xingrui's face also turned ugly at this moment. Unexpectedly, someone would jump out to question him. His face immediately turned cold and he said, "Xiao Hai, what do you mean? Could it be that he is jealous of me for getting in touch with young Master Zhao, and is trying to mess with me with malicious intent?" Chapter 59 Old Fox, Song Xingrui. Song Xingrui is a very smart person. From the very beginning, he diverted everyone's attention from the truth of the matter to the personal conflict between him and Xiao Hai. All of a sudden, the heat of this matter dropped a lot. It gives people a feeling that Xiao Hai, out of envy, jealousy and hatred, deliberately let Yihao say this and then maliciously slander him. Put him in the perspective of a victim. I have to say, this method is still very effective. As Song Xingrui spoke, everyone's eyes turned toward Xiao Hai and suddenly became mocking. "Ha, Lao Xia, I heard that your group hasn't been doing well recently? Even the funding chain was almost broken. But there's no need for you to slander others like this? Just because you can't eat grapes, you start saying they're sour? I really didn't expect that you, old Xia, would be such a person." Some people began to support Song Xingrui. At this moment, Xiao Hai said that he was very confused. Because he didn't expect that Yihao would suddenly say such a thing. But, anyway. Yihao was his son-in-law. Moreover, he believed in Yihao's character. Therefore, he said bluntly, "Am I jealous of him? Why don't you open your eyes and see what Song Xingrui did to start his career? If you cooperate with such a person, you will be cheated and nothing will be left." Xiao Hai's words also hit the nail on the head. In fact, everyone knows very well what kind of person Song Xingrui is. Therefore, when Xiao Hai said this, everyone started to have doubts in their hearts. As the saying goes, a man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. From the very beginning, Song Xingrui did not leave a good impression on everyone. Even so, now that he has the support of the second young master of the Zhao family, some more cautious people are still skeptical about Song Xingrui. "Xiao Hai, what do you mean?" Song Xingrui was angry at this moment. Today, he had set up a trap with great difficulty, and it must not be ruined by Xiao Hai. He asked directly, "Just now, this guy said that this is a scam? Do you have any evidence? If you can produce evidence, I, Song Xingrui, will turn around and leave immediately. Otherwise, you must give me an explanation for this matter." Song Xingrui is very confident. Although he did forge the information, this was not the first time he had done such a thing. There will definitely be no evidence left. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai also turned his gaze towards Yihao. He also wanted to know whether his future son-in-law really had some evidence against the other party. "I have no evidence," Yihao said lightly while drinking red wine. "Ha ha." Hearing this, Song Xingrui showed an expression of as expected. Said, "Boy, since you have no evidence, then you are maliciously framing me. Let me tell you, if it's serious, I can sue you for defamation. Let my lawyer sue you." When Zhao Weilong heard that Yihao had no evidence in his hands, he felt relieved. He sneered, "Boy, since you have no evidence, you must give me an explanation for what happened just now. Otherwise, I will never let you go. We, the Zhao family, will never let you go." By the end, Zhao Weilong had already begun to threaten Yihao. This. Xiao Hai's face was filled with embarrassment. He didn't expect that his son-in-law would do such a thing. "Since you have no evidence, why are you saying this?" All of a sudden, we were in a passive situation. However, being passive is being passive. After all, he was his future son-in-law. Xiao Hai organized his words and was about to continue speaking. Yihao continued calmly, "Although I don't have any evidence, I have a way to prove that this is a scam." Hearing this, Song Xingrui felt a chill in his heart and had a bad feeling. He interrupted directly, "Boy, stop being so mysterious here. You have no evidence, you are slandering me. I'm telling you, you must stop your behavior immediately, otherwise I'll have my lawyer sue you right now. How? Are you afraid that I will expose your deception? Yi Hao looked at the other person with a playful expression. You're kidding, what am I afraid of? I'm doing business honestly, there's nothing to be afraid of. Song Xingrui is still stubborn. In that case, what are you afraid of? Just let me tell you the solution and we'll test it. If it fails, you can let me go. Yi Hao continued. Boss Son, otherwise, let's try it as this kid said. Anyway, we have nothing to lose. That's right, Boss Son, give it a try. At this moment, the other businessmen also spoke up. The truth is, Yi Hao acted too calm. It didn't sound like a fabricated story at all. For a moment, everyone began to feel a little dazed. After all, this is a business involving 2 billion yuan. It's better to be cautious. Okay, let's give it a try. Seeing this, Song Xingrui had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. At the same time, I feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have pretended in front of Xiada Hai. It would be great to go back and organize a new party and collect the money safely. Now he could only hope that Yi Hao was just trying to attract attention. Otherwise, he would be in real trouble today. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Yi Hao slowly said, in fact, if you want to test whether this is a scam or not, the method is very simple. That is, let Mr. Zhao report his project number, and we can check it on the official website. There will be some specific information about the project. Similarly, you can also ask someone privately what this project is like, and everyone should have a better idea of it. Hearing this, Song Xingrui's anus tightened. Not good. Something bad is going to happen. You should know that projects that can be reported on the official website have all been carefully reviewed and there will basically be no problems. However, the projects he brought out had not been reviewed at all. A pure shoddy project. Where did that number come from? However, Song Xingrui is an old hand after all. He quickly reacted and said with a smile, kid, what kind of trick is this? Don't you know that the project we have now is still in the initial research and development stage and has not been made public? How can I find it on the official website at this time? You know, some projects with a high degree of confidentiality will not be exposed on the official website before formal construction. Only when construction has already begun and is put into construction will it be reported. Just as Song Xingrui finished speaking, another young man walked into the hall. He glanced at the crowd and said, "What are you doing? Why is it so noisy? P.S. Brothers, if you think it's good, please give it some free 5-star stars. If you have any comments, please leave a message, I will arrange it according to your plot. If you want a dragon set, you can leave a message." Chapter 60 Apologize to Mr. Yi. When the young man walked in, everyone was stunned. Many people don't know this young man. Only Zhao Weilong saw the other person and walked over with a look of surprise on his face. He said with great respect, "Mr. Jin, I didn't expect you to come. You really gave me enough face." That's right, this young man is the helper Zhao Weilong invited. It turned out that just now, Yi Hao stood up and questioned Zhao Weilong about the problem with this project. Zhao Weilong started to plan to call someone. After all, his project did have problems. If he is really exposed later, he will be in trouble. Next, he immediately called Mr. Jin. Let the other party come over and calm down the situation. Perhaps other people are not clear about the identity of this Mr. Jin, but Zhao Weilong is very clear about it. You know, this young Master Jin is a true son of a powerful and wealthy family. Especially the old man of the Jin family, he has certain connections in the entire Binhai, and even in Longdu. Just one random word and the whole Binhai city would tremble. Although the Zhao family is also known as a wealthy family on the coast. But, a wealthy family is still a wealthy family after all. There is still no way I can compare with such powerful people. Perhaps, these children of the rich and powerful are not as rich as Zhao Weilong and his friends, but as long as they are willing, they can destroy the Zhao family with just one word. That's the difference. Therefore, when Zhao Weilong saw the other party actually coming over, he immediately stepped forward with a flattering look on his face and tried to please the other party. Why did you ask me to come here? This Mr. Jin, also known as Jin Siyuan, frowned and said. To be honest, he really looks down on rich second generations like Zhao Weilong. If it weren't for the fact that their Jin family had some actions recently that required him to get close to this rich second generation, he would never have come here no matter what. At this moment, after seeing the other party, he said with an impatient look on his face. "Ha, actually it's nothing. Mr. Jean, it's like this." Next, Zhao Weilong told Jin Siyuan what had just happened, adding some exaggeration. Then, he pointed at Yi Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "Mr. Jean, that's the guy. This guy is purely slandering our Zhao group with malicious intent. It's totally an attempt to blackmail us. Now that you happen to be here, do you think you should call and have someone arrest this guy? Xiaohao, the situation is not right, you go first. I'll find a way to stop the opponent for you." At this moment, Xia Dahai saw Zhao Weilong's frame up and his respectful attitude towards young Master Jin, and immediately realized that something was wrong. He whispered something to Yi Hao. Then, he planned to stand up and block the opponent for Yi Hao. I have to say that Xia Dahai is a very good person. No wonder Yi Russian and the other party became close friends. Bang! However, just as Xia Dahai was about to get up, but he saw that young Master Jin didn't know what was going on and suddenly slapped Zhao Weilong in front of him. Shouted, "You are blind. How do you talk to Mr. Yi?" As he said that, he saw young Master Jin trotting up to Yi Hao. Then, he bowed and said, "Mr. Yi, I never thought I would see you here. It's all thanks to you for what happened last time. Our old man has been in very good health recently." Well, Yi Hao was a little stunned at this moment. To be honest, he didn't recognize the other person at first glance. But, looking at each other, I feel that he is somewhat familiar. I sat on the sofa and thought for a long time. Then he said, "So it's you, the young men who followed Mr. Jin back then." That is right, this Jin Siyuan was one of the young men who followed Jin Jiman back then. However, at the beginning, these young men were always respectful. From beginning to end, not a word was said. Therefore, Yi Hao was not impressed by him. However, after being reminded by the other party, I finally remembered. "Ha, Mr. Yi, the old man's health has indeed improved a lot since he came to you for treatment. I've been thinking about coming over to thank you one day. I didn't expect to meet you here." Jin Siyuan's attitude was extremely respectful. All of this, of course, is thanks to Yi Hao's medical skills. Especially for the Jin family, Mr. Jin is so important to them that he is like a pillar of the family. Therefore, Jin Siyuan's attitude towards Yi Hao at this moment is naturally understandable. "Mr. Jin, what are you doing?" Zhao Weilong was slapped at this moment. The whole person did not show any anger at all. Even, I feel a little aggrieved and confused. Called Jin Siyuan. I don't understand. Jin Siyuan was clearly the helper he called over, so why did he help Yi Hao instead? Shut up. I'm asking you, were you the one who just spread rumors about Mr. Yi? Now, apologize to Mr. Yi immediately. Also, let me ask you, is this project you brought out this time developed by your Zhao family? Don't lie to me, you know my methods well. Jin Siyuan looked at Zhao Weilong. The tone was extremely cold. And with a hint of majesty. This. Zhao Weilong was trembling with shock. He was very clear about Jin Siyuan's identity. If the other party really wanted to investigate, how could he hide his affairs from him? Finally, after hesitating for a while, Zhao Weilong lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Just now, I was blind and offended you. I deserve to die. As for the project, it's indeed fake. However, this was not my idea, it was all Song Xingrui's. It was all because of this guy. He came to me a few days ago and tried to trick me. It's all this guy's fault. Yes, it's all his fault. Fuck." Song Xingrui on the side was stunned. He simply couldn't understand what was going on. I just managed to cover up the lie with great difficulty. Then, suddenly, this happened. Especially Zhao Weilong, this guy has no martial ethics. When they divided the money, the brothers called each other brother. Now that the situation is not good, I have simply put all the responsibilities on myself. At this moment, Song Xingrui felt numb all over. In particular, the bosses who had surrounded him just now, calling him Boss Song one by one and preparing to invest in him, now looked at Song Xingrui with dangerous eyes in an instant. Well, actually, I think this matter may not be what everyone thinks. Me too. Fuck you. You're trying to cheat me out of my money, aren't you? Brothers, fuck him. The next moment, these business partners launched a violent attack against Song Xingrui. Chapter 61 Wang Xian's Camping Invitation. As Zhao Weilong pleaded guilty. These business owners also reacted immediately. I was deceived. After all, the reason why they believed in Song Xingrui was because he had relied on the Zhao family. However, now even Zhao Weilong has admitted that this is a scam. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone to give Song Xingrui any face. Catch him and beat him up. Song Xingrui was beaten horribly. As for Zhao Weilong, everyone knew that the other party had deceived them. However, no one dared to attack the other party. There is no way, after all, the other party is the young master of the Zhao family. The identity is here. Who dares to move? In the end, he could only vent all his anger on this guy Song Xingrui. As a result, he was beaten by 2 people alone. The appearance is quite miserable. Okay, stop it. At this time, Jin Siyuan saw that Song Xingrui was almost beaten. Stand up and stop it immediately. After all, there are laws in this era. Stop lynching. Old Xia, this time it's all thanks to you guys. Yes, Mr. Yi, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we will really be cheated out of everything by that bastard Song Xingrui. The next moment, the group of bosses who had just surrounded Song Xingrui now came towards Yi Hao and Xia Dahai. Yi Hao has no good feelings towards these people. Even, I'm too lazy to deal with it. Only Xia Dahai nodded to these people in response. The attitude is not very enthusiastic. After all, some of these people had even openly mocked him. Now, seeing that the situation has reversed, she comes to please him and her son-in-law again. What a bunch of fence-sitters. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and exposing the scam of Zhao Weilong and Song Xingrui. Reward, Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group, 21% equity. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Hao's mind. The mission was finally accomplished. Yi Hao owns 51% of the shares of Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group. From then on, basically, Haifeng Pharmaceutical Group, a group with a market value of more than 4 billion, is controlled by him alone. Yi Haorun was in a very good mood. So, next, he left the party directly. After all, the system mission has been completed. There's no point in staying. And, to be honest, being with this group of people completely affected his mood. So, Yi Hao chose to leave directly. Xia Dahai did not stop it. After what happened today, he finally figured it out. Yi Hao is not an ordinary person at all. My circle simply cannot accommodate this giant Buddha. Moreover, even Xia Dahai has no good feelings towards these fence-sitters. So, after dealing with it briefly, he also took a few of his friends with him. Just left here. Jin Siyuan remained at the scene. After the police arrived and arrested Song Xingrui and the young master of the Zhao family, he turned around and left. When Yi Hao drove his Lamborghini Veneno and was about to return to the hospital, suddenly, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Yi Hao answered the phone and said, "Hello, Xiyan, what's wrong? Miss your eldest cousin? Stop being so conceited, I won't miss you. But are you free this weekend? Can we go camping together? As you know, this is my first time in Binhai. I'm unfamiliar with the place and need someone to guide me. I am really pitiful. I am already 19 years old, but this is my first time in Binhai, and this is when I am in college. In the future, you never know if there will be another chance." That's right, this call was from Yi Hao's cousin, Wang Xian. However, at the beginning, the other party could still communicate normally. In the end, they started to speak in a different language. Okay, stop being tea-smelling. I promise you. Yi Hao was speechless. I am really impressed by my cousin. I knew my cousin was the best to me. But if it's convenient, can I meet my future sister-in-law? At that time, I can still help you and promote your relationship. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiyan said in a mean voice. Well, let's talk about this later. Yi Hao did not agree rashly. Because he didn't know whether Xia Qingxue would have other arrangements by then. Oh well. Okay, that's it. I'm hanging up now. I'm driving now. Next, Yi Hao hung up the phone directly. In the afternoon, after Yi Hao returned to Jirantang Hospital, he had no other activities. Everything is as usual. However, it is worth mentioning that when Yi Hao was browsing his phone in the afternoon, he accidentally saw a piece of news about Binhai City. What was written above was that it was because of the various problems that Zhang Pharmaceutical Group had encountered some time ago. The Zhang Group is under direct control. Assets are auctioned to pay off debts. Yi Hao asked why he hadn't seen that idiot Zheng Xiuhu in recent times. It turned out that his family went bankrupt. Moreover, his father and he were sent to prison together. No wonder, it quieted down. At the same time, Yi Hao was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that Mr. Genius' energy was so strong. In a word, Zheng Group, an enterprise like this, will be directly bankrupted and liquidated. In addition to the methods used by Jin Siyuan today, Yi Hao discovered that this old man Genius' status in Binhai City is probably not low. But think about it, to be able to make Wang Chuanshan, the richest man in Binhai City, come to Yi Hao and act as a matchmaker, how could he be an ordinary person? Fortunately, the other party has a good relationship with Yi Hao. In the future, if anything happens, it will be a good helper. Soon, it was the weekend. During this period, Yi Hao called Xia Qingxue and asked her if she had time on the weekend. If possible, we can go camping in the mountains together. It just so happened that today Xia Qingxue had been very busy dealing with the group's affairs in recent times. Now that she finally had some free time, she planned to take a good rest and relax herself. After hearing Yi Hao's invitation, without much hesitation, he agreed. Finally, Yi Hao drove his family's Volkswagen sedan to pick up Xia Qingxue first, and then went to Binhai University to pick up Wang Xiyan. There was no way. There were too many people this time, and Yi Hao's Lamborghini Veneno couldn't accommodate any seats. And, to be honest, in Yi Hao's eyes, whether it is Volkswagen or Lamborghini, they all feel the same. After all, if you get tired of driving a sports car, changing your taste occasionally is a good choice. However, when Yi Hao drove his Volkswagen sedan to the school gate, I discovered that there was a BMW 7 Series parked in front of Wang Xiyan. There was also a young man who was dressed very flashily. Chapter 62. Do you want to get rid of him? Xiyan, I heard you are going camping today, take my car. My car is a BMW 7 Series, worth more than 1 million. It has enough horsepower and high configuration. It's also safer to drive on the road. At this moment, at the school gate, a young man who was dressed very flashily, wearing all branded clothes and having a side-combed hairstyle, was speaking to Wang Xiyan. As for appearance, it can only be described as average. However, with the blessing of money, let alone a person, even a dog, dressed like this would probably attract a lot of people's attention. So, at this moment, there are also several girls surrounding this young man. The look in his eyes when he looked at the young man was full of flattery. However, at this moment, Wang Xiyan frowned and looked at the showy young man standing in front of her. To be honest, she originally just wanted to go camping with a new friend she had made and her older cousin. As a result, somehow this guy found out about it. Moreover, I was driving early this morning and got stuck in traffic at the school gate. Wang Xiyan was very annoyed. No need. My cousin will drive over later. Mr. Li, you should leave your car for others. Wang Xiyan directly rejected the other party. Xiyan, you're welcome. My car can seat several people. Besides, I have a friend who will drive over later. We can all sit down. How about you sit in my passenger seat? Li Zikai said with a smile on his face at this moment. He and Wang Xiyan are classmates. When I first met her, I was attracted by Wang Xiyan's appearance. To be honest, Wang Xiyan's appearance and figure are indeed quite outstanding. Especially among college students, they stand out. Therefore, Li Zikai, relying on his status as a rich second generation, launched a fierce pursuit of Wang Xiyan. It's a pity that Wang Xiyan has never been very fond of him. Today, he learned from others that Wang Xiyan was going camping with someone. So, he immediately brought a group of people and surrounded them. I plan to take this opportunity to bring myself closer. Wang Xiyan was very distressed when she saw Li Zikai's evil intentions. Even though there were many female classmates in the class, they all liked this rich second-generation boy very much. But, for some reason, Wang Xiyan didn't have any good feelings towards him at all. I always feel that this guy is not a good person. So, I don't want to pay any attention to the other person at all. At this moment, Wang Xiyan was thinking about what excuse she could use to continue to shirk the responsibility when suddenly, she saw a Volkswagen bus driving over. Then, Yi Hao opened the car door and got out. Said, Xiyan. Cousin. After seeing Yi Hao, a sweet smile immediately appeared on Wang Xiyan's face. The next moment, he ran straight towards Yi Hao. He came to Yi Hao and said, Cousin, you are finally here. Who is this guy? At this moment, Yi Hao also discovered Li Zikai, who had blocked Wang Xiyan just now, and asked. Humph, don't mention him. He's just a nuisance. Cousin, can we get rid of each other later? I don't want to see him, Wang Xiyan said with a pout. Okay, got it. Get in the car. Yi Hao nodded. Soon, Wang Xiyan got into Yi Hao's car, bringing along a close friend of hers. Ah, Sister Qingxue. You look even better in person than in the photo. After getting into the car, Wang Xiyan saw Xia Qingxue sitting in the passenger seat at a glance and said with surprise. Including Wang Xiyan's friend, Dong Dandan, there was a look of surprise on her face. Said, Sister, you are really beautiful. Thank you. Before coming here, Xia Qingxue had naturally heard Yi Hao talk about his cousin. So, it's not unfamiliar. Soon, the two sides started chatting. Xiyan, can I take the same car with you? At this moment, another girl came. Chi-Chi, of course. After seeing the person coming, Wang Xiyan agreed immediately. Anyway, the back seat of their car can accommodate 3 people. No impact at all. Soon, the girl named Kiki also came in. After seeing that everyone was there, Yi Hao got in the car and was about to start it. Xiyan, you really don't want to ride in my BMW? I am a 7th level player. A luxury car worth more than 1 million. At this moment, Li Zikai walked over without giving up. At the same time, there was a hint of disdain in the look he gave Yi Hao. Because, in his opinion, Yi Hao was driving just an ordinary Volkswagen. You can tell at first glance that he's a loser. Although this BMW 7 Series is not his own. But, what belongs to his father is also his. Therefore, Li Zikai has a face full of arrogance. However, when he saw Xia Qingxue sitting in the passenger seat of Yi Hao's car, he was shocked. In fact, Xia Qingxue's appearance is too outstanding. In an instant, he felt that Wang Xiyan was no longer attractive. However, Li Zikai quickly put his little thoughts aside. Because Xia Qingxue and Wang Xiyan are not on the same level at all. Although Wang Xiyan is pretty, she is still a student after all. But Xia Qingxue is different. I have been working for several years and I have an inexplicable aura about me. Li Zikai just took a glance and immediately retracted his gaze, not daring to be presumptuous again. Cousin, let's go. Wang Xiyan ignored Li Zikai. Speak directly to Yi Hao. At this moment, Yi Hao naturally would not pay any attention to this kid Li Zikai. Because, in his eyes, this guy is just like a little kid. There's nothing to worry about. The next moment, Yi Hao started the car, drove slowly, and left Binhai University. As for Li Zikai, he quickly started his BMW 7 Series and followed Yi Hao and others. At the same time, he had another partner who also drove over in an off-road vehicle. The two sides took turns, riding in 2 cars, and followed Yi Hao and his team closely. Xiyan, is this guy Li Zikai still following us? Dong Dandan was sitting in the car, and took a look at Li Zikai who had been following behind their car, and said speechlessly. Forget it, if he likes to follow, let him follow. Wang Xiyan was also very helpless. After all, this road was not built by their family, and there was nothing they could do if the other party was willing to follow. Bite. Issuing a mission, using God-level driving skills to get rid of Li Zikai. Reward, Mastery of Riding. At this moment, Yi Hao, who was driving in the front seat, suddenly heard the voice of the system issuing a task in his mind. Yi Hao was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the task would be activated at this moment. However, a smile soon appeared on his face, and he said, Xiyan, do you want to get rid of this guy behind you? Chapter 63 Cousin, slow down. Do you want to get rid of him? When Yi Hao said this, Wang Xiyan, Dong Dandan, and Chi-Chi were all stunned. Then, Wang Xiyan shook her head and said, Cousin, forget it. That guy was driving a BMW 7 Series, which is a very powerful car. It's still difficult for us to get rid of the opponent. Wang Xiyan has some basic knowledge about cars. You know, the more expensive the car is, the more horsepower it has and the faster it is. The performance is higher. The car that Li Zikai drives is a BMW 7 Series. A car worth over $1 million. Although she didn't know what type of engine the car used. However, the power is definitely stronger than the Volkswagen sedan driven by my cousin. This is just a commuter vehicle. How can it possibly compare to a luxury car worth millions? In fact, it was not just Wang Xiyan, but the other women in the car all thought so. Just wait and see. Yi Hao smiled indifferently. Appeared to be full of confidence. After all, he now possesses God-level driving skills. The driving skills can be said to be quite superb. The Volkswagen sedan he drives now is indeed just a vehicle for getting around. However, as long as Yihao is willing, he can beat Li Zikai behind him into pieces in minutes. Even if the other person's car is better than yours, it will be of no help. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, Yihao simply stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the car increased instantly. He passed several cars directly and continued to overtake them. The increase in car speed made Wang Xiyan and the other two sitting in the back become nervous. At the same time, Li Zikai, who had been hanging behind Yihao's car, also discovered the scene. Shouted, "Damn it, this guy wants to get rid of us." Ha, but he picked the wrong person. The car I'm driving is a BMW 7 Series, and it uses an 8-cylinder engine. The power is quite strong. He's driving a shabby little car, and he wants to get rid of me? Just open your eyes and watch me tease him. Buzz. The words fell. Li Zikai also stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the car increased instantly. Wow, Mr. Li, your driving skills are really good. I love it. Yes, our Master Li is not only handsome, but also rich. If I were Wang Xiyan, I wouldn't need Master Li to chase me, I would be the first to throw myself at you. Yes, Master Li is really amazing. In the car, several other female classmates tried to please Li Zikai. After all, these people are just a group of students. To put it bluntly, he has never seen the world. In their world, a young man like Li Zikai who can drive a luxury car worth millions is already considered a very powerful person. So, it can be said to be an incomparable worship. Hearing the flattering voices of the crowd, Li Zikai's self-confidence reached its peak at this moment. It was as if he treated the road as his own home. All kinds of doing whatever they want. I have to say that this guy was pretty lucky. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any road killer. Otherwise, with Li Zikai's half-baked driving skills, the meal would have started right away. Even so, Li Zikai also gradually discovered that something was wrong. How is that possible? I was driving really fast. Why, I still can't see the back of this guy's car. Li Zikai was confused. At first, he thought that he could easily catch up with the other party with just a few simple operations. As a result, he soon discovered a particularly sad fact. That is, no matter how hard he tried, the gap between him and Yihao and others was widening. Now, even the other car's taillights are almost invisible. Hateful. I won't lose. I drive a BMW 7 Series. I don't know if this kid Li Zikai is too drunk or what. The next moment, he suddenly shouted viciously. Increased horsepower again. At the same time, the car speed was increased to 120 miles per hour. You know, this is not a highway, it's just an ordinary road. Li Zikai's actions are quite outrageous. Ding ding. Just when Li Zikai increased the speed of the car, suddenly, a horn sounded from the turn ahead, and a black Mercedes-Benz drove over. The two sides almost collided directly with each other. Crunch! The sound of screeching brakes was heard. A tattooed man popped his head out of the Mercedes-Benz and cursed, "Fuck, you're f***ing blind. How do you drive? Believe it or not, I will chop you to death." Seeing the other party's ferocious look, Li Zikai was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart. Immediately, drive the car and give way to others. He parked the car aside. Although he drives a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan, the other party's Mercedes-Benz cost several times more than his. The owner of the car also looks like a social person. He can't afford to offend. You can only give way. With Li Zikai looking like a coward, the owner of the Mercedes-Benz left the spot cursing. Only Li Zikai was left driving his BMW 7 Series, parked there with a confused look on his face. It seems that it is impossible to accept this fact. How could his luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan lose to Yihao's mere grocery shopping cart? The other side. Wang Xiyan and the others were sitting in Yihao's car, looking very nervous. They said, "Cousin, drive slower. Too fast. It's so scary." Even Xiaoqing Xue was holding the seatbelt tightly with both hands at this moment, and said in a trembling voice, "Yihao, slow down." Anyone who has watched racing knows this. In pursuit of extreme speed. Generally speaking, the various actions performed by racing drivers during the race are very cool. At the same time, the risk factor is extremely high. At this moment, Yihao's operations actually increased the speed of the car. However, the process is also quite thrilling and exciting. At this moment, the four girls in the car were almost scared to tears by Yi Hao's driving skills. Well, we've gotten rid of that guy. I glanced in the rearview mirror. He discovered that Li Zikai had been completely left behind by him. Yi Hao finally slowed down the car. Although with his god-level driving skills, there would be no problem at all. However, seeing the girls in the car, they were all scared like this. Naturally, he couldn't continue. Call. Cousin, your driving skills just now were really amazing. You scared me to death. Yeah, me too, I feel my legs going weak. But I feel very excited. What's going on? To be honest, even though I'm scared, this feeling is really exciting. I want more. Wang Xiyan and her two female classmates sat in the back seat, with expressions that looked both scared and wanting. Chapter 64 Green Park Campground. This time, Yi Hao and his group's destination was the Green Garden Campground. This place was originally just a tourist destination. Later, because of its green mountains and clear waters, it became an instant hit on the internet. It has become a popular spot. In addition, various businesses continued to move in. It gradually became lively. At this moment, Yi Hao and others drove here. There are already quite a few people at the Green Park Campground. There are quite a few people taking photos and checking in. Cousin, this Green Park Campground looks pretty good. The scenery is beautiful, and it feels like escaping from the big city. Wang Xiyan looked at the environment around the campsite and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. The view is really nice. Yi Hao also nodded. Although this is a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities, the environment is still very good. The scenery is pleasant. After staying in a big city for a long time, it is a good choice to come here to relax occasionally. Hee, sister-in-law, stand with my cousin and I'll take some pictures of you. The next moment, Wang Xiyan suddenly said something. At the same time, he kept winking at Yi Hao. How could Yi Hao not know the little thoughts of his cousin? This was obviously an attempt to create some opportunities for physical contact between himself and Xia Qingxue. However, he did not refuse. He took Xia Qingshue's hand and walked to the flowers beside them, and the two of them posed in a sweet pose. At this moment, Xia Qingshue's face felt a little hot. Although she had already decided to marry Yi Hao. However, Xia Qingxue was still somewhat embarrassed to be held hand in front of so many people. And, most importantly, in front of my cousin Wang Xiyan. It made Xia Qingxue feel like she was meeting the other party's parents. The face is red. Crack. The next moment, Wang Xiyan took out her cell phone and took a few photos of Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue. Wow, Xiyan, your cousin and cousin-in-law are so good-looking. The photos turned out really nice. It's just like a blockbuster movie. At the side, two girls, Dong Dandan and Chi-Chi, looked at the photos on Wang Xiyan's phone with expressions of amazement. This is not flattery. Both Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue are extremely good-looking. Even if you just use the original camera of the mobile phone, the photos taken are also excellent. No wonder they were both amazed. At this moment, Wang Xiyan muttered, my cousin doesn't know whether he is his biological son or not. This beauty is too amazing. The point is, my uncle doesn't look that good either. Fortunately, Yi Russian didn't hear this. Otherwise, Wang Xiyan would be so angry that she would vomit blood. Sister-in-law, please take a picture of me and my cousin too. The next moment, Wang Xiyan picked up her cell phone and ran over. I want to take a photo with Yi Hao. After all, it had been several years since they last took a photo together. Both sides have undergone significant changes. Today, I finally got the opportunity. Of course, I had to take a few photos as well. Keep it as a souvenir. Okay, you and Yi Hao stand still. I'll take a picture for you. Xia Qingxue agreed very generously. Then, he took a photo of Wang Xiyan and Yi Hao together. Xiyan. We want to take pictures too. On the side, two girls, Dong Dandan and Chi-Chi, also started shouting. The scenery here is nice and is indeed very suitable for taking photos. Naturally, the two of them couldn't hold back. Calling Wang Xiyan, the three of them started taking photos together. Then, while Yi Hao and others were having fun, taking photos and posting them on WeChat moments. Suddenly, several familiar figures walked over. It was Li Zikai and others. Ha, Xiyan, I finally found you. Wang Xian looked over and saw Li Zikai and others who followed them, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Unexpectedly, this guy is still haunting me. Surprisingly, he caught up with me again at this time. It's just like a piece of taffy, you can't get rid of it. Li Zikai, how did you know we were here? Wang Xian asked. They had clearly gotten rid of each other just now. But the other party was able to find them so accurately. This is obviously not normal. Nothing. I just saw Chi-Chi's circle of friends, so I came here. Li Zikai said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Xian looked at Chi-Chi with some dissatisfaction. It turned out that his location was exposed because of the other party's circle of friends. This, Xian, I didn't mean it. The girl named Chi-Chi said apologetically at this moment. Never mind. It's okay. Seeing that the other party apologized to her, Wang Xian was not a petty person. Just wave your hand. However, in fact, although Kiki appears to be weak, in fact, he is quite scheming. Just now, she was the one who took the initiative to send a private message to Li Zikai, telling him the location of Wang Xian and others. Even the other party, who had just taken the initiative to sit in the car of Wang Xian and others, had planned carefully. The purpose is to help Li Zikai cover up. Now it seems that she is doing very well. Not only did he successfully help Li Zikai find the traces of Wang Xian and others, but he also successfully disguised himself. I have to say, this girl does have some skills. Even Li Zikai secretly gave the other party a thumbs up at this moment. This acting is amazing. The several $1,000s I spent to bribe the other party was really not wasted. It's a pity that Yi Hao had already seen through all of this. Yi Haoren saw it clearly when the other party made the little move just now. Including Xia Qingxue, everyone was aware of this matter. After all, this Kiki is just a freshman. It's okay to fool classmates, but when you meet masters like Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue, you can't fool them at all. Basically, the two of them saw through each other's tricks at a glance. However, the two did not make it public. Today, everyone came out to have fun. There's no need to make the atmosphere tense. When you get home later, tell Wang Xian privately and just pay attention to her. Although Wang Xian really disliked Li Zikai, she felt embarrassed to chase him away since he had already followed her and brought several other classmates with him. Just like that, the group continued sightseeing at the campsite. At this moment, Li Zikai and others suddenly discovered that there was a horse farm ahead. There are many fine horses kept there. Wang Xian and the others also showed an expression of interest on their faces, and each of them wanted to ride a horse. A smug look appeared on Li Zikai's face at this moment. Finally, something he was good at. You know, he has been practicing since he was a child. I'm very good at riding horses. Chapter 65, Provocation from Li Zikai. Xian, do you want to ride a horse? How about this, I'll teach you. Let me tell you, my father arranged for me to learn horse riding when I was in elementary school. After all my studies, my riding skills are already very impressive. Li Zikai stood in the crowd and said proudly. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. After all, these days, it's rare to find a family that can teach their children to ride horses from an early age. Basically, they are either rich or noble. Suddenly, several little girls heard Li Zikai's words and said with envy, "Wow, Mr. Li, you are so amazing. I've actually been learning horse riding since elementary school. We never learned it at all. Young Master Li knows so much. Ha, not worth mentioning. It's all little things." Although Li Zikai said this, in fact, everyone could see the smug look on his face. Finally, I was able to hold my head high in front of everyone. At the same time, he looked at Yi Hao provocatively. It seems to be saying, "Boy, I am the real rich second generation." Horse riding is a high-end thing that is not something a loser like you can do. So what if I'm a good driver? After all, it can't be put on the table. At this moment, Yi Hao naturally saw the expression on Li Zikai's face. I feel somewhat speechless in my heart. Because the system just rewarded him with riding proficiency. For him, riding a horse is a piece of cake. But Li Zikai is unaware of this. In this reckless provocation. Wait a minute, when you take action yourself, the other party will know what true despair is. To destroy a person, you must first make him proud and crazy. Li Zikai is in this state now. Xian, let's go horseback riding together. I'm a professional. I can teach you. Li Zikai continued to extend invitations. Let's just forget it. Although Wang Xian also wanted to ride a horse, she was not impressed by Li Zikai's character. So, I rejected the other party out loud. He. Seeing this, Li Zikai was not angry. He went straight to the stable, found a staff member, rented a horse, and immediately started strolling around the stable. Oh my god, Master Li can actually ride a horse. You don't even need to be accompanied by any staff at the stable. You can ride a horse by yourself. Yes, and the horse looks very majestic. Mr. Li is so handsome. Outside the venue, several little girls' eyes were filled with stars when they saw Li Zikai riding a horse and strolling around the racecourse without any staff. It seems like great admiration. He. In fact, Li Zikai was somewhat panicked at this moment. He did learn to ride a horse, but that was many years ago. At the beginning, in order to let him make friends with some rich second-generation people, his father spent a lot of money to let him learn horse riding. As a result, after practicing for several years, I didn't make any friends with a rich second-generation person. Instead, I got a 10-year gold membership card at the horse training farm. This made Li Zikai's father very furious. In the end, without his father's supervision, Li Zikai never studied horse riding again. Just riding and doing some simple movements. Fortunately, there is no disaster at the moment, and Li Zikai's heart has gradually stabilized. Looking at Yi Hao standing in the crowd in the distance, he sneered and said, "Xian's cousin, right? Can you ride a horse? If you can, come in and let's ride together." On the surface, Li Zikai seemed to be making an enthusiastic invitation. In fact, he was sneering in his heart. "I just asked you to show off your driving skills. Now, are you dumbfounded?" Li Zikai thought proudly in his heart. "Haha, okay. I'll show you my riding skills, too." Yi Hao smiled and agreed immediately. "Cousin, can you really ride a horse?" Wang Xian and Xiao Qingxue both showed surprise in their eyes at this moment. It seemed that no one expected that Yi Hao could actually ride a horse. "A little bit." Yi Hao smiled calmly. Then, he strode to the stable, took a horse from the staff, and then jumped on the horse's back. "Drive!" The next moment, Yi Hao swung the reins with both hands, the horse raised its head, and its forehooves vibrated. The next moment, it started running quickly in the stable. Next, Yi Hao not only rode, but also demonstrated various difficult horse riding moves. Some of these moves can only be seen on TV. Not to mention Li Zikai, Wang Xian, and others. Even the staff at the horse farm were stunned. They took out their mobile phones and filmed Yi Hao's riding performance. There is no way, this is just too amazing. It has fully met the requirements of professionals. Without more than 10 years of experience in the industry, it is impossible to perform these movements. For a moment, everyone was amazed. No. How could it be? At this moment, Li Zikai was sitting on the horse, looking confused. He never expected that the riding skills that Yi Hao mentioned as a little bit of knowledge were actually so superb. This isn't just a little bit, it's clearly billions of bits. At this moment, Li Zikai, our Master Li, once again suffered a critical hit of 100,000 points. However, for the sake of face, Li Xiao felt that he could not lose. If the other party can do it, why can't you do it? Moreover, after the short while just now, our Li Xiao has regained his confidence and feels that he is still the young man riding a horse and whipping the whip. An action that Yi Hao can perform easily. He can too. All of a sudden, my confidence was overflowing. The next moment, he whipped the horse's back with a whip and shouted, "Gee." However, immediately afterwards, the horse suddenly let out a cry of pain. Immediately afterwards, the horse's upper body leaped up and knocked Li Zikai off its back. He fell heavily to the ground. Here comes a dog chewing mud. He looked very embarrassed. Ha ha ha. The other onlookers, including Wang Xian, saw the scene and laughed at it mercilessly. This made Li Zikai's face turn red. Feeling very ashamed. "It's all your fault, you dead horse. You dared to throw me down? You're courting death." Li Zikai was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger. The next moment, he kicked the horse directly. The next moment, the horse turned its head and stared at Li Zikai with its eyes. Then, he chased Li Zikai directly and ran inside the racecourse. "Help! Someone come quickly! This horse is crazy!" Li Zikai was chased by a horse and fled frantically in the horse farm. In the end, he was unable to catch up or dodge in time and was knocked away by the horse. Fortunately, the ground was covered with grass and the soil was relatively soft. That's why Li Zikai didn't suffer any serious injury from the fall. However, I have lost all my face. This made everyone laugh. Chapter 66 Sweet Challenge, 100 times spending rebate coupon. Ever since losing to Yi Hao in horse riding, Li Zikai was sitting in the rest area nearby, like a frostbitten eggplant. I don't dare to come out. After all, with Yi Hao, a master of riding, by his side, he should not show off his tricks. It's really embarrassing. And, the most important point is that just now Li Zikai was still mocking the other party, thinking that Yi Hao could not ride a horse and was not as good as himself. As a result, it turned out that the other party not only knew how to ride, but also had superb riding skills. At this moment, in addition to the pain in his buttocks caused by the fall, even Li Zikai's face was burning with pain. It was as if someone had slapped me hard in the face. The whole person was in a very depressed mood. At the same time, Wang Xian and others on the side, after seeing Yi Hao's superb riding skills, ran over impatiently one after another. Let Yi Hao teach them how to ride horses. After Yi Hao gave them some brief instructions, he invited the staff of the stable to lead Wang Xian and others to start practicing simple riding skills. Ding, release the mission. Host, please ride on the same horse with Xia Qingxue. Create a romantic atmosphere. Reward, a coupon worth 100 times your spending. Usable only in Green Park Campground. Yi Hao was stunned when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. The whole person was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that the system actually understood him? If the system could be realized, Yi Hao would definitely hug the other person's shoulders and tell him, "Brother, you understand me." Even if the system did not issue this task, Yi Hao thought so in his heart. After all, in this situation, it would be a shame not to be a bit romantic. The next moment, Yi Hao came to Xia Qingxue and invited her to get on the horse and ride the same horse with him. At the beginning, Xia Qingxue was a little embarrassed. After all, she couldn't ride a horse. Especially, in this situation, riding a horse with Yi Hao. It's somewhat shameful for her, an ice goddess. However, Yi Hao didn't care about that. He simply rode on the horse, turned sideways, and hugged Xia Qingxue around the waist, then picked her up and put her directly on the horse's back. Put it in front of yourself. Two people riding the same horse. Gallop to your heart's content in the horse farm. For a moment, countless people showed envious looks, including Wang Xian. Originally, he was feeling smug because he had just ridden a pony. As a result, after seeing what Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue did, he immediately looked horrified like a single dog. Is this something I can watch at my age? It's just shrimp and pig heart. That's too much. It's not just Wang Xian. Many singles said they felt offended. Fortunately, Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue are both very good looking. In addition to feeling sad, everyone was also attracted to this beautiful scenery. Some people even sent their most sincere blessings to Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue. Oh my god, this couple is so good looking. They are so sweet, it would be unjust if they don't get married. Why can't I meet such a handsome boyfriend? Miss next to you, I advise you to look in the mirror more often. Ha, this is so funny. Apart from the discussions of the surrounding audience, the image of Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue riding horses together shows their extraordinary happiness, giving people the feeling of being in a fantasy movie. Li Zikai, who was sitting in the rest area, had finally completed his psychological preparation. I plan to come out and continue playing with Wang Xian and others. As a result, as soon as I came out, I saw Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue riding a horse together. Jealousy can completely change a person's appearance. This is the most true portrayal of Li Zikai. At this moment, he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. It's true, comparing yourself with others will make you angry to death. Xia Qingxue's appearance is originally better than Wang Xian's. There is a kind of mature beauty in her body. She is simply not comparable to a freshman girl like Wang Xian. Any man who sees it would be amazed and excited. It's a pity that Xia Qingxue is already taken, and she is Yi Hao's. Li Zikai tried very hard to catch up with Wang Xian, but in the end, there has been no progress at all. Looking at Yi Hao again, he has already developed to the point where he and Xia Qingxue are riding on the same horse. Good job. Li Zikai has never been so sad even after losing the horse riding competition just now. At this moment, I was heartbroken. Rushed directly into the rest area. He swore that he would never go out again. As for the others, they all said that they were seriously injured. Back then, when I was working as a summer intern with Leah and my second uncle, I never got injured this badly. It's so funny, I'm already in the ICU intensive care unit. The doctor asked me why I was so badly injured, and I told him, you don't understand the pain of being single. Some people started to complain. As for Xia Qingxue, she was a little shy when she first rode the same horse with Yi Hao. However, gradually, Yi Hao encouraged and comforted her from behind. Xia Qingxue also gradually relaxed. Together, they felt the ease and benefits that riding a horse brought them. For a while, Xia Qingxue was having a lot of fun. I felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The pale golden sunset shone down and fell on the two of them. The atmosphere is quite romantic and holy. At this moment, Xia Qingxue even felt a bit dazed. It was as if I was wearing a wedding dress. Bite. Congratulations host, mission accomplished. Reward, a coupon worth 100 times your spending. Only for use at Green Park Campground. The next moment, the system prompt sounded. Yi Hao completed the system task, but now he was not in the mood to check it. He was completely trapped in the whirlpool of love. Continue to cultivate feelings with Xia Qingxue. Finally, 2 hours later. After riding for a long time, everyone finally returned to their old age. Then, at Wang Xian's suggestion, everyone gave up horseback riding and went to other places in the campsite to sightsee and experience. Although this is a camping site, there are still many entertainment facilities. Let you experience the joy of nature. At the same time, you can also experience some novel projects. I can only say that it is very good. Soon, it was night. After playing all night, everyone felt a little tired. At this time, everyone came to a hotel in the camping site. Although, most people who come here bring their own tents to experience camping life. However, in addition to these, there were also some people, like Yi Hao and his group, who were lazy or had a large group and did not bring so many camping equipment. Naturally, you need to stay in a hotel. Moreover, the location of this hotel is quite good. Even in the hotel, you can enjoy the starry sky and natural scenery at night. Open me 2 of the best star view rooms here. At this moment, Li Zikai, Mr. Li, who had been silent all day, stood up again. He came straight to the hotel front desk with an arrogant look. Our arrogant Mr. Li is back again. I just don't know who gave Li Xiao the courage. Chapter 67. I booked this hotel. Hotel. Li Zikai waved his hand and told the hotel front desk in a very generous manner that he wanted to open 2 rooms with starry sky views. Hello, sir. Currently, the price of our hotel starry sky viewing room is 39,999 yuan per night. Are you sure you want 2 rooms? The hotel front desk said with a smile. Certainly. Open 2 for me. Li Zikai said with a proud look on his face. At the same time, he looked at Yi Hao with a provocative look. It seems to be saying, see, this is my financial resources. So what if you are a good driver? So what if you can ride a horse? Unfortunately, it still can't change the fact that you are a poor bastard. Of course, the reason why Li Zikai was so generous was because he just discovered something, that is, this hotel currently offers discounts. Especially for the starry skyview rooms, the current discounts are very large. New customers can enjoy a 70% discount for the first time. In other words, even if it was 2 of the most expensive starry sky viewing rooms, he would only need to spend around 20,000 yuan. Li Zikai gritted his teeth and was able to endure it. After all, in order to leave a good impression in front of Wang Xian. At the same time, in order to vent his anger, he felt that this was very necessary. Okay, sir, the total cost for 2 starry skyview rooms is 79,998 yuan, and there is a 20,000 yuan deposit. Your total consumption is 99,998 yuan. The hotel front desk continued to serve with a smile. Hiss. Mr. Li, this room is too expensive. It costs 40,000 yuan just to stay for 1 night. 2 houses cost nearly 100,000 yuan. Mr. Li is indeed a rich second generation. How inhumane. As soon as several young girls heard Li Zikai's words, they directly booked 2 rooms, the most expensive rooms with starry sky view, spending a direct amount of 100,000 yuan. They all looked shocked. You have to know that these little girls are just freshman students who have not graduated yet. These people currently have no source of income. Basically, I ask my family for living expenses. Under normal circumstances, the monthly living expenses for an average college student is around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Even for some more difficult ones, it is possible to earn more than 1,000 yuan a month. As for those with good family conditions, there is no upper limit to living expenses. 4 to 5,000, 7 to 8,000 a month. There are even rich second generations like Lee Zikai who make 20,000 yuan a month. Of course, most students are ordinary people. So, when they heard that just to book 2 rooms here and stay for one night, including the deposit, it would cost 100,000 yuan, they were all shocked. At the same time, she was also attracted by Lee Zikai's lavish spending. Generous boys are naturally more popular with girls than poor guys. At this moment, several little girls surrounded Lee Zikai, chattering, their eyes full of admiration. Swipe the card, remember, I'm a new user. You can enjoy the discounts here. For the Starry Skyview room, remember to give me a 70% discount. Lee Zikai enjoyed the looks from people around him. He took out his bank card and handed it to the hotel front desk with a smug look on his face. It was as if all the humiliation he had just suffered in front of Yi Hao had been swept away. The look he gave Yi Hao was full of contempt. Hello sir, although you are a new user, those activities were ended a week ago in our hotel. It's the peak tourist season now, so there are no discounts for now. So, the total consumption is 99,998 yuan. Excuse me, do you want to pay? The hotel front desk suddenly said something at this moment. What? I can't enjoy the discount. Hearing this, Lee Zikai was confused. What the hell is this plane? You know, he had already gritted his teeth and insisted on spending 20,000 yuan to let him stay in 2 rooms with Starry Skyview. After all, he was very generous in school and could be considered a wealthy second generation. But the monthly pocket money is only around 20,000 yuan. Nowadays, just staying in 2 Starry Skyview rooms would cost nearly 100,000 yuan. This is his living expenses for nearly half a year. You know, Lee Zikai's daily living expenses are also relatively high. If he really spends this money tonight, I'm afraid that Lee Zikai's living expenses will be tight for the next year. By then, what's the point of chasing after a girlfriend? As for his father, he was also very strict with him. Once the pocket money is spent, it's really all over. And, most importantly, Lee Zikai currently has only 50,000 yuan in his bank card. Even if he made up his mind to pay, he couldn't afford it. What to do? If I had known earlier, I should have asked before showing off. Now this is so fucking embarrassing. Lee Zikai stood there holding the bank card, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment. However, soon, Lee Zikai's eyes turned and he immediately came up with an idea. He slapped his bank card in front of the hotel receptionist and shouted, "How could you do this? Why are they still putting it out there if the offer has expired? You are deceiving consumers. I want to file a complaint against you. You are a shady shop." After saying that, Lee Zikai put on an angry look, looked at Wang Xiyan beside him, and said, "Xiyan, this hotel is really a rip-off. Well, let's change hotels." The hotel front desk was trying hard to explain at this moment. Wang Xiyan is not a fool, so she naturally knows that Lee Zikai is just pretending to be awesome but ended up being cheated. It's really embarrassing. However, she finally nodded. After all, the price of this hotel's Starry Skyview room is really too expensive. She is just a college student at the moment, otherwise, she should find a cheaper hotel nearby and make do with it. As for the other girls, they originally wanted to experience the Starry Skyview room which cost 40,000 yuan a night. At this moment, after hearing Lee Zikai's words, everyone's face showed disappointment. However, no one complained. After all, a Starry Skyview room at 40,000 yuan a night is indeed too expensive. They could only go out and find a cheap hotel. As for this hotel, in addition to the Starry Skyview rooms, there are other room types. But I don't think it will be cheap. The next moment, everyone stood up and prepared to leave. How many Starry Skyview rooms do you have left? At this moment, a handsome figure came to the hotel front desk and asked. Well. The hotel receptionist was stunned. She originally thought that the group of people were about to leave. However, she quickly reacted and said, "Our hotel has a total of 15 Starry Sky viewing rooms, and currently, there are about 10 left. Okay, I want all 10 of them. Also, I want to book all the remaining rooms in your hotel. So couples, you can stay for free." Yi Hao took out a black card and said calmly. P.S. Brothers, please support me if you think it's good. Please give me a 5-star rating. Click on the free reminder. Give Zaya Bela some motivation. I will try to start on November 1st and update more than once a day. Chapter 68 Lee Zikai, I am panicking now. Hearing Yi Hao's words. Except for Xia Qingxue, who remained calm, everyone else, including the hotel front desk, was confused by Yi Hao's actions. After all, what Yi Hao said just now was too shocking. He actually wanted to take over all the remaining 10-starry Skyview rooms in the hotel. Moreover, all the remaining guest rooms in the hotel are also booked, and all couples can stay for free. Good job. This is too luxurious. Well, sir, are you sure you want to book all the rooms? The hotel front desk asked again. She was a little worried that what she just heard was an illusion. Yes, swipe the card. Yi Hao continued. At the same time, he extended the black card further forward. Yes, sir. Seeing this, the hotel front desk no longer dared to be negligent. He immediately took the black card from Yi Hao's hand and started swiping it. Why are you pretending? It's crazy. Let me see how this ends. Li Zikai was standing aside, and at first, he was also shocked by what Yi Hao said. However, now that he realized what was happening, he showed a look of disdain again. After all, just 10-starry sky viewing rooms would cost at least over 400,000 a night. Besides, there are other guest rooms in the hotel. You know, Li Zikai just took a look at the hotel's price list and found that the cheapest room in this hotel costs at least 3,000 yuan a night. A truly high-end hotel. With such a price, Yi Hao actually said he would buy it all? If this isn't a foolish dream, then what is it? Perhaps, today these words came from the mouth of a billionaire. Li Zikai will still believe it. But, Yi Hao? A loser who drives a broken Volkswagen. Does he have this ability? After all, even the BMW 7 Series I drive is not good enough. What about the other party? At this moment, Li Zikai was ready to watch the show. Just wait, Yi Hao was slapped in the face by the hotel front desk staff. Drop. Payment successful. Sir, your total consumption this time is 1,216,000 yuan, 857 yuan in total. We've deducted the decimal points for you, so your total spending is 1.21 million yuan. The hotel receptionist was also shocked at this moment. To be honest, she has been working as a receptionist for so many years and has never seen such a rich and inhumane man. After all, this hotel is a high-end hotel focusing on tourism. To be honest, the price is indeed not cheap. Therefore, it was never full. As a result, Yi Hao bought it all today. It was a lavish investment of over 1 million on the spot. It can simply be described as terrible. Hiss. Xian, did your cousin really book all the rooms in the hotel? I am not dreaming. Isn't your cousin just an ordinary guy? Why can they spend over 1 million to book all the hotel rooms without blinking an eye? Couples can stay for free? Xian, what does your cousin's family do? This is too inhumane. At this moment, several little girls saw Yi Hao's generosity. One by one, they took a deep breath. At the same time, they surrounded Wang Xian and chattered non-stop. This? I don't know either. Wang Xian was also confused at this moment. When did my cousin become so powerful? Could it be that my cousin was actually a rich second generation? But, I have never discovered it? The problem is, my cousin and I have been playing together since we were young. When did the other party become a rich second generation? How come I don't know anything about it? Compared with other shocks, Li Zikai at this moment, apart from shock, was only filled with deep envy and jealousy. He doesn't accept it. What is going on? Isn't this guy obviously a loser? How did he suddenly become so rich that he spent more than 1 million in one go? It's like throwing a BMW 7 Series out without blinking an eye. It's ridiculous. Li Zikai had just been mocking the other party and showing off his BMW 7 Series. Now it seems that he is the biggest idiot. How can Yi Hao be called a loser? This guy is obviously a super rich man, okay? However, what makes Li Zikai most depressed is that you are obviously a super rich man, so can't you drive a sports car or wear all branded clothes to show your status? Why are you being so low-key? But he drove a broken Volkswagen. Wouldn't that lead to misunderstanding? If Li Zikai knew that the reason why Yi Hao drove the Volkswagen sedan today was simply because he wanted to change his taste, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. I'm afraid I might faint from anger on the spot. At this moment, Li Zikai finally realized the gap between himself and Yi Hao. After all, they can't compete in driving skills or horse riding. Now, even his ability to make money, which he was most proud of, was no match for the other party. What the hell is Li Zikai comparing? Our young master Li finally lowered his noble head and admitted defeat. Don't dare to show off anymore. Hiding in the crowd, not daring to look at Yi Hao. He was even thinking about how to find an opportunity to apologize to Yi Hao later. After all, judging from the current situation, Yi Hao's net worth is probably even higher than that of Li Zikai's father. He threw out more than 1 million without blinking an eye. Even Li Zikai's father doesn't have this ability. Li Zikai felt that it was better not to provoke such a person. It would be best to find an opportunity to apologize to Yi Hao. Otherwise, if the other party wants to cause trouble for their family afterwards, they might even go bankrupt. Don't doubt the strength of a business tycoon at all. Therefore, in addition to the initial shock, envy, and hatred, Li Zikai's mood has gradually turned into cautiousness, worry, and panic. Soon, Yi Hao and others, led by the hotel staff, came to the back mountain of the hotel. Here is a large grassland. It is dotted with various flowers and plants, as well as fountains, swimming pools, and other entertainment facilities. Although there are only 15 starry sky viewing rooms, they are very elegant. Moreover, the biggest advantage of the starry sky viewing room is that the entire house is made of special materials, so you can lie in the house and see the starry sky. However, you don't have to worry about being exposed. You can only see what's outside from the inside, while people outside can't see inside at all. In general, the starry sky view room here is a bit expensive at 40,000 yuan a night. But it's not bad. The experience is great. Next, everyone dispersed, and each person found a starry sky viewing room and ran in. Some little girls in particular were cheering with joy, taking out their cell phones and taking all kinds of selfies. As for Yi Hao, he glanced around the hotel, wondering whether he should find an opportunity to spend some more money later. After all, he had a coupon that could give him 100-fold return on his spending. The more you spend tonight, the more you will get back tomorrow. Chapter 69, tonight's entire meal will be paid for by Mr. Yi. Although the entire hotel and the remaining rooms have all been booked. And it cost about 1 million yuan at one time. However, Yi Hao was not very satisfied. After all, this is just the beginning. I spent 1 million, and even if I get it back 100 times, it would only be a mere 100 million. You know, if you miss this opportunity, you will never find it again. Therefore, Yi Hao must seize the time and continue spending money. Soon, Yi Hao called the hotel staff over. I asked the other party if the hotel has any expensive services. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. Because, after checking into the hotel, many things are free. Even if Yi Hao wanted to spend money, he couldn't find a place. However, the waiter did introduce a place to Yi Hao. That's the hotel bar. The hotel does not provide free drinks. Need to pay for it yourself. Thinking of this, Yi Hao suddenly had a bold idea. The next moment, he took Wang Xiyan and others to the top floor of the hotel. This is a bar specially set up by the hotel. The scale is quite large. At a rough glance, there are at least 200 or 300 people. People were drinking in the bar. At the same time, there were hotel staff and other young ladies in cool clothes walking back and forth. Working hard to sell drinks. Cousin, there's actually a bar here. Come to think of it, this is my first time in a place like this. It looks pretty good. Wang Xiyan looked at the singer who was singing and playing in the bar. And all kinds of shining lights. Somewhat novel. The other girls were also attracted by the atmosphere of the bar. They gathered together, took photos of each other, and chattered. At the same time, the attitude towards Yi Hao was also quietly changing. Soon, Yi Hao asked for a booth. After ordering some drinks and snacks, they sat together. It has to be said that Yi Hao, alone with so many girls, especially a beauty like Xia Qingxue, attracted a lot of people's attention even in the bar. As for Li Zikai, he has given up struggling at this moment. He sat obediently in a seat nearby with his head lowered. After the beating just now, he no longer dared to act unruly in front of Yi Hao. Young master's son. Those girls are pretty good. Look, especially that one, she looks like a cool goddess. This appearance should be at least above 95 points. Excellent. 4 or 5 young men wearing designer clothes gathered at a booth in the bar. Soon, his eyes fell on the booth in the distance where Xia Qingxue and others were sitting. Especially the looks of Xia Qingxue, Wang Xiyan and others made them very excited. Young master's son, shall I go over and ask them to come over and drink with me? A lackey said. Go ahead. If this goes through tonight, I'll do what you asked me to do before. Sun Jiming, the most senior young man in the group, spoke up. Young Master Sun, just wait and see. Soon, Sun Xiao's lackey, a young man wearing a suit and earrings, walked towards the booth where Yi Hao and the others were sitting. Some beauties. Would you be so kind as to come over and have a drink with our young Master Sun? How about our young Master Sun paying for your expenses tonight? The young man spoke directly to Xia Qingxue and Wang Xiyan. As for Yi Hao, he just took a glance and found that the other person was not wearing any famous brand, so he didn't take it seriously. They poached people here unscrupulously. Boy, where are you from? Why should we go over and drink with you? At this moment, Li Zikai finally stood up. Although, after what happened before, he has become completely honest in front of Yi Hao. However, that doesn't mean others can come and continue to act wildly. What's more, Li Zikai had some intention of showing off in front of Yi Hao. Want to get the other person's forgiveness. Ha, Damao Group, have you heard of it? Our young Master Sun is the prince of Damao Group. The young man said with a smug look on his face. No. Li Zikai simply curled his lips and said without giving any face. You know, there are so many companies in Binhai. It's normal that you haven't heard of the Damao Group. You are so ungrateful. Let me tell you, Damao Group is a company with a market value of over 100 million. You better keep your eyes open, kid. Get out of the way, or else, if you offend young Master Sun, you will suffer the consequences. The young man threatened. Forehead. After hearing this, Li Zikai started to get timid again. He could barely be called a rich second generation in school, but his family assets were only about 30 or 40 million. In front of Mr. Sun, the prince of a group worth over 100 million, he is naturally not good enough. I felt a little guilty for a moment. Tell your young Master Sun that if he wants to drink, I'll treat him. People won't pass away. At this moment, Yi Hao spoke. He was just thinking about how to be low-key, not to act elegantly and spend the most money. As a result, the young man came to the door. Hee, you want to buy me a drink? At this moment, Sun Jiming came over with a few young masters. After taking a look at Yi Hao, he found that the other party's clothes were not a famous brand at all. At that moment, a feeling of contempt arose in his heart. Said, in this case, I will give you a chance. Come on, take out the most expensive drinks in the bar. Today, this little brother is treating us to a drink, so let's drink to our heart's content. It is obvious that this guy Sun Jiming wants to trick Yi Hao. Aren't you going to treat us to a drink? Well then, I'll let you treat me. Look how you drank yourself bankrupt. Let you show off. Let us see how you end up when we pay the bill. Soon, Sun Jiming called a bartender. He ordered a bottle of Louis XIII, Lafite, and 3 bottles of Hennessy, which were very generous. Boy, aren't you going to buy us a drink? Pay the bill. Sun Jiming picked up the drink and said in a provocative tone. You know, the bottles of wine he took were not cheap. The 3 bottles together cost more than 100,000 yuan. Is it possible for a poor guy like Yi Hao to come up with this much money? Ding, payment successful. Your total consumption this time is 187,653 yuan. The next moment, the sound of successful payment was heard. The smile on Sun Jiming's face froze instantly. His eyes were wide open. An expression of disbelief. I never thought that Yi Hao could actually make the payment successfully. You know, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars at one time is something that even a rich man like Sun Jiming wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. After all, he comes to the bar every day. If he spends hundreds of thousands every time, even he can't afford it. At this moment, the look towards Yi Hao was full of shock. Yi Hao ignored Sun Jiming at this moment, and said to the waiter. Find your manager and tell him that I'll pay for all the drinks tonight. I'll pay for all the expenses. P.S. Brothers, I really want to invite you all to play in the future, and then I can say that I will pay for the entire meal. Chapter 70. You may win, but I will never lose. Well. Sir, okay, please wait a moment. I'm just notifying the manager. The bartender was also confused and shocked at this moment. I never thought that I would meet such a rich man today. If there is any disagreement, the whole place will be booked. As for Sun Jiming and the others, they were already very shocked to see Yi Hao buy drinks worth hundreds of thousands without blinking an eye. But now Yi Hao wants to book the whole place. At this moment, Sun Jiming could no longer remain calm. With a smile on his face, he said, "Ha, young master, I wonder which family you are from." "We are all from Binhai, and we are in the same circle. Don't take what happened just now to heart. I apologize to you, brother. In this way, we can add each other's prestige and get to know each other. In the future, if there is anything, you can contact us at any time." Faced with a wealthy man like Yi Hao who would book out the entire theater at any time, Sun Jiming is definitely someone you cannot afford to offend. After all, even he didn't have the courage to ask for a room full of drinks. You know, the drinks in the bar are relatively expensive. Normally, consumption may be just average. But, if you really drink it freely, that thing is really scary. Without 1 or 2 million in one night, you can't get it down. Even though there are fewer people in the bars here, the consumption is still not too low. Therefore, Sun Jiming was very tactful and apologized to Yi Hao first, and then tried to improve the relationship between the two. For him, knowing such a rich man has only benefits and no disadvantages. However, at this moment, Yi Hao simply ignored the other party. Didn't respond at all. Just because Sun Jiming is a rich second generation, he still wants to make friends with me? Does he deserve it? Not to mention him, even if his father came, Yi Hao might not give him face. After all, Yi Hao is now worth billions. The friends I know all have a net worth of over $1 billion. Sun Jiming's family has only billions of assets, yet you dare to make such a fuss? Especially, the other party just wanted to poach his customers. Yi Hao is not so generous. He. On the side, Li Zikai saw Sun Jiming and others being humiliated, and for some reason, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. He even began to admire Yi Hao even more. Soon, the manager of the bar came over led by the waiter. He said, "Excuse me, sir, do you want to rent out all the drinks in our bar?" Swipe the card. Yi Hao didn't waste any words and directly took out his black card. The manager was no ordinary person either. Just by taking a look at the bank card, he knew that Yi Hao's identity was definitely not simple. Suddenly, the smile on his face blossomed like a chrysanthemum. He smiled and said, "Ha, okay, I'll arrange it right away." Soon, an employee shouted over the bar's speakers, "Everyone, please pay attention and welcome our most distinguished guest, Master Yi. Tonight, all expenses will be paid by our Mr. Yi. Get agitated." Immediately afterwards, a burst of intense metal music sounded. At the same time, a beam of light hit the seats of Yi Hao and others directly. In an instant, it attracted the attention of countless people. OMG! This guy is truly a wealthy man. I never thought that one day, I would be able to meet a living rich man. Master Yi is awesome. Is there anything missing from the boss's legs? Boss, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to my hotel room to talk about life. I've booked a king-size bedroom. Boss. Everyone was shocked by this scene. At the same time, there were countless women who were flirting with Yi Hao directly, and some of the bolder ones even surrounded him with wine glasses in hand. Although Xiao Qingxue and Wang Xiyan were sitting next to him. However, these women don't care about all that. Even if it's just a one-night stand, it's good. In response to this, Yi Hao could only say that you chose the wrong time. Under normal circumstances, perhaps you might consider. But today. Ahem, looking at Xiao Qingxue's eyes that looked like she was going to kill someone with a knife. Yi Hao quickly put away his little thoughts. By the way, I don't like these guys very much. Can you please ask them to leave? The next moment, Yi Hao stretched out his hand and pointed at Sun Jiming and others standing nearby. Clear. The bar manager is also a smart guy. He nodded directly, then stood up and walked in front of Sun Jiming and the others, saying, "Everyone, you heard it too. Master Yi said that he doesn't want to see you here. So, sorry, I have to ask you to leave." Why? We come here to spend money too. Why are you chasing me away? The few younger brothers behind Sun Jiming were extremely indignant. They had originally come here to show off. As a result, now I am being kicked out, and I am naturally in a bad mood. However, the hotel manager didn't say anything more and just shouted into the headset. Soon, several men in suits walked in. One in each hand, he carried Sun Jiming and others out like garbage. It is worth mentioning that the drinks that they asked Yi Hao to pay for were also kept. The bar manager, with a respectful look on his face, escorted Yi Hao and his group to their booth. Tonight, the bar business is particularly hot. After hearing the news that someone was treating them to free meals, many tourists also flocked in from outside. In order to maximize profits, the bar manager ran the bar for the entire night. It didn't close until 8 o'clock the next morning. During this period, the alcohol was sold out several times. It was thanks to the bar manager's contact that the bar quickly replenished the stock, and thus the business was barely maintained. Even so, by the next morning, the drinks in the bar were basically empty. The bartenders were all exhausted. However, the results of the battle were also very brilliant. Today's turnover is equivalent to a normal month's turnover. Total consumption, more than 4 million. The bar manager was a delight. Yi Hao was also very happy. More than 4 million, returned 100 times, that's more than 400 million in cash. Again, you may make money, but I will never lose money. The next day, Yi Hao came out of the starry sky viewing room alone. Although the starry sky was beautiful last night, it's a pity that Xia Qingxue was in a very bad mood. After returning from the bar, he squeezed together with Wang Xiyan and the others. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Yi Hao's attracting bees and butterflies behavior in the bar. I've been sulking. In response to this, Yi Hao could only smile helplessly. Being too good is not a good thing. My girlfriend always likes to sulk. However, what Yi Hao didn't expect was that as soon as he got up, he saw Li Zikai slipping out of the room. Then, he came directly in front of him. He bent down and said, "Master Yi, I'm sorry. I was blind before, but you are so magnanimous, please forgive me." Chapter 71, The Scapegoat, Li Zikai. Seeing Li Zikai like this, Yi Hao felt both amused and confused. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite humorous. He came here early in the morning to apologize to me. Moreover, the child looks pitiful, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. It's obvious that he didn't sleep last night. Yi Hao couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic and said, "Well, I forgive you. Mr. Yi, you really have a mind as broad as the sea. He is a role model for my generation. The real dragon among men and the red rabbit among horses." Li Zikai, it seemed as if someone had suddenly opened up his Ren and Du meridians. He licked Yi Hao wildly. My goodness, even Yi Hao was speechless. That's about right. There is one more thing. You don't need to have any ideas about my cousin, Wang Xiyan, in the future. Did you hear me? Yi Hao said. Clear. Actually, even if you didn't tell me about this, Mr. Yi, I would have mentioned it to you. I thought about it seriously last night. A fairy on earth like your cousin, Wang Xiyan, is definitely not something a rat like me can dream of. So, I gave up the idea a long time ago. And don't worry, from now on, I will be your eyes beside Wang Xiyan. If anyone with ill intentions approaches Sister Xiyan, I will report to you at any time. I swear, from now on, I will treat Wang Xiyan as my own sister and protect her. Seeing Li Zikai showing his loyalty, Yi Hao suddenly felt that this guy was not hopeless. Not bad, you have some insight. It can be considered that I have completely forgiven the other party. Next, Wang Xiyan and others also woke up slowly. After a quick wash, everyone went to the hotel restaurant and had a hearty breakfast. During this time, the bar manager from last night came over and gave Yi Hao a membership card. Their store is a national chain. You can use it to enjoy a 30% discount on purchases no matter where you are. I can only say that it is full of sincerity. But, come to think of it, Yi Hao spent more than 4 million in their store last night alone. What if I could come a few more times this month? Such a big customer must be retained. Yi Hao, eat fried dough sticks. The next moment, Xia Qingxue suddenly walked over. A piece of fried dough stick was put on Yi Hao's plate. Then, he sat next to him. Seeing Xia Qingxue's actions, Yi Hao had a bad feeling for some reason. After all, wasn't the other party still sulking with him just now? Why are you suddenly being so attentive to me again? There must be something fishy going on. As expected, the next moment, Xia Qingxue opened her big, Kazalan eyes and said to Yi Hao, this bar membership card, otherwise, let me keep it for you. I think you won't refuse, right? As she spoke, Xia Qingxue blinked her eyes, revealing a cute look. However, Yi Hao was keenly aware of the murderous intent hidden behind Xia Qingxue's gentle appearance. He nodded quickly and said, of course. You know me. I don't go to places like bars often. You keep this membership card for me. I have no objection. As he spoke, Yi Hao took the initiative to hand the membership card in his hand to Xia Qingxue. He. Seeing this, Xia Qingxue hummed with satisfaction. You know, last night, she was still with Yi Hao, and as a result, there were still a lot of bitches who kept trying to stick to Yi Hao. Although, Yi Hao eventually rejected these people. I didn't even look at it for a few more seconds. However, Xia Qingxue was still a little worried. After all, last night, it was because Wang Xian and I were with the other party that the other party acted so sensibly. But if she hadn't been with Yi Hao, that would have been hard to say. After all, these days, even if Yi Hao really wants to be Lu Xiaohui, those slutty bitches will not give up. These people know all kinds of tricks. It is inevitable that Yi Hao will fall into the trap. Therefore, it would be better for her to keep this membership card temporarily. Yi Hao should try to avoid going to places like bars in the future. As if he had sensed the meaning behind Xia Qingxue's words, Yi Hao immediately turned around, looked at Li Zikai standing beside him, and said, "Zikai, don't take me to places like this anymore. You know, your sister-in-law doesn't like me going to the bar. Don't let this happen again in the future." Li Zikai. Li Zikai, who was eating Hami melon, looked confused. What's going on? When did I ask you to go to the bar? Didn't you take the initiative to go there last night? And he spent more than 4 million in one go. Now, you give me this? Of course, Li Zikai only dared to think about these words in his heart and did not dare to say them out loud. Otherwise, the good impression that had just been left in front of Yi Hao would definitely be ruined. Therefore, he is definitely responsible for this. So that's what happened. At this moment, Xia Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes. Seems to understand something. No wonder Yi Hao went against his usual behavior last night and went to the bar and spent several million in one go. It turns out that it was because of this guy Li Zikai. Humph, I knew it. Our Yi Hao is not such a person. Thinking of this, Xia Qingxue's resentment quickly disappeared. She walked forward, took Yi Hao's arm affectionately, and said, "Honey, I was wrong last night. I apologize to you. Come, have some soy milk." Xia Qing personally scooped a small spoonful of soy milk and brought it to Yi Hao's mouth, looking like a little bird. Seeing this scene, many single people who were having dinner in the hall looked envious. Many people suddenly felt that the breakfast in their hands no longer tasted good. After breakfast, Yi Hao and his group simply packed up and planned to go home. After all, we played all day yesterday. Today, they also need to go home and have a good rest. Especially Wang Xian and the others, they still have to prepare for classes tomorrow. Bite. The host spent a total of 5.37 million at the Green Park campground. Do you want to use the 100-fold refund coupon? On the road, when Yi Hao was driving, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Use. Yi Hao didn't hesitate at all. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully used the 100x return coupon and received a reward of 537 million yuan. The funds have been paid into the host's bank card through legal channels. Host, please check. Buzz. Basically, right when the system sound just started, Yi Hao's cell phone vibrated. Without looking, Yi Hao knew that it was the bank's notification tone indicating a large sum of money had been deposited into the account. When Yi Hao thought about the 500 million in cash that would soon be deposited into his bank card, his mood became very good. The 5 million I spent yesterday was really worth it. P.S. Thanks to user 294629117 for the reward. Thanks to Nanhai Fa Lao who likes wild ducks for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to the other brothers for the gifts, I will try my best to add more. Chapter 72, Moment of Social Death. After returning to the city, Yi Hao first sent Wang Xian and others to school. Then, he drove the car and took Xia Qingxue away. "Qingxue, do you want to come to my villa and sit for a while?" It seemed that they finally had some time alone. Yi Hao suddenly had a bold idea. "I want to invite Xia Qingxue to visit my villa." Okay. Xia Qingxue didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. At the same time, she was a little curious because she had heard Yi Hao say before that he bought a villa. But, never seen it before. "I happen to be free today, so I can go over and take a look." After getting Xia Qingxue's consent, Yi Hao drove his Volkswagen sedan at full speed and soon returned to the Hentang Palace Villa area. This time, Yi Hao entered very smoothly. Because, the last time Yi Hao drove was also a Volkswagen sedan, which is very rare in the entire villa area. Therefore, the security guard basically recognized Yi Hao at a glance and let him pass immediately. Soon, Yihao drove his Volkswagen sedan back to the villa. Speaking of which, Yihao hasn't returned to the villa for a few days. However, the villa looks exactly the same as it did a few days ago. In the villa area, there are basically special people who come to clean and tidy up the periphery of Yihao's villa every day. In fact, they will take the initiative to visit the owner every other week and provide free cleaning services to the owner. Of course, the property fees here are also quite high. If you put it somewhere else, you can use it as a down payment on a house. However, those who can live here must be wealthy. So, no one cares about this place. Yihao, is this the villa you bought? It looks quite luxurious. Xia Qingxue looked at the villa in front of her with a look of surprise. This is the Yunding Palace, one of the most high-end villa areas in the entire Binhai. Moreover, Yihao's villa looks bigger and more luxurious than other villas. At the very least, it would cost more than 100 million. Originally, Xia Qingxue thought that the villa Yihao bought was worth only tens of millions at most. After all, in a place like Binhai, even the price of a villa would not be too outrageous. However, no one expected that Yihao's villa would be so high-end. However, on second thought, the fact that Yihao was able to take out 200 million yuan in one go last time was enough to prove that the other party was worth a lot of money. In this way, it is nothing for the other party to buy a villa worth over 100 million yuan. Qingxue, come in. The next moment, Yihao opened the door and enthusiastically invited Xia Qingxue to come in. I have to say that the design of this villa is quite luxurious and outstanding. The furniture and building materials used throughout the building are all imported. It's expensive, but also exudes a unique sophistication. Even Xia Qingxue couldn't help but take a few more glances. Qingxue, have some coffee. Soon, Yihao turned on the coffee machine, ground 2 cups of coffee, and handed them to the other party. Qingxue, what do you think of this villa? If you like, I'll give you a bunch of keys and you can come over anytime in the future. Yihao said casually while drinking coffee. In fact, even if Yihao gave this villa to the other party, there would be no problem at all. However, based on Yihao's understanding of Xia Qingxue, the other party would most likely not accept it. After all, Xia Qingxue kept repeating in her ear that Yihao had invested 200 million yuan in the other company last time, saying that he would return the money to her immediately after their company's financial situation recovered. He was even prepared to convert part of their company's shares into cash and mortgage them to himself. Fortunately, Yihao found an excuse to block it. However, even so, Xia Qingxue still couldn't forget about this matter. No matter what, it won't be long before the funds are returned to him. So, for such an independent-minded woman, Xia Qingxue would definitely not accept the villa given by Yihao. Yihao could only give the other party a key. Let the other person treat this place as home and come whenever they want. Anyway, Xia Qingxue is his fiancée. Sooner or later, the two will get married. Giving a key is nothing. Is he hinting at me? However, when Xia Qingxue saw Yihao's actions, she suddenly became shy. I don't know what I thought of. She thought that this was Yihao's hint to her that they could take the next step. Although Xia Qingxue and Yihao had been dating for a while, during this period, the most they had done was hold hands and hug. Even kissing is rare. Now, Yihao suddenly brought this up, and went a step further, making Xia Qingxue a little overwhelmed for a moment. Soon, Yihao seemed to have discovered this problem as well. What I just said seems to be somewhat ambiguous. However, seeing Xia Qingxue's shy look and her beautiful face, and a pair of straight and slender long legs under thin stockings, Yihao admitted that he was moved. People are like this. Maybe when they see a beautiful woman on the street, even if she is stunning, they won't have any other feelings. However, once you meet a beautiful woman in a small, closed space, your thoughts will suddenly become active. This is the effect of psychological suggestion. At this moment, Yihao began to feel a little restless. Seeing Xia Qingxue sitting on the sofa, he slowly approached her and sat on the sofa with her. Then, get closer to each other little by little. Is he going to make a move? What am I going to do later? Should I agree to him or not? At this moment, Xia Qingxue was sitting on the sofa, her little heart beating rapidly. He also seemed very nervous. The base of his ears was red. Although she tried her best to appear calm, it was still of no use. She even didn't dare to meet Yihao's gaze. I have no idea what to do next. Outside, she is an extremely strong and cold female president. However, in front of Yihao, she was just an ordinary girl who had never been in love. At this moment, I was so shy. At this moment, Yi Hao appeared to be extremely calm on the surface. In fact, I was also very panicked inside. After all, this was the first time for him to do something like this. What should I do if Xia Qingxue refuses later? Probably, no way. Looking at Xia Qingxue's flushed face, her snow-white neck, and the towering mountains below, Yi Hao decided that he had to be bold. Squeak! At this moment, suddenly, the door of the villa was pushed open. Immediately afterwards, the hand that Yi Hao had just stretched out stopped in mid-air. For a moment, the scene was extremely awkward. Chapter 73 Lecture Yi Hao Follow My Son's Example. It looked like the final moment was approaching. Yi Hao never expected that someone would appear and disturb him at this time. In particular, one of Yi Hao's hands just fell in front of Xia Qingxue, and she could immediately appreciate the beauty of the ups and downs of the mountains. As a result, at this time, the door of the villa was opened. The scene must be as socially deadly as possible. Ah! Sorry. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean it. No, I didn't see anything. You guys continue. You guys continue. At this moment, Lin Shuya stood at the door of the villa, looking at Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue in the hall with an embarrassed look on her face. She didn't expect this to happen. She had just come back from outside, and then, here, she saw that the door of Yi Hao's villa seemed to be open. Coincidentally, Lin Shuya also had something to do. She didn't think much about it and just opened the door and walked over. As a result, the situation is now awkward. Ahem. Miss Lin, it's okay, what can I do for you? Although at this moment, the situation is indeed very socially dead. Yi Hao felt like he was going to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, it has happened after all. He can only face it bravely. He first casually withdrew his hand, then tried to speak in an attitude as steady as an old dog. Nothing. Mr. Yi, I didn't know you had a visitor. Let's talk about this next time. Lin Shuya didn't know at this moment that she had disturbed Mr. Yi's good deeds. He quickly waved his hands and said, Mr. Yi, I really didn't see anything just now. You guys continue. After saying that, Lin Shuya left. This time, the door was closed completely. However, after being tormented by Lin Shuya, Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue no longer had the same atmosphere as before. For a moment, it was quite embarrassing. Especially, Lin Shuya just kept emphasizing that she didn't see anything. What the hell is the difference between this and trying to cover up one's own guilt? It's simply outrageous. That man just now, is he your neighbor? Xia Qingxue tried to ask at this moment. Well, yes, she met him after she moved here. She has an older sister who is just like her. Last time, her sister fainted in the park and I happened to see her. Then, I helped them. Yi Hao explained. Oh. Xia Qingxue nodded obediently. Next, the two chatted for a while in the villa. In the end, nothing further could be done. After all, once the atmosphere is destroyed, it would be very difficult to make up for it. Yi Hao was not very anxious about this. Anyway, Xia Qingxue has already been chosen by me. Sooner or later she will be your wife. This kind of thing will be postponed for a few days. Finally, after Xia Qingxue stayed in the villa for almost an hour, Yi Hao drove and took Xia Qingxue back home. Then, I also plan to go back to the community and stay with my parents for a while. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Yi Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. After taking a look at the phone display interface, Yi Hao directly chose to answer the call. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is the case. I'm from the Binhai City Citibank branch, and I'm the president. Just now, we found that a large amount of cash has been deposited into your account. In order to fully protect your information, we invite you to come to our branch and go through the process again, or we can provide you with door-to-door service. Also, I'll upgrade the card function for you. From now on, you will be our most distinguished guest at Citibank. On the other end of the phone, the bank branch manager spoke in an extremely respectful tone. There was no way, because more than 500 million yuan was directly deposited into Yi Hao's bank card in one go. You know, this is purely personal funds. It's not the flow of funds between companies at all. Even the branch manager would be excited and want to retain such high-quality customers. Look, he called me immediately. Yi Hao thought that he had downloaded the national anti-fraud app, so this call should not be a scam call, otherwise there would definitely be a prompt. So, this branch president should be real. And, most importantly, at present, Yi Hao has not figured out how to use his 500 million yuan. Since the bank branch president was so enthusiastic, Yi Hao agreed. After telling the other party an address. Then he hung up the phone. Then, Yi Hao drove his sports car straight to the community where his parents lived. Happy community. At the same time, when Yi Haoren drove a sports car towards the community. At this moment, Wang Meixia was entertaining a beautiful middle-aged woman. Jia Jia, have some fruit. I heard that your son is working in a bank recently. The treatment should be good, right? Wang Meixia washed a plate of fruit, put it on the table, and said with a smile. Ha, Meixia, I'm not bragging to you. As soon as my son graduated, countless people rushed to recruit him. Look, it's only been a few months since I graduated, and I've been promoted to manager by the bank. I am in charge of several people. The salary is more than 20,000 yuan per month. Tell me, how many freshly graduated college students can do this? Sun Jiajia is an old acquaintance of Wang Meixia. However, this person has a biggest flaw, which is that he loves to show off and brag. Now, although I am already in my 50s. However, she dresses herself up in a flashy way every day. Today, it's because his son has just been promoted to bank manager, and he can't wait to show off. Meixia, your Yi Hao, if I remember correctly, should have graduated from college. Where does he work now? How's the treatment? The next moment, Sun Jiajia suddenly asked. My son just graduated and his job isn't particularly stable yet. I just work in a small company. Wang Meixia thought for a while and said. Although some of his son's behavior has not been particularly normal recently. Moreover, he has a beautiful and generous fiancée like Xia Qingxue. He even gave him a sports car as a gift. But, after all, Yi Hao is just a college graduate. In Wang Meixia's opinion, her son should be just an ordinary worker. So, that's what it says. I see. When Sun Jiajia heard Wang Meixia say this, a look of complacency instantly appeared on her face. She continued, Meixia, this won't do. You have to make your Yi Hao work hard to catch up with our child and get a promotion and a raise as soon as possible. Only in this way can he find a beautiful girlfriend. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me, but these past few days, I'm getting fed up with all the people trying to propose marriage to our child. Ha, you're right. Wang Meixia smiled and said nothing. I thought to myself, my son may not be as good as your son at work, but when it comes to girlfriends, no one can compare to him. When your son's girlfriend is dating him, will she give him a sports car? P.S. Brothers, I update around 12 a.m., don't wait for other times. Chapter 74 Mom, why are you here? When Wang Meixia and Sun Jiajia were talking. The door was opened at this time and Yi Hao walked in. Son, you're back. This is your aunt's son. Wang Meixia gave a brief introduction. Hello, Aunt Sun. Yi Hao greeted the other party. The first time Sun Jiajia saw Yi Hao, she felt a little jealous. Wow, leaving aside other things, just in terms of appearance, she is miles ahead of my son. However, Sun Jiajia recovered quickly. What's the use of being handsome? These days, things are very realistic. We have to pay attention to work, education, and salary. When she thought of this, Sun Jiajia felt more confident. Asked, Yi Hao, I heard from your mother that you went camping today? If you ask me, you freshly graduated college students should seize the time, work hard, and strive to make progress. Our Daxiang has been promoted to become a bank manager. The monthly salary is more than 20,000 yuan. You have to work hard to catch up with Daxiang. Sun Jiajia, half showing off and half preaching. Hearing this, Yi Hao felt a little disgusted. He hates it most when people compare these things to each other. After all, everyone has their own path to take. The flowering periods of flowers are also different. Perhaps, when you have bloomed and are about to wither, others' flowering period has just arrived and they are blooming in the harsh winter. For this kind of thing, all I can say is that you just need to do your own thing well. Don't compare and don't think too much. Also, the question is your child really better than Yi Hao? 20,000 a month? Bank manager? If the other party knew that 500 million yuan had just been deposited into Yi Hao's bank card, and that the bank's president had called him personally and planned to provide door-to-door service. What kind of expression would that be? Therefore, Yi Hao ignored the other party and just said, Mom, there may be a few guests coming later. I'm going to my room to rest for a while. Having said that, Yi Hao went straight back to his room. I didn't want to say more to Sun Jia at all. Meisha, you have to supervise your Yihao. You can't just eat, drink and have fun every day, you still have to work hard. Look. Seeing that Yihao ignored her, Song Jia could only continue to speak to Wang Meisha. In fact, our Xiuhao is quite hardworking. At this time, Wang Meisha couldn't bear to listen anymore. He began to protect his son. Although their Yihao may not be as good as the other family's Daxiang, he is also good. Besides, which mother can tolerate others constantly speaking ill of her son in front of her? Immediately, the two began a verbal battle. After Yihao returned to the room, he was just about to lie down when the phone rang. Hello, Mr. Yi, do you live in Xingfu community? We're already downstairs. On the phone, the branch manager spoke in a very respectful manner. Yes, it's the happy community. Room 2106, please come up directly. Yi Hao said. Okay, Mr. Yi, we'll probably be there in 5 minutes. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the two hung up the phone. At this time, Yi Hao couldn't sit still anymore and planned to go outside to the living room and wait. After all, it doesn't take long to go up the stairs. Sun Jia, who was debating with Wang Meisha, instantly shifted her target when she saw Yi Hao coming out. Looking at Yi Hao, he said, Yi Hao, I heard from your mother that you have just graduated. I wonder which company you work for. Auntie, I want to tell you that for a fresh graduate like you, you must choose your first job carefully. It's best to choose a large company. That way, it will look good on your resume. Like your brother Daxiang, he's working at Citibank now. You know Citibank, right? That's a truly big company, and it's very famous all over the world. It's great to be able to work in a place like this. Even if you quit and want to change jobs, there will be countless people waiting in line to poach talents like you, Daxiang. Yi Hao didn't care at all about Sun Jia's showing off. But I didn't expect that the other party's son also worked in Citibank. Thinking of this, Yi Hao suddenly asked, Auntie Sun, Daxiang works at Citibank. Which bank does he work at? Binhai branch. Let me tell you, we only have this one branch in Binhai City. How about you, brother Daxiang, you're awesome, right? When Yi Hao heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Good job. It can't be such a coincidence. The Citibank branch president just called me. As a result, Sun Jia's son also works in the branch. This. Ding dong. Just when Yi Hao was stunned, someone rang the doorbell. The next moment, Yi Hao stood up and opened the door. Sure enough, I saw 3 men and women in suits and bank uniforms standing outside the door. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Li Jindong, the branch manager of Citibank Binhai branch. I hope you don't mind disturbing me this time. Hello, Mr. Yi. Behind Li Jindong, there was a man and a woman. The man should be the business manager. As for the woman, she is probably a secretary. Wearing a miniskirt, black stockings, and high heels. A perfect uniform temptation. Come in. Yi Hao opened the door and motioned for the three to come in. Li Jindong and the other two quickly changed into slippers and walked in carefully. He did not neglect Yi Hao even though he was not living in a luxury villa. After all, this guy just deposited more than 500 million yuan in their bank. For such an important customer, Li Jindong would have to bring someone to contact him, let alone if he lived in an ordinary house, even if he lived in the mountains. Their bank has targets every month. If I can get this business from Yi Hao, not only can I complete this year's tasks, but I might even get promoted. Li Jindong, of course you have to serve him carefully. Mom, why are you here? However, the next moment, when Li Jindong and the other two walked into the room, the young business manager following behind him suddenly saw Sun Jia and shouted. Son? Aren't you at work? Why are you here? Sun Jia was also confused at this moment. She didn't expect to meet her son here. Su Daxiang, do you know him? Li Jindong asked at this time. It seems that this person is an acquaintance. It's good as long as you know him, it will be easier to get things done. Li Jindong was secretly delighted. Yi Hao, see? This is your brother Daxiang. I'm the manager of the branch. You have to learn from him. Don't be so lazy all day, you hear me? The next moment, Sun Jia looked at Yi Hao and said with a boastful look on her face. Chapter 75 Mr. Yi is our important customer. Hear what Sun Jia said. Regardless of what other people think, Su Daxiang just felt his scalp tingling at this moment. There is a citrus that is about to be doomed. As a mother, I really dare to say that. And let the other party learn from you? You really don't know, this gentleman just deposited more than 500 million yuan into our bank in one go. Even if Su Daxiang worked as a sales manager for his entire life, he would not be able to earn this much money. No, he would not even be able to earn interest. Ahem, Mom, stop talking nonsense. Well, I'm actually average. I can't compare with Mr. Yi at all. Su Daxiang coughed and said awkwardly. Look at you, kid, we are excellent, there is no need to be embarrassed to admit it. By the way, this is your bank president, right? Wow, I didn't expect that even your president would come today. I get it, Daxiang, this is a surprise for Mom. You're planning to bring your colleagues back for dinner. Come on, Mom will go back and cook for you guys. Ha, President, our Daxiang will have to rely on you to take care of him in the future. At this moment, Sun Jiejia felt like she was possessed by a community bull. He stuck to it with enthusiasm. At this moment, Li Jindong finally understood. It seems like we are acquaintances for sure. However, it seems that the relationship between the two parties is average. In particular, Su Daxiang's mother actually thought that he, the bank president, came to see her? It's ridiculous. You are a branch president, and you are so bored that you come to her to chat? She deserves it. The next moment, Li Jindong ignored the other party and went straight to Yi Hao and said, Mr. Yi, this is our Citibank, the highest standard Centurion Black Gold card, please keep it. Also, here is some confidential information about your bank account. Please take a look at it. Yi Hao casually took the bank card and an agreement handed over by the other party. He just glanced at it and put it on the sofa. Son, what's going on? Why does your president seem so respectful to Yi Hao? Also, what kind of card is this Centurion Black Gold card? Is it higher than your membership card level? At this moment, Sun Jiejia, seeing this scene, was still a little confused about the situation. Mom, stop talking. At this moment, Su Daxiang felt numb. I really want to tell my mother to shut up and stop embarrassing herself here. Mr. Yi, since you are now a senior VIP customer of our bank, we will send someone to give you gifts and the most sincere holiday wishes during the holidays. In addition, you can arrange several cross-border trips for you, your family, relatives and friends every year free of charge. Also, our branch will send you a dedicated employee to serve you 24 hours a day. The female secretary spoke at this time. She kept talking to Yi Hao and giving him all kinds of benefits. Moreover, when she spoke, her beautiful eyes blinked, looking very charming. Hiss. Son, they made a mistake. You are the business manager. Shouldn't these benefits be given to us? Little girl, you are mistaken, our Daxiang is the manager. Yi Hao is just a small employee. After hearing the female secretary talk about a series of benefits, Sun Jiejia was so stimulated that she lost her mind. He actually ran up to the other person and kept questioning him. Ma'am, please respect yourself. Mr. Yi is a senior customer of our branch. These benefits are what the other party deserves. As for your son, Su Daxiang, his position as business manager is still in the investigation stage. At this time, Li Jindong stood up and said with a serious face. The last sentence is more of a warning. What I mean is, if you continue to make trouble like this, your son, Su Daxiang, will lose his manager position. Hearing this, before Sun Jiejia could react, Su Daxiang shouted, Mom, stop talking. You go first. Having said that, he pulled his mother away without saying anything. If that really happens, let Sun Jiejia continue to stay here. Su Daxiang felt that he was not far from leaving his job. Mr. Yi, if possible, we can provide you with asset optimization. As long as you are willing, our branch will fully optimize your funds and strive to maximize your returns. Over the course of a year, your funds can be guaranteed to increase steadily by 10% to around 15%. In addition, during this period, we will definitely not affect your use of funds. It's available anytime. The female secretary continued at this moment. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao nodded. The annual interest rate is 10%, which means that even if Yi Hao does nothing, he can get a return of more than 50 million from the 500 million yuan. As expected, the money of rich people can make more money. There is no way to spend it all. Yi Hao thought about it and agreed without much hesitation. Mr. Yi, if it's convenient for you, I would like to add your prestige. From now on, I will be your personal assistant. If you need anything, you can always tell me. the female secretary suddenly said. Yi Hao is not only handsome, but also very rich. Isn't this a definitely tall, rich, and handsome guy? He is the Prince Charming that the secretary has been waiting for, so she decided to take the initiative. No need, little girl, just leave your phone number. If my son has any problems in the future, he will call you. Wang Meixia stood up at this time. How could she not see the other party's little thoughts? Ugh. She has already decided on Xia Qingxue as her daughter-in-law, and no one else will work. Yes, auntie. Although she was rejected, the female secretary felt a little disappointed, but she still spoke respectfully. Next, after seeing off the bank president and others, Wang Meixia immediately pulled Yi Hao aside and asked him what he had done in the past few days. How much money is deposited in the bank? Why, even the bank president came to visit. There was no other way, so Yi Hao could only tell a white lie and said that it was only 50 million. Even this scared Wang Meixia a lot. If he said 500 million, Yi Hao had no doubt that his mother would be scared to death. As for the source of funds, Yi Hao made up an excuse to get away with it. Anyway, my funds all come from legal sources, so I have nothing to worry about. It is worth mentioning that after the bank president and others left, Su Daxiang and his mother, Sun Jejia, returned. Especially Sun Jejia, who apologized and admitted her mistakes in various ways. She finally realized how stupid and ignorant she had been before. Yi Hao did not make things difficult for the other party. After saying a few words casually, he asked them to leave. Wang Meixia was standing aside, extremely proud. There is a feeling of being proud. Ding dong. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on Yi Hao's mobile phone. When Yi Hao opened it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 76, Zhang Xiaowan suffered cyberbullying? This message was sent to me by Jiang Yongmin, the boss of Jinyang Entertainment Company. Yi Hao thought about it. Dialed the phone directly. Sent back to the other party. Said, "Old Jiang, what is going on?" It turned out that just now, Jiang Yongmin sent Yi Hao a screenshot of Zhang Xiaowan being boycotted and insulted on the internet. Boss, this is it. A few days ago, when our company was promoting Zhang Xiaowan, a rich user named I Love Smoking came to the live broadcast room. This guy was able to communicate normally with Zhang Xiaowan at the beginning, and gave her gifts worth hundreds of thousands. However, when the other party made some unreasonable demands, Zhang Xiaowan directly rejected them. This immediately angered this wealthy user. The other party threatened to make it impossible for Zhang Xiaowan to continue in the live broadcast industry. In the beginning, we didn't care. As a result, I never expected that this rich user has a strong influence in the live broadcast industry. In the past few days, anchors and internet users have been attacking Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast account. As a result, she is now unable to log in at all. As soon as she logs in, she is subjected to all kinds of abuse, insults, and attacks. Even the live broadcast room has been blocked several times. We are under a lot of pressure right now. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Yongmin told everyone what had happened in the past few days with a headache. At the same time, my heart was filled with anxiety. After all, when Yi Hao handed this matter to him, he guaranteed and told the other party that there would be no problem with this matter. As a result, this is what happened now. This leaves a bad impression on Mr. Yi. However, having said that, the current situation is completely beyond Jiang Yongmin's ability, and he can only tell Yi Hao about this matter. I see. Yi Hao was indeed a little surprised at this moment. I didn't expect something like this would happen. However, he immediately asked, how should the company deal with such a situation? Boss, under normal circumstances, we also choose to hire internet trolls. In addition, we use legal arbitration to protect the rights and interests of our company and the anchor. It's just that this wealthy user has a great reputation in the live broadcast industry. Very powerful and well-funded. From the beginning to now, several million have been invested specifically to attack Zhang Xiaowan's account. There are many anchors who have come out to support each other. So, the current situation is very bad. Moreover, if we end up going to legal arbitration, it will take a long time, and we may not necessarily win the case. Jiang Yongmin explained all the methods in one breath. Hearing this, Yi Hao nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he said, well, since this rich user is very influential in the live broadcast industry, it means that the other party should be quite generous, right? You ask Zhang Xiaowan to restart the live broadcast, and leave the rest to me. Let me meet this wealthy user. Yi Hao felt that the only thing that could defeat magic was probably magic. After all, the reason why this wealthy user named I Love Smoking can call the shots in the live broadcast industry is simply because he is more generous. Every time, the rewards are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of gifts. That's why it is sought after by so many people. But now Yi Hao has his eyes on this title. Moreover, this may also be an opportunity for Yi Hao. According to the previous routine, if you want to train Zhang Xiaowan into a host with tens of millions of fans, it will probably take at least several months. Even this may not lead to success. And now, Zhang Xiaowan has been targeted by this wealthy user, and I am afraid that this has attracted a lot of people's attention on the internet. As long as she could create another topic in the next live broadcast room and clear Zhang Xiaowan's name, this would be an opportunity for Zhang Xiaowan. Maybe, you can take this opportunity to become an internet celebrity with millions of fans. And Yi Hao's main mission can be completed. Acquired 51% of the shares of Kaiyuan Building. You know, Kaiyuan Building is an industry worth billions. After acquiring Kaiyuan Building, Yi Hao's net worth will at least double. In this case, his net worth is close to 5 billion. By then, even in the entire Binhai city, he will be a top figure. Therefore, Yi Hao decided without hesitation to help Zhang Xiaowan successfully clear her name and help her become an anchor with tens of millions of fans. On the other hand, Jiang Yongmin didn't know what Yi Hao's intention was in asking him to do this. However, he couldn't disobey Yi Hao's words. Soon, the team was reorganized and Zhang Xiaowan was notified to continue the live broadcast. At the same time, on the other hand, because of the malicious targeting in the past few days, Zhang Xiaowan was in a very bad mood, and she looked a little haggard in recent times. I didn't even go to class today. Lying down and resting in the dormitory. At this time, she suddenly received a call from Jiang Yongmin, asking her to come to the company to continue the live broadcast. Although Zhang Xiaowan was confused, the company had already allowed her to rest in the past few days. At this time, I am suddenly asked to go live? Could it be that the other party is planning to terminate the contract with me? At this moment, Zhang Xiaowan's mood fell to the bottom. However, in the end she simply packed up and took a taxi to Jinyang Entertainment Company. Even if the contract was terminated, she accepted it. It was just her bad luck that she offended such a wealthy user at the beginning of her live streaming career. However, when she thought about the request this rich user had made to her, Zhang Xiaowan did not regret it at all. She would never sell her body for fame. Therefore, even if you can't be a host, the worst that can happen is that you come back, study hard, find a job, and support yourself with your professional knowledge. It shouldn't be a problem. However, when Zhang Xiaowan came to the company, I found out that my supervisor had no intention of terminating my contract. Instead, he carefully prepared his costumes and props. Get yourself ready to go live. Faced with all this, Zhang Xiaowan was very confused. After all, his live broadcast room has now been maliciously targeted. As soon as she starts broadcasting, countless internet trolls will rush over and attack and insult her in various ways. In this situation, what's the point of broadcasting live? Of course, Zhang Xiaowan was confused. In the end, I obeyed the company's arrangements and started live streaming again. After all, the company can still support itself in this situation. Zhang Xiaowan was still very moved. Soon, Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast room was opened again. Chapter 77, Do you have more money than me? Soon, Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast room opened. Immediately, countless Navy troops rushed in. These people received money from others and after entering the live broadcast room, they slandered and abused Zhang Xiaowan in various ways. Made up countless scandals for Zhang Xiaowan. It was said that she had been someone's mistress. He was even stripped naked in the street by his ex-wife. What's even more outrageous is that it is said that Zhang Xiaowan gave birth to a son for her ex-boyfriend when she was in high school. In short, all kinds of outrageous things happen. After Zhang Xiaowan saw this, she almost became autistic due to anger. These bastards. Zhang Xiaowan looked at the comments from the internet trolls floating by in the live broadcast room. The whole person was extremely angry. Of course, not all people are brainless haters. Some people are relatively normal and will raise questions. Unfortunately, it was soon drowned out by the barrage of comments from the internet trolls. What's more, there are some people who are born haters. They don't care about the truth of the matter, they just try to get in on the fun and start criticizing. As a result, Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast room was filled with chaos from the very beginning. Although the popularity is very high. But all they heard were insults and abuse. It's really frustrating. Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast room couldn't broadcast normally at all. I love smoking Emperor users, come to the live broadcast room. The next moment, a banner suddenly rose in the live broadcast room. This is a treatment that can only be enjoyed after opening an Emperor account on the entertainment platform. Compared with ordinary users, their appearance is more domineering and cool. Of course, this kind of special effect also needs money to buy. A month, at least tens of thousands. Most people really can't afford the hassle. Haha, little sister, I'm here again. Well, think about what your brother told you last time. If you agree, I will give you 10 big rockets right away. After the rich user entered the market, he sent a message to Zhang Xiaowan. Speaking of which, this local tyrant has been keeping an eye on Zhang Xiaowan recently. There is no way, it is really Zhang Xiaowan's temperament, especially her singing voice, which is very outstanding and very fascinating. At the beginning, the rich man wanted to use the same methods as before, giving a wave of small gifts to win over the other party. After all, most people who can come to live broadcast have this mentality. Moreover, this trick of wealthy users can be said to be always effective and has been successful many times. Every time you give tens or millions of gifts, you can invite a live streamer to come out. Of course, if you put this money into reality, you might be able to find some girls. However, it is obvious that this wealthy user just likes the feeling of being the king on the internet. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong target this time. Zhang Xiaowan didn't buy his trick at all. No matter how many gifts he gave, the other party always refused them sternly. All of a sudden, the wealthy users became angry. You know, in the past year or so, he has spent a total of nearly 10 million yuan on the entire entertainment platform. It is also very famous. At this moment, under his deliberate arrangement, countless internet trolls and anchors suddenly stood up to suppress Zhang Xiaowan together. Look, only a few days have passed. Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast room, which had just started to gain momentum, suddenly went cold. The hundreds of thousands of fans who followed her either turned into haters or ran away. Zhang Xiaowan is now in a very miserable state. Rich users are very satisfied with this. That's what he wanted to do, to destroy Zhang Xiaowan's psychological defenses bit by bit. Since soft tactics don't work, we have to resort to hard tactics. As long as Zhang Xiaowan still wants to make a living from live streaming, then she should just agree to it. Little sister, how are you? Think about it carefully. If you offend me on Tiger Shark, you won't be able to continue to survive here. It doesn't matter if you change platforms, I can still find you. Ha ha. Rich users are posting messages unscrupulously in the live broadcast room. Handsome guy has joined the live broadcast room. The handsome guy opened an Emperor account. At the beginning, no one paid any attention to this handsome ordinary person. However, when he opened the Emperor account, he instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. You should know that usually there are only two types of people who can open an Emperor account in the live broadcast room. One is purely a hobby. I just like to open an account to show off. In fact, the financial strength is just average. The other type is naturally the one who has plenty of money. However, in general, under normal circumstances, most people who can open an Emperor account are the second type. Therefore, when an Emperor came to Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast room again, many people were attracted here. The traffic in the live broadcast room has increased a lot again. The handsome Emperor gave the anchor a big rocket. The handsome Emperor gave the anchor a big rocket. The handsome Emperor gave the anchor a big rocket. The next moment, in the live broadcast room, reward amounts floated up densely. You should know that on the Tiger Shark platform, the big rocket is the highest reward amount. A big rocket is equivalent to $10,000 in real life. During this short period of time, the handsome Emperor swiped more than 100 in one breath. That's 1 million. What did Tian? The handsome Emperor is so terrifying. If you don't agree with me, I'll use a big rocket. Wow, in just a short while, over 1 million has been paid out. It would take me at least 10 years to earn 1 million. Hiss. Is this the magic power of the rich? I'm jealous. As long as the amount of reward on the Tiger Shark platform exceeds 1 million, it will be announced on the entire platform. So, soon many people on the entire platform knew that someone had given a reward of 1 million yuan in Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast room. So, they all rushed into the live broadcast room to join in the fun. For a time, the popularity of Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast room skyrocketed. Moreover, the Navy's offensive was also stalled. And all of this was naturally the work of Yi Hao. At this moment, he was sitting in his room, flexing his wrist. Plan to continue rewarding. As long as the rewards are enough, it will attract more attention. Finally, let Jiang Yongmin take action again. There is no need to worry about not being able to clear Zhang Xiaowan's name. Fuck, it's just 100 big rockets. What's so great about that? Another rich user, I love smoking, and I instantly felt unhappy when I saw the handsome emperor pretending to be so cool. Because, in his opinion, the handsome emperor's behavior was simply looking for trouble. Do you want to steal my woman? I love the smoking emperor, and I gave the anchor a big rocket. I love the smoking emperor, and I gave the anchor a big rocket. I love the smoking emperor, and I gave the anchor a big rocket. The next moment, a wave of gifts filled the live broadcast room. The local tycoon users started to compete with the handsome emperor. P.S. Brothers, please give me good reviews, please give me 5-star reviews, the rating is too low, I don't ask for gifts, I just ask brothers to give me motivation, I will update more. Chapter 78. You know nothing about Mr. Yi's strength. This time, the wealthy user gave more than 200 big rockets in one go. That's more than 2 million in cash. For a time, countless people were shocked. Many small anchors have even begun to take the initiative to send private messages to wealthy users. A one-time reward of 2 million. How could they not catch such a tycoon as soon as possible? If he could allow the other party to come to his live broadcast room, let alone 2 million, even if it was just a few 100,000, he would have made a fortune. Ha, you're still a little naive to fight me. After giving more than 200 big rockets in one go, rich users once again took the dominant position in the live broadcast room. Inside a villa, a fat, greasy old man with big ears had a smug look on his face. However, there was no time to wait for the smile on his face to last. The next moment, gifts began to float in the live broadcast room again. The handsome emperor, give the anchor a big rocket. The handsome emperor, give the anchor a big rocket. Handsome emperor, give the anchor a big rocket. This time the gift dominated the screen for longer than before. In fact, the gift floated for a full minute. There were more than 500 big rockets as rewards. That's 5 million. Suddenly, countless viewers in the live broadcast room were all excited. You know, although there are many rich people on the Tiger Shark platform, there are not many who can give more than 5 million in rewards at one time. At this moment, the entire Tiger Shark platform once again pushed the news that the handsome emperor gave more than 5 million in rewards in Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast room. Once again, the live broadcast room attracted a lot of viewers. In just a short while, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million. You know, the number of online viewers on the Tiger Shark platform is relatively real. Unlike other platforms, which often talk about tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, that's all nonsense. At this moment, so many viewers suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room. Suddenly, the internet trolls originally hired by the rich users seemed insignificant. After all, their number is only a few tens of thousands at most. Faced with the constant influx of viewers, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to gradually change. No more mindless bashing of Zhang Xiaowan. Basically, the live broadcast room can now return to a normal conversation environment. What's more, they were rushing into the live broadcast room not to watch Zhang Xiaowan, but to watch the decisive battle between the two emperors. Especially the handsome emperor, who fired more than 500 big rockets in one breath. Everyone wants to meet this wealthy man. Hiss. Boss, please accept my knee. Excuse me, is there any pendant missing on the big boss's leg? This is too awesome. A one-time reward of 5 million. It's outrageous. In my hometown, this amount can buy a house. Location, a small county town on the 18th tier. I can afford 2 small villas. In the live broadcast room, all that was floating on the barrage was admiration for the handsome emperor. How dare you steal my thunder? You probably don't know my position in the Tiger Shark platform. Today, I'll teach you a long lesson. Inside the villa, the greasy old man became unhappy instantly after seeing the other party fire 500 rockets in one breath again. You know, he is one of the big guys in the Tiger Shark platform. On weekdays, no matter which live broadcast room he goes to, there are countless people praising him. As a result, today, someone else overshadowed me here. Moreover, he did this in front of Zhang Xiaowan, the person he suppressed. How could he tolerate this? So, the next moment, the rich users started to fight back again. I love the smoking emperor, and I'm giving the anchor a big rocket. I love the smoking emperor, and I'm giving the anchor a big rocket. I saw the wealthy users start flooding the screen with gifts again. On the other side, Yi Hao, who was lying on the bed, saw this scene and a smile appeared on his face. Ha, I'm just afraid that you won't give gifts. It is obvious that this wealthy user has gone crazy. He wanted to overshadow Yi Hao at all costs. It's a pity that more than 500 million yuan just arrived into Yi Hao's bank card today. I wonder if you can handle it. Soon after, Yi Hao also joined the army of gift flooding. The handsome emperor, give the anchor a big rocket. The handsome emperor, give the anchor a big rocket. In this way, the two sides began to compete in the live broadcast room. This time, neither side was willing to be left behind. After he started blasting the big rocket, there was no intention of stopping. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes later, the gifts in the live broadcast room continued to flood the screen. At this moment, both sides have fired out an average of more than 1,000 large rockets. Especially the rich user, the number of big rockets he has swiped is almost close to 2,000. More than he had brushed in the past year. Finally, another minute passed. At this moment, the handsome emperor's gifts that were flooding the screen suddenly stopped. When the rich user saw this, he thought the other party was afraid. Suddenly, he brushed more vigorously. Finally, after brushing for a while and reaching more than 2,500 large rockets, I finally stopped. He. Why don't you ask about my position in the Tiger Shark platform? How dare you yell at me? Are you worthy? The greasy old man sat on the sofa in the villa with a smug look on his face. In his opinion, Yi Hao was scared by him. After seeing his own terrifying financial strength, he gave up. Of course, the greasy old man must have felt very painful in his heart for spending more than 25 million in one go to buy so many big rockets. However, when he thought about how he could show his extraordinary financial resources in front of Zhang Xiaowan and defeat this handsome emperor, I still feel a sense of accomplishment in my heart. Sure enough, I love the smoking emperor, he is the real boss. Yes, this boss has a great reputation on the Tiger Shark platform. The handsome emperor is just a rookie after all, he is no match for the big boss. After seeing the handsome emperor stop sending rockets, some people started to express pessimism in the barrage. At the same time, I held up the emperor of smoking. Of course, there are some people who are not very convinced. But the facts are here. Handsome emperor, you did stop sending rockets just now. Isn't this clearly an admission of defeat? It seems that I love to attract the emperor and I am the real boss. Once again, defended his position. However, is this really the case? Just now, Yi Hao was just giving gifts and felt a little thirsty, so he got up, drank some water, and then went to the toilet. As a result, when I came back, I found that the emperor who loves smoking had stopped sending rockets. At this moment, Yi Hao had just warmed up. It seems that you know nothing about Mr. Yi's strength. Next, get ready to witness history. The next moment, Yi Hao logged into his handsome emperor account and started to send big rockets again. Chapter 79, Reward 100 million, hot all over the internet. In the live broadcast room. Originally, everyone thought that this farce ended with the failure of the handsome emperor. Many netizens were preparing to leave. The handsome emperor, give the anchor a big rocket. The handsome emperor, give the anchor a big rocket. The next moment, the handsome emperor started sending rockets again. For a moment, everyone was very excited. Especially those netizens who support the handsome emperor were extremely happy. In the live broadcast room, people shouted, "The handsome emperor is awesome." Moreover, there are quite a few of them. Obviously, although Yi Hao's handsome emperor account was just opened not long ago, it has already attracted a lot of people's attention. In fact, these people can be said to be his fans. At this moment, seeing Yi Hao exert his strength again, everyone was naturally very excited. What, this kid still dares to brush? The greasy old man saw Yi Hao shooting the rocket again. My heart skipped a beat. He never expected that Yi Hao would surprise him. However, he was not panicked at all. Because he simply didn't believe that Yi Hao had the financial resources to compete with him. But soon, he was slapped in the face. It can be seen that the speed at which the handsome emperor can release rockets is extremely exaggerated. In just a few minutes, he caught up with the total number of rockets of my smoking emperor. Soon, the number exceeded 2,500. And I love to attract the emperor. At the beginning, I can follow the handsome emperor and brush him again. However, after the number of large rockets exceeded 3,000. I love to attract the emperor, but I really don't dare to swipe. There's no way, this amount is really too exaggerated. Although he likes to brush rockets on the internet and get a sense of satisfaction. In fact, his total net worth is just over 100 million. I've brushed enough today. If he continues to do this, he will probably lose everything. So, in the end, I, the smoking emperor, chose to stop. He became a coward. And the handsome emperor becomes more and more fierce as the battle goes on. The screen was flooded with gifts, which continued in the live broadcast room. Soon, 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. 1 hour later. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has actually exceeded 10 million. Almost half of the viewers on the Tiger Shark platform flocked into the live broadcast room. There is nothing we can do, the handsome emperor is just too generous. The rockets filled the screen and lasted for a whole hour. At this time, the total number of rockets he had released reached a terrifying number of more than 10,000. You know, a big rocket is worth $10,000. This adds up to 100 million. It simply broke the record of reward amount on the Tiger Shark platform, no, even on all entertainment platforms. In the live broadcast room, 100 million was spent. My goodness, under normal circumstances, no one would even dare to think about this. Damn, this is really too exaggerated. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Xiaowan was already numb at this moment. In fact, it's not just Zhang Xiaowan. Even Jiang Yongmin and other senior executives of the company were shocked when they saw the number of rockets in the live broadcast room. This is crazy. He actually gave a direct reward of 100 million. Are today's users so rich? You know, the market value of their entire Jinyang Entertainment Company is only 400 or 500 million. Please note that this is market value. The funds that can actually be mobilized in the company account are less than 20 million. Moreover, there are countless anchors under its umbrella who need to be operated. It's impossible to give over 100 million in tips directly to a host. Normally, at most a few 100,000 or a million would be enough to gather popularity. Like this kind of reward of over 100 million. It's totally unheard of and horrifying. Could it be that this handsome emperor is Mr. Yi? The next moment, Jiang Yongmin seemed to have thought of something. After all, Yi Hao had just called him and told him that all he needed to do later was to have Zhang Xiaowan start the live broadcast. Leave the rest to him. Now it seems that this handsome emperor should be Mr. Yi. However, Jiang Yongmin never expected that Mr. Yi's way of clearing Zhang Xiaowan's name would be so inhumane. In one breath, a reward of 100 million. This is really a lot of money. If I had known earlier that the amount of funds that Mr. Yi was mobilizing was so large. Why did I have to put up with that crappy rich user a few days ago? Do you have to use money ruthlessly to kill the other party? Now it seems that Mr. Yi is indeed Mr. Yi. This way of whitewashing is so damn satisfying. After a brief shock, Jiang Yongmin looked at the tens of millions of online viewers in the live broadcast room and immediately said, "Quick, send out the online army, let them seize this opportunity and clear Xiaowan's name immediately. Also, Xiaowan, you should hurry up and clarify for everyone what happened a while ago. Also, show off your live streaming talent later and see if you can attract these fans." Ah yes. After hearing Jiang Yongmin's words, everyone gradually reacted. Then, one by one, they immediately began to act. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, the handsome emperor, who had already sent more than 10,000 rockets, finally stopped. The total amount has reached 150 million. The handsome emperor, after firing the rocket, only left one sentence: "Xiaowan is innocent, I support her." After saying that, he went offline directly. In the live broadcast room, everyone finally understood after hearing the handsome emperor's last sentence. It turns out that the reason why this rich man is sending rockets so ostentatiously is to help others stand out. And this Xiaowan. Naturally, it was Zhang Xiaowan in the live broadcast room. For a moment, everyone became curious. What kind of person is this Zhang Xiaowan, who could make a wealthy man like the handsome emperor spend a rocket worth 100 million yuan in anger? However, out of curiosity, I discovered that Zhang Xiaowan's temperament and works are both quite good. For a time, many netizens became his fans on the spot. At the same time, Jiang Yongmin's navy and Zhang Xiaowan's also began to exert their strength, letting people know the ins and outs of what happened a few days ago. For a time, I, the smoking emperor, became a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill me. Countless netizens feel outraged for Zhang Xiaowan. At the same time, what happened on the Tiger Shark platform soon spread throughout the entire internet. Shocked countless people. After all, no one has ever seen such a rich man who can give a reward of 100 million yuan at one time. Attracted countless people's attention. At the same time, Zhang Xiaowan took advantage of the situation and appeared in everyone's sight. Coupled with the previous smear campaign, everyone suddenly discovered that Zhang Xiaowan was actually a treasure girl. Not only did she have a beautiful singing voice and outstanding looks, but most importantly, she had a strong heart. In a short time, it attracted countless fans. Became the most popular internet celebrity. In just a few hours, the number of fans exceeded 10 million. It quickly spread on the internet. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the long-term mission and training Zhang Xiaowan to become a multi-millionaire internet celebrity. Reward, Kaiyuan Building, 51% of the shares. The share certificate has been sent to the host's study, please check it. The system rewards also arrived as promised at this time. Chapter 80 Su Daxiang, why am I always the one who gets hurt? I heard the system prompt sound in my mind. A satisfied smile appeared on Yi Hao's face. Although, I gave a direct reward of 100 million this time. However, after the transfer, he acquired 51% of the shares of Kaiyuan Building. His net worth suddenly increased by more than 10 billion. Moreover, if it weren't for this wave of sky-high rewards, Zhang Xiaowan would have gained a wave of popularity. I'm afraid that according to Jian Yongmin's method, it will take at least half a year to train Zhang Xiaowan into a tens of millions level internet celebrity anchor. Yi Hao couldn't wait that long. So, after spending 100 million, we can't say that we made no loss at all, we can only say that we made a small profit. After all, he only made a few billion. For Yi Hao, these are just small money now. At this moment, Jian Yongmin called Yi Hao again. Hey, Mr. Yi. You are simply amazing. In just a few hours, Zhang Xiaowan's live broadcast account already has tens of millions of fans. Besides, the heat is still building. I boldly predict that Zhang Xiaowan's fans may eventually exceed 20 million. Speaking of this, Jian Yongmin was extremely excited. After all, the more fans Zhang Xiaowan has, the more profits their company will bring. Moreover, they can take the opportunity to promote their company's reputation. When the time comes, whenever someone comes to apply for the job, tell them that Zhang Xiaowan's account was created by our company. Moreover, that handsome emperor, the wealthy man who spent 100 million in the live broadcast room, is also from our company. In this case, are you still worried about not being able to attract talents? Their Jinyang Entertainment Company will surely experience explosive growth in the coming period of time. Yi Hao nodded at this moment. At the same time, a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this 100 million yuan investment would have such a good effect. If he had known this would happen, he would have invested 100 million yuan. Why wait so long? Of course, the reason why Yi Hao caused such high popularity this time. This wealthy user also contributed a lot. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to jump out and suppress Zhang Xiaowan. Later, he competed with Yi Hao in the live broadcast room, but I'm afraid the effect would not be so good. It's gossip. No matter men, women, young or old, everyone likes to eat melons. By the way, boss, there is one more thing. Today, you gave a reward of 100 million directly in the live broadcast room. According to the platform rules, the revenue should be split 50-50. So, Zhang Xiaowan has already received 50 million in the live broadcast room. The other party proposed to return the money to you in full. Jian Yongmin continued at this time. Yi Hao was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaowan was quite sensible and actually wanted to return part of the reward amount to Yi Hao. Mr. Yi, please don't refuse. This is a piece of my heart. You have helped me enough this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my live broadcast room wouldn't be able to broadcast normally now. Besides, I now have tens of millions of fans, all thanks to your help. I absolutely cannot take this money. Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself. At this time, Zhang Xiaowan's voice also sounded from the other end of the phone. The other party has said so much. Yi Hao couldn't refuse anymore. I had no choice but to agree. Moreover, what Zhang Xiaowan said was indeed correct. Regardless of whether Yi Hao was doing it to complete the system task or for other reasons, in short, he really helped Zhang Xiaowan. Not only did they successfully whitewash her, but they also made her a big anchor with tens of millions of fans. For Zhang Xiaowan, this can be said to be a huge favor. So, Yi Hao did not hesitate and told Jiang Yongmin a card number and asked him to transfer the money into it. In this way, Yi Hao's losses were further reduced. It only cost 50 million to acquire 51% of the shares of Kaiyuan Building. Moreover, he also took the opportunity to advertise his own Jinyang Entertainment Company. I believe that after experiencing this incident, Jinyang Entertainment Company will usher in a wave of peak development. From this perspective, Yi Hao's 100 million was well worth it. Ding dong! It is obvious that Jiang Yongmin's work efficiency is still very good. On this side, Yi Hao had just finished talking to the other party. As a result, the next second, a bank text message came on my phone. Yi Hao opened it and saw that wow, more than 60 million yuan had arrived in his account. After thinking about it, Yi Hao realized that the extra 10 million or so should be the reward from the rich user in the live broadcast room. After all, when this guy first started competing with Yi Hao, he also gave him a reward of over 30 million. As a result, Yi Hao unexpectedly got the advantage. It is estimated that if this wealthy user knew that the 30 million yuan he gave as a reward finally fell into Yi Hao's hands, he would probably faint in the toilet out of anger. Yi Hao was in a very good mood at the moment. Next, I packed up briefly and planned to go visit my villa. The equity agreement of Kaiyuan Building is placed in the living room of the villa. I just happened to go and receive it. At the same time, on the other side, Citibank, Binhai branch. Li Zhendong sat in the president's office, keeping an eye on the status of Yi Hao's bank card. After all, this is a big customer. More than 500 million in cash. If he lets the other party keep the money in his bank for half a year or even longer, he will definitely be able to get promoted to the next level when the assessment is conducted at the end of the year. Therefore, he was very concerned about Yi Hao's bank account. However, no one expected that just now, 100 million yuan was spent from Yi Hao's bank account in one go. Li Zhendong almost suffocated from anger. My goodness, is the world of rich people so exaggerated? Spending 100 million at every turn? In the end, Li Zhendong felt that it might be because of the last incident that made this big boss unhappy, and the other party planned to transfer the bank assets. Therefore, Su Daxian, a bank employee, was called over immediately. Yes, Su Daxiang is no longer a business manager and has been demoted to an ordinary employee. He was scolded harshly. It's all the other party's fault. If they hadn't done that last time, how could Citibank have left a bad impression in Yi Hao's mind? Just when Li Zhendong was cursing someone. At this time, Yi Hao's account suddenly received more than 60 million yuan. This made Li Zhendong feel good again all of a sudden. It seems that this big boss has no intention of transferring their assets and is still satisfied with Citibank. So, Li Zhendong stopped his verbal attacks on Su Daxian. Let the other person leave. Only Su Daxian looked aggrieved and confused from beginning to end, not knowing what he had done wrong. A complete victim. Chapter 81. I can give you double the price. Hentaying Palace. After Yi Hao drove out of Xingfu community, he soon arrived at his villa. Opened the door. Sure enough, I saw a shareholding agreement placed in the living room of my house. Yi Hao took a quick look at the equity agreement. Then, it was put away. Brother Yi? Are you there? As a result, at this moment, a shout suddenly came from outside the door. Come in. As soon as Yi Hao heard the voice, he knew it was Lin Shuya. By the way, in the entire villa area, Yi Hao no longer knew anyone except the Lin sisters. The villa area, especially the high-end villa area, is actually somewhat deserted. So far, in the entire villa, Yi Hao only knows the two Lin sisters. Brother Yi, I didn't mean what happened last time. After Lin Shuya and Lin Shuxin walked in, Lin Shuya said to Yi Hao with an apologetic look on her face. After all, what happened yesterday was indeed a bit embarrassing. She also didn't expect that Yi Hao would bring a woman home. Moreover, he does that kind of thing. The key point is, why didn't he close the door? As a result, it was embarrassing. It's okay. It's all over. Yi Hao seemed very magnanimous at this moment. He simply waved his hand, signaling the other party not to mention this matter again. It's really embarrassing. Even Yi Hao couldn't help but twitch his face when he thought of what happened last time. It was a huge social death moment in life. At the same time, Yi Hao also learned a lesson. Next time you do something like that, be sure to close the door. Be sure to close the door. Be sure to close the door. Important things should be said 3 times. Next, the three of them sat on the sofa and started chatting. Soon, the atmosphere became lively. However, at this time, after Lin Shushin received a phone call, her expression suddenly turned bad. "What's wrong, sis?" Lin Shuya asked. "What else could it be? I'm afraid our plan to open a shop in Kaiyuan building will be ruined again," Lin Shushin said helplessly. Ever since her health was cured by Yihao, she has recently begun to participate in the management of the family business. Now, the first thing she did after taking over was to reopen a Lin S store in Kaiyuan building. As a result, I never expected that we were talking well a few days ago. Suddenly, the plan fell through. No way, weren't we talking just a few days ago? Why did the other party suddenly change his mind? Lin Shuya said with a look of surprise. I guess it was someone from the Seoul group who was behind this. Lin Shushin said, the other party has always had business conflicts with our Lin group. This time, we happen to be opening a shop together in Kaiyuan building. It must be the other party's doing. I heard that someone from the Seoul group seemed to know a manager of Kaiyuan building. We don't have any connections, so I'm afraid we'll be outclassed this time. After saying this, he looked helpless. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuya tilted her neck, looking as if she had lost all hope in life. There's nothing we can do about it, since the other party has connections. Meet acquaintances. In this case, their shop will definitely be taken away by someone. In fact, their Lin group is also a large enterprise in Binhai City. However, this Kaiyuan building is very popular in Binhai City. Basically, it is a situation where more than a dozen or even dozens of companies are competing for one store. Even the Lin family couldn't get it without connections. What you just said was Kaiyuan building? Yihao suddenly asked at this moment. Yes. Kaiyuan building is one of the most famous buildings in Binhai. Worth over 3 billion. Basically, all the companies in Binhai City want to open their own stores here. There is a large flow of people, and business is basically booming every day. Lin Shushin explained, so many people have tried their best to get in, but still can't. I'm afraid our Lin family is doomed this time. At this moment, Yihao smiled naturally and said, I have a way. Lin Shuya and Lin Shushin's eyes lit up when they heard this. Brother Yi, do you really have a solution? Certainly. Come with me. Yihao smiled confidently. The next moment, he planned to take the Lin sisters to Kaiyuan building. After all, this is the building that the system just rewarded to him. He hasn't been there to see it in person yet. There is an opportunity right now. Yihao also wanted to see what this building worth more than 3 billion yuan looked like. Next, Yihao and the other two planned to go to Kaiyuan building. However, Yihaoren did not drive this time. Instead, it was the Lin sisters who drove a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. Yihao's Lamborghini Venom is pretty good though. However, it is a sports car that can only seat 2 people. There were 3 of them this time, so it was naturally inappropriate to drive a sports car. So, with Lin Shuya driving, Yihao and his 3 companions headed straight for Kaiyuan building. The journey is not too far. It only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. Soon, Yihao and his group arrived at Kaiyuan building. Yihao looked up and saw that, as expected, the Kaiyuan building was one of the most popular buildings in Binhai City, and it was built in a relatively high-end and grand style. Most importantly, there is a lot of traffic here. No wonder all the companies in Binhai want to open stores here. Even Yihao, a layman, knows that if he could open a store here, that is definitely a business that is sure to make money. A group of people walked into Kaiyuan building. Yihao took out his cell phone and planned to contact the person in charge of Kaiyuan building. Ask the other party to come and receive you. After all, he came here this time just to find a suitable shop for the sisters of the Lin family. It just so happens that we can ask the person in charge to arrange it for them directly. Isn't this the Lin sister? Haha, what's the matter? You guys still haven't given up and want to rent a shop here? At this moment, a voice with a hint of sarcasm sounded. I saw a woman wearing a leopard print jacket, short hair, and earrings, who looked like a boy, walking over. This person is the daughter of the Seoul group. Behind him, there was also a manager of Kaiyuan building. Lu Xiaoyu, why do you care what we are doing here? When Lin Shuya saw the other party, she frowned and said, this is not your home. We can come if we want. What the hell is wrong with you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu glanced at a few people, but when his eyes fell on Yihao, he was slightly stunned. It seemed that she didn't expect that there would be such a handsome boy like Yi Hao. Much better than the ducks she had seen in nightclubs before. However, she recovered quickly and sneered, "Anyway, our Soul Group has secured the store this time. You, the Lin Group, don't even think about it." As he spoke, Lu Xiaoyu came to Yi Hao, took out his cell phone, and said, "Handsome guy, I'm the daughter of the Soul Group. Is it convenient to leave a message? As long as you are willing, Sister Lin, I can give you double the price you pay." Chapter 82. Sorry to have kept Mr. Yi waiting for so long. Lu Xiaoyu's operations. Not only did the Lin sisters get shocked on the spot, even Yi Hao looked confused. "Good job. What are you doing? What price? Double it. What does this mean? Could it be that he wants to support me? Wanama. Is being handsome a sin?" Thinking of this, Yi Hao was too tired to complain. I never expected that Lu Xiaoyu would do this. Including the Lin sisters standing by, they were also shocked by Lu Xiaoyu's actions. They had heard long ago that the daughter of the Lu family often liked to go to nightclubs. I didn't expect it to be so open. As soon as she came up, she wanted to support Yi Hao. It's a pity that the other party chose the wrong target. With Brother Ye's wealth, can you afford to support him? Are you worthy? Madam, please respect yourself. Yi Hao coughed. Totally speechless. I was thinking, are these girls so fierce nowadays? Sure enough, what is said on the internet, that boys should learn to protect themselves when going out, is not groundless. It is indeed not safe for a man who is too handsome to go out. How? You think I can't afford it? Joke. I am the daughter of the Soul Group. Here, there are 2 million in this card, take it first. Spend as much as you want. If it's not enough, tell me and I'll give you more money. When Lu Xiaoyu saw that Yi Hao rejected her, she immediately took out a bank card and stuffed it into Yi Hao's hand. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Yi Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I never thought that Lu Xiaoyu was so funny. You actually want to support me? Do I really look like a gigolo? Just as Yi Hao opened his mouth and was about to reject the other party. Xiaoyu. What are you doing here? The contract has been signed, it's time for us to leave. A man in his early 30s walked over. This person is Lu Xiaoyu's brother and the person in charge of the future Soul Group. When he saw that the Lin sisters were also here, he showed surprise on his face and walked over and said, Lin sisters, hello. Are you here for the shop business as well? But unfortunately, you are a step late. We have just signed a contract with the manager, and now the last shop in Kaiyuan building is ours. Although the Lin sisters are very good looking and Lu Yulin likes them very much, it is a pity that their two companies are sworn enemies. There is no possibility of reconciliation at all. So, when Lu Yulin saw the Lin sisters at this moment, he naturally mocked them. Managerly, is there really no room for maneuver in this matter? Lin Xuxin ignored the other party. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man on the side, managerly. Miss Lin, I'm sorry. Based on various considerations of our project department, we finally decided to rent this shop to Soul Group. Their overall strength is quite impressive. Of course, Miss Lin, you don't have to be discouraged. Maybe you can give it a try later when there are vacancies in the shops. Manager Li's words sounded very polite. But in reality, it's all bullshit. You know, what the Lin family and Soul Group are fighting for this time is a large shop with an area of thousands of square meters. Such shops are extremely sought-after resources in the entire Kaiyuan building. If they miss the opportunity this time, they don't know when they will be able to get a store of this size again. As for other shops, even if there are some vacancies, they are all relatively small. It doesn't meet Lin Xuxin's requirements at all. Therefore, this is tantamount to shattering Lin Xuxin's last bit of hope. Li Tsuenrui, you bastard. You agreed to give this store to our Lin family, but you went back on your word. Tell me, how much money did you receive from the Soul Group? No credibility. You're a money-hungry bastard. Lin Shuya, who was standing aside, did not have as good a temper as her sister. On the spot, Li Tsuenrui began verbally attacking Manager Li. Ms. Lin, please watch your words. This manager has always been fair and just in his work. If you talk like that, I can sue you for libel. Besides, if you still have this attitude, your Lin family, don't even think about renting a shop in Kaiyuan building anymore. After Li Tsuenrui was scolded, his face became gloomy. He said it with a hint of threat in his tone. Shuya, stop talking. Lin Shuxin pulled her sister. Signaled the other person to stop talking. After all, although Li Tsuanrui is not a very good person, he is the manager of Kaiyuan Building after all, and he is mainly responsible for renting out shops. If you really offend the other party, this is not a good thing for the Lin family. I'm afraid that it will be even more difficult to rent a shop in the future. Sister, don't stop me. Today, I must give this bastard a good scolding. However, Lin Shuya had no intention of stopping at this moment. When Yihao saw the scene, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Sometimes, he even wondered if the parents of the Lin sisters had given Lin Shuya the wrong name. With her violent temper, why is she called Lin Shuya? It would be more appropriate to call him Lin Yidao. And, having said that, generally speaking, girls whose names contain the word Wengjing are basically not that quiet. On the contrary, he is very irritable and easily angered. As for the verbal fight between Lin Shuya and Manager Li, Yihao had no intention of intervening. Because Manager Li is about to be in trouble. Tap tap. Finally, after 2 or 3 minutes, there was a sound of footsteps. Then I saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses striding towards me. Behind him, there were 4 or 5 other management staff. Manager Li was stunned when he saw these people coming over. Then, he walked up quickly. Greeting, Mr. Qian, you. Well. However, what confused Manager Li was that the person in charge of the building didn't even look at him. He walked straight to a young man behind him. Bending 60 degrees, he said apologetically, Boss Yi. Sorry to have kept you waiting. You came to inspect, and we didn't make the proper arrangements, please forgive us. After the other 4 or 5 executives came over, they also surrounded Yihao. An extremely respectful look. Hiss. What's going on? Mr. Yi? Could it be that? Lu Yulin and Lu Xiaoyu, who were standing nearby, gasped when they saw the scene. It seemed as if something incredible had been discovered. His face was full of shock. Chapter 83. I just have a few billion shares. When everyone saw that the person in charge of the building and several senior executives treated Yihao with great respect, everyone was shocked on the spot. Including the Lin sisters, because when they first came, they thought that Yihao said he could help them get a store, but at most he would just introduce them to a manager or something. However, judging from the current situation, Yihao's identity seems to be very complicated. Well. Brother Yi, what's going on? In the end, it was Lin Shuya who spoke first and asked a question. Nothing. I just have a few 100 million shares in Kaiyuan Building. Yihao explained with a smile. A little bit of shares? Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Seeing the attitude of Mr. Qian and others towards Yihao, you know that it is probably not just a few shares, but billions of shares. At the very least, he is also a major shareholder of Kaiyuan Building. Otherwise, there would be no such treatment. When they thought of this, the Lin sisters were secretly shocked. You know, the market value of Kaiyuan Building is more than 3 billion yuan. If Yihao were a major shareholder, he would at least hold 20 to 30% of the shares. In this case, doesn't it mean that Yihao is worth over 10 billion at such a young age? Moreover, as far as the Lin sisters know, in addition to the shares here, Yihao also owns a Jirantang hospital. This hospital, at the very least, is worth hundreds of millions. How old is Yihao now? He is just in his early 20s, but his net worth has exceeded 10 billion. The Lin sisters were shocked at this moment. However, they felt relieved when they thought that Yihao was so young yet could buy a luxurious villa like Hentang Palace. Mr. Yi, do you have any instructions for coming here today? Mr. Qian asked at this time who was the current person in charge of the building. To be honest, he was still very nervous. They were afraid that Yihao came here this time to take action against them, the senior executives of the building. You know, Yihao now owns 51% of the shares of the entire Kaiyuan Building. It can be said that basically the entire Kaiyuan Building is controlled by the other party alone. If Yihao wanted to, he could replace all of these high-rise executives in a matter of minutes. After all, they don't have any shares in the building. To put it bluntly, they are just a group of workers. It all depends on Yihao's mood when eating. At this moment, everyone was naturally very nervous. Nothing. I just happened to pass by today and came in to take a look. Yihao said calmly. Also, I have 2 friends who want to find a shop in the building. It just so happened that I brought them here. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian and others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yi Hao is not here to ruin their jobs, it's fine. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, we will definitely take good care of the friend you introduced. It's just a shop. Well, I'll have someone point out all the vacant shops in our Kaiyuan building right away. Your friend can move in right away if he likes any of them. Qian Song said respectfully. Yeah. But I heard that there are currently no vacant shops in our building. Moreover, these two friends of mine also participated in the competition for the shops at the beginning, but they were eliminated by you guys. At this moment, Yi Hao glanced at Manager Li standing beside him and said, Manager Li said that the decision to eliminate the Lin family and lease the store to the Seoul Group was made after a project meeting and discussion. I want to hear how you hold meetings and discuss things. Well. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. Even a fool could tell that Yi Hao was very dissatisfied with Manager Li. Moreover, Mr. Qian himself was also well aware that Manager Li often engaged in private transactions. It was okay in the past. Now, he was caught on the spot by Mr. Yi. Now, it's completely over. Boss Yi, please rest assured. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Mr. Qian immediately gave his guarantee to Yi Hao. Then, he came to Manager Li and said, Boss Yi is asking you a question, didn't you hear it? Tell me, how did this happen? Why did you choose the Seoul Group and eliminate the Lin Group? Hurry up and tell me. Manager Li's face turned pale with fright at this moment. I am so sad that I can't even cry. I never expected this to happen. The corruption was brought to the attention of his own major shareholder. At this point, Manager Li knew that he was completely finished. So, he stopped struggling and said directly, this matter is my responsibility. It's because Lu Yulin from the Seoul Group transferred 10 million to me privately. So, I rented the shop to the other party. Oops. Something bad is going to happen. When Lu Yulin, who was standing by, heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that today, their Seoul Group's plan to rent a shop in Kaiyuan building was completely cancelled. Li Tsuenrui, do you know what your behavior means? Openly accepting bribes. I'm telling you, you'll be going to jail next. Mr. Qian's face turned pale. He also didn't expect that his subordinate was so courageous. Just one store earned more than 10 million. This has fully constituted the crime of embezzlement. This guy is going to go to jail. As for Lu Yulin, he was also frightened when he saw this scene. Holding their sister in their hands, the two of them prepared to slip away. If he stayed any longer, he might get implicated as well. Wait a moment. At this time, Yi Hao suddenly shouted. Next, he came in front of Lu Xiaoyu, the daughter of Seoul Group. He handed the bank card that the other party had just stuffed into his pocket to the other party. Said, I'll return your card to you. Also, don't be so high profile in the future. Although Yi Hao didn't say anything excessive. But for some reason, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if someone slapped him hard in the face. She felt her face burning with pain. She never expected that the pretty boy in her eyes was actually a shareholder of Kaiyuan Building. Lu Xiaoyu felt extremely embarrassed when she thought about her behavior just now. It seems that she needs to change her bad habit of looking down on others. Not all handsome guys are fucking ducks. There are also big guys like Yi Hao who have both good looks and strength. Next, the Lu brothers and sisters left in disgrace. Manager Li was taken away by the security department directly by President Qian and was planned to be handed over to legal authorities. This guy, taking advantage of his position, actually dared to embezzle and accept bribes. Even if it is a private enterprise, this is illegal. Next, just wait to spend the rest of your life in jail. Chapter 84 Yi Hao, when will you get married? After dealing with Manager Li and others. Next, Mr. Qian naturally brought Yi Hao and the Lin sisters. Serve them personally. I chose a shop that covers a large area. This made Lin Shuya and Lin Shuxin very surprised and delighted. Because the shop that Mr. Qian prepared for them was much bigger than the one that the Lu brothers and sisters rented before. It covers an area of nearly 2,000 square meters. If it is used to open a shop, it will definitely attract countless people. Moreover, the location is excellent. Opening a store here is definitely a sure win. Of course, Lin Shuxin and Lin Shuya also knew it very well. The reason why Mr. Qian went to so much trouble to clear out a store for them was definitely not because of them. All this is done for Yi Hao's sake. For a moment, the two of them were filled with gratitude towards Yi Hao. Next, after renting the shop, Lin Shuxin said, "Brother Yi, thanks to you for helping us this time. Otherwise, we definitely won't be able to rent such a big store this time. How about we treat you to a meal?" Yi Hao thought about it. He nodded and agreed immediately. He helped the Lin sisters so much this time. It's not too much to just have a meal, right? Next, the group of three found a private restaurant in the building and walked straight in. While waiting for the waiter to serve the food, Lin Shuya suddenly wanted to go to the bathroom. He simply pulled Lin Shuxin along, and the two of them left together for a short while. In this regard, Yi Hao could only express, "It seems that girls will be girls after all. When I was in school, whenever girls went to the bathroom, they had to hold hands, or at least go together in pairs. I have never seen a girl go to the toilet alone." Now that they have graduated, the Lin sisters are still exactly the same. When going to the toilet, they have to hold hands. Yi Hao was very curious. Could it be that girls had some unique hobbies in this regard, and had to go to the toilet together to be smooth? Of course, this is also because the Lin sisters have a good relationship. After graduating, most girls rarely have this kind of experience. At least, Xiao Qingshui in Yi Hao's eyes is not like this. Fiercely independent. Yi Hao? Just as Yi Hao was sitting in the box, waiting for the waiter to serve the food, suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, a young man in a suit walked in. Li Yang. When he saw the other party, Yi Hao's eyes showed surprise. I didn't expect to meet each other in this place. However, Yi Hao soon calmed down. Because, when he was in college, his relationship with Li Yang was not very good. It's just average. Now, when we meet here, just saying hello is enough. Ha, Yi Hao, I never thought I would meet you here. What a coincidence. I work here. Currently, I am the store manager. Oh, I really envy you. To be honest, you just graduated and are probably doing internship right now. The work is easy. Unlike me, even though I'm a store manager here, I can get a salary of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan every month. But to be honest, I work so hard every day, I'm exhausted like a dog. I really can't compare to you. Hear what Li Yang said. Yi Hao finally understood. Wow, no wonder this guy came over so enthusiastically. It turned out that he had become the store manager and came to show off to me. Although this guy said that it was hard work, the expression on his face did not show that he was tired at all. A cocky look. It's quite hard. Otherwise, you should quit this job. Change to something easier. Yi Hao doesn't indulge the other party. Since you say this job is tiring, just quit. Well. Li Yang didn't expect that Yi Hao would not play by the rules. Chatting like this. That's better. It was so awkward, the conversation died down. However, Li Yang quickly changed the subject. He took out his cell phone and pulled out a few photos. He handed it to Yi Hao and said, "Look who this is. Lu Jia. When I was in school, I chased her for 3 whole years, but I didn't get her. As a result, the other party contacted me a few days ago. And he pursued me very passionately. I softened my heart and agreed to it. Now, we have met each other's parents and are getting married soon. Planning, I can have a baby next year." Yi Hao had some impression of Lu Jia. They were classmates in college. At the beginning, Lu Jia had pursued Yi Hao. But he rejected it. Later, Li Yang pursued Lu Jia again and continued to do so for 3 years. However, I have always been a spare tire and a bootlicker. We couldn't be together at all. Now, look at Li Yang's smug look. It seems like there is a feeling of licking a dog to get ashore. Yes, I wish you a baby soon. Yi Hao said lightly. In fact, I was complaining in my heart. This Lu Jia didn't he have a very good reputation when he was in college? It is hard to say whether Li Yang is just trying to get a foot on the job or is he really capable of taking the blame. Of course, Yi Hao would definitely not say these words openly. After all, he and Li Yang didn't have any deep hatred. Why has it come to this? Ah, by the way, Yi Hao, when are you getting married? If you get married, you must let me know in advance, and I will come to drink at your wedding. Li Yang said with a smile on his face. In fact, it was a veiled criticism of Yi Hao. After all, when he was in college, Yi Hao was the most handsome boy in his school, and there were countless people who confessed their love to him every time. Li Yang was envious for a long time. However, after graduation, it seems that Yi Hao is just doing average. What she wears is not a big brand. Moreover, it seemed that he was eating alone. A total single guy. It seems that the school hunkback then is just average after leaving school. I'm not even as good as him. Sure enough, society is very realistic. Men also need money. Li Yang sighed secretly in his heart. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open again. Lin Shuya and Lin Shuxin walked in. Hiss. Seeing the beautiful faces of the Lin sisters, Li Yang couldn't help but take a breath. What a beautiful girl. Originally in Li Yang's mind, Lu Jia, who was pretty good looking, was like a wild boar running into a group of phoenixes when compared with the Lin sisters. It's impossible to watch. Brother Yi, who is this? Lin Shuya saw Li Yang standing next to Yi Hao and asked curiously. College classmate. Yi Hao gave a simple explanation. Lin Shuya nodded and tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Brother Yi, this time our Lin group was able to rent a shop, thanks to you. We two sisters, toast to you. The next moment, Lin Shuya and Lin Shuxin sat down, raised their glasses and toasted Yi Hao directly. Li Yang? Chapter 85 Accident. Li Yang was confused at this moment. What did he just hear? Lin Group. Shop. Did Yi Hao help rent it? Oh my god. You know, this is Kaiyuan building. The annual rent for any random shop would be at least 1 million. What's more, the other party is the Lin Group. You can tell with your but that the shops rented by the other party will not be small. It must be a large store. The annual rent for a shop like this is at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. And this was actually done with the help of Yi Hao? Isn't Yi Hao a recent college graduate? Just a poor loser. How can there be such great energy? At this moment, Li Yang was in great shock. Brother Yi, by the way, I discussed it with my sister. You helped us so much this time. We have nothing to repay you. So, we plan to transfer 10% of the shares of our newly opened Lin store to your name. Don't worry, once the store opens, your annual revenue will not be less than 20 million. We have the confidence. Lin Shuxin suggested. Hiss. Before Yi Hao could say anything, Li Yang was already on the verge of losing his balance and reached out to hold on to the wall. 20 million. My goodness, even if he is the store manager, he only makes 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. The 50,000 to 60,000 yuan he mentioned just now was just something he boasted about just to show off in front of Yi Hao. With his salary, he would not be able to earn such a sum of money even if he worked for his entire life. Now, Lin Shuxin actually wanted to give it to the other party as soon as she opened her mouth. And, it happens every year. You don't have to do anything. At this moment, Li Yang was almost going crazy with envy. Need not. We all live in the same community, and neighbors should help each other. If you really want to thank me, then you should owe me this favor first. I'll need your help in the future. I'll bother you again. Yi Hao waved his hand and directly rejected the other party's proposal. He is not short of money at all now. It doesn't matter whether Lin Shuxin gave him shares in the shop or not. And, most importantly, if he doesn't accept the shares, the Lin sisters will owe him a favor. You know, favors are always the hardest to repay. Many rich people would rather lend money to others than owe favors to others. Because you always have to think about when to make it up to the other person. Oh well. We two sisters owe Brother Yi a favor. If you need our help or the Lin Group's help in the future, Brother Yi, just ask. Lin Shuxin also agreed. Hee, Brother Yi, you're going to lose a lot this time. You have shares in Kaiyuan building. Moreover, at such a young age, he lives in a big villa like Yunding Palace. If we really encounter a problem that even you can't solve, I'm afraid that the two of us sisters will be unable to help. You have to think it over carefully. Lin Shuya said with a smile at this time. It doesn't matter. I don't need this little money for the time being. Yi Hao smiled indifferently. Awesome. Lin Shuya gave him a thumbs up. A look of admiration. As for Li Yang, he is almost unconscious now. Damn it. I originally thought it was horrible for Yi Hao to make 20 million a year. As a result, no one expected that Yi Hao actually had shares in Kaiyuan building. You know, the market value of Kaiyuan building is tens of billions. Even if the shares are few, they would still be worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Moreover, judging from the attitude of the Lin sisters towards Yi Hao is very likely the major shareholder of Kaiyuan Building. Then the other party's net worth must be hundreds of millions, or even billions. Moreover, they live in a big villa. Thinking of this, Li Yang's little face turned pale in an instant. When I think of how I was showing off, pretending to be cool, and making sarcastic remarks in front of Yi Hao just now, Li Yang couldn't help it and directly gave himself a big pen bag. Bang! This sudden scene made Yi Hao and the other two who were chatting all look confused, and they cast their eyes over at the same time. Well, nothing, my face just itches a little, Li Yang said with embarrassment. Afterwards, Li Yang didn't dare to stay in the box any longer. He ran out quickly. At the same time, another waiter walked in soon and started serving the dishes while bringing a bottle of high-end wine. There was a note stuffed under the wine bottle. It said, "Mr. Yi, I was wrong," in 5 big words. Although Yi Hao did not recognize Li Yang's handwriting, but you can still tell at a glance that this is a note written by Li Yang. After all, apart from him, it seemed that no one else had the need to come and give him wine and notes. Brother Yi, it seems that this guy has really pissed you off. Lin Shuya smiled slyly at this moment. That's right, she did it on purpose. Yi Hao has so many industries. Li Yang was shocked for a moment. He quickly apologized to Yi Hao. Yi Hao naturally just smiled at this. In fact, Li Yang's actions just now did not make Yi Hao angry at all. After all, sometimes people are at different levels. I can't even make you angry. This thing is class. Invisible and intangible. But he really exists. Next, after Li Yang stopped disturbing us, Yi Hao and the Lin sisters continued their meal. When they were checking out, they found out that Li Yang had paid for them. It can be seen that Li Yang was really frightened by Yi Hao's identity just now. He was afraid that Yi Hao would bear a grudge and go back to take revenge on him. That's why he was so flattering. However, think about it, if Yi Hao really wants to deal with the other party, I am afraid that not only Li Yang, but even their store will not be able to operate. After all, Yi Hao is the largest shareholder of Kaiyuan Building. Just one sentence can put them out of business. Since Li Yang has already paid the bill, Yi Hao can only accept it with pleasure. On the contrary, if Yi Hao did not accept Li Yang's kindness, I'm afraid that the other party would not be able to sleep well when he goes back tonight. Next. After finishing the work, Yi Hao left the building accompanied by the Lin sisters. However, just when Yi Hao and the Lin sisters walked out together, in a corner of the mall, a girl who was strolling around suddenly took out her cell phone. He started taking pictures of Yi Hao, Lin Shuya, and Lin Shuxin crazily, after taking 7 or 8 photos in one breath. However, the other party took out his mobile phone and started operating it. Soon. On the other side, Xia Qingxue, who was looking at documents in the Xia Group office, received a series of message alerts from her cell phone. Xia Qingxue opened her phone and her pretty face changed instantly. P.S. Dear tall, rich and handsome man, please give me 5-star praise. The rating is too low. If there were not so many brothers urging me to update every day, I would have thought I had failed. Please give me some motivation. If the writing is not good, brothers, please give me comments and suggestions, and I will write them in. Chapter 86. Brother Yi is not here. Office. Xia Qingxue looked at the series of pictures that suddenly appeared on her phone. After clicking, his brows furrowed instantly. Because, from the photo, it looked like Yi Hao was in the mall with 2 beauties, and they were leaving together after having fun. I'm afraid that no girl would feel good when seeing her husband with 2 other strange women, including Xia Qingxue. The same is true now. Ding ling ling. Just when Xia Qingxue was frowning and thinking, the phone rang again. Xia Qingxue answered the phone. Hey, Xiaoshui. I'm Sman. That is right, the person who sent these photos to Xia Qingxue was Xia Qingxue's best friend, Li Simon. Before this, Xia Qingxue had introduced the other party to Yi Hao. Xiaoxue, I know you won't be in a good mood after seeing these photos. But, as your best friend, I have to tell you the truth. Today, I was strolling around Kaiyuan Building. Suddenly, when I looked up, I saw Yi Hao and 2 beauties walking out of the mall, talking and laughing. From the looks of them, they should have just finished their meal. Xiaoxue, I admit that Yi Hao is handsome and rich. But, generally speaking, boys like this are also more fickle. You must keep your eyes open and don't be fooled. On the other end of the phone, Lisman said seriously. "Sman, I think you're making a big deal out of nothing." Although Xia Qingxue felt uncomfortable when she first saw these photos. However, when she calmed down, she still chose to believe Yi Hao. Because, after spending such a long time together, she knew Yi Hao's character very well. Know that the other person is not the kind of person who flirts with other women. There must be a misunderstanding behind this matter. Xiao Xue. Could you please stop being so naive? Li Simon, however, still did not give up. I admit that you are better than me in doing business and have more brains. But, when it comes to love, I have much more experience than you. Let me tell you, a high-quality man like Yi Hao will basically cheat with a 90% chance. I've seen a lot of it myself over the years. I broke up with my ex-boyfriend after I found out he was cheating on me. Xia Qingxue frowned and said, "Simon, I know you are really doing this for my own good. But I still choose to believe Yi Hao. He is not the kind of person you say he is." Lisman was speechless. Continue. "Okay, since you still insist. Then let's do an experiment. Send a message to the other party now and ask where Yi Hao went just now. Remember, don't be deliberate, be casual, and don't let the other person notice. If the other party is not lying, then everything is fine. But if Yi Hao is lying, then I don't need to tell you." Hearing this, Xia Qingxue was silent for a while. Although, she had great confidence in Yi Hao. Knowing that the other person will not do anything to betray you. But the thought of really calling to test the waters made me feel uncomfortable. Xia Qingxue became hesitant again. "How? You don't dare? It seems that you also think so in your subconscious mind. Yi Hao is a scumbag." Lisman continued talking on the other end of the phone. "Okay, Simon, don't talk about Yi Hao like that. I don't like it. Isn't it okay for me to ask?" Xia Qingxue frowned. In the end, I decided to send a message to Yi Hao. She believed that her relationship with Yi Hao would definitely survive this test. Soon, Xia Qingxue organized her words. Sent a message to Yi Hao. Ask the other person what they are doing? Villa area. After Yi Hao left the building, he followed the Lin sisters and returned to Hentang Palace. The other party happened to have nothing to do in the afternoon, so they went to Yi Hao's villa together. The three of them planned to sit here, chat and watch TV series. In order to entertain the two of them, Yi Hao was in the kitchen, washing fruits for them. Ding dong. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on Yi Hao's phone. Lin Shuya, who was half lying on the sofa, happened to see Yi Hao's mobile phone. Yi Hao bought this new mobile phone. Therefore, no password is set for the time being. Lin Shuya picked it up and looked at it curiously. I found out that it was a message sent by a beautiful girl. Lin Shuya picked up the phone and shouted, "Brother Yi, someone sent you a message." Unfortunately, Yi Hao, who was washing fruits, didn't hear clearly what Lin Shuya shouted. No response at all. Seeing this, Lin Shuya picked up her phone and sent a message to the other party. "Brother Yi is not here, I will contact you later." After replying the message, Lin Shuya half lay on the sofa, looking like Guyu, and continued watching the TV series. The other side. Group office. Xia Qingxue was anxiously waiting for Yi Hao to reply to her message. Ding dong. The next moment, a new message appeared on the interface. Xia Qingxue couldn't wait to open the chat interface. However, when I saw the message sent, Xia Qingxue, her mind went blank. Brother Yi is not here and will contact her later. This piece of news immediately shattered all her fantasies. At this moment, Xia Qingxue felt as if she was struck by lightning. Although it was scorching hot in August, her body suddenly became cold. How so? Could it be that what Sman said was true? Otherwise, how could such a message appear on Yi Hao's phone? Brother Yi is not here? So what did Yi Hao do? Moreover, why did his cell phone appear in the hands of a strange woman? Could it be that they are? Hiss. Xia Qingxue no longer dared to think about what would happen next. At this moment, she felt as if her world had collapsed. All of a sudden, I felt like I was dying. Lean back in your chair. It seems like I have lost the whole world. The other side. Yi Hao, who was washing fruits in the kitchen, had no idea what had just happened. At this moment, after washing the fruit, he came out. I put the washed fruits on the table and picked up a TV series at random, planning to watch it for a while. Lin Shuya took herself an apple and took a bite. Said, "Brother Yi, someone just sent you a message." I called you, but you didn't hear me, so I replied for you. Yi Hao was a little surprised. But I don't care. I casually took the phone and started looking at it. However, when he saw clearly who sent him the message. And after Lin Shuya replied to the other party. At this moment, Yi Hao felt his scalp tingling. Wanama. Lin Shuya, you idiot. I'm going to kill you. The next moment, Yi Hao picked up his phone and quickly dialed the video call to Xia Qingxue. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 87 Xia Qingxue's sense of urgency. Office. After seeing the message sent by Yi Hao, Xia Qingxue felt extremely lost. Lean back in your chair. She kept recalling every moment she had with Yi Hao. At the same time, reflecting on myself. What exactly did I do wrong that led to the current situation? Could it be because I'm not proactive enough? At this moment, Xia Qingxue has begun to reflect on herself. I wonder if I wasn't proactive enough before. So, this allows other women to take advantage of the situation? You know, after getting to know each other for some time, Xia Qingxue also knew that Yi Hao was an extremely outstanding man. Even in terms of assets alone, their Xia family may not be able to match the other party. Therefore, it is very normal for some outstanding girls to appear around Yi Hao. Moreover, some girls are very good at knowing how to get boys excited. There are quite a few girls like this. Sometimes, it's not because men lack determination. But these bad girls and green tea girls are just too good at it. People are led astray by them without realizing it. And Yi Hao is just a college graduate. I didn't have much experience in love before. It is normal to dislike the tactics of these green tea and scumbag women. Who knows, you might accidentally fall into the other party's trap. After all, Yi Hao is not only handsome, but also very rich. Such a goal is exactly the best target for those bad girls and green tea girls. Thinking of this, Xia Qingxue suddenly felt that she should not be so blindly pessimistic. We must take action. She wants to take the initiative. Get Yi Hao back from the opponent. Thinking of this, Xia Qingxue plucked up the courage and planned to call Yi Hao again. Tell the other person that she wants to start over with him. Be brave and pursue each other once. As for whether Yi Hao cheated? First of all, they haven't obtained their marriage certificate yet, so it can't be considered as cheating. What's more, if one person cheats in a relationship, there must be a reason. Of course, except for scumbags. It is also possible that some men were set up or framed by people with ulterior motives. It's all possible. In Xia Qingxue's mind, even if Yi Hao cheated, it was the latter. There must be a reason, or he must have been framed. She must find out the truth of the matter. Having said that, Xia Qingxue was about to make a call. At this moment, Xia Qingxue's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Xia Qingxue took a look and saw that it was Yi Hao's phone. Could it be that the green tea girl opposite is going to confront me? How dare you make a video call? Goodness, what a scumbag! How dare you confront me? Xia Qingxue suddenly became furious and was going to scold the other party, calling her a green tea and a scumbag. Soon, Xia Qingxue connected the video. Qingxue, it's me. However, the scene that appeared on the other end of the phone caught her off guard. Because the green tea girl and the scumbag girl she imagined did not appear. Instead, Yi Hao appeared in the video, dressed neatly. With an apologetic look on his face, he said, Qingxue, I'm sorry about what happened just now. I was washing fruits in the kitchen. After Lin Shuya saw the message, she replied to you. Look. As he spoke, Yi Hao turned the camera of his mobile phone. He looked at Lin Shuya and Lin Shuxin, who were sitting on the sofa and watching TV. Hello, sister-in-law. After seeing Xia Qingxue, Lin Shuya took the initiative to greet Xia Qingxue. Said, just now, Brother Yi was washing fruits in the kitchen, so I sent a message for him. At this moment, Lin Shuxin also greeted Xia Qingxue and said, hello, sister-in-law. We are neighbors of Brother Yi and live in the villa next door. If you have time in the future, you can come over with Brother Yi as a guest. Oh well. Xia Qingxue nodded. At this moment, my mind is a little confused. What is going on? After all this fuss, it turns out to be a misunderstanding? Especially, I was just sitting in the office alone, having a mental struggle for half a day. Get ready and start fighting with the green tea girl and the scumbag girl on the opposite side. As a result, the punch hit the cotton. At this moment, Xia Qingxue felt disappointed but also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the expected thing did not happen. Xia Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. In fact, Xia Qingxue herself didn't know whether she would forgive Yi Hao if he really did something like that. Yi Hao, did you go shopping today? After being stunned for a long time, Xia Qingxue finally remembered her main task. Decided to test Yi Hao. This is about the level of trust between two people. Well, I went to Kaiyuan building. I went there with Lin Shuya and Lin Shuxin. Yi Hao explained, it's like this, I have a little bit of shares in Kaiyuan building, and then, it just so happens that Lin's group wants to rent a shop in Kaiyuan building. I just helped them out. In the building, I found a shop. Hear the answer given by Yi Hao. Xia Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I was totally overthinking it. Yi Hao didn't deceive himself at all. The reason why the other party appeared in Kaiyuan building with the Lin sisters was just to rent a shop. After getting the answer she wanted, Xia Qingxue's mood became better at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next, I happily chatted with Yi Hao for a while. Both parties hung up the phone. Call. Seeing that Xia Qingxue was not angry, Yi Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he discovered that Lin Shuya was a real bastard. Fortunately, this was explained clearly today. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Next, Yi Hao immediately set a password for his mobile phone. Let us try to avoid such blunders as much as possible in the future. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Xia Qingxue showed a relaxed smile on her face. Expression, success turns from cloudy to sunny. Obviously, what happened just now was just a misunderstanding. She was just overthinking it. In particular, when Xia Qingxue thought about herself and actually suspected Yi Hao, she even felt a little guilty in her heart. At the same time, today's events also served as a wake-up call for Xia Qingxue. That is, I didn't care enough about Yi Hao before. I need to pay attention to this in the future. A boy as outstanding as Yi Hao must have a lot of girls chasing after him. I should have some sense of urgency. Ding ling ling. At this time, Lisman called again. Xia Qingxue answered the phone and told the other party everything that had just happened. What? Yi Hao actually owns shares in Kaiyuan building. Obviously, Li Simon's focus is completely different from Xia Qingxue's. After hearing her best friend's reminder, Xia Qingxue finally came to her senses. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao actually owns shares in Kaiyuan building. This is a building worth billions. Moreover, if he can help the Lin group to acquire shops, he will definitely get a lot of shares. Ordinary small shareholders certainly do not have this power. However, Xia Qingxue didn't care about these. What she cared about most was Yi Hao's sincerity. Chapter 88 Wansi Group. At this moment, Li Simon's face was full of shock. She hadn't thought of it at all. I met Yi Hao in the mall today, and it was because he came here to discuss something. Moreover, he rented a shop directly to the Lin sisters. He even owns shares in Kaiyuan building. You know, this is Kaiyuan building. He can own shares here and use his face to get a shop. The shares in Yi Hao's hands are worth at least several hundred million. Then I thought about what happened in the hotel when we first met each other. Lisman was shocked. At such a young age, he has such a wealth and powerful connections. At this moment, Li Simon had a clearer understanding of Yi Hao's worth. The whole person was shocked. She even felt envious of her best friend, Xia Qingxue. Who made her best friend so lucky to meet such an excellent boyfriend? But she didn't have this blessing. Of course, I'm envious. Lisman would have no other ideas. After all, the friendship between her and Xia Qingxue is still very strong. Xiaoxue, although today's incident was a misunderstanding. But it also sounded a wake-up call for us. That is to say, a handsome guy like Yi Hao must have a lot of female friends around him. You have to watch closely from now on. Be careful not to let anyone kidnap you. Lisman reminded on the phone. Yes, I understand. Xia Qingxue nodded. In fact, even if Li Simon didn't say it, Xia Qingxue was prepared for this kind of thing. After what happened today, she realized that she had not cared enough about Yi Hao before. Moreover, with a boyfriend as outstanding as Yi Hao, there must be a lot of vixens out there who want to hook up with him. She'd better watch out. In the future, I need to interact more with Yi Hao and care more about him. If Yi Hao knew that today, because of Lin Shuya's actions, the relationship between him and Xia Qingxue had taken a big step forward. I don't know, what kind of mood would it be? Binhai City. Inside a certain entertainment KTV. Xiao family group, Xiao Zhenhai, Xiao Qingshui's second uncle. At this moment, he was sitting in the box, flattering a young man in front of him. Mr. Li, don't worry about this matter. As long as you can help me take control of the Xia group, I will find a way to get this woman, Xiao Qingxue, to you. I watched this child grow up, so I know him a little bit. Although he appears cold and icy in his dealings with others, he is actually very kind at heart. As long as we can gain control of the group's controlling stake, we can use the group to threaten this. Xiao Qingxue, for the sake of her parents and the safety of the group, she will definitely give in and compromise with us. The young man named Mr. Li was sitting in the box at this moment, holding a glass of red wine in hand. He drank slowly and said, Xiao Zhenhai, if I remember correctly, you told me the same thing last time, right? Finally, why did the plan fail again? Mr. Li, what happened last time was completely an accident. I don't know, a young man showed up from nowhere and ruined our plan. However, I am confident that we can do it secretly this time and quietly take away the controlling stake of Xiao Qingshue's family. Xiao Zhenhai said, moreover, as far as I know, this young man seems to be the son-in-law chosen by Xiao Dehai for Xiao Qingxue. Mr. Li, if we want to take action, we must do it as soon as possible. If we delay this for a long time, I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. As expected. Xiao Zhenhai's words hit Mr. Li's lungs right away. He didn't expect that Xiao Qingxue actually had a boyfriend. Of course I can't stand it. He said directly, okay, I agree with your plan. I have your financial support, but this is my last plan for you. If I screw up again this time, you don't have to come to see me anymore. Mr. Li, I understand. Don't worry, I won't mess this up. Don't worry. Xiao Zhenhai said with a smile. There was a smile of success on his face. Next, the two of them started having fun in the box. Villa. After seeing off the Lin sisters, Yi Hao just lay down on the bed. I plan to stretch my body. Relax well. Bite. Release the mission. Stop Xiao Zhenhai, frame Xiao Qingxue, sign a yin-yang contract, and lose the controlling stake in Xia Group. Reward, Wanxi Group, 1% of the shares. Hear the system prompt sound in your mind. Yi Hao looked surprised. Unexpectedly, the system task was triggered. And, the worst thing is that it was Xiao Qingshue's second uncle, Xiao Zhenhai, who was planning to frame Xiao Qingxue and seize their family's shares. Yi Hao remembered that the last time the Xia clan group encountered a crisis, it seemed to be related to Xiao Qingshue's second uncle. Unexpectedly, it was the other party again this time. It seems that this guy is very dishonest. This time, since Yi Hao knew the news, he must inform Xiao Qingxue in advance. Let her prepare early. At the same time, Yi Hao felt that it was time to teach Xiao Zhenhai a lesson. Otherwise, it would be disgusting to see this guy jumping around like this all the time. However, after seeing the rewards given by the system, Yi Hao's mood suddenly became wonderful again. Because, the Wanxi Group is a large business group with a market value of over 100 billion. Even if it's just 1% of the shares, that's more than 1 billion. Unexpectedly, the system would issue such a task at this time. At this moment, Yi Hao was surprised and happy. However, after calming down, Yi Hao first dialed Xiao Qingshue's cell phone, intending to give Xiao Qingxue a few subtle suggestions. Don't let the other party be fooled. Be more cautious against Xiao Zhenhai. This matter is of urgency. Soon, after Yi Hao's phone rang a few times, someone answered it. Hey, husband. Xiao Qingshue's sweet voice sounded on the other end of the phone. After what happened during the day, Xiao Qingxue has begun to try to make changes. Well, first of all, the name has changed. In the past, Xiao Qingxue would usually call Yi Hao by his name. At most, call me dear. This is the first time I call you husband. Yi Hao himself was also stunned by Xiao Qingshue's calling him husband. Well. Xiao Xue, what are you doing? Husband, you are my fiancé. If I don't call you husband, who should I call husband? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Qingxue said in a cute tone. Ahem. All right. Yi Hao thought about it and felt that what the other party said seemed to be true. However, right now he has something more important to tell the other party. Xiao Xue, this is what I want to tell you. Chapter 89 Xiao Qingshue's attitude changes. Hubby, are you saying that Xiao Zhenhai is likely to come to me to sign a contract in the next few days? Then, this contract is actually a yin-yang contract. Once I sign, I will fall into the other party's trap. Our Xia family will lose the controlling stake in the group. Hiss. After hearing what Yi Hao said, Xia Qingxue felt a layer of cold sweat on her back. I didn't expect Xia Zhenhai to be so vicious. In the past, I treated the other party as my own. As a result, he was so vicious that he tried every possible means to steal the shares in his hands. Fortunately, Yi Hao reminded me. Otherwise, Xia Qingxue might really fall into the other party's trap. Although, after the last incident where the board of directors used the funding chain to try to remove him from his position as president, Xia Qingxue had already become wary of Xia Zhenhai. However, she never expected that Xia Zhenhai would be so vicious. He wants to use a yin-yang contract to cheat himself. You know, this kind of contract usually doesn't seem to have any problems on the surface. However, once the signature is completed, if the other party uses this to cause trouble for you, you will be really defenseless. Moreover, with it written in black and white, even the police have no way to deal with the other party. Honey, I understand. These past few days, I won't sign any documents Xia Zhenhai gets. Don't worry. Xia Qingxue said, besides, I will have someone investigate Xia Zhenhai thoroughly. Actually, I've already noticed him before. This time, I will thoroughly investigate this guy. If there is enough evidence, I will call the police and arrest him. Well, just keep it in mind. Pay more attention. Yi Hao nodded. Now, he had told Xia Qingxue everything he should say. Next, as long as Xia Qingxue pays attention, there will be no problem. By the way, husband, do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. At this time, Xia Qingxue took the initiative. Hearing this, Yi Hao was surprised. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingxue actually wanted to treat me to a meal. Logically speaking, such a mistake happened today. Shouldn't I treat the other party to a meal and apologize to Xia Qingxue? Aren't all fairies nowadays like this? After a quarrel, no matter who is right or wrong, the boy is always wrong. What could be wrong with a little fairy? It's us mortals who are wrong. Girls like Xia Qingxue are extremely rare. Since my wife has spoken, how could I not agree? Message me when you're done. I'll drive over to pick you up. Yi Hao agreed immediately. Okay, thank you, husband. Moa. Xia Qingxue gave Yi Hao a sweet kiss on the other end of the phone before hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qingxue's face turned red. Don't be fooled by how calm he seemed on the phone just now. In fact, this was the first time she spoke to a boy like this. I was still quite panicked inside. Fortunately, I managed to make it through. Come on. Xia Qingxue, you have to believe in yourself, you can do it. Besides, Yi Hao is your future husband, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Xia Qingxue constantly prepared herself mentally. Of course, Yi Hao couldn't see all this. However, he could also feel the changes in Xia Qingxue. It feels pretty good. Although Xia Qingxue was a good person in the past, her personality was a little too cold. It still looks more down to earth like this. The main thing is, who doesn't tea like a girlfriend who is cold as ice outside but sweet to you when she gets home? Anyway, Yi Hao enjoyed it very much. Next, nothing else. Yi Hao lay down on the bed and started browsing on his phone. I planned to pick up Xia Qingxue in the evening and have dinner together. However, before Yi Hao lay down on the bed and watched the video for 10 minutes, a phone call came in again. Hello, who is this? Mr. Yi, it's me, I'm Wang Chuanshan. Wang Chuanshan's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's Mr. Wang. Yi Hao nodded and said, it seems that you have recovered very well recently. The voice is strong and powerful, and I feel like I am a dozen years younger. All this is thanks to you, Mr. Toy. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I'd still be lying in bed. Ha. No. The two of them first exchanged some simple pleasantries on the phone. Then, Wang Chuanshan said, Mr. Yi, it's like this. In the next few days, we will hold an auction in Binhai City. I don't know, Mr. Yi, are you interested in joining me? Hearing this, Yi Hao was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, Wang Chuanshan called to invite me to participate in the auction? You know, Wang Chuanshan is the richest man in Binhai City, with a net worth of over 10 billion. There are not many people whom he can personally invite. Yi Hao is one of them. Moreover, the most important thing is not the auction, but it's Wang Chuanshan's attitude. Obviously, this was because Yi Hao gave Wang Chuanshan face last time and helped him cure Mr. Jin, so Wang Chuanshan wanted to thank Yi Hao. That's why I thought of taking him with me. Bring him into your circle. By then, just by doing a few projects, the money earned will be in the billions. The richest man's circle naturally associates with big shots. And Yi Hao is proficient in medicine. He can cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Apart from anything else, his medical skills alone are enough to make these big guys look at him with admiration. When the time comes, just make some investment. Yi Hao's value increased. So, thinking of this, Yi Hao agreed without any hesitation. Okay, Mr. Yi, then we'll see you in a few days. I'll contact you then. Okay, bye. Snap. Then, the two of them hung up the phone. Yi Hao began to rest in the villa again. It has to be said that in recent times, Yi Hao has begun to live a hands-off life. In the beginning, I would sometimes go to Jiren Hall. But now, there is basically nothing to do, and Yi Hao doesn't even plan to go there. It has already begun, retirement life. Days like this can't be said to be very pleasant. All I can say is, it's awesome. This is exactly the life Yi Hao had always dreamed of. Now, it has finally come true. Soon, it was around 6:30 in the evening. During this period of time, Xia Qingxue just got off work. Sent a message to Yi Hao. Soon, Yi Hao packed up and drove his Lamborghini Veneno straight to Xia Group. P.S. Brothers, today is the author's birthday. I hope you enjoy reading it. I also hope you are healthy, have good luck, and rise step by step. I was going to stop updating today, but since so many of you guys supported me and urged me to update, I tried my best to write. Chapter 92 Dog. Yi Hao is very fast. After about 10 minutes, we drove to the downstairs of Xia Group. Then, he parked the car on the side of the road. At the same time, he sent a message to Xia Qingxue. The other party said that she would come down soon after receiving it. At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly felt a little thirsty. Then, we came to the convenience store nearby. Bought 2 bottles of Qianquishan. He drank half a bottle himself and bought a bottle for Xia Qingxue. Just like that, I stood at the door of the convenience store, waiting for each other. At this time, a convenience store clerk also walked out of the store. He came over and said to Yi Hao in a very familiar manner, "Brother, are you watching here too?" Yi Hao was a little confused. "What are you looking at?" I understand. I understand everything. That's how I got here. Actually, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. There are so many beauties after get off work, it's okay to take a look at them occasionally to feast your eyes. The convenience store guy said to Yi Hao with a look that said, "I understand you." Well, Yi Hao didn't quite understand at first. However, when he took a look, he saw tall girls with cool clothes, all in black, flesh-colored stockings, high heels and long legs constantly walking out of the office building. Only then did I understand. I guess that's what the other person meant. It's rush hour now. There are quite a lot of beautiful women in the company who are leaving get off work. No wonder this convenience store guy would abandon his post at this time. Ran away and deserted. Hey, buddy. Look. Oh my god, who is my goddess? I see her all the time. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has an outstanding temperament. Moreover, he's the president of a company. I've been following her for a long time. At this moment, the convenience store guy seemed to have suddenly discovered something extraordinary. He patted Yi Hao on the shoulder and said. Following the other person's gaze, Yi Hao indeed discovered that there was a tall girl with outstanding temperament and beautiful face in the distance. Just walked out of the building. However, the expression on Yi Hao's face was somewhat strange. Said, "So, this is your goddess. How about this, I call her over. Please stop it now." The guy in the convenience store had an expression that said, "I don't trust you at all." He. Yi Hao smiled. Then, suddenly, he waved to the beautiful woman in the distance. Soon, the beautiful woman in professional attire broke into a smile and walked towards them in high heels. Fuck. My goddess is smiling. Good fellow. It's coming towards us. Don't look at it, don't look at it. Cover it up quickly. When the convenience store guy saw the goddess walking towards him, he was a little at a loss for a moment. He walked around in the same place. Yi Hao stood there, looking as steady as an old dog. Husband. The next moment, the convenience store boyish goddess came jogging over in high heels and threw herself into Yi Hao's arms. Blinking a pair of lovely big eyes. Said, "I'm off work, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you to a nice dinner tonight, okay?" "Okay. It's a deal then. You treat us tonight." Yi Hao scratched the other person's small nose. Then, he waved to the convenience store guy and said, "Let's go, brother." Convenience store guy. Wanama. This guy is such a dog. I never suffered such a serious injury when I was in Zulia. Just call your girlfriend, why are you pretending like you don't know her? I was so excited for nothing. The most important thing is that the convenience store guy was already prepared and thought that his sincerity moved God. As a result, no one expected that a big scumbag like Yi Hao would appear. At this moment, the convenience store guy felt like he had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. I feel terrible. It was him who took away his goddess. The convenience store guy was filled with envy and jealousy. Boom. However, soon, when he saw Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue get into a Lamborghini sports car, Yi Hao stepped on the accelerator and drove away with one hand. Suddenly, the convenience store guy felt relieved. He understood. Sure enough, the rich finally get married. People without money, see it with your own eyes. Forget it, I'd better work hard and think about when I can drive a Lamborghini Veneno. Inside the sports car, Xia Qingxue sat in the passenger seat, searching for restaurants on her phone. While asking, "Honey, do you know the guy from the convenience store just now?" "No," Yi Hao said frankly. "But, I saw that the other party seemed to be very happy chatting with you just now?" Xia Qingxue asked. Nothing. This guy is just a bit of a social bull. It was the kind of encounter we had by chance." Yi Hao smiled and explained casually. "All right." Next, Xia Qingxue found a good restaurant on her mobile phone. Soon, Yi Hao arrived at the restaurant in a sports car. "Park the car." The two of them walked straight in. Then, we ordered a few dishes and started preparing to eat. "Honey, the food in this restaurant is said to be very good. I watched it on my phone and the ratings were all high." Xia Qingxue puffed out her cheeks, looking adorable. Looking at the person in front of me, this is Xia Qingxue, who was still a cold goddess half a month ago. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh. Really? Love can really change a person beyond recognition. Of course, some changes are not a bad thing. For example, Xia Qingxue is the best example. She used to have a goddess vibe. But, it's too cold. Now it's much better. In particular, Qin Bingshue's face is very delicate. Coupled with her sweet smile, she is simply charming. For a moment, it attracted the attention of many people in the restaurant. Of course, when they saw Yi Hao sitting opposite Xia Qingxue and the two of them had just gotten out of the Lamborghini Veneno sports car. No one is so blind as to dare to come and cause trouble. After all, can someone who can afford a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth tens of millions, be an ordinary person? What's more, Yi Hao is so young, and at first glance he looks like the super second generation of some family. Who dares to mess with these people? Therefore, there were many people in the entire restaurant who were secretly watching Yi Hao and Xia Qingxue. However, no one dared to come up and disturb them. Ding ling ling. While the two were waiting for the food to be served, Xia Qingxue's cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 91. Another test? Hello. What? Okay, I got it. I'll be right there. After answering the call, Xia Qingxue showed a look of surprise on her face. Then, she packed up her things, stood up and said, "Husband, wait for me here for a while. Sman left something here with me. I'll deliver it to her. I'll be back soon." "Well, it's okay, you go ahead." Yi Hao nodded. "Don't agree." Soon, Xia Qingxue left the restaurant in her high heels. Yi Hao continued to sit there, drinking hot tea, looking at his phone, waiting for the waiter to serve the food. Then, not long after Xia Qingxue left, a hot woman with light makeup walked over. To be honest, this woman, on the surface, doesn't look like a fickle person. On the contrary, her hot body makes her sweet makeup look even more charming. Any man would be moved when seeing her. Moreover, at first glance, there seemed to be nothing strange about this woman. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that this is a woman who understands men very well. Some body movements, done just right. It makes your blood boil, but you won't feel any discomfort. All in all, this is a master. These were Yi Hao's first impressions of the other party. You know, Yi Hao has always been rated as the school's most handsome man. Since elementary school, countless girls have pursued him madly. Along the way, Yi Hao has seen all kinds of women and techniques. Therefore, he could see through the woman in front of him at a glance. He is definitely not a good person. He is a high-level player. However, only someone like Yi Hao, who has strong resistance, can hold on. If it were an ordinary man, he would probably drool all over the floor the first time he saw the woman opposite. "Hello, handsome guy. It's like this, my phone is out of battery, can I borrow your phone to make a call?" The beauty said very politely. "Bite. Release the mission. Operate in the opposite direction, destroy Li Simon's temptation, and establish an example of a dedicated and loyal good husband in Xia Qingshua's mind. Reward, a custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom luxury car. Selling price, 25 million. Just as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the system voice suddenly sounded. Yi Hao was stunned. Unexpectedly, the system task was triggered. However, when he saw clearly the content released by the system and the situation in front of him, I understood it all at once. Good job. This turned out to be a trap. This woman was obviously sent by Lisman to test me. As expected, the city is full of tricks, I want to go back to the countryside. However, now Yi Hao already knows that this is a trap. Next, get ready to watch his performance. At the same time, outside the restaurant, Xia Qingxue carried her handbag, got into a nearby car, and handed a bank card to the other party. Said, "Sman, you have to take it easy. Your monthly allowance of 200,000 yuan is not enough for you to spend. If you continue like this, no man will be able to support you. There's 1 million in here. I lent it to you. But you must remember to pay me back when the time comes." Need not. However, Lisman pushed the bank card away. Pulling Xia Qingxue, he said mysteriously, "Xiaoxue, actually, I didn't come to borrow money from you today. I want to invite you to watch a good show." Ah? Xia Qingxue was confused. Next, Lisman told him all his plans. "Lisman, how could you do this?" After hearing the other party's plan, Xia Qingxue was very angry. She didn't expect that Lisman would deliberately ask her out. Then, send someone to test Yi Hao. Isn't it obvious that you don't trust the other party? This made Xia Qingxue very annoyed. "Xiaoxue. Although Yi Hao explained the whole story to you last time, I still feel something is wrong. Tell me, could it be that he discovered something, or that you exposed something? That's why the other party confessed in advance and told everything. Let me tell you, this man can be very cunning sometimes. You better keep your eyes open and don't be fooled. This time, I spent a lot of money to invite an expert in this field. Don't worry, I can definitely test Yi Hao's character," Lisman said with confidence. "Sman, I don't care about testing or not anymore. I like Yi Hao, and he likes me too, it's that simple. So please don't do these things anymore. When two people are together, the most important thing is to trust each other. If we have to do these tests every time and be full of suspicion, what's the point of living together?" Xia Qingxue frowned. "Xiaoxue, okay, I promise you, this is the last time." After seeing that Xia Qingxue seemed to be really angry, Li Simon pulled her hand. She said coquettishly, "As long as Yi Hao can survive this test, I will believe that the other party is really good to you. I will never do this kind of test again. Okay? Just this once, can you cooperate?" Xia Qingxue glanced at the other person, and finally said in a serious tone, "Simon, although we are best friends, this is definitely the last time. Besides, I believe in Yi Hao." Having said that, Xia Qingxue sat in the car with the other person. Looked at the phone. The picture on the phone showed Yi Hao sitting in the restaurant. Apparently, the actress in the restaurant had a camera on her body. Let me explain this on two sides. Let us talk about the restaurant. After Yi Hao heard the actress's very polite request, he looked directly at the other person. Said, "Sorry, my wife is not here, I refuse to communicate with women." Well. The actress was also stunned at this moment. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao is not only so handsome, but also so virtuous. For a moment, I was surprised. However, when I thought about the fact that I came here with a mission, The actress continued to laugh and moved slightly closer to Yi Hao. There was a faint scent of perfume on her body. Especially because of the way she bent over. There are many mountains. The scenery is so beautiful. Who among ordinary people can withstand this? I'm afraid I'll fall on the spot. Even Yi Hao was absent-minded for a moment. Big. It's really too big. Little brother, I really just want to borrow your phone to make a call, nothing else. Just help them. The actress said in a coquettish voice. His body was so weak and boneless that it seemed as if he would stick to Yi Hao's body in the next moment. The other men in the restaurant were already extremely hungry and thirsty. At this moment, Yi Hao began to act. Chapter 92 Lisman, I feel like I am free. Seeing this beautiful woman in this pose. In the restaurant, almost all the men thought that Yi Hao would agree to the other party's request. After all, who could resist such a beauty? Moreover, the other party's request was not excessive. Just want a way to get in touch. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid the actress wouldn't have to go through such a strenuous test. They will take the initiative to post it as soon as possible. At this moment, not only the people in the restaurant were thinking this way. Even outside the restaurant, Xia Qingxue, who was looking at her phone in the car, had a hint of worry on her face. After all, this woman seemed to be really good at it. Green tea indeed. But sometimes, green tea is the most popular among boys. Although Xia Qingxue was very confident in Yi Hao, she also believed in him. However, I couldn't help but show a trace of worry in my heart. Sometimes, a man's love for you cannot stop him from liking other women at the same time. But, I don't know if Yi Hao. Excuse me. I'm a germaphobe. I don't like to lend my own things to others. However, the next moment, Yi Hao sat on the chair with a calm face and said these words. Even took the initiative to step back a little. He distanced himself from the actress and said righteously, besides, I already have a girlfriend. Please don't come so close to me. I'm worried that my girlfriend might misunderstand me if she sees me. Yi Hao finished speaking. The entire restaurant was silent for a few seconds. No one expected that Yi Hao could actually reject such a beautiful woman who took the initiative to throw herself at him. Some women in particular were completely conquered by Yi Hao's actions. So young, handsome, and rich. Moreover, he is a man who upholds male ethics. It's really rare in the world. The dream lover in every woman's mind. For a moment, all the women in the restaurant looked at Yi Hao with stars in their eyes. Many women, looking at their boyfriends or husbands beside them and seeing the LSP look on their faces, immediately get angry. Some simply turned around and left the restaurant. I'm so full of energy. Some even went so far as to give him a slap in the face. Then, he left angrily. For a while, many such dramatic scenes were played out in the restaurant. At the same time, including the actress invited by Lisman, was also shocked when she saw Yi Hao's attitude. You know, this is not the first day she has done this. In the past, basically whenever she took action, no matter what her target was, it would be a career elite or a successful master who looked glamorous in front of others. As long as she uses a little trick, he will immediately put on an ugly face. They licked her in various ways, and some even took the initiative to tease her. So, this makes her full of confidence. Some even think that all men in the world are the same. Until today, when she met Yi Hao, she was really taught a hard lesson. It even directly refreshed her 3 views. It turns out that there really are such good men in the world. For a moment, the actress even became a little emotional. Why don't I have such good luck? If she had met Yi Hao earlier, maybe she would have believed in love. Not to the point of committing myself to a few old men now. Every month, she puts on a lot of pretentious acts just for a mere few 100,000 yuan in pocket money. No human rights. Why? Why can't she have a good man like Yi Hao? The actress roared inwardly. There were even tear marks on his face. Well. At this moment, it was Yi Hao's turn to be confused. What is going on? Wasn't it fine just now? How did it suddenly become like this? Could it be some new trick? Yi Hao suddenly became alert. After all, this is related to the system task, and the reward is just an ordinary customized version of Rolls-Royce Phantom worth only 25 million. The worst thing was that Xia Qingxue and Li Simon were watching outside. Do you think Yi Hao dares to move? However, to Yi Hao's surprise, the actress cried for a while, then covered her face and left. Yi Hao was speechless for a long time. It seems that the actress invited by Lisman is not that good? Is that not enough? Yi Hao still has a lot of dirty talk that he hasn't said yet. Professionalism is just so-so. At the same time, outside the restaurant, Xia Qingxue and Li Simon, who were sitting in the car and watching the scene through the camera of their mobile phones, also had quite interesting expressions on their faces. Especially Li Simon, she didn't expect that Yi Hao was such a man of integrity. It made her feel a little moved. Such a handsome, wealthy, and loyal man. I'm afraid you can't find it even with a lantern. At this moment, Lisman felt a little sour. Call. In comparison, Xia Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief and a little sweetness rose in her heart. Sure enough, I have a very accurate eye for people. My husband loves me very much. Especially the sentence, "Don't get so close to me, I'm worried my girlfriend will misunderstand." These words made Xia Qingxue feel safe. Very happy. Ahem. Qingxue, I was wrong this time. Yi Hao is indeed a good man. I will never do such a test again. Li Simon was a little embarrassed. The reason why she arranged such a test today was because she was sure that Yi Hao was the same as those scumbags. This trick of hers always works. As a result, I never expected that Yi Hao was really a gentleman. At this moment, the one who was embarrassed was Lisman. She even felt that she had gone too far. Qingxue, please don't tell Yi Hao about what happened today, okay? Then Lisman said another sentence. She was afraid that Yi Hao would settle accounts with her after he knew about this. Well, sure. I promise. Xia Qingxue nodded, but you have to promise me that you won't do these tests again in the future. If Yi Hao gets angry, it will be troublesome. Lisman. She felt like she had suffered another 10,000 critical hits. Just now, Yi Hao said something in the restaurant, asking my girlfriend not to misunderstand. Now, Xia Qingxue said that she didn't want to make her boyfriend angry. At this moment, Lisman really wanted to slap himself twice. Are you really free? It's okay, just find some dog food for yourself? Next, Xia Qingxue chatted with Li Simon for a few more sentences. Then, he got out of the car again and headed back to the restaurant. At the same time, when the actress left, a system prompt sound also popped up in Yi Hao's mind. Byte. Congratulations host, you have completed the system task. The Rolls-Royce Welcome Custom Edition has been distributed to the underground garage of Yunding Tiangong Villa. The host can pick it up at any time. Chapter 93 Xia Zhenhai's Death. Inside the restaurant, Yi Hao listened to the system prompt sound in his mind. There was also a look of satisfaction on his face. Finally, I have a good means of transportation. From now on, I will no longer be afraid of crowds when going out. Otherwise, Yi Hao's current Lamborghini Veneno would not be able to carry a large number of people. This made Yi Hao very distressed. In fact, he has had this idea recently and plans to buy an ordinary car in a few days. Whether it is a Rolls-Royce, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, or something else, it's all fine. But I didn't expect the system to be so considerate. I have already made the choice for myself. Honey, I'm back. At this time, Xia Qingxue came over again in her high heels. Sat opposite Yi Hao. Is Simon okay looking for you? If you need my help, please speak up as soon as possible. Yi Hao asked with a smile. However, when Xia Qingxue heard this, she felt a sense of emptiness for no reason. Some dared not look Yi Hao in the eye, and said evasively, nothing, just a small matter. That's good. Then, the two continued to eat dinner. Soon after dinner, Xia Qingxue sat in the passenger seat of Yi Hao's Lamborghini Veneno. Hesitated for a long time. Finally, she said slowly, husband, actually, just now, Simon came to me to test you. Next, Xia Qingxue explained Li Simon's plan to Yi Hao in detail. After saying that, with big eyes, he glanced at Yi Hao secretly a few times. Hubby, aren't you angry? Yi Hao looked calm and spread his hands. What's there to be angry about? It's just a test. With the relationship between us, we can pass it easily. Besides, Li Simon did this because he was afraid that you would meet the wrong person. I can understand that. Wow, husband, you are so nice. Xia Qingxue was directly moved by Yi Hao. She threw herself into Yi Hao's arms. Originally, Xia Qingxue was a little worried that if she told Yi Hao about this, it would make Yi Hao angry. However, if she didn't say it, Xia Qingxue would feel bad in her heart. After all, what is the most important thing for a couple to be together? That means being honest with each other. If Xia Qingxue is hiding something from the other person today, will Yihao also be hiding something from her in the future? Therefore, Xia Qingxue felt that it was better to speak out about such things. Avoid affecting their relationship in the future. As for the request she just promised Li Simon to keep the secret? Did she really agree? Why is Xia Qingxue unable to remember clearly? Yihao was in a very good mood at this moment. Although, he already knew about this matter in advance. However, he knew that saying it in person and Xia Qingxue saying it in person would have two completely different effects. Therefore, Yihao was still very satisfied with Xia Qingxue's performance. That's right, husband. Promise me that you won't be angry with Simon because of this. You're my husband, but she is also my best friend. I don't want any conflicts between you. Xia Qingxue seemed to have remembered something. He suddenly raised his head and said, "Don't worry. I won't be angry." Yihao smiled. Of course I won't be angry. If Lisman hadn't done this test today, the system task would not have been triggered. Not to mention, he would never get himself a customized version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury car worth 25 million. Speaking of which, Yihao couldn't blame the other party. In fact, we should thank the other party. That's good. After getting Yihao's assurance, Xia Qingxue smiled with satisfaction. Then, she continued to rub against Yihao's arms. After a while, Yihao started the car. The two left the restaurant. First, send Xia Qingxue home. Then, Yihao drove his sports car directly to the Hentang Palace, planning to take a break. As for the Rolls-Royce rewarded by the system? To be honest, for Yihao now, it is just an ordinary vehicle for transportation. He wasn't interested at all. At night, Yihao thought about Xia Zhenhai. I specifically reminded Xia Qingxue about this. Let her pay more attention to the other person in the near future. Then, I went to bed. The next day. As usual, Xia Qingxue came to the company early and prepared to go to work. As a result, I just came to the office. Not yet in working order. At this time, Xia Zhenhai suddenly came over with a contract. Said, Xiaoxue, this is an order contract that my second uncle asked someone to get for our group. It's worth tens of millions. Hurry up and sign it, and go through the process. We can cooperate with each other right away. If it were under normal circumstances, when Xia Qingxue heard Xia Zhenhai say this, she would probably not have too many doubts and would have actually agreed to it. After all, the scale of their Xia group is quite large. The market value is more than 10 billion. A contract worth tens of millions is not particularly important to them. All Xia Qingxue needs to do is nod her approval. However, after Yihao's reminder yesterday, Xia Qingxue had long been extremely wary of Xia Zhenhai. Therefore, I did not agree to it directly. Instead, he said, put the contract here first. Let's take a look first. If there are no problems, we can go through the process and get the board of directors to sign. Well. Hearing this, Xia Zhenhai was slightly stunned. Xia Qingxue's actions were completely beyond his understanding. You know, under normal circumstances, Xia Qingxue usually signs and decides on such small contracts worth tens of millions of yuan alone. Last time, the group's capital chain was broken. It was because Xia Qingxue took the lead and signed a contract worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Ultimately, their group suffered heavy losses. Could it be that Xia Qingxue is afraid of being cheated? Thinking of this, Xia Zhenhai's face showed enlightenment. He said, Xiaoxue, if that's the case, then uncle will take this contract back and study it. Let's see if their company has the strength to cooperate with us. After saying that, Xia Zhenhai took the contract and left. That's right, his contract is indeed a yin-yang contract. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of Xia Qingxue's unpreparedness and trick her into signing. As a result, I didn't expect the other party to not fall into the trap at all. Even more, the contract needs to be studied and put to a vote by the entire board of directors. In this way, if someone is a little more careful, his secret contract will be exposed. Therefore, Xia Zhenhai immediately took back the contract. Then, he hurriedly left Xia Qingxue's office. In this case, we can only think of another way. Xia Qingxue, at this moment, frowned as she watched Xia Zhenhai leaving, and the next moment, she dialed the phone. I plan to find someone to investigate Xia Zhenhai thoroughly. Chapter 94, Calling the Police. After Xia Zhenhai left Xia Qingshue's office. Although the first plan failed. However, he did not give up. I'm still thinking about what method I can use to make Xia Qingxue sign without anyone noticing. Then, he transferred all of Xia Dahai's family's shares to his own name. Let him officially become the controller of the Xia family group. Speaking of which, Xia Zhenhai used to be a complete street urchin. All day long, I just eat and wait to die. Originally, a lifetime passed like this. However, he never expected that his elder brother, Xia Dahai, would become rich. After seeing his elder brother becoming rich, Xia Zhenhai could no longer sit still and immediately came to join him. Xia Dahai did not treat the other party unfairly. As soon as he arrived, Xia Zhenhai was given a manager position. Although he holds the position of manager, Xia Zhenhai actually has nothing to do all day. Just wandering around in the company. At the beginning, Xia Zhenhai was quite satisfied. Later, I gradually became dissatisfied with just receiving a fixed salary in the company. He tried every possible means to take away some shares from Xia Dahai. Logically speaking, as a big brother, Xia Dahai has done his best for him. However, Xia Zhenhai was still not satisfied. Later, he tried again and again to ask for shares from Xia Dahai. The last time, Xia Dahai rejected him. Xia Zhenhai was holding a grudge. Although on the surface it seemed that nothing had changed, in fact, after Xia Dahai's rejection, Xia Zhenhai seemed to realize his mistake. He was especially attentive to Xia Dahai's family. In fact, Xia Zhenhai has always harbored evil intentions. It's just hidden deeper. Xia Dahai and his family didn't notice it. This time, after meeting Mr. Li, Xia Zhenhai's mind became active again. He planned to take the opportunity to kick Xia Dahai and his family out of the group. So, after the first plan failed, Xia Zhenhai returned to his office. Continue to think about it. Go and call manager Huang over to me. Xia Zhenhai sat in the office and said something to his secretary. This manager Huang is a lackey that he has supported in recent times. One of the few people who knew his plan. Soon, the secretary heard what Xia Zhenhai said, and immediately went out and called manager Huang over. The two sat in the office and plotted. The other side. Xia Qingxue was still dealing with company matters at this moment. However, she had just asked her subordinates to check various information about Xia Zhenhai, including information on real estate, banks, and living habits. You know, Xia Qingxue can firmly sit on the position of president of Xia Group, in addition to inheriting his father's position. More importantly, it is because of her outstanding work ability and control over the group. In the past, the reason why Xia Qingxue didn't want to deal with Xia Zhenhai was mainly because of her parents' face and because she respected the other party as her second uncle. However, she never expected that her second uncle would be so cruel and vicious. He wanted to take advantage of my family's trust and use a yin-yang contract to seize their family's shares. Xia Qingxue has a kind heart. But that doesn't mean she is a fool. Xia Zhenhai has already done things to this extent. Naturally, she would not hold back. Therefore, he immediately asked his employees to conduct a comprehensive investigation of Xia Zhenhai. Soon, about an hour later, a vice president of the group walked in. Holding a thick document, he came to Xia Qingxue. Said, "President, these are the data we have investigated so far." Having said that, he handed the information to Xia Qingxue. After taking the information, Xia Qingxue read it carefully. But, as time goes by, Xia Qingxue's expression became increasingly solemn. By the end, everything was already ashen. The information shows that during his tenure, Xia Zhenhai not only embezzled and withheld funds from the company many times, but also used his position and influence to exclude a large number of outstanding talents. Nepotism. He placed a lot of his own loyal lackeys in the fold. And, the most important point is that Xia Zhenhai's personal account has recently received a large amount of funds flowing into it. Also, the source is unknown. This made Xia Qingxue feel a little alert. Could it be that there are other people supporting Xia Zhenhai? Boss, should we call the police? According to the information we have so far, Xia Zhenhai has embezzled more than 80 million yuan within our group alone. This alone is enough to send him to prison for life. You see? The group's vice president looked at Xia Qingxue and asked in a requesting tone. No hurry. Let me make a phone call. Xia Qingxue did not agree directly. Instead, he made a direct call. Called my father. In this kind of situation, even if Xia Qingxue wanted to take action, she should at least inform her father. Otherwise, without saying a word, Xia Zhenhai would be sent to prison. It's somewhat inappropriate. Soon, the phone was connected. Xia Qingxue told Xia Dahai all the information she had investigated so far. At the beginning, Xia Dahai was actually a little hesitant. After all, he has been managing the Xia group for so many years, and he knows a lot about many things. Know what kind of person Xia Zhenhai is. What little tricks are going on behind the scenes? But, after all, he is still my brother. For a moment, Xia Dahai was a little hesitant to do it. However, after Xia Qingxue told everyone that Xia Zhenhai had made a yin-yang contract with the intention of seizing the controlling stake in their family and taking complete control of the Xia group, Xia Dahai finally made a decision. Call the police. It's all my fault. Maybe, Dad, I shouldn't have let him come to our company in the first place. Well. Xia Dahai sighed. He knew very well that Xia Zhenhai was finished. If it was just a minor fight, Xia Dahai would have tolerated it. However, now the other party has stretched his hand to such an extent. We must kick out this eldest brother and his entire family. Seize his property. Even Xia Dahai couldn't bear it. He treated the other person as his own brother. But Xia Zhenhai didn't treat him as his elder brother at all. Even so, Xia Dahai was not going to be lenient. Got it, Dad. Next, Xia Qingxue hung up the phone. Ask the vice president to call the police directly. The other side. Xia Zhenhai was in the office, discussing with his best friend, manager Huang, how to trick Xia Qingxue into signing. He had no idea that his plan had been exposed. Still dreaming a pipe dream. Bump. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterwards, the group's vice president walked in with several policemen. Chapter 95 Young Talent, Zhang Wei. Well. Looking at the several policemen who suddenly appeared in his office, Xia Zhenhai felt a sudden sense of emptiness in his heart. I have a bad feeling. But he still managed to stand up and asked, Vice President Li, what's going on? It's within our group. Did something happen? How come even the police were alarmed? At this moment, Vice President Li had no intention of paying any attention to the other party. His face was cold and he said, Xia Zhenhai, what did you do? Don't you have any idea at all? How much have you embezzled in the group over the past few years? Do you really think President Xia doesn't know? This time, you went too far. Just wait until the rest of your life to be spent in prison. Having said that, Vice President Li stood aside. Immediately afterwards, several policemen stepped forward and showed Xia Zhenhai their credentials. Then, Xia Zhenhai was handcuffed. Xia Zhenhai was confused at this moment. I never expected that my boat would capsize so quickly. No. Wait, Vice President Li. There must be a misunderstanding. Well, ask President Xia to come out and I'll explain it to him. Let me go first. I'm her second uncle. You can't do this to me. Feeling the cold touch of the handcuffs on his wrist, Xia Zhenhai was completely scared at this moment. Keep shouting. Want to struggle free. President Xia said she doesn't want to see you. Including her father, he is also disappointed in you. After you go in, you should reflect on yourself. Vice President Li said with a cold expression. No. They can't do this to me. I am his biological brother. Let me go, let me go. Xia Zhenhai struggled hard. Unfortunately, under the iron fist of several policemen, they had no power to resist at all. Directly copied. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many employees within the group. Especially manager Huang. As Xia Zhenhai's die-hard lackey, he watched as his biggest supporter was taken away by the police. At this moment, I felt hopeless. The next day, I submitted my resignation report directly to the company. People like him who only relied on flattery to get to the top would not be able to continue without Xia Zhenhai's support. I chose to resign directly. At the same time, when Xia Zhenhai was taken away by the police, at this moment, Yi Hao was lying on the big bed in the villa. As a result, at this moment, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my head. Byte. Congratulations to the host for successfully stopping Xia Zhenhai from harming Xia Qingxue's family. Xia Zhenhai was successfully sent to prison. Reward, Wansi Group, 1% of the shares. The share certificates have been distributed to the study. Host, please check it carefully. Yi Hao opened his eyes dazedly. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise so early in the morning. What surprised Yi Hao the most was that Xia Zhenhai was actually sent to prison. But, think about it. This guy actually thought of using a yin-yang contract to cheat Xia Qingshue's family. Come to think of it, he must have done a lot of bad things in the past. Being arrested is such a relief. Moreover, the most important thing for Yi Hao now is that he actually owns shares in Wansi Group. You know, this is $1 trillion group. Even if it's only 1%. However, it must be worth at least tens of billions. In this way, Yi Hao's worth once again saw a small increase. His net worth directly reached more than 5 billion. In the entire Binhai, it is definitely one of the top ones. Moreover, it only took half a month. Yi Hao felt that if he continued at this pace, he would become the richest man in Binhai City by the end of this month at the latest. Thinking of this, Yi Hao's mood finally became good. Unexpectedly, one day in the future, he would be able to experience what it feels like to be the richest man in Binhai. Really? Since he was little, Yi Hao felt that he could do great things. Now take a look. As expected. Next, Yi Hao got up directly and washed up simply. Then, I made myself a hearty breakfast. Finally, I came to the study and took a quick look at the equity certification certificate. Ding dong. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on Yi Hao's mobile phone. Yi Hao opened it and found that it was a message from Wang Xiaoxiao. The other party told him that there would be an auction tomorrow at noon. At the same time, the address of the auction was sent to me. Yi Hao took a quick look. Come to think of it, this should be the auction that Wang Chuanshan told me about yesterday. This is because I am afraid that I will forget. I specifically asked Wang Xiaoxiao to notify me again. In response, Yi Hao directly replied, received. After breakfast, it was almost noon. At this time, Yi Hao had nothing to do. I planned to visit Xia Qingshue's company. Although Xia Zhenhai was arrested. However, Yi Hao also didn't know whether this old guy had left any mess in the Xia group. If his help is needed, he can also help Xia Qingxue and deal with it. Xia Group. In the morning, Xia Qingxue called the police and had Xia Zhenhai arrested. But she still has to clean up the mess left by the other party. After all, Xia Zhenhai had made a lot of messes during his tenure. All of these need to be summarized and sorted out by Xia Qingxue again. I was busy and worked until noon. Just as Xia Qingxue was sitting in the office, busy with her work. Suddenly, the secretary came over. Said, Boss Xia, the front desk called and said that there is a lady named Zhang Milan downstairs who wants to see you. Aunt Chang? Xia Qingxue was quite surprised. This Zhang Milan is her mother's best friend. The relationship between the two has always been good. I just didn't expect that the other party would come to find me. Let her in. Xia Qingxue thought about it and decided to meet the other party. No matter what, the other party is still my mother's best friend. This face still needs to be given. Soon, Zhang Milan came to the office under the guidance of her secretary. However, what surprised Xia Qingxue was that in addition to Zhang Milan, there was also a young man in his early 20s following behind the other party. In a suit and tie. Wearing glasses, he looks very gentle. Xiaoxue, Aunt Zhang coming here at this time, I hope I don't disturb you. Come, let me introduce you. This is my cousin's son, Zhang Wei. Let me introduce you to him. After Zhang Milan came in, she took Xia Qingshue's hand and introduced him enthusiastically. Xiaoxue, don't underestimate Zhang Wei because he is so young. But he is truly a young and promising man. Now, I have become a senior executive of the group. Annual salary is tens of millions. He is a real young talent. It just so happens that you two are both young people, so you should have common topics. So, let me introduce you to him. Chapter 96 Husband, why are you here? Well. After hearing Zhang Milan's words and seeing the young man, Zhang Wei, standing behind her, Xia Qingshue's face was slightly embarrassed. Because she never expected that Zhang Milan came here today to introduce her to someone. The problem is, she already has a boyfriend. No, you could even say he was a fiancé. In a while, she will marry Yi Hao. So, thinking of this, Xia Qingxue just opened her mouth, intending to reject the other party. As a result, the young man named Zhang Wei came over with a very enthusiastic look. said, "Hello, Miss Xia. My name is Zhang Wei, and I currently work for Wanxi Group. Our group has a wide range of business. Perhaps we can get to know each other better. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future." In fact, at the beginning, Zhang Wei was very resistant to coming. Despite the fantastic things Zhang Milan described to him, they said that the person being introduced this time was not only very beautiful, but also the president of a company. Zhang Wei didn't believe it at all. "I thought that the other party was just the boss of a small company. As a result, I never expected that it would be Xia Group, a company worth more than 10 billion. So, he was immediately attracted. As for Zhang Wei, he does work for Wanxi Group. However, at present he is just in ordinary management. The annual salary is only a few million." The tens of millions of annual salary mentioned by Zhang Mei is mostly exaggeration. Perhaps compared to other ordinary people, it is already very good. However, compared with Xia Qingxue, there is still a big gap. And, most importantly, Xia Qingxue is very beautiful. At this moment, Zhang Wei suddenly had some thoughts. Moreover, he is a bit clever. At the beginning, he did not behave like a dog and did not ask for Xia Qingxue's prestige. Instead, put yourself directly on the same level as the other person, under the guise of cooperation. It's a pity that Xia Qingxue couldn't see through her little trick. Not to mention for now, Xia Qingxue already has someone in her heart. Even if Yi Hao wasn't there, she wouldn't have fallen for Zhang Wei. Because the other party is not worthy of her at all. Zhang Wei's actions are somewhat like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. But at least Zhang Milan was there. Xia Qingxue still needs to consider the other party's face. After all, she is her mother's best friend. Even if you refuse, you have to be tactful. Crack. At this moment, the office door was pushed open again. The secretary walked in with a handsome young man. "Hey, husband, why are you here?" When Xia Qingxue looked up, she saw Yi Hao. Suddenly, he stood up with excitement. Then, he walked over and took Yi Hao's arm. "She looks like a little bird, dependent on its mother." "Nothing, I just happened to be free, so I came to see you. I was thinking of asking you out for lunch. By the way, thanks to your secretary, I just ran into her downstairs and she led me upstairs directly. Otherwise, I'll have to call you." Yi Hao said this and pinched Xia Qingxue's nose. After hearing Yi Hao's words, Xia Qingxue turned around and looked at the secretary, giving him an approving look. The latter smiled, closed the door and walked out again. Speaking of which, this secretary is also a very perceptive person. I've met Yi Hao several times before. I also know the relationship between the other party and Xia Qingxue. So, this time when I met Yi Hao downstairs, I brought him up directly. This saved Yi Hao a lot of effort. "Well, Xiao Xue, what's wrong with you? Are you married to him?" On the side, Zhang Milan and Zhang Wei were both stunned when they saw this scene. Especially Zhang Milan, she came here today, originally wanting to match her relative's child with Xia Qingxue. The result was totally unexpected. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, a Yi Hao. Moreover, the two of them acted so intimately. Xia Qingxue called him husband over and over again. Zhang Milan was very shocked. "Ha, Aunt Zhang, I forgot to tell you. I already have a boyfriend now. His name is Yi Hao." Xia Qingxue introduced Yi Hao to the two of them. "Oh, that means you are not married yet." Zhang Milan felt slightly relieved when she heard this. At first, when she heard Xia Qingxue calling the other party husband, she was really shocked. "I really thought that Xia Qingxue was already married. However, if they are just boyfriend and girlfriend now, then Zhang Wei has no chance at all." At this moment, Zhang Wei saw the goddess of his dreams suddenly holding Yi Hao's arm, and he was so angry that his eyes almost burst into fire. However, I still managed to control myself well. He walked up to her and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Yi, you look very young too. It should be, not long after graduation." Yi Hao glanced at the other person and said calmly, "Fortunately, I just graduated this year." Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt relieved instantly. It turns out he is just a young man who just graduated. Especially, the other person's clothes seemed ordinary. There are no big names at all. He's just a little more handsome. A total gigolo. Zhang Wei straightened his suit and said, "The current domestic economic situation is indeed not very good. I guess it's hard for you freshly graduated college students to find jobs, right? Most of the people who came to interview at our Wansi group last time were returned overseas students. It is still difficult for graduates from domestic schools, unless they are from Peking University or Tsinghua University, to enter our group. Of course, if you are willing to come to work at our Wansi group, I can give you an interview opportunity. After all, I am now more or less a mid-level leader, and I still have some power. Zhang Wei's words were a subtle mockery of Yi Hao. Pretend to be a successful person. In front of Yi Hao, he gave orders. Zhang Milan, who was standing by, also chimed in, Xiaoxue, it's not Aunt Zhang who's talking about you. You are still young. When looking for a boyfriend, make sure you find someone who is mature and steady. It must be reliable. You need to have a formal job. Many young people today, although they are handsome, have no job and no education. You should be more careful with this kind of people. After all, there are still many scammers in society. As she spoke, Zhang Milan glanced at Yi Hao a few times. The metaphorical meaning is self-evident. Xia Qingshue's face instantly turned grim when she heard that. Said, Aunt Zhang, I respect you as my mother's best friend, so I am so polite to you. Please don't talk about my boyfriend like that. If you continue like this, please leave my office now. I still have things to deal with next. Chapter 97. I just bought a little bit of shares. Seeing Xia Qingshue's serious expression. At this moment, Zhang Milan quickly used a smile to hide her embarrassment. Said, Xiaoxue, Auntie is just joking with you. Why do you take it seriously? Besides, Auntie, this is for your own good. Zhang Wei, who was standing by, was even more furious. Obviously, he didn't expect that Xia Qingxue would defend Yi Hao so much. Of course, even though he was angry, he had no other options now. After all, this is Xia Qingshue's company. How dare he mess around here? You never know, the security guard might throw him out the next moment. So, Zhang Wei changed his strategy. I plan to add Xia Qingshue's contact information first. Then, dig out the wall little by little. In his opinion, a young talent like himself with an annual salary of several million would definitely be attractive to Xia Qingshuo. At that time, you just need to show your best side. Of course you can firmly grasp the opponent. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei did not hesitate to take out his mobile phone and add Xia Qingshue's contact information first. You just said that you work for Wansi Group? At this time, Yi Hao, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Yes, it is Wansi Group. Zhang Wei said with a hint of pride, Wansi Group is a large enterprise with a market value of hundreds of billions. I'm over there, in charge of a department. I have hundreds of employees under me. Of course, just listen to what Zhang Wei said. He is a man who does have some talent. He is also highly valued in the company. However, he can barely be considered a middle-level manager. I only have 7 or 8 employees under me. The reason for saying this was to show my best side in front of Xia Qingshuo. Besides, bragging is not against the law. What's the harm in just blowing it yourself? Oh, it just so happens that I bought some shares in Wansi Group today. Next, Yi Hao said calmly. Well. Hearing this, Zhang Wei was stunned at first. Then, he immediately burst into laughter. Huh, kid, you should also draft before you brag. Are you still acquiring shares of Wansi Group? Do you know the market value of Wansi Group? Qiani Group. What can you use to acquire it? Even if it's just 1,000th of the shares, it would cost more than 100 million. You kid, I'm afraid you drank some fake wine when you came here. Zhang Wei looked disdainful. As an employee working at Wansi Group, he knew very well how terrifying the market value of Wansi Group was. Anyone who can acquire shares of Wansi Group is a large and powerful enterprise. Yi Hao? Just a young man. Does he have this ability? Anyway, Zhang Wei would never believe it even if you kill him. Only Xia Qingshuo, who was standing by, raised her head when she heard this and asked seriously, Husband, did you really acquire the shares of Wansi Group? How much did you acquire? Not much, only 1%. Yi Hao said truthfully. Puff. On the side, Zhang Wei covered his mouth and laughed. Please stop talking. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? 1%, that would be at least tens of billions. Just you? A freshly graduated college student? Ha ha. Zhang Milan also shook her head and said, Xiaoxue, look at your boyfriend. He's always talking nonsense. It doesn't look solid at first glance. How can you compare to our Zhang Wei? You should think about it carefully. Xia Qingxue ignored them. Instead, she looked at Yi Hao and said, Husband, since they don't believe it, why don't you call the shareholders' meeting? Although Zhang Milan and Zhang Wen did not believe Yi Hao, Xia Qingxue knew very well that Yi Hao was not a person who liked to brag. What the other party said must be true. So, this is the suggestion. Well, okay, I'll listen to my wife. Yi Hao smiled indifferently. He didn't take what Zhang Milan and Zhang Wei said just now to heart at all. People like them are not worth getting angry at all. After saying that, he took out his phone. Then, he dialed a number. Hit it out. Zhang Wei, who was standing by, saw this and snorted coldly, Let you pretend, kid. And call the shareholders' meeting. Why don't you say you are the chairman of the group? Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Zhang Wei didn't believe that Yi Hao had this ability. Soon, the call was connected. Yi Haoren said a few simple words to the person on the other end of the phone. Then, he hung up the phone. Boy, you're pretending pretty well? You asked me for my name and work number? Even if you knew, what would happen? Do you really think? Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the phone rang. Zhang Wei touched it and found it was his own phone. Especially, when he saw the contacts displayed on his phone. His expression changed slightly. At the same time, I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. Hello, Mr. Huang, I'm Xiao Zhang, you? The next moment, Zhang Wei answered the phone. However, before he could finish a few words, he was interrupted by the other party, who said, Zhang Wei, I am seriously warning you. Did you offend the company's shareholders' meeting? Now, the other party is demanding that you be fired. I'll give you an hour to figure this out. Otherwise, I'll just have to handle this as business as usual. Snap. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Zhang was confused at this moment. What's going on? Mr. Huang, who has always thought highly of me, spoke to me in this tone for the first time. Moreover, I want to fire myself. Offending the shareholders' meeting. When will I? Hiss. No way. The next moment, Zhang Wei looked at Yi Hao in disbelief. Could it be that the other party is really a shareholder of Wanxi Group? Otherwise, there is no reasonable explanation for what just happened. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei walked over without hesitation. He bent down 90 degrees and said, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I'm blind. Please forgive me. Bang. After saying that, Zhang Wei reached out and slapped himself twice. There was no way the position in Wanxi Group was too important for him. Before changing jobs, his annual salary was only a few $100,000. If he leaves Wanxi Group, he will return to his old ways. What makes him successful now is not because of his personal abilities, but because he chose the right platform and happened to be in charge of a bonus project. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to get an annual salary of millions? As for Zhang Milan, she also looked shocked at this moment. I never expected that something like this would happen. Especially, seeing Zhang Wei so humble. She immediately realized that things were getting troublesome. He quickly said, Xiaoxue, Zhang Wei didn't mean it. He and I apologize to you together. Please, for the sake of me and your mother, spare Xiaowei this time. Chapter 98. Park the car for me. To be honest, if it was just Zhang Wei alone, Xia Qingxue would have wanted to see him make a fool of himself. After all, who made the other party so arrogant just now? But now Zhang Milan has also apologized. And her mother's name was brought into the picture. This made Xia Qingxue a little hesitant. After all, the other person is my mother's best friend. It would be really too ugly. Will it affect the relationship between the other person and my mother? But then again, when the other party mocked Yi Hao just now, he showed no mercy at all. It's purely his own fault that he has ended up like this. For a moment, Xia Qingxue was a little hesitant. I don't know whether I should help the other person. Okay. Don't be so arrogant again. This time, let this be a lesson for you. Go away. Yi Hao spoke at this time. In fact, he also saw Xia Qingxue's entanglement and hesitation. So, that is what I said. Otherwise, Zhang Wei would have to lose his job today. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you. Could you please call the shareholders' meeting again? Zhang Wei behaved very humbly at this moment. Completely different from the pride just now. Seeing this scene, Yi Hao suddenly remembered a classic line. I still like the rebellious look you had just now. The feeling of getting slapped in the face is so refreshing. Xiao Wei, what is Mr. Yi's identity? I will definitely do what I promised you. What are you still hesitating about here? Let's go quickly and stop disturbing Xiaoxue's date with Mr. Yi. At this moment, Zhang Milan felt as if someone had opened up her run-and-do meridians. Suddenly became smart. He pulled the other person and quickly left Xia Qingxue's office. Zhang Milan also knew in her heart that the reason Yi had let Zhang Wei go today was entirely because of the relationship between her and Xia Qingxue's mother. Therefore, at this time, it is better for Zhang Wei to shut up. Don't stay here, it's disgusting. The two of them left the office quickly. He. Seeing this scene, Yi Hao also shook his head and laughed. He didn't expect that something like this would happen just because he came to have a meal with Xia Qingxue. I am absolutely speechless. However, Yi Hao fulfilled his promise afterwards. No one was held too accountable for Zhang Wei. However, if the other party wants to continue to rise in Wanxi Group in the future, there is no hope. Being able to keep his current job is already the best outcome. If it wasn't for Xia Qingxue's sake, Zhang Wei would have definitely left the office crying today. Let's go, President Xia. Would you be so kind as to go have lunch with me today? The next moment, after hanging up the phone, Yi Hao looked at Xia Qingxue and extended an invitation. Of course you can. Husband. Moo. Xia Qingxue walked over and put her arm around Yi Hao. At the same time, he kissed Yi Hao on the face. Next, the two left the office together. I found a restaurant near the company and had lunch. After lunch, Yi Hao left directly. No longer disturbed Xia Qingxue from working. As for the mess left behind by Xia Zhenhai, Yi Hao also asked briefly about it. Overall, it's not a big problem. Xia Qingxue is fully capable of dealing with it. Yi Hao didn't ask too many questions about this, because he believed in Xia Qingxue's ability. After lunch, Yi Hao went to Jirantang Hospital again. Speaking of which, Yi Hao hasn't been to the hospital for several days. Came here for a quick stroll today. Spent the whole afternoon in the hospital. In the evening, he returned to his Hentaying Palace villa to rest. As for the parents, Yi Hao was also thinking about whether he should find a suitable opportunity to tell them about his purchase of a villa these days. Shocked, for sure. However, if we continue to keep it a secret, it will only be a problem. In the evening, Yi Hao chatted with Xia Qingxue on the phone for a while. After 10 o'clock in the evening, when Yi Hao was just about to rest, Wang Xiaoxiao sent him another message. Just took a quick look. The other party reminded me about tomorrow's auction. After taking a look, Yi Hao gave the other party an okay expression. To be honest, if Wang Xiaoxiao hadn't reminded me, Yi Hao almost forgot about this matter. There is no way, every day Yi Hao has too many things to do. It's normal not to remember. Soon, after Yi Hao got up the next day, he simply washed up. Then, wait until the time is almost up. I simply tidied myself up. Arriving at the underground garage, Yi Hao saw the custom version of Rolls-Royce Phantom that the system had just rewarded him yesterday. He made his decision. Drive this Rolls-Royce today. By the way, this was his first time driving a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce. In the past, he would just sit there for a while. Now, he wanted to experience what it felt like to drive a Rolls-Royce himself. Soon, after Yi Hao got into the car, he started the car and drove out of the underground garage. Leaving Hentaying Palace. Go to the address that Wang Xiaoxiao sent to you on WeChat. The auction was held in a relatively secluded private estate. When Yi Hao arrived outside the manor, he found that it was full of luxury cars. Basically, at a glance, you can see luxury cars of various brands. Ordinary sports cars worth millions of dollars don't look good here. Luxury cars worth tens of millions are everywhere. It is no less than a small-scale luxury car show. At this moment, Yi Hao came outside the manor and parked his car. Then, he got out of the car, leaned casually against the door, and called Wang Xiaoxiao. Just now, Wang Xiaoxiao sent a message to Yi Hao. He told her to remember to notify her when he arrived. Wang Xiaoxiao came out to greet him in person. Yi Hao thought about it and agreed. After all, it was his first time here and he was unfamiliar with the place. It would be more convenient for him to have Wang Xiaoxiao leading the way. So, after sending the message, Yi Hao leaned against the door of the Rolls-Royce, played with his mobile phone, and waited for Wang Xiaoxiao. Boom! The next moment, a roar was heard. Then, a bright red sports car was seen, its engine emitting a fierce roar like that of a wild beast. Then, a beautiful drift follows. A Danio sports car worth tens of millions was parked nearby. The car door opened, and a young man wearing sunglasses, with dyed yellow hair and looking very arrogant walked down. The other person walked down, took off his sunglasses, and looked around casually. Finally, he came in front of Yi Hao. He directly threw the sports car keys in his hand to him and said, "Park the car for me." Chapter 99 on the importance of the back seat of a Rolls-Royce. Faced with this wave of actions by the yellow-haired young man, Yi Hao was completely confused. What is going on? Why throw the car keys to yourself? Let yourself stop the car for him? Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? Therefore, facing the request made by the yellow-haired young man, Yi Hao's first reaction was that this guy was mentally ill. As for the keys, of course I wouldn't borrow them. Snap. Just like that, the car keys that the yellow-haired young man originally threw to Yi Hao fell directly to the ground. Seeing this scene, the yellow-haired young man instantly became angry. He looked up at Yi Hao and said, "What's wrong with you? Don't you know me? Who in the entire Binhai city doesn't know the name of me, young Master Li? Go park the car quickly. Your tip is indispensable." As he spoke, the yellow-haired young man reached out, opened the handbag beside him, and pulled out dozens of red banknotes from it. The photo was taken in front of Yi Hao. Well. Yi Hao was speechless, thinking, with just this little money, you still want to bribe me? You probably don't know that I have more than 500 million in deposits in my bank card. Besides, what era is this? He actually used this trick. How unfashionable. Yi Hao rolled his eyes. He was too tired to complain about this yellow-haired young man. He slapped away the money and said coldly, "Get lost." Fuck. Seeing Yi Hao's attitude, the yellow-haired young man, Li Xiao, was stunned for a moment. With a look of shock, he said, "Are all parking guys nowadays so unique? You won't even take the money I give you. You still dare to scold me? Do you know my identity? Who in the entire Binhai dares to speak to me like this? Are you drifting? Believe it or not, I can make you pack up and leave with just one word from you." After hearing what the other party said, Yi Hao finally understood a little. It seems that this Mr. Li thinks of himself as a parking boy. But the problem is, there is more than one person outside the manor. Why did the other party mistake me for the parking guy? Yi Hao looked down at his outfit today. Because he was going to attend an auction, he dressed a little more formally today. He was wearing a suit and $1 million watch. It doesn't look too bad. At this moment, another car drove over. This car is also a Rolls-Royce, but it is just an ordinary Rolls-Royce. It's not the custom version of Phantom that's next to Yi Hao. But that's not the point. The key point is that after the car drove over, a middle-aged man who looked like a driver immediately got out and opened the door for the boss in the back seat. Then, a fat, big-eared man in his 50s stepped out of the car. Next to him was a beautiful woman in her 20s. Slowly walked into the manor. At this moment, Yi Hao looked at the middle-aged driver who opened the car door for others and fell into silence. Good job. We actually wore the same clothes. Although, the suits Yi Hao was wearing are all high-end goods. It's definitely not a middle-aged driver's suit that can be compared. But the problem is that they all look pretty much the same. It's easy to misunderstand them and think they are the same type of clothing. Seeing this, Yi Hao suddenly remembered a joke circulating on the internet. Those who drive a Rolls-Royce are usually drivers. The real boss usually sits in the back row. Thinking of this, Yi Hao suddenly felt speechless. My goodness, I had originally wanted to satisfy my urge to drive a Rolls-Royce today, but I never expected that such a mistake would happen. Day. Just as Yi Hao was thinking about how to explain this speechless misunderstanding to the other party, the sound of footsteps was heard. Look up. I found out that it was Wang Xiaoxiao, who was walking towards me hurriedly in high heels. Today, Wang Xiaoxiao wore a cheongsam and light makeup. With the help of high heels, cheongsam and stockings, her figure is perfectly displayed. She is also a great beauty. At this moment, after seeing Yi Hao from afar, a smile appeared on his face. Walked over quickly. When Li Xiao saw the scene, his face was filled with excitement. Fuck. My goddess smiled at me. The next moment, Li Xiao, who was originally thinking about continuing to argue with Yi Hao, immediately showed a dog-licking expression after seeing Wang Xiaoxiao. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Went up to greet him. Xiao Xiao, I really didn't expect. Well. However, soon, the expression on Li Xiao's face froze. Because Wang Xiaoxiao didn't stop at all when she passed by him. Instead, he walked straight past him and came to Yi Hao behind him. He smiled and said, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The auction is about to start. I'll take you in together. After Yi Hao rescued Wang Chuanshan, Wang Xiaoxiao's attitude towards Yi Hao also changed a lot. In particular, Wang Chuanshan once warned Wang Xiaoxiao very seriously. Let her be careful about her attitude when she meets Yi Hao. Therefore, the way Wang Xiaoxiao acted in front of Yi Hao was very polite, even with a bit of respect. Xiao Xiao, did you recognize the wrong person? Shouldn't you come over to greet me? Why are you so enthusiastic about a parking boy? At this moment, Mr. Li had no idea that anything was wrong. Shouted at Wang Xiaoxiao. Li Kaming, are you blind? This is Mr. Yi, the distinguished guest my grandfather asked me to welcome. What parking guy? Also, please call me by my full name from now on. We're not that familiar with each other. Wang Xiaoxiao turned around, looked at Li Kaming and said coldly. What? He is the distinguished guest invited by Mr. Wang. Hearing this, Li Kaming was confused. I never expected that Yi Hao's background was so amazing. You know, Wang Xiaoxiao's grandfather, Wang Chuanshan, is the richest man in Binhai. How could someone who could be regarded as a distinguished guest by him be an ordinary person? But the thing is, you are a VIP guest, so why are you dressed like a driver? He was leaning against the Rolls-Royce. He was deliberately trying to cause misunderstanding. Of course, Li Kaming only dared to complain about these things in his heart. The next second, he took a few steps forward, came in front of Yi Hao, bent down and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't recognize the great man. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. Don't be fooled by Li Kaming's arrogant look just now, he seems to be very insignificant. In fact, their Li family is at best a second-rate family in Binhai City. There is no way he can be compared with the richest man like Wang Chuanshan. At this moment, after knowing Yi Hao's identity, he immediately ran over to admit his mistake. He was afraid of offending Yi Hao, this big Buddha, and bringing trouble to his family. If they offend such a big boss, I'm afraid their Li family will go bankrupt in a minute. Chapter 100 Zhao Weihu. Considering that Li Kaming was very sincere in admitting his mistake, Yi Hao did not make things difficult for him. I just want to advise the other party to keep their eyes open next time and not think everyone they see is the parking guy. Besides, what kind of parking guy can be as handsome as me? Of course, this is also a bloody misunderstanding. Yi Hao simply gave the other party a few words of instruction. Next, accompanied by Wang Xiaoxiao, he walked into the auction. After the two of them sat in the manor hall. There are already quite a few people inside. However, most of them are elderly people. There are also young people, but not many. Basically, they are the sons and daughters of big companies who come here to make themselves known. It would be best if I could make friends with some big guys. It will also be of great help to their future development. In fact, Mr. Wang Chuanshan invited Yi Hao to attend the auction today. I have the same idea. I want to help Yi Hao and introduce him to some big guys. After all, Yi Hao is like a lifesaver to Wang Chuanshan. What's more, after this period of contact, Wang Chuanshan also felt that Yi Hao had good character. Therefore, I am planning to help one or two people. Soon, Wang Xiaoxiao brought Yi Hao to Wang Chuanshan. As for Li Kaming, he naturally rolled aside obediently. He is just a second-rate young man. I am not qualified at all to talk to Wang Chuanshan, the richest man in Binhai. Ha, Mr. Yi, you are here. When he saw Yi Hao, Wang Chuanshan immediately walked over and greeted Yi Hao very enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Yi. Ha, Mr. Yi is so young, but he is really a handsome man. The other several middle-aged men who were originally following Wang Chuanshan also spoke up at this moment. With a warm look on his face, he greeted Yi Hao. After all, before coming, Wang Chuanshan briefly told them about Yi Hao's occupation. I know that the young man in front of me is a young miracle doctor. Therefore, everyone's attitude is very friendly. Hello everyone. Yi Hao also smiled and greeted the other people. As the old saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Besides, the other party's attitude was so polite that Yi Hao would not fight with the other party as soon as they met. He is not a flat-headed guy who can do whatever he wants wherever he goes. Soon, Yi Hao, accompanied by Wang Chuanshan, sat down on a sofa in the hall. In the distance, Li Kaming saw Yi Hao, who was able to sit together and chat and laugh with a big shot like Wang Chuanshan. For a moment, I was extremely envious. At the same time, thinking about his action of throwing the car keys to Yi Hao and asking him to park the car for him, Li Kaming began to admire himself. He is really brave. Next, Yi Hao, Wang Chuanshan and others sat together and had a very interesting chat. At this time, one of the middle-aged men in his early 50s suddenly said, "Mr. Yi, I don't know, you are so young, are you married?" To be honest, I have a friend whose daughter is very beautiful. Moreover, she graduated from a prestigious university. If you are interested, I can recommend her to you. Old Chen, please stop it. What do you mean you have a friend? It seems to me that you just want to introduce your daughter. Mr. Yi, I'm telling you, don't be fooled by this guy Lao Chun. My daughter is not bad either. If it's convenient, you can leave me your contact information and I'll introduce you to her. Old Lu, you are so dishonest. After what they had just learned, everyone had a better understanding of Yi Hao's identity. I know that Yi Hao is not an ordinary person. Moreover, everyone could feel that Wang Chuanshan's treatment of Yi Hao was also rather special. This clearly shows that he wants to help the other party. In this case, everyone immediately started to think about it. He wanted to pull the young man Yi Hao into his camp. Even if he can't become your son-in-law, you can introduce other relatives' daughters. You know, Wang Chuanshan is the richest man in Binhai City. If he wants to promote someone, even if he is a pig, he can make him fly. Therefore, everyone saw the value of Yi Hao and started to ask to introduce girlfriends to him. Okay, all of you just pull it off. Mr. Yi already has a girlfriend. Otherwise, can I still leave it to you? I have already arranged for Xiao Xiao from our family to marry Mr. Yi. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. He. Wang Chuanshan said at this time. I see. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then they understood. Indeed, if possible, Wang Chuanshan would definitely adopt such an outstanding young man as his grandson-in-law. How can it still be preserved till now? Wang Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, heard her grandfather say this, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, Yi Hao didn't seem to see it. Although he could not recruit an outstanding young man like Yi Hao to be his son-in-law. However, it is also possible to take the initiative to build good relationships. Therefore, the atmosphere of the conversation was still very harmonious. At this time, outside the hall, another group of people walked in. After the leading few people entered the scene, many people immediately surrounded the other side. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Boss Zhao, long time no see. Everyone came forward and greeted each other. A face full of eagerness. At this moment, the leading man, who was in his early 30s, seemed to have discovered Wang Chuanshan and others sitting here. He walked straight over. Hello, Mr. Wang. Although this middle-aged man seemed very prestigious as he was surrounded by many people. However, when he came in front of Wang Chuanshan, he still greeted him respectfully. After all, Wang Chuanshan is the richest man in Binhai City. A real boss in the business world. Even their Zhao family had to be inferior to others. Don't dare to be presumptuous. However, Wang Chuanshan didn't seem to be uninterested in the other party. Just nodded casually. He. The other party was not annoyed. At this moment, he set his eyes on Yi Hao and said, "Are you Yi Hao?" "Yes, I have always heard of your name. Today, I finally saw you in person." Upon hearing this, Yi Hao couldn't help but frown. Did he know the other person? Why can't I remember anything at all? I'm Zhao Weihu, the eldest son of the Zhao group. At this time, the other party spoke. Oh. Yi Hao nodded. He looked like he didn't care at all. Seeing this, Zhao Weihu couldn't hold back any longer and said in a low voice, "Boy, it was you who called the police last time and had my brother, Zhao Weilong, arrested, right? Do you know what the consequences will be if you offend our Zhao group?"